The story begins in the dead of night. Amidst the silence, strange sounds echo, even through the biting, chilling winds of late night. Whether through the moonlight peeking between high clouds or the sharp senses of a veteran assassin, everything seems to whisper. Right now, a knight is kneeling, bowing his head before someone once again. Well done. He looks up slightly, then lowers his head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Lord Derus Robert. The stern man standing before him is none other than Derus Robert. He has long, flowing hair and a cold, mysterious aura that makes anyone facing him feel apprehensive. The voice in the knight's head hasn't stopped. They say he will die by this man's hand tonight. Derus Robert speaks softly to the knight kneeling before him. You have shown me results worthy of your position as a shadow leader. Thanks to your efforts, our family has progressed far beyond what it was before. The knight replies humbly, I only did what I had to do, my lord. The knight's name is Raon. Lord Derus looks at him with a cryptic smile. I am truly curious, Raon. His gaze is fixed on the shadow cast on the ground beneath the knight as he asks enigmatically, do you believe a shadow needs freedom? But the clever Raon quickly understands Derus Robert's intent and answers clearly, still keeping his head bowed. We, the Shadow Brigade, exist only to carry out our master's orders. Within us, there is no such thing as thoughts, emotions, or a heart. Derus Robert praises him with satisfaction. Good, so you know it well. Derus Robert looks at Raon and whispers, but as soon as he says that, the gentle demeanor from moments ago suddenly vanishes. Derus Robert's face darkens, his eyes blaze with light, and the surrounding atmosphere becomes gloomier. He begins to interrogate Raon. Then why did you dare to act on your own? He glares at Raon with a crazed look. And how were you able to escape the brainwashing? Raon feels terrified, thinking to himself, how? How could he know that? What are they talking about? What is the full story? And what is this brainwashing business? Raon suddenly recalls painful memories appearing vividly in his mind the way the Robert house optimized the Shadow Brigade. The method Derus Robert used was to kidnap or buy children. Not stopping there, he committed even more horrific acts, turning them into assassins who would sacrifice their very lives to perform dirty work for the Robert family. In other words, they raised loyal dogs for the clan. Raon was also a poor child who unfortunately fell into his hands. I was also brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter during a mission, I was able to remove the shackles that imprisoned me. Raon did not expect this to be discovered by Derus Robert. He thinks for a moment, but how could he know that I am no longer brainwashed? He asks directly, without further guessing, how do you know that, my lord? Derus Robert explains in a low voice. His two fingers twitch unconsciously. Among all the assassins, including you, there are two chains tightening around your necks. The first is the brainwashing that you somehow managed to break free from. Then he snaps his fingers, his tone decisive. And the second, suddenly, he strikes directly at Raon, raising his voice. It is this. Blood immediately spurts out. Raon's eyes widen in surprise, unable to react. After a few seconds, he screams in pain. Ah! Raon's hands clutch his chest tightly. What is this pain? It feels like his heart is being hacked to pieces. Derus Robert laughs, satisfied, contrasting with Raon, who is writhing in pain. He speaks leisurely, ignoring Raon's agony, saying it is the judgment bug. Derus Robert explains slowly, an insect that has been implanted in his body. It is still following my orders and is gradually devouring your heart. Raon is horrified by this cruel act, the worst form of dark magic that can even read a slave's emotions. He grinds his teeth and struggles to say, brainwashing alone wasn't enough for you. You had to make me eat the judgment bug, too. Even after doing such things, you still pretend to be noble and virtuous. You are truly a despicable man. Derus Robert is extremely calm. He says with arrogance, that is called caution, not despicableness. Don't forget, you were able to escape the brainwashing. He declares his philosophy from on high. People say everyone wears a mask. It's just that my mask is a bit thicker and more special than others. Raon cannot think of anything else. He only knows that his greatest enemy is this man. He burns the name Derus Robert deep into his mind. Those painful memories come flooding back. I was kidnapped at an age where I could barely remember anything. Raon cannot forget those days. He recalls being raised as a hunting dog and an assassin for the Robert family. Even when he became a shadow leader, he lived without a heart or emotions. A turning point in Raon's life began. But thanks to a lucky meeting, I was able to learn a technique called the Fire Eyes. And that technique proved to be a special ability of the strongest swordsman in the continent from long ago, which helped me escape the brainwashing. Raon is lost in the flow of memories. I thought I could finally escape the Shadow Brigade and dream of freedom. I finally had hope. Resentment makes him scream in despair. Yet, why is what awaits me at the end of the road death, instead of freedom? Raon continues to lament, his body collapsing onto the ground. but his mind is still bound by many things. What crime did I commit? Why must I die so meaninglessly? The more Raon thinks, the angrier he becomes, the hatred in his heart grows. He grinds his teeth, his hand clenching into a fist and pounding against the floor. Damn it, I can't let everything end like this. The last bit of willpower helps Raon struggle to get up. He is determined, even if he is going to die here anyway. Derus Robert sees Raon force himself to stand and is slightly startled. He stares blankly. How can you stand up in that condition? Raon doesn't bother responding to the stupid question. He uses his hands to push off the ground, taking an attacking stance, constantly encouraging himself in his head. If this is his end, Raon grinds his teeth, his eyes shining brightly, telling himself he will take his arm or at least wound him before he dies. In the quiet of the night, Raon screams heroically. He shouts silently, I will not die a pathetic death. His entire body lunges toward Derus Robert. He seems calm, not bothering to move, standing perfectly still. Raon's eyes now see only Derus Robert, his enemy, but his injured body is not fit to face a cold-blooded man like Derus Robert. He swings his sword decisively, and blood spurts out again. Raon falls once more onto the cold ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Derus Robert stood there, watching him gasp for his final breaths, yet his gaze toward Raon held a strange nuance. He was surprised, even though he had blocked that strike. Derus Robert turned his back to leave, but his mind kept drifting to Raon. Even though he was just trash, not only had he escaped brainwashing, he had also managed to endure the agony of the phantom blade and attack him. How long has it been? He stared at his blood-stained hand. How many years had it been since he was last injured? To be bitten by a hunting dog he had trained himself, it was unbelievable. Derus Robert glanced back briefly, muttering to himself, but he didn't need to worry about him anymore. He was dead. Then he ordered his subordinates to take care of the body. Raon's eyes remained fixed on Derus Robert's retreating back. Derus Robert was considered one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. Raon comforted himself, losing was just how things went. He was the strong one, and I was the weak one. How could I have resisted? Yet, Raon's eyes still stared straight ahead. No, I cannot accept this. The ghosts of the past flooded back. I regret living this life for nothing. The other ghost was Derus Robert. He wouldn't even let him die in peace. I regret being played by Derus Robert my entire life. The biggest regret shackling Raon, he let out a cry, was that he couldn't complete the fire blade. Prayers began to echo. Even if it's a god, or even a demon, anyone will do. So, please. Raon was desperately begging. Do something. Give me a chance to take revenge. Derus Robert, the crest on Raon's chest, suddenly glowed. A strange phenomenon occurred. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will now enter your body. The body was dead. Error. After that night soaked in blood and hatred, the sun rose once again. Warm sunlight filled the room, accompanied by a gentle voice. Sunshine. That gentle voice belonged to this beautiful young woman. Sunshine, look at mommy, sweetheart. My little ray of sunshine. The baby, lying in the crib, raised his tiny hands. Babbling, Abba, the baby giggled. That's it. Now, what is this? The baby, bless him, was very smart and answered right away. Abu. The mother hugged the baby tightly, her face glowing, her eyes brimming with happiness. Oh my goodness, my adorable sunshine, who did you get your cuteness from? Woo. But it seemed this child wasn't just an ordinary baby. He looked at his mother, pondering like an adult. I'm still not used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia. Sylvia gently lifted her son up. The boy thought to himself, I still can't believe it. She smiled radiantly and said, Let's go, mommy. The baby watched his mother intently. There was no doubt Raon was in this form. I have been reincarnated as the child of this woman. Raon remembered, though he still retained the memories of his past life as an assassin. When he first opened his eyes, Raon was incredibly bewildered. At first, he thought it was a dream and slept for 100 days. Why hadn't he woken up yet? However, no matter how much he slept, he finally accepted the truth that he had been reincarnated. Sylvia cradled Raon in her arms, looking at the scene outside. The weather is truly beautiful today, isn't it, sweetheart? Sylvia looked into the distance, hoping the Lord would return soon. She spoke with hope so that he could give his child a beautiful name. Raon looked at his mother, his eyes slightly sad. It was a bit strange to be called by a nickname. Raon thought briefly it had been over 100 days since he saw his father. He must be very busy. Thinking that, he started babbling to make his mother happy. Boo. The place where Raon lived now was a vast space. Magnificent and grand, even a quick glance revealed wealth and luxury. Raon thought to himself that he hadn't been able to explore much since his reincarnation, but at least he knew this was a wealthy, upper-class family. Even the bedroom was decorated lavishly, completely different from the gloomy environment of his past life. I guess being reincarnated into a powerful and wealthy family is better than a mediocre one. But even though he was living in love and plenty now, Raon was still haunted by that burning desire. He told himself, being reincarnated into this wealthy life is a good thing, because I need to take revenge. Raon never forgot the heartless face of Derus Robert. One thing he still remembered clearly was the wrath and hatred he felt in his heart before he died. But he needed to be patient. He had been reincarnated, but in the form of a child. Raon basically couldn't do much, because until now, he had only been hanging around this room. I don't know where this is. I don't know what my position is, or what situation I'm in. The baby Raon pondered. Furthermore, because he couldn't perfect the fire blade technique yet, he had to endure patiently. In his past life, he was known as the greatest assassin of the Robert family. Now, fortunately reincarnated, Raon lived for only one purpose, to wait for the day he could take revenge on Derus Robert. Raon had to try his best. I can suppress my emotions, my desires until the time is ripe. The baby Raon looked around again, but this only made him more curious. The brilliance and scale of this mansion were even beyond upper class. Suddenly, Raon's eyes focused on something. Sylvia's servant, Helen, was rushing in. "Lady Sylvia," she shouted from the doorway. "The Lord is returning." Sylvia stuttered in shock. "Father is." Raon was surprised. "Father? Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather?" Sylvia was frantic. "What should we prepare?" Helen hurriedly blocked her. "It's too late. He's already at the door," she exclaimed. "Oh no." Sylvia's face clearly showed anxiety. Both she and Helen looked toward the door. Raon also curiously looked over, then was stunned. What the hell? What is this presence? From outside the door, 3 figures silently stepped inside, announcing the Lord's return. The Lord's footsteps were heavy and full of authority to be able to express this much pressure just by his presence. He had blonde hair and a tall, muscular frame. Raon watched, stunned, muttering, "Ah, the more I look, the more amazed I am. It can't be. If I'm not mistaken, this person Sylvia only knew how to worry and stutter. Father, father," he didn't even greet her before asking bluntly, "Is this that child?" Raon stared at the Lord. "I'm sure of it." He searched back through his memories, an older man with hair shining like the sun, eyes the color of burning fire, and a face colder than ice. The master of the greatest family on the continent, the destroyer king of the north, Clan Zieghart. Glenn looked at Raon with a somewhat stern gaze, looking down at him. It seemed that somehow Raon looked up at his grandfather with his big, round eyes, his heart cheering with excitement. "I have been reincarnated into the strongest family on the continent." The question that followed clearly expressed surprise. "Do you intend to keep him?" Raon whispered, thinking of his unpleasant fate. Lord Glenn reached out and held the child, saying, "From this day on, your name is Raon. Just like your name implies, you will live and exist quietly, like a shadow, as if you aren't even here." After overcoming life and death, Raon looked up blankly at his grandfather, realizing he had a new name. Without another word, he turned and left. Raon hummed his new name to himself, delighted. It was late at night. Looking at the silent room, Raon assumed they were asleep now. He sat up, his tiny, adorable body a stark contrast to his previous gloomy demeanor. It was true. His life as a 100-meter man was miserable, but now he had a chance. His soul was now one with his baby's body, so he had to follow infant habits. Raon mused, "I keep getting sleepy out of nowhere." Raon remembered that whenever he woke up, Sylvia was always by his side. He couldn't even control mana yet, so at least it was a relief that he could sleep alone in his crib. Still, the remnants of his resolve helped Raon sit up again. "All right, let's get started." He began to cultivate once more, condensing his inner fire. The image of the sacred mountain forest appeared in his mind. Usually, those who cultivate on the continent use their breath to allow natural mana and aura to accumulate at the Dantian. But the inner fire obtained through special catalysts was different. Raon focused intensely, like a mage creating a mana circle. It formed a ring around his heart. This would increase his endurance and stimulate his body's growth while also honing his willpower and mana affinity. Because of this method provided the ideal conditions for becoming a warrior. The more Raon thought about it, the more excited he got. This was a legendary cultivation technique. He was very confident in his path. Another advantage was that even a genius like Derus Robert couldn't detect whether his inner fire existed or not. So, Raon continued his training with determination. Most importantly, if he tempered his body and mind using the inner fire, Raon, though now in a different form, still held the same mindset and would eventually make the Clan Zieghart swordsmanship his own. Thinking this, Raon was thrilled. The path to revenge against Derus Robert was no longer just a fantasy. He looked down at his tiny, frail body. Perhaps because of this physical structure, his mana veins were filled with coldness. That was why his whole body stayed cold, even after sleeping for 20 hours or more. Baby Raon closed his eyes and focused his mind again. Mana blockage? Or is it in the ninth region? This is serious. If it keeps going like this, I'll die because the cold energy is clogging my magic pathways. He told himself he needed to unblock his pathways with the inner fire. On the other hand, it would be a shame to throw away this bone-chilling cold. He would combine it with the heat in his body and circulate them both. On the wild grass in the forest, rustling sounds echoed occasionally. Raon breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it might be slow, but it's quite stable. Next was hunger. Baby Raon was protesting to the mature Raon inside. He laid back down. I've only trained for a bit and I'm already tired. I hate this weak, tiny body. Raon cursed. Damn it, I can't do it. After a while, baby Raon drifted off to sleep. Lord Glenn silently watched his grandson sleeping in the cradle. He gently cast a spell on his grandson. Then, he left. When morning came, baby Raon was crawling on the floor, his expression looking like he was protesting something. Boo-boo. Sylvia stood nearby, cheering him on. Foo-foo, our Raon is so cute. Keep crawling. Ap you. Inside, Raon cursed. Playing with this mother is so exhausting. My soul is an adult, but I'm forced to act like a baby. I'm going to die. Sylvia finally picked Raon up, cuddling him and praising him. There's nothing Raon can't do, right? You're so cute. So cute. I'll endure the cold for you. She continuously whispered sweet nothings to her child. Our cute baby Raon. Just then, there was a clattering sound outside. Is Sylvia here? Hearing that, Sylvia was delighted and exclaimed, Oh, the saint. Or rather, the holy healer. The holy healer laughed, ha ha ha, his smile as gentle and saintly as his reputation. What holy anything? Just call me old man. Raon looked blankly. This person is the holy healer. It turned out the approachable-looking holy healer was actually an influential figure. His holy power and healing arts were considered the best on the continent. He was the most famous healer on the continent, but his wandering nature made meeting him as difficult as reaching the heavens. The holy healer looked at baby Raon. I was just passing by and came to visit because I heard you gave birth. Is this the child? Ah, yes. He lifted Raon up with a gentle smile. Oh, blonde hair and red eyes. You look just like her. Sylvia smiled. Yes. Don't you think they're beautiful? The holy healer commented. The boy is truly cute, completely different from Glenn. So, what is the boy's name? His name, Sylvia, was a bit hesitant to introduce him as Raon. The holy healer glanced over slightly. You didn't intentionally name him with a dark meaning, did you? Sylvia nodded. That's right. The holy healer looked at Raon, his expression showing slight discomfort upon hearing the name. Naming a child Darkness? What was Clan Zieghart thinking? Raon stared at the holy healer intently. He didn't seem like his title at all. There must be some connection between them. I heard the Northern King of Destruction and the holy healer were friends, but if that were true, the holy healer smiled gently and softly said to Raon, Let this old man check you, little one. He placed his hand on the tiny chest. Sylvia watched in silence. The holy healer hummed, then said, The boy's condition is not stable. Sylvia asked anxiously, Is there a problem with him? This child is afflicted with an ice curse inside. He handed Raon back to Sylvia while briefly explaining the situation to her. The boy's mana pathways are blocked by shards of ice. Forgetting about the future, it will be hard for him to even become a swordsman. His words made Sylvia's mood plummet. If he isn't treated, the child will die. At this rate, he won't live long. Sylvia panicked. You're lying. But the holy healer remained extremely serious. I will give you some medicine to sustain him. Lord Saint, please excuse me. Helen bowed and announced, The master has called for you. I will lead the way. Once you're done here, we shall leave. The master said, I must bring you immediately. The holy healer exhaled in frustration. This guy really never calls at the right time. And so, he left. I understand. I'm going now. Raon followed his retreating figure with his eyes. So now I know. It's an ice curse. Well, knowing the name doesn't change anything. A drop of water fell onto baby Raon's face. Don't tell me it's because of the inner fire. Sylvia was sobbing, her body trembling. She looked at the tiny child in her arms, tears rolling down her cheeks, uttering words as if to deny everything the holy healer had said. It's a lie. Sylvia sobbed, I can't lose my child like this. Who said you would die? That's ridiculous. She hugged Raon tightly to her chest. I will do everything to cure you. Your mother will do whatever is necessary. You cannot leave me. Raon, please, don't get sick. In his previous life, Raon was a child starved of affection and was trained to be a cold-blooded assassin. He hadn't felt loved in such a long time. In this embrace, Raon's eyes widened. What is this feeling? My heart ached. It hurt. My whole body felt exhausted. It hurt so much. The thought was deeply ingrained in Raon's mind. I don't want to see this scene. He wanted to reach out to Sylvia and tell her, don't cry. Baby Raon raised his tiny hand to wipe away his mother's tears. Sylvia looked at her son's unexpected action, stunned. Baby Raon still tried to reach out to pat his mother's cheek. Like many other babies, Raon let out his first words. "Mommy." Raon called out again, "Mommy." Just then, Glenn and Fanthan were talking to each other when they heard a desperate cry. "Lady Sylvia, you can't just barge in. Please, what is all this noise?" Helen was trying to stop Sylvia. "You cannot enter." Sylvia rushed straight into the room where Lord Glenn was working. Helen yelled out, "Lady Sylvia, the master is." She was panting, looking at her father. He scolded her coldly. What is the meaning of this insolence? His eyes stared sternly at his daughter. This clumsy, shameful daughter. Sylvia suddenly knelt. "I beg you, father." She bowed her head to the ground, pleading with her father. "Please, save Raon." Sylvia desperately begged her father to please save Raon. She spoke through choked sobs. "You surely know the boy's condition, but he is everything to me. Please, please save my Raon." Glenn replied with extreme calmness. "He certainly won't be able to survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who is of no use to the family?" Sylvia tried to convince him. "Isn't the baby your own grandson?" Clan Zieghart asked in a stern voice. "The grandson you brought back after running away from home?" He kept uttering cold and stinging words. "The only thing I will do is let him carry the name of Clan Zieghart. Consider that the small favor I am doing for him. But that is all." Hearing her father say these words, Sylvia was filled with resentment. She screamed, "Father," Glenn coldly ordered. "I have nothing left to say. Take him out." Sylvia still tried to plead until the very last moment. "Father, please, please," she begged through her sobs. "Please, save Raon." Even though she was rejected with a mother's heart, how could Glenn's indifference stop Sylvia from begging for her son? She kept repeating, "Please, Raon," but in the end, she was dragged out of the room. Fanthan watched Sylvia until the door slammed shut. Then he sighed and said to Glenn, "Ha, you're still as stubborn as ever, aren't you?" Fanthan looked at his friend. "Is it really that hard to be honest? Why act like this when you were the one who asked me to come and examine your grandson?" Glenn quickly brushed the topic aside, saying, "Shut up. Give me the details of the child's illness." Fanthan began his report. "As I said, his 9 mana meridians have been sealed by the frost, and the older he gets, the more dangerous his condition will become." Fanthan also knew very well that Glenn had cast a spell on Raon last night. "Since you pushed back the frost with your aura, there will be no issues. But as I said, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior." Glenn took a slow sip of tea and said, "As long as the boy is still alive, that doesn't matter." Fanthan wondered, "You are acting completely different from earlier. You still love your grandson, don't you?" He immediately asked about the doubt that had been bothering him. "But if you intended to do that, why did you name your grandson Raon? There are many good names. Why that one?" Glenn sighed lightly and explained, "Raon doesn't just mean darkness." His stern and thoughtful expression was reflected in his glass. 1,000 years ago, it held an entirely opposite meaning. Inside Sylvia's manor, she gently fed Raon medicine, coaxing him. "Raon, this is the elixir that Fanthan gave you. It's a bit bitter, but please try to bear with it." It wasn't just Raon who was uncomfortable. Even adults like Helen and Sylvia felt like throwing up just from the smell. Raon babbled, "Abu boo boo." Sylvia opened her eyes to see Raon reaching out, wanting to be held. Sylvia and Helen cheered. He swallowed it. Raon handled the bitterness and drank it. "Helen, that's right. Even though the medicine is very bitter for a child, surely he understands your heart." She hugged Raon tightly, and tears began to fall again. She affectionately called her son's name. Raon looked outside, dreaming. "It's a bit bitter, but a fire attribute elixir is exactly what I need right now. The thermal energy will push back the frost in my mana meridians." Sylvia sobbed again. "Do you understand mother's heart?" Baby Raon finally reached a new age. He could now speak clearly, word by word. "No more babbling. Give me more elixir, please." Time flew by. 2 years had passed since I started training and drinking the elixir. Raon was a bit bigger now. He looked at his hands, gradually gaining fire energy, and felt so happy. Thanks to it, I could achieve the fire ring faster. Now Raon's situation had progressed much further. My fire ring had reached 1 star. Each day that passed was another day. The fire ring inside Raon was trained and accumulated more. And another 2 years of persistent training went by. Raon did many things every day. My normal schedule included playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning. Surely, there wasn't another child on this continent as busy as me. And I spent time sleeping, while at night, I trained. Just like that, time continued to pass, and I was now 5 years old. Raon's abilities had improved significantly. I had achieved the 2nd fire ring. Your soul has become a little stronger with the effect of the 2-star fire ring. Magic power has increased with the effect of the 2-star fire ring. Willpower has increased with the effect of the 2-star fire ring. Strength has increased with the effect of the 2-star fire ring. He smiled satisfactorily. The boy read every word carefully, smiling excitedly. Finally, I did it. I had created the second fire ring. Raon looked much more vibrant. With the second fire ring, the flame now turned into a cross shape. My mana sensitivity had increased slightly, all thanks to this notification message. While he was busy researching, a call from outside the door woke him up. Oh my, young master. Helen entered the room. Are you awake already? Let me take your clothes to wash. Raon answered quickly. Yes, go ahead. Raon watched Helen working diligently. He pondered. Just as I thought, she can't see this notification window. The window updating Raon's progress had appeared ever since he had just been reincarnated. I had seen this window and my status ever since achieving the first fire ring. Raon was very confused when he was a baby. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but with my inherent intelligence and sharp intuition, I quickly realized that it was a convenient system that allowed me to see my status at a glance. Status window. First fire ring status, frostbite, poor stamina. Baby Raon was very startled when Helen suddenly entered, but he observed her expression and concluded. And based on Helen's reaction back then, Bea Dea, it seemed like she couldn't see these text messages. Raon scratched his chin, deep in thought. Even though he'd reached 2 stars, his poor physical condition and the ice curse remained unchanged. How hard would it have been to reach 2 stars without that fire attribute elixir? He wondered. It wasn't just the elixir, though. Raon thought it must be Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the annex who had contributed over the last 5 years, so their care must have helped too. Helen had left, leaving Raon alone in his room with his thoughts spinning. He let out a sigh. He was only 5 years old. After all, he still had plenty of time, no need to rush. It turned out he was always tired as a child, not because he was a baby, but because his body was under a curse. The ice curse was troublesome, and so was his poor stamina. That's why he got tired easily from even the smallest movements. But Raon quickly regained his composure. After all, in his past life, he was known as the greatest assassin. Now, he even knew the best training method for the fire ring, backed by his own experience. As long as he could obtain the fire ring, those poor physical conditions would completely disappear. Plus, if he mastered the Clan Zieghart sword style, he would surely be able to kill Derus Robert. But for revenge, he needed to wait for the right moment. Raon was only a 5-year-old boy right now. He was well aware of that. Still, he couldn't be impatient. Derus Robert was a candidate for the title of the strongest on the continent. Recalling that face, Raon told himself he wouldn't be able to handle it if he provoked a revenge attempt this early. The number of people capable of killing him could be counted on one hand. Even if it was slow, he had to gradually build his strength. Until the opportunity arrived, he would end it once and for all. So, Raon simply encouraged himself, I'll train a little more. Just then, Sylvia walked in. You're awake. Little Raon looked at his mother with an innocent expression. Sylvia had an outfit ready for Raon. She said, Do you remember when I told you we had to go somewhere together? Get dressed and ready, then come to the main building. Raon looked up slightly, asking absent-mindedly, Is today the day? Raon drifted into his thoughts again. The 6 kings and 5 demons had maintained the balance of power on the continent, and luckily, he had become a part of that, because the Clan Zieghart family, the family he was reborn into, was one of the 6 kings. Little Raon sat with his mother in the carriage, watching the scenery outside. The 6 kings bestowed blessings, while the 5 demons threatened the peace. Besides that, other powers had a judgment ritual to decide who was good or evil. And today was the Clan Zieghart ceremony. Inside a hall, the party was already filled with people, mostly nobles and the upper class. They chatted noisily. It's been a long time, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since last year's judgment ritual. I've been too busy with overseas missions. So, is any direct descendant participating this year? Whispers and murmurs echoed incessantly. I heard it's Karan's 4th son. Ha ha. I heard Sylvia is coming too. As soon as Sylvia and Raon entered, they heard unkind remarks. What? Sylvia, that failure, really? Seeing her walk in, the room went dead, silent, and all eyes turned toward them. Everyone looked at Sylvia and young Raon with a hint of prejudice and alienation. Sylvia held Raon's hand tightly as they walked through the gossip. So that's Sylvia's son? He's so small. I heard he was sick. The rumors must be true. How could it be otherwise? He inherited the bloodline of a failure. TC. Should I even call him the offspring of a failure? After a while, the whispers hadn't died down. I can't believe she's allowed to step in here. Do we really need to perform a judgment ritual for the child of a failure? I really hope I don't have to see them again. Honestly, the standards have really dropped. Raon felt sad about this. Having been reborn into the family, he couldn't avoid feeling uncomfortable hearing such insults. The direct descendants were bad-mouthing him quite a bit. Is there something I don't know? Should I not care about being insulted? But the two of them walked on in silence amidst the jeers. She really is shameless. Hearing this, the boy paused. Sylvia quickly noticed and rushed to comfort her son. It's okay, Raon. The boy looked up at his mother. Sylvia still wore a gentle smile and whispered softly, just look at me. Raon understood and stopped worrying. An announcement sounded, the patriarch is entering. Calm footsteps echoed. Raon looked up to follow those steps. It had been a long time, probably 5 years. His grandfather, the Lord Glen, had entered. He sat majestically on the gold-plated chair in the main hall. He was Raon's grandfather, the greatest assassin of the Clan Zieghart family. Glen slowly spoke. It seems everyone is here. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, and immediately, a giant sword descended from above. Raon stared intently. Is that the judgment sword? Glen declared the start of the judgment ritual and quickly signaled his subordinates. Following his signal, a sword was thrust down. Everyone looked up. At that moment, Glen powerfully announced the start of the judgment ritual. Little Raon opened his eyes wide. Is that the judgment sword? If you place your hand on that sword, it can reveal a person's mana talent. Glen's subordinate began reading from the list. Let's begin. The first is Burin. On the floor, a child about Raon's age answered clearly. Yes. Young Burin stepped down and touched the sword. A child's skull isn't fully formed at the top. It only begins to close and fuse together at age 4. After that, their ability to use mana wouldn't change. As soon as Burin touched it, the holy sword reacted immediately. That's why the children were gathered to determine the extent of their mana talent. During the ritual, everyone who saw it applauded and praised him endlessly. He has the wind attribute. Look, the sword is glowing. His mana quality is also the best. A true prodigy, fitting for Karan's son. Glen nodded in approval. This attribute isn't bad. It's very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on sensing the energy of the wind. The next name was called. Next is Raon Zieghart from the vassal Zieghart family. Raon stood watching. He was confident he could figure out how this sword worked. The light on the blade showed the purity of the mana, while the mana attribute was shown at the hilt. Raon realized. So this is how he determines others' talent. Clan Zieghart Raon Zieghart. She was also praised by everyone. A genius from the Zieghart house. She doesn't carry the Zieghart name for nothing. She holds the same status as Burin. Only Raon is just an eyesore. Everyone in this house is obsessed with talent. He knows his own fate as well. I don't think my results will be very good. Even though I managed to reach 2-star fire aura, there is still a lot of cold frost energy left in my mana circuits. It doesn't matter either way. The subordinate reads the next name. Everyone focuses their attention on the next person. The name called out is Raon. Glen suddenly becomes more focused, his eyes growing more anxious than before. Raon steps forward as he is called. Please step forward, Sylvia says gently. Go on. Raon. Yes. Raon doesn't show any expression like the other kids earlier. I don't expect much. I just need to check which attribute fits this body and which one I should develop in the future. Sylvia smiles kindly and says, Did you see what the other children did? Just do exactly the same. Raon replies, Yes, I understand. Little Raon sighs. Raon reaches out and touches the sword. In stark contrast to the mild and pleasant light seen earlier, as soon as Raon touches the holy sword, it immediately emits a brilliant golden light that looks like fire. Raon stares blankly, wondering what that light is. His eyes turn dreamy. Before him, Raon sees images of hundreds of monsters with various shapes. He mutters in his head, What kind of scene am I seeing? Raon watches in utter confusion. Little Raon sits on the ground, looking at the figure in front of him and asking, Who is that man? He is holding the sword high, and the pressure he exudes is extraordinary. He swings the sword decisively, and the monsters are quickly defeated. The monsters vanish, leaving behind an eerie light. Raon stares, bewildered. Ah, why is this stone sword? Judgmental laughter echoes around. Look at that. The light hasn't even reached halfway up the sword. Glen quickly orders. The judgment ceremony is over. You may leave. Everyone leaves quickly, none bothering to hide the contemptuous smiles on their faces, smiles they reserve only for Raon and his mother. The butler says respectfully, Let's go. Young Master Burin. The last guest exits, and the doors slam shut. Glen remains seated, his voice stern. I figured he couldn't do anything. Sorry. Glen didn't expect much, so he isn't too disappointed or embarrassed. I thought the boy could only do that much. Regardless, I didn't expect anything from this child. Suddenly, Glen notices something. The stone sword is still shining, the light growing even brighter. Glen stares in astonishment. The stone sword is emitting. He thinks of the 5 words golden light of the Sunday. The aura possessed by the first head of the Clan Zieghart family is a terrifying power, strong enough to harmonize even magic fire. He remembers the texts he read about golden mana and golden fire. This brilliant golden mana has only appeared once in history. Glenn ponders throughout the long history of the Clan Zieghart family. The light before his eyes reminds him of something. It is beautifully radiant with a blinding golden luster. It is golden fire. The more he thinks, the more Glenn is amazed. Raon, this grandson of mine. The next morning, Raon receives new information. Status window. Name, Raon Zieghart. Title, none. Status, ancient frost curse, poor stamina, reduced physical energy, reduced mana affinity. Attribute, 2-star fire aura, 2-star water resistance. All right. Raon smiles with satisfaction. It seems I am about to reach the 3rd fire aura. 7 years have passed since the first judgment ceremony. Time flows coldly. Raon has grown much taller. The expression on his face, though still youthful, has changed significantly. Now I am 12 years old. Raon drifts off into his own thoughts again. 7 years since the judgment ceremony took place, and with constant training, my 2 fire auras are about to increase too. Little Raon sits on the lush green grass, thinking for a long time. If I could cure the frost curse, my growth rate would be much faster. My water resistance has increased to 2 stars, and the frost spreading throughout my body has stopped. So, my limbs are no longer stiff. Of course, moving my body is still difficult, but compared to before, it's much better. So Raon tells himself, I must start exercising. While sitting still, a voice calls him. It's his mother, Sylvia. She says, you must prepare. What are you doing here? Let's go, or we'll be late. Raon replies with a somber expression. Yes, it is time for me to participate in the 2nd judgment ceremony. I guess I'll have to see those confusing things again. After a few hours, the ceremony ends, and everyone quickly says their goodbyes. Finally, the raider says, you have worked hard. The judgment ceremony ends here. Raon sits silently, thinking. Perhaps because only the side branch family members are here, everything went faster than I thought. Finally, his name is called. Glenn, the strict patriarch, asks his grandson, surely you have received the order to participate in the basic training like a member of the family, so why haven't you responded for a month? Raon looks at him in confusion. What is he talking about? Basic training? Sylvia quickly intervenes for her son. Father, Raon is different from the other children. He still has the frost curse in his body. Therefore, the training is still too much for him. So mother was hiding it from me. Raon observes his mother's actions and realizes, did Sylvia already know about this? Glenn coldly declares, this is the territory of the Clan Zieghart family. He furrows his brow, looking quite serious, stating there are no exceptions or refusals for those who bear the name Clan Zieghart. If you can't walk, crawl there to train. A member of the Clan Zieghart family must have that kind of spirit. Sylvia begs in a panic. No, please, father, please give us some time. Clan Zieghart responds with an angry attitude. Sylvia is shocked. If you can't do it, are you planning to run away again? And take that child with you? Glenn throws harsh words at his only daughter. On this land, you can only live as a member of the Clan Zieghart family. If you don't like it, then get out of here right now. As soon as he finishes, everyone starts gossiping. What? Is she trying to run away again? This will be interesting. Now she doesn't even have the potential or mana circuits to break them anymore. I can't believe someone like that is of the direct lineage. Raon watches his mother enduring the humiliation and understands. Now I understand. The reason Sylvia is treated this way has no new or strange reason. Raon has understood that it is because she left this family. He carefully pieces every detail together. Sylvia has no aura despite learning martial arts, which means she shattered her energy potential and her mana circuits were completely destroyed. After that, my mother left home, met my father, and married him. Fate didn't smile on Sylvia, but after becoming pregnant with me, my father died, and she had no choice but to return home. Sylvia felt helpless. She knew she couldn't persuade her stern father, so she turned to leave. Raon looked at his mother because since she had given up her position in the direct line of succession and had now returned, she had to endure treatment even worse than that of the collateral family members. However, that was just how others saw it in their own situations. Raon's assassin-like aura swept past, causing Sylvia to jump slightly. But when she turned back, she saw no assassin, only her son, Raon. He was overflowing with an arrogant aura. Stepping forward with dignity, Raon thought to himself, as Sylvia's son, I cannot stand by and watch my mother be treated this way. Seeing Raon step forward, Sylvia shouted, Raon, what are you doing? Come back here, young master. I'll handle this, please. Raon reassured his mother, his gaze incredibly firm. It's okay, mother. He walked up to Glenn and said clearly, by your command, I will join the training starting next month, just as you ordered. At this moment, Daniel, who was sitting in the same row as Glenn, spoke up. But you don't even know what this training entails, he said, clearly worried about Raon. Whatever it's called, basic training is not at a level a sick person can endure. You should back out now. Facing the advice and judging gazes, Raon simply said aloud, I already bear the name Clan Zieghart, so I must pay the price for it. I will participate in the training. Glenn frowned angrily and scolded. Do you dare to tarnish the name Clan Zieghart? Do you even understand the gravity of mentioning that name? The pressure radiating from Glenn made Raon tremble slightly. He turned pale, looking at his grandfather, and suddenly, a few drops of blood trickled down. Horror was evident in Raon's eyes. They widened in shock, as if his flesh were being torn apart. His hands trembled, and he tried to clench them to stay calm. Even just the intensity of his gaze could affect him like this. It felt like his heart was being wrung out. It affected him even more than Robert's pressure had. In Raon's mind, the question arose. Is this truly the warrior, the king of destruction of the north? Sylvia hurriedly ran over and pulled Raon into her arms. My lord, Raon is still young. He doesn't know what he's saying. Daniel also spoke up. My lord, he is still just a child who knows nothing. Please, withdraw the pressure you are putting on the boy. Glenn raised his voice. His words carried such immense weight that those listening were immediately terrified. I am speaking. Daniel stuttered. I apologize. Sylvia still tried to plead, her hands clutching Raon tightly. Father, Raon's health cannot handle training. Please, I beg you to withdraw your pressure. Raon was still reeling from the shock. He muttered to himself, assassins are people who must live in the shadows. Being an assassin means every moment is closer to death than to life. They never reveal themselves. The past Raon urged the 1-2-year-old Raon to move forward, but now, he was no longer the assassin he used to be. The young Raon looked back at his former self. Raon reminded himself that he would no longer live in the shadows. The 1-2-year-old Raon stared at his old image, telling himself he wouldn't live as an assassin again. The young Raon gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. He kept repeating his desire in his head. Right now, I am Raon Zieghart, and I will return Sylvia to her rightful position. The boy continued clearly, No, I don't know. Because I grew up in an annex, not the main building. I don't know how arrogant the name Clan Zieghart is. That's why I want to see for myself what this place called Clan Zieghart is really like by joining the training. The Raon who was reborn and lived happily every day was now cared for and raised by Sylvia. As Raon, he would protect Sylvia, her happiness, and the smiles of those precious to him. Since his rebirth, desire and love had silently revived Raon's once barren and corrupted heart. For the first time in his life, Raon wanted to fight for the lives of others, not to take them away. Because of this, he told himself he must regain his mother's honor. I will surely take everything back with these very hands. Glenn's anger had subsided, but his stern demeanor remained. Are you saying you will judge the Clan Zieghart clan through that basic training? Raon replied without hesitation. Right now, that is the only way I can learn about the Clan Zieghart clan. Hearing this, Glenn said, then I will have to check everything to ensure the instructors are fully prepared. He will do his absolute best, hoping not to disappoint you. After exerting himself like that, Raon staggered and collapsed. In my past life, I was the best assassin, and now I have learned about the legends of the continent. Fire arts. If I can utilize all the power from them, achieving a high position in the clan is not impossible. But even as he fell, Raon's hands remained clenched, his mind echoing with the thought, I will show you just how tough the pebble you look down upon can be. The clan's boys were training enthusiastically. Karun sat in his room with his arms crossed, feeling a bit suspicious. Isn't he a patient who can't even move? He was the master of the martial arts hall, Karun. The secretary beside him hurriedly reported, Yes, only 1 or 2 maids overheard the conversation between the holy maiden and the head of the family. The young master must definitely be very ill. Karun pondered. Earlier when I saw him, his body didn't seem normal either. How could he withstand my pressure? Karun cleared his throat and said, Come to think of it, Sylvia used to be the most talented one. He ordered his secretary, plant someone in the annex, clearly. In the garden, Raon tried to train every day. He always tried to act as fast as possible. Sylvia ran right behind him. She was afraid Raon would overexert himself and fall ill, so she called out in a panic, Raon, don't push yourself. But Raon still gave it his all. At training ground number 5, Glenn strode in amidst everyone's greetings. Let's wait for the clan head to visit. Welcome, my lord. Elsewhere, Rimmer was lying on a sofa with his hat covering his eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer. He jumped up, surprised to see Glenn. Oh my, I can't believe it. He smiled and said, You are the only one who can see through my skill of pretending to sleep. Clan head. He crossed his arms and scolded. The instructors are sweating and running around, and yet you are here relaxing? He smiled nonchalantly and said, They naturally follow my orders. I use my head, and they do the manual labor. It's fair, right? He sighed, looking helpless. You're 50 already, yet you're still acting like a child. Rimmer chuckled. Does changing make a person dead? Besides, I'm an elf. Rimmer asked a question that made Glenn suddenly turn serious. And you came here for your youngest grandson, didn't you? He crossed his arms and said, Lady Sylvia already spoke to me about it. But I never expected the clan head himself to show up like this. He looked surprised at that. Sylvia came here? Rimmer replied, She asked me not to let Raon get hurt. He put his hands on his hips and offered some advice. If that's your intention, clan head, I'm afraid this trip was a waste of time. You said it yourself. No one can interfere with the number 5 training grounds, not even you. Suddenly, Rimmer's attitude shifted, becoming dead serious. If you're worried about your youngest grandson, then I'm the same. Glenn responded nonchalantly. Naturally, he hadn't expected such a reaction. Taken aback? Are you? The older man reminded him sternly, Don't lower the training intensity. Keep increasing it as you see fit and weed out the weak. Rimmer looked shocked and covered his mouth. But then your grandson will get kicked out. Wait, clan head. What do you mean? Rimmer switched to a narcissistic mode, bashfully covering his face. Oh my, you care for your family more than I thought. Is it because you couldn't take good care of Lady Sylvia? So you're pouring all your affection onto that kid. The old man heard this and said, looking a bit irritated, If you weren't my comrade back in the military, I would have taken your head off. He instructed him, Don't go easy on the boy, and remember to clearly distinguish between the talented and the incompetent. Only keep those who meet the standards for training. Rimmer turned back with a smile on his face. In that case, I shall obey your command. Having achieved his goal, Glenn turned to leave. Yeah, do whatever you want. I'm leaving. Rimmer waved his hand and replied with a bright smile. Understood. Travel safely. Clan head. Rimmer stood with his arms crossed, looking out the window, muttering, Raon. I'm very curious about what you really are. The system popped up at that moment. The 3rd fire ring had been acquired, the 3-star fire ring. Your body and soul have grown a little stronger thanks to the 3-star effect. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased thanks to the 3-star fire ring effect. Mana affinity, willpower, and energy have been enhanced by the 3-star fire ring effect. Water resistance reached 3 stars. One of the 9 strands of the frost curse has vanished. Raon sat on his bed, navigating the system, thinking to himself that 3 stars were a completely different level. His body's sensory perception had sharpened, and his mind felt much clearer than before. He recalled how worried Sylvia was about him. Why did you force yourself like that on the very first day? He asked, feeling a sting of guilt. It just happened naturally, he replied. Thanks to Sylvia's interference, his muscles and limbs had started developing without much trouble. He touched the muscles on his arm. Furthermore, this magic status window was pushing his growth even further. This life was like a chessboard, but this was only the beginning. The training of the Glen clan was famously grueling. 3 stars were just the essential foundation to begin as an apprentice in the family. One must have a solid foundation to build a grand house and survive the days ahead. His goal was to be at the top of the military ranks. By demonstrating superior performance, he would silence those who used to mock him. And his number 1 target was Robert. So, in the end, it was the Saint Heaven's sword, Derus Robert. Raon's face was pensive. He wouldn't stop until he slit his throat. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Raon? It turned out to be Sylvia. Why aren't you asleep yet? He felt flustered. Mother? He asked, wondering. Why did you come here at this hour? She sat on the bed and said, You're going to the training ground tomorrow to start basic training, right? I came to talk to you about something. She smiled gently and warmly. Do you really have to go? She then confided in him. To be honest, I still want to stop you. You always hold everything in, even when you're in pain. I don't know what I would do if you came back covered in wounds from training. Sylvia placed her hand on Raon's shoulder, looking reluctant. It's not that I won't let you go, but just 1 year. Could you postpone it for 1 year? But his answer was already set, and it made her heart skip a beat. I cannot step back. He remembered the looks others gave him and said, Every time I see our relatives from far and wide, every time I see the expression on their faces, as if they're looking at someone weak, he placed his hand on his chest, feeling sad. When they look down on you, mother, I feel so outraged. That's why I can't back down. His determination was immense. As long as I train well, they won't be able to look down on you anymore. These words completely moved Sylvia. She smiled, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She pinched her own nails and said, You are so smart, Raon. You must have already realized why I have to live alone and why the world curses me. Then, she told the story of her love. I met your father while I was on a mission and fell in love with him. But because of your father's status as a knight, it was very difficult for us to be together. And then, for the sake of love, she made a painful decision. That's why I destroyed my own mana circuit and energy core, then left the family. Sylvia decided to reveal the secret she had kept for so long. Actually, you have an older sister. She is 2 years older than you, named Shia. The peaceful life didn't last long. When they were living quietly, the army from Eden found them and assassinated them. She and her husband were forced to pick up their swords to fight. Your father wasn't that strong, and I was pregnant with you. Sylvia's eyes were filled with fear. So, we couldn't do anything. A miracle occurred, but it was too late. Thankfully, your father was always secretly protecting me, but his companions were too far away. When they arrived, it was already too late. She felt devastated facing the truth. Her tears fell uncontrollably. At that time, your father and sister lost their lives. Sylvia could only offer a faint smile whenever she spoke of it. I had nowhere left to go, no other choice. I was forced to return to the family. That's why I'm considered a sinner of this house. Her face was full of sorrow. I didn't know what to say to your grandfather. After hearing all of that, Raon thought to himself, how selfish. Sylvia was truly selfish. He judged that she had abandoned her family responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, coming back only to seek shelter. He understood why she was treated so harshly. But Sylvia cared for him, and she was the one who gave him this new life. For the first time, he had found someone who truly loved him that much. Why did everyone think she was selfish? At the very least, to him, she was the only mother he had known across 2 lifetimes. He asked, Mother, do you regret it? Do you want to go back to the time before you left home? She smiled and replied, No, I have no regrets. She recalled the happy times spent with her loved one. I have lived as if I didn't exist in this house. Only by leaving this place do I truly feel alive. That's enough for me. A bright, happy smile lit up her face. I was truly happy back then. And now, I'm happy because I have you in my life. Sylvia lowered her eyes and continued, I'm so sorry, Raon Zieghart. I haven't been a good mother. Raon Zieghart quickly comforted her, placing his hand over hers. It's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry. He looked at her and thought to himself, even if others criticize you as selfish, to me, you are an irreplaceable, precious mother. He watched as Sylvia's face filled with tears of emotion. My revenge will be complete once I help her regain her inheritance rights in the rich Chat family. Happy tears rolled down Sylvia's cheeks. She couldn't hold back her sobbing. Raon Zieghart was flustered. Mother, why are you crying? It was late, and after finally getting her to calm down, Raon Zieghart stepped out of the room, letting out a weary sigh. He sat on his bed and talked to himself. I should check my progress on the fire ring before sleeping. Training starts soon. He crossed his legs and pressed his palms together. A stream of blue energy emanated from him. He thought, not bad. The rotation speed of the fire ring has increased since I reached 3 stars. If it's like this at 3 stars, how fast will it be at the intermediate stage? Suddenly, a small flame flared up violently, making him jump. A voice spoke out. Finally, the flame grinned blankly. Your wrath has reached me. Wrath, in the name of the second demon, Lord of the Demon Realm, I shall avenge you. Raon Zieghart didn't understand what was happening. What was this thing? The system suddenly appeared. Mysterious ability activated. Ability Wrath established. Wrath has awakened. It peered into his body and soul. It wondered. Why is there a mere child here? Raon Zieghart was confused. What are you? It was just as puzzled as he was. I should be asking you that. Who are you? My wrath sensed that you aren't the kind of person who could emit such power. Its eyes widened. Wait, it is you. You are hiding a very deep resentment in your heart. Wrath crawled onto him. So, offer your soul to me, and in return, I will help you carry out the revenge you crave. Raon Zieghart thought of Robert. Did he appear because of his hatred toward Derus Robert before he died? But it was too late now. He looked straight at it and said, No, I don't need your help. I will take my revenge myself. It was confused. It wrapped around him as he thought, I will never get a second chance. I can't let someone else do the revenge for me. He then said, I will be the one to take Derus Robert's head. It spoke. You seem to be mistaken about something, kid. It grinned and corrected him. I didn't come here to negotiate with you. It flared up into a large flame and said, Wrath has already made its decision. Raon Zieghart was confused, his face showing a hint of worry. He rubbed his shoulder, thinking, What is this? Why is this flame so cold? Could it be? The flame burned fiercely and said in a terrifying tone, You only need to sacrifice your body to me. Then, it lunged crazily toward him. He was stunned, his whole body stiff and unable to react. Wrath kept surging and growing larger, completely overwhelming Raon Zieghart. The glass of water on the nightstand cracked. He clutched his chest, his body heavy, thinking, It's so cold. Not just my body, but my mind feels like it's freezing, too. His elemental attribute is ice, not fire. Wrath's face gradually appeared, speaking as if to hypnotize him. Forget him. Release your wrath. Even if they are gods, I, the demon lord, will finish them. His whole body trembled from the cold. He whispered to himself, Because I have the water resistance skill, I can endure this for a bit longer. But this attack wasn't just about temperature. He felt anxious facing this thing. An ominous feeling rose up as it continuously provoked his anger. Wrath whispered in his ear, I will crush his head, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Just surrender and offer your body to me. He thought of his loved ones. If he gave this thing his body, who knew what it would do to Sylvia and the servants? He would rather die than sacrifice his body to it. Wrath returned to the shape of a blue flame. If you unleash your own wrath and accept me, you will feel at ease. But you choose to keep struggling pointlessly like this. I didn't want to damage this body so I could use it later, but I see that's useless. It kept muttering in his ear. I won't go easy on you anymore. I'll just devour you whole and be done with it. His face was full of pain. His body felt like it was about to shatter. He gritted his teeth and gripped his shoulders. I've reached my limit. This body can't hold out much longer. At this rate, I'll die. Wanting to live, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, clasped his hands, and channeled his spiritual energy. If I can resist the ice aura because of the water resistance skill, then perhaps I can also endure the physical and mental pain of using the fire ring. This was the only way to survive. The fire and water skills merged together, surprising the demon lord. It looked dumbfounded. Huh? It was furious, unable to believe the truth. How? I just awakened. How could this happen? A lowly human dares to defy me. Raon Zieghart's eyes were full of determination. I will take my revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering soul possess my body. Wrath was so angry that it distorted and screamed. A wandering soul. How dare you call the demon lord of the demon realm a wandering soul? He responded calmly. How can you call yourself a demon lord when you can't even defeat me? He kept provoking it. Or is the real demon lord dead? You should get out. It scowled. How dare you mock me? He broke into a cold sweat, thinking. It just said it had only just awakened. Perhaps that's why it can't use its full power. Suddenly, the system appeared. Supportive ability. He thought, what is this? Why now? Wrath recognized it and shouted, that's my power. The status window, why do you possess it? He was a bit surprised. His stats were now visible. Raon Zieghart asked, what is the status window and the messages? What do they have to do with you? Wrath, though annoyed, answered, of course it has to do with me. The system was created by me, but do you know why you can use it? The more it talked, the more confused he became. What is the system for? It was like it was playing with him. With a sullen face, it replied, I have no reason to tell you. He kept asking, is this also to promote growth? Wrath, not expecting him to figure it out, stammered, how did you know? His expression remained calm. He thought to himself, he couldn't even control his own emotions. No wonder he is the embodiment of wrath. He could feel the flow of energy within his body connecting with the system. It's strange. The effect of the fire orb is even stronger than in his previous life, so it must all be thanks to the system. Wrath was losing patience, shouting irritably, hurry up and sacrifice your body. Give back the power. He opened his mouth wide and started shouting, give it back now. It clung to his body. What do you think you're doing? Raon automatically clenched his fists, saying with an expressionless face, it's worth a try, although I haven't even used much mana for that punch. He crossed his arms and looked at the furious Wrath. How dare a human treat me like this? He thought, is he an invisible spirit? If so, Aura won't be able to do anything to him. He's been making such a scene for a while now and no one has shown up. He flicked his hand, waving the fire away to another spot. Perhaps he was the only one who could see and feel him. Suddenly, it screamed and tried to brace itself. To Raon's surprise, a blue flame wrapped around his wrist and instantly formed a bracelet with a snowflake pattern. Raon looked at it, puzzled. This is the essence, the voice echoed from the bracelet. My seal has only just been broken, but my power will return. When the time is right, there's no way you can stop me. I will haunt you until you have no more wrath or resentment left. He frowned, feeling slightly annoyed. He is so troublesome, I really want to kill him. He imagined Sylvia sleeping soundly. But if he forced him to separate, the system might disappear. And who knows what he might do to Sylvia or Helen to get to him. Raon brought the bracelet close to his eyes, looking closely, deciding it's better to keep him nearby for surveillance. He would trust in his own ability to improve, hoping he could keep him in check. Outside, it was already late. The moon was high overhead, and the two of them were still arguing about something irrelevant. But you chose a flower bracelet. It doesn't suit you at all. It's my personal taste. Don't judge me. Fine, whatever. Finally, the new day began, the frost melting and clouds covering the skyscrapers and hills. Helen was trying to comfort Sylvia. The young master will be fine. Sylvia was tense. I know, but still, suddenly, Raon's voice rang out. I'm ready. He walked down the stairs with a radiant smile on his lips. I'm off to the training grounds. Helen reminded Raon, young master, please be careful and don't push yourself too hard. He replied, I'll remember. Helen, are you leaving already? Helen spoke to a sobbing Sylvia. Lady Sylvia, you're sending the young master off so sadly. The young master will feel heartbroken. She heard that and immediately sat down, placing her hands on his shoulders. Raon, be careful on your way. Don't worry. As I told you, if it's too difficult, just let it go. Don't overexert yourself. Right after that, he left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Sylvia watched her sons retreating back and said, "Everything will be fine, right?" Helen comforted her. "The young master has improved a lot. He will pass the training and return." Her eyes were filled with sorrow. That's true. Compared to before, the boy is much better. But this child, she recalled the moments from before, Helen trying to convince her. "Lady Sylvia, aren't you known for your keen intuition? With young Raon's efforts, he will surely succeed." Raon then hugged her and reassured her. "That's right, mother. I promise I won't let myself get hurt." Hearing these mature words from him, Sylvia shed tears of happiness and lingering sadness. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word." Sylvia placed her hand on her chest, remembering Raon's voice. "Just believe in me," she whispered his name. Raon. Watching his back as he left, she couldn't help but tremble as she cried. "Come back safely." At Zieghart, training ground number 5, the students were getting to know each other. "Which house are you from? I bet they aren't strict with the trainees, right? My parents told me I have to make it into the top 10. Raon looked around, thinking to himself that, just as rumored, many people had come here. He walked alone despite the children playing around. There were not only relatives coming to the Zieghart training ground, but also those nominated by vassal families. He kept thinking about Helen's words. Because there were so many people this year, they had to build 6 training grounds. Suddenly, a few voices rang out, catching his attention. "Isn't that him?" A few people looked at him and whispered, "Look at his emaciated muscles. They'd probably shatter if you just touch them. A sickly guy like him probably won't even make it halfway. Why would he come here to show off?" Not only that, they even scrutinized Wrath. "And that flowery bracelet, from what era is it? So outdated." Wrath heard them and got angry. "What did you say?" It stepped out in front of the 2 guys, cursing them senselessly. "You trash. You're just nobles with blind eyes. Wrath will smash you to pieces and gouge your eyes out." Suddenly, Raon spoke up. "Why are you 2 talking about me?" he said with a calm expression. "Say it to my face." He looked at them straight on and said, "Don't you know that talking behind people's backs is something you shouldn't do?" The 2 of them were startled. "How dare you? You're clearly just a good-for-nothing forced to live in the annex building. You are just from a side branch, not the direct bloodline." Hearing those words, he not only didn't lose his temper, but tilted his head and asked back, "What status do you have to use the word dare when you yourselves only carry side branch blood?" It seemed he had struck a nerve. The 2 were left speechless. Isn't that word only reserved for opponents with lower status than oneself? Someone lost their temper and lunged at him, grabbing his collar and swinging a fist. "You're truly a brat who doesn't know his place." Raon's eyes flashed, his expression frightening. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." It turned out to be Buren, who said from behind, "The training session is about to begin. What are you doing? In front of outsiders, you dare to tarnish the reputation of the Zieghart clan?" The 2 guys saw him and shyly scratched their heads, stammering, "Mr. Buren, I apologize." He walked up to Raon, crossed his arms, and said, "And you should know your place." His expression was extremely arrogant. "You are just a tiny grain of sand that I can flick away if I want to. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex, learn to live quietly." Buren thought about the people in the annex and felt jealous. The kid in front of him had attracted the entire attention of the clan head, but he was using circumstances instead of his own true ability. He gritted his teeth in anger. An uneducated brat who had no business being in training yet dared to. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to threaten Raon. "If you don't intend to participate in the training, then get out of here right now. Otherwise, stay out of my sight." He turned around and walked away, not forgetting to threaten Raon. "If you don't intend to join the training, get out of here right now. Otherwise, stay out of my sight. I'm leaving because you'll never be able to pass this training course." Raon replied nonchalantly, catching Buren off guard. "I've heard enough of your nonsense." It was time for him to retort. "You, a member of the direct line, yet you hold no rank whatsoever. Are you planning to kick me out of the annex? Do you think you can actually pull that off when you're not even a cadet yet?" As he said this, his expression grew somewhat dissatisfied. "Oh, I suppose you might have a chance if you went and cried to your father for help." Buren sneered with a look of disgust. "A disgrace of a descendant like you. How dare you?" Just as a fight was about to break out, the nearby door was kicked wide open by Rimmer's long, alluring legs. He seemed excited by the situation, shouting, "Wow, you kids are already sparring? I guess that's the spirit of the youth, right?" When Raon saw him, he immediately recognized him. "Isn't that Rimmer, the light sword of the Zieghart family? I heard he retired after his mana center was damaged. Rimmer continued with a grin. How about you continue this after the opening ceremony? Raon's train of thought continued. I didn't expect him to be here. Burin clicked his tongue and turned away upon seeing him. He spoke loudly to all the cadets. Welcome, everyone. I am your lead instructor, and I will be overseeing your training. He introduced himself with a bright smile. My name is Rimmer. I look forward to us working together smoothly. Rimmer stood there, hands on his hips, speaking naturally. I hear there are 160 cadets participating in this training, but only 8 instructors. That's way too many students, so I'll be thinning the herd with a test. Saying this with great excitement, he added that they would only keep 1/4 of them. The people below were panicked. They were only keeping that many? No way. What is this about? I'm just separating the wheat from the chaff. You know, I only want to select a few exceptional individuals. Wrath was enraged upon hearing this. That arrogant bastard, how dare he look down on Wrath? I'll tear that elf's ears off. Raon grabbed the bracelet and told him to be quiet. Rimmer plopped down into a chair and continued. In this training camp, I am the law. If you have any complaints, go see the clan leader. Let's get started, shall we? His expression was completely relaxed. What are you doing? Run, quickly. They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hey, even if we don't get it, everyone run for your lives. Under my encouragement, endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts. Run laps in the gymnasium, and only stop when I tell you to. Run at your maximum speed, Wrath grumbled. If you want to run, you have to get ahead. Why are you staying in the back? Why did he suddenly make us run? Raon ran lightly. This wasn't a competition. There was no need to try and surpass others. He thought about Rimmer's personality and guessed that what Rimmer was actually evaluating was a person's potential and character. Among the cadets here, he seemed to be the most unique one. He doesn't care about superficial things. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were filled with determination. Those who can endure will pass this test. I will definitely hold out. Finally, they noticed Raon Zieghart. Young Master Burin and Lady Raon Zieghart were truly peerless. They discussed the 2 children. Everyone was doing well, but those 2 stood out the most. That wasn't even their top speed yet. At that pace, they could run for hours. Their faces were flush red with exhaustion. Are they already at that level at 12 years old? Thinking about the future of these kids makes me wary. Finally, one of them noticed Raon. And is that kid the one from the rumors? Raon's complexion didn't look very good. He clutched his chest warily. It was no surprise. He couldn't keep up and kept falling behind. The kid is ill. Running at that speed is already impressive. They kept whispering, not realizing he was standing right behind them. The kid looks tired. He'll probably fail soon. Rimmer smirked, his eyes filled with intrigue, thinking, how interesting. Have I ever met a kid like him before? He immediately thought of Glenn, thinking that perhaps only those whose potential he couldn't see were the strongest because their depth could not be fathomed. Then, he imagined the future of Burin and Raon Zieghart. I can see the traits and colors of those children, knowing what kind of people they will become. Rimmer looked at Raon's back, hesitating. But what about Raon? Why is he? To me, Raon was just like a transparent object. He couldn't see any color. His expression was filled with fascination, meaning his potential is beyond my perception. He couldn't help but say out loud, how interesting. The other cadets mocked Raon for being unable to get ahead. See that? He acts all high and mighty, but he's in last place. He should be grateful for being last anyway. He's about to fail soon. Look at his clueless expression. I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. Even he had to widen his eyes in surprise. No way. He wondered, was this training really this simple? It's just training. Why are they only making us run? He remembered the nightmare-like scenes from his past life. Back then, they would release monsters that had been starved for a long time. I had to run for my life back then, not just run like this. Thinking of that, his face brightened with amusement. Is it really that simple? All the cadets tried to sprint toward the finish line. Raon ran, neither too fast nor too slow, passing them. He was somewhat startled, thinking, is that kid okay? How is he still able to keep running? He thought Raon should be in a corner somewhere, gasping for air by now. His stamina should have run out a long time ago. This goes beyond what people call perseverance or stubbornness. By all rights, this kid shouldn't have any stamina left to even crawl. He suddenly remembered the warriors he had trained. Such immense willpower could only exist in warriors who had trained relentlessly and experienced the gates of death countless times. How could this kid possess such strong willpower? His face was filled with excitement, and he said, Raon Zieghart, how interesting. Burin was exhausted by now and realized Raon was right behind him. He was furious and confused. How? How is he still able to keep running? I was certain he had no conditions to train his muscles. He remembered the doctor's words. According to the saint, Sylvia's son would most likely die, so he should forget about becoming a warrior. And he was even worse the last time I saw him. That was when Buren had eavesdropped on Glenn's conversation. But how? He gritted his teeth in frustration. They're all just so incredibly annoying. Fine, I'll show them. He activated his skill, and a burst of light like lightning erupted from him. Controlling his aura, he showed them such a massive gap in skill that it made them want to just give up and surrender. Buren accelerated, leaving the rest of the group behind. Runa and Sullion kept running as if nothing had happened, while Raon opened his eyes wide in surprise. He thought to himself, for all that high and mighty attitude, he's just a kid. Then he looked at Runan's Sullion. Mentally, Runan was even more mature than him. Raon continued to run with all his might. We aren't actually competing against each other in this test. This is a battle against myself. There is no reason to let him influence me and mess up my own current rhythm. The sky was covered in white clouds, and the scorching sun beat down on them. Everyone was exhausted after running for so long. They were all gasping for air. One of them, feeling a bit jealous, wiped the sweat from his cheek and thought, damn it, what the hell is this? How is he still able to keep running? I was sure they said he was a sick person. Raon was still running with all his might. Does he even know what fatigue is? Raon seemed to be out of breath too, but he tried to think to himself. Stop talking nonsense like this is easy. I'm literally dying from this cold sensation in my body right now. His heart felt like it was radiating a scorching red flame. It felt like his heart and lungs were being squeezed tight, but somehow, he could still prolong his stamina by optimizing his use of the fire ring. Although exhausted, a smile remained on his lips. The only thing worth being relieved about was that the fire ring was growing rapidly. I guess I need to give it my all so it can reach its maximum effect if I keep going like this. Wrath spoke up, mocking him. How pathetic you are. Even though your body will be possessed by wrath, not only are you being left behind, but look at your miserable state. It grinned with a large blue flame. Give it to me. Hand over your body to Wrath. Besides trying to surpass that blue-haired guy, his eyes widened, struggling, as he thought, damn it, this is the worst time for this. It suddenly flared up and opened its mouth as if to swallow him whole. I'll make them all completely immobile. Raon's entire body felt like it had been hit by an electric shock. He gritted his teeth in pain, trying to urge himself to endure it. His senses were abandoning him because of the rage. Sweat dripped from his face down to his chin, his legs kept running, and his eyes were already hazy. But I need to pretend like nothing is happening as much as possible. He warned Wrath, stop doing your stupid tricks and stay still. That stuff won't work on me. Wrath grinned and said, don't make me laugh. How could you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the wrath of Wrath. Raon clutched his chest amidst its contempt. Let's see how long you can hold on. Raon opened his mouth wide to gulp down air, thinking he needed to endure it. If I show weakness right now, he felt that if he let his guard down even for a second, his body would be taken over, and he would tear me apart. Seeing how stubborn he was, Wrath roared. Why are you such a stubborn brat? Why does the wrath of Wrath have no effect on you? Raon stumbled forward, his expression dark. It hurts so much, it feels like I'm about to die. I can't even control my own body anymore. His vision narrowed, his sight was fading. He couldn't even breathe properly. Only a faint light remained in his eyes. Is this the furthest I can go? At this moment, the other students spoke up. Hey, you can stop now. Buren frowned. You're so stubborn. Raon leaned his hands on his knees, panting, thinking he almost collapsed there. This second life of his probably won't be easy either. Runa looked at him silently. Wrath couldn't believe it. What a monster. How can a human? He smirked and replied, that's why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the scorching fire, smiling as he thought, even so, it clearly helped the growth of the fire ring. Plus, my body has also developed thanks to the status window. If I continue to train like this, I will definitely be able to. Suddenly, he looked up and froze. It turned out the system window had appeared. Conditions have been met, extreme movement exceeding personal physical limits, stats have been enhanced, strength increased, agility increased, stamina increased. Wrath was stunned, unable to believe its eyes. What is happening? Why did it give you extra stats for overcoming Wrath's attack? Raon couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes wide, Wrath's voice still echoing in his ears. This is truly ridiculous. Rimmer spoke up. Well done, everyone. We will end the test here. He continued, making everyone below tense up. Oh, and about what I told you before running. To everyone's surprise, he did a 180-degree turn. He smiled and said, I lied about failing everyone and only keeping 14 of you. Everyone seemed unhappy about that and started murmuring. What? I ran with all my might just for that. He replied nonchalantly, there's no way I would expel that many students on the first day. They wouldn't let me keep teaching if I did that. Besides, I never said I would expel you after this test. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp and cold. But if you keep training like you did today, most of you will end up getting expelled. They were startled upon hearing that. Rimmer walked as he spoke. I clearly told you all to run at full speed. However, not one of the 160 of you ran at full speed until the very end, except for one person. Saying this, Burin suddenly felt self-conscious, and some of them were even sneaky enough to use aura. He squatted right in front of Raon, resting his chin on his hand, and said with a smile, "Actually, what you do doesn't matter because you are the ones taking the test, not me." He held up a finger and made a gesture. An image of Raon was framed within it. "However, you will certainly pass the test as long as you follow my instructions correctly, so don't worry about it. Though, it won't be easy to do," Rimmer continued, hands on his hips. "From this moment on, you will become temporary recruits. I will remove the temporary label if you can pass the test in the next 6 months." He smiled brightly and added a reminder, "Well, by the way, I was planning to pick out a top-tier recruit, but I won't be ranking you all." The sky was a brilliant blue, and he still had much more to say. "Anyway, you'll get to experience the most luxurious accommodations the family has prepared. Oh, and there's an indoor training ground on the left, so feel free to check that out." Everything came to a temporary halt. The forest was incredibly vast, filled with ancient trees. Rimmer walked along with his hands in his pockets, then spoke up. "I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone, don't I, my lord?" The person was none other than Glenn. He asked how everything was going. He closed his eyes and replied, "Shouldn't you be the one asking me that? You must have seen everything already. After all, you've come all this way yourself." He spoke about Burin and Raon Zieghart. "You know how good I am in evaluating others. As expected, Burin and Raon Zieghart have outstanding talent, and the other children also have the potential to become pillars of the family in the future." He crossed his arms and said vaguely. "However," he then added bluntly, "I just don't see anything from Raon, though." He continued, "I don't understand how the kid managed to keep running at the end. His stamina should have been completely drained long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this, since the last time I saw you, my lord." Rimmer leaned against a rock and laughed. "It's been such a boring day since my inner energy dissipated. But I have a feeling this is going to be interesting." Glenn brushed off his cloak and said, "You're the one who insisted on becoming the instructor for those recruits, aren't you?" He walked away, his voice still echoing. "Your job isn't to find amusement, but to raise those children into warriors for the Zieghart family," he replied. "Of course, my lord." Then he voiced his own thoughts. "Furthermore, I have a feeling I might be able to entrust my own future to one of those recruits." Glenn knew what Rimmer was implying. Naturally, he had no faith in that idea. "It's just a coincidence. That kid could hardly become a warrior." He didn't respond, just letting him walk away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You know that's not the truth, don't you?" Raon sighed wearily and said, "Basic training is over. Let's head back to the training hall." Wrath grumbled, "After all that brat is such a jerk." The other trainees looked at him with hateful glares. It was so unreasonable. They were all cooking up a plot together. Unless he was cheating, there's no way he could have lasted that long. "You're right, I'm sure I've heard about his illness." Gren crossed his arms and asserted firmly that it must have been an elixir. Then he made up a story. "I heard that the Saintess gave it to him personally." "Huh? She really did that?" The other two believed it instantly and began to whisper. "So if he was able to run because of the power of an elixir, and he still pretended to be talented because he made it to the end? What a shameless bastard." Gren tilted his head and muttered, "So I'm thinking, should we teach the arrogant prick a lesson?" No sooner said than done. Raon was thrown against a tree, wincing in pain. He asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" He smiled and replied, "You don't know, do you?" His two cronies pointed at his face and shouted, "You're being treated well by the direct line, yet you dare to brag when you only use the power of some lucky elixir you got. If you hadn't gotten that elixir from the Saintess, there's no way you could have run like you did today." He listened to the insults in silence, as he was all too used to them. "How dare you pull those tricks on us? Those from the collateral line had no special powers," he thought to himself. "Children really are just children." For this ridiculous reason, they started stretching their limbs. "Don't be scared. We're just bringing you out here to have a little chat." "That's right. We just want to talk to you for a bit." Gren was the first. He cracked his knuckles and said, "Don't worry. This happens all the time." He wore an amused grin and swung his fist as he charged. "You heard the instructor. We have to interact and learn from each other." Wrath sounded scornful. "What else? My master is being treated like this and can still hold back, even though it's not exactly a sad thing." Suddenly, Raon unleashed a punch before Gren could even react. The other two stood there with their eyes and mouths wide open. Every moment seemed to slow down as he slowly leaned back. Even Wrath was surprised by this. They ran over to Gren, worried. "A chat? Yeah, you're right." Raon's expression turned terrifying. Veins popped out on his hand as he said, "Let's chat with our fists instead." The other guy charged at him slowly, and of course, he dodged it as easily as pie. Then he delivered a painful kick to his stomach, as if he were about to meet his maker. The remaining guy, not understanding what his friends were doing, spoke up. "What are you doing?" He scolded them for losing. But before he could finish his sentence, Raon landed a painful punch to his face. Not stopping there, he followed up with a kick that made him roll his eyes back. Wrath couldn't believe his eyes, his face lighting up. "You actually landed a hit. This sight is truly once in a millennium." Raon continued to punch another guy. Finally, only the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard. After some time, one guy with a bruised face crawled up. Yes, they were all lying flat on the ground begging. "Stop, I can't breathe anymore. We were wrong. Please stop." He showed no mercy, stomping on his hand. A cry of pain echoed out. He leaned down, smirked, and said, "Before we finish this, let me ask you one thing." Gren looked pale. Okay. Hearing the question, he panicked. "Who told you guys to do this? Was it Burin?" He told the truth. "No, it was our idea. We hid it from him. Burin has nothing to do with this." He couldn't quite believe his ears, thinking, surprising. "I thought he didn't like me. I guess he isn't that bad after all." Then he asked, "You guys won't go back and tell the other disciples about today's little chat, right?" Gren seemed to understand the implication and replied, trembling with fear. "Of course not." Raon grabbed his hair, his expression terrifyingly threatening. "Good. If you don't want to talk again tomorrow, you better stay far away from me." His eyes were filled with fear. "We won't mess with you anymore. We were wrong." He commanded, "If you understand, get lost." Unexpectedly, Rimmer had been behind the tree, witnessing everything. He thought happily, "What a beautiful sight. It feels like watching the Lord when he was young, doesn't it? The boy's bloodline is real, and he has martial talent too." He muttered to himself, "A hidden gem among the most talented. I'm really looking forward to you, Kid Raon Zieghart." Now it was midnight. The moon and thousands of stars lit up the sky. Raon Zieghart was in his room, and the system appeared before his eyes, confirming the conditions had been met. Wrath was very pleased with your reaction and quickly added 1 point. Wrath was absolutely furious. "What is this? You actually gained points for pleasing me." "This system was losing its mind," Raon replied calmly. "You created it, so how do you not know?" Wrath leaned in close to his face and said, "Obviously. I've never tested this system on anyone else before. This happened because you stole it from the essence of my soul." Raon's reaction was incredibly nonchalant. He slowly stood up. "Oh, is that so?" Wrath grew even more annoyed. "You ungrateful brat." It glared at him with a low growl in its throat, then said with dissatisfaction, "I have a proposal for you." Raon was confused. "A proposal?" Wrath made a strange request. "Make a wager with me. If you win, I will give you stat points, but if you lose, you must endure my wrath." Immediately, the system interface appeared. Wrath proposes a wager. Condition: pass the official trainee exam. If successful, all stats +2 and receive a random attribute. If you fail, generate 10 points of wrath emotion. Raon asked, "You mean getting first place in the competition to become an official trainee, the one Rimmer mentioned?" It replied, "That's right." He said the results for first place would be clear. He asked again, "Then what about the random attribute?" It answered, "One of my attributes will be granted to you. Of course, the level will be lowered to suit a mere human like you." He still seemed curious. "Just one more question. What's this about generating 10 points of wrath if I fail?" Wrath explained it to him once more. "It means exactly what it says. You will receive the emotion of wrath, the very thing I possess." It grinned, revealing its teeth. "The feeling of rage I pass on to you isn't much, but if you hold on to it, you will lose the ability to control your own emotions." An image of Raon losing control flashed before his eyes, as if he'd become a completely different person. No matter how strong your willpower is, Raon looked at it and thought, so that's his true intention. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, watching the way it acted like someone who kept their word. He didn't think it was lying. It had even answered very honestly. He thought about it for quite a while, like someone contemplating forbidden fruit. Compared to the potential rewards, the risks of failing were relatively small. Perhaps this is the poisonous apple I have to eat. For someone as sickly as me, becoming the top student will be difficult, but I have been reborn. Raon held out his hand and said, "The conditions aren't bad. Fine, I accept." Wrath's eyes lit up when it heard this. "Very good." A spark of blue fire appeared and enveloped his hand. The system notified him that he had accepted the wager of wrath. Raon silently reminded himself that if he utilized the experience from his past life, he would never lose. Outside, the city was bathed in warm, golden sunlight. Trainees lay on the ground, exhausted, sweat pouring down their faces. They sat there, complaining wearily, "My legs are about to explode. I don't have the strength to stand up anymore." They had been running until they were spitting blood all morning, and now they were doing this. They remembered Rimmer smiling as he assigned the task to the trainees. "What you are doing is the horse stance. Even if it's just a horse stance, don't underestimate it. The trainees were in constant pain, while Raon stood to the side, saying with a smile, "This is a basic martial arts stance. Everyone has to practice it. Keep that position until I tell you to stop. I'm going to sleep," he added. "Oh, of course, it's not forced. So let me remind you, you are the ones resting, not me." Someone shouted angrily, "This is too hard. I can't do it anymore. When will we finally learn sword techniques?" Another trainee said helplessly, "Forget it. All we've done so far is run and stand in a horse stance." Burren walked by and said, "Then stop whining. Basic training is over. Go practice, because we're only learning the basics. Your swordsmanship will get rusty." Wrath watched them leave with a hint of regret. "They're gone." It asked, "They were going to practice swordsmanship, weren't they? Aren't you going to follow them?" Raon replied bluntly, "I don't need to go now. With this pathetic skill, going to practice swordsmanship would just be a waste of time." He continued his physical training. Even though he was exhausted, what he needed right now wasn't a sword, but foundational strength and stamina. He wanted to harmonize his ice and fire skills. Currently, because of the ice curse, his physical strength was far weaker than others. For growth and training, the foundation is still the most important thing. Drops of sweat constantly ran down his chin. He was working out with total focus, so he had to concentrate on rebuilding his body more than anything else. Finally, he stood up. At that moment, a figure was standing outside. It turned out to be Raon Zieghart. She thought to herself, "That guy is Raon Zieghart." She watched him, evaluating him. He's progressing really fast. His weights are heavier than they were yesterday. I'm certain I heard he was sickly. She stood there lost in thought, but day after day, the weights he could lift kept getting heavier. Obviously, he must be training hard to lift heavier weights. Raon was lifting weights at the time, but increasing them every day like that was absurd. How could he lift 10 kilograms more in just 1 week? She wondered. Maybe it's because he's different. Why would a patient be so persistent? Finally, Raon chose to step inside, muttering his name. "Raon Zieghart." She walked up to him. This guy definitely has something. He looked up, confused. "Raon Zieghart, why are you here?" The two of them stood there, facing each other for a long time. Raon thought to himself, what is up with this girl's growth? Raon Zieghart said nothing, just stared intently at Raon. She moved to his side, leaving him suspicious. They sat in silence, feeling a bit awkward. Before Raon could understand what was happening, Raon Zieghart lay down and started lifting weights. He stopped paying attention and got up to move elsewhere. Who would have expected Raon Zieghart to turn around and follow him? Whatever Raon practiced, Raon Zieghart imitated. She watched him while training. While doing so, she couldn't stop exclaiming internally, "It's definitely that scent from before." After smelling that refreshing scent from Raon, her body felt lighter. Thanks to that, she could now lift heavier weights than before. While she was thinking this, Raon's voice pulled her back to reality. "Hey, do you have something you want to say to me?" "No." Hearing that, Raon didn't ask further and went back to training, though his face remained filled with confusion. Seeing him leave, Raon Zieghart told herself, "Raon Zieghart, I'll need to follow you a bit longer." So, Raon Zieghart stuck to him like a tail. Whatever he trains, I'll train. Not long after, a group of trainees walked in, led by Burren. Seeing Raon Zieghart following Raon like a shadow, a trainee behind Burren said angrily, "She's following that guy again? What's the point of playing with someone who was kicked out of the main lineage like him?" At this moment, Burren also spoke up. Raon gripped the wooden sword. "Humph, that's useless. Repeating these basic physical training exercises won't get you anywhere. Honestly, he lacks power, so he needs those simple drills. But no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't stand a chance against us. I don't know what the test content will be, but at least, as preparation for that day, if it's just to develop his own martial arts, it's pretty decent to keep practicing with a sword." Having said that, he turned to the other trainees and walked away. "Let's go. No need to pay attention to that hostage. The results will speak for themselves on the day of the test." Later, while Raon was training, a blue-haired trainee approached him hesitantly. Sir Raon, hello. I'm Dorian. Can I train with you guys?" Dorian scratched his head, introducing himself shyly. He was excited to ask Raon for guidance. "I want to learn the proper training stance." Raon glanced at him and replied, "Well, I don't really pay attention to that. Thank you." "Well, this isn't much." As he finished speaking, Dorian reached into his pocket looking for something. He held out a cookie to Raon. "Here, eat this. It's delicious." "I'm fine. You should take it back." Raon was about to refuse, but his eyes caught something. He glanced over at Raon Zieghart. Before him was her face, full of anticipation for the cookie. It seemed like she really wanted the cookie, with her sparkling, pleading eyes. Raon was a bit speechless and gave the cookie to Raon Zieghart. He sighed, thinking that now there was another strange person by his side. And so, Dorian began training under the guidance and instruction of both of them, including Raon Zieghart. Time flew by, and the trio, including Raon, kept training hard. 6 months had passed since they started. While training, Raon kept thinking about spending every day pushing his life to the boundary between life and death. The arrogant crowd that had hindered him during those first few days of training was nowhere to be seen, breathing until his very last breath and focusing only on the people in front of him, just those two in front of him. And then, the time finally passed. The morning of the test had arrived. Outside the arena, many people had gathered to cheer for the trainees. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Thank you all for coming. As the guardians of the candidates participating this time, please follow the guidelines and move in order." Over there, Raon was talking to Wrath. It reminded Raon Zieghart, "I wonder if you still remember the bet with Wrath." Wrath laughed slyly. "In the end, you still couldn't surpass those two, so be ready to accept the wrath of Wrath." Raon waved his hand in denial. "Well, every test is different, so you never know what might happen." He suddenly turned to Dorian, looking speechless. "More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there?" Dorian was collapsed on the ground in fear, trembling as he said, "No, it's just that I'm a little too nervous because today is the test day." "Ha ha, if you just breathe, even someone as weak as me can do it." Raon Zieghart stood beside him and called out to Raon. She held out a cookie for him. "Here, take this cookie and eat it." Raon raised his hand to stop her. "No, oh." As he finished, he looked up and saw Burin glaring at him with killing intent. Raon felt helpless about the people around him. "Why are there so many people like them near me?" Up in the stands, Sylvia said happily, "Helen, look over there. Our Raon is standing there so confidently." Helen nodded happily in agreement. Of course, he has endured rigorous training for 6 months. Seeing Raon talking to 2 other trainees, Sylvia seemed relieved. "It seems like our Raon has friends now. Given Sir Raon's personality, it's only natural. Young Master Raon has never complained because he is young and understanding. Making friends and everything else, I am so proud of him." Sylvia smiled happily. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Eyes turned in one direction as a man walked in. The crowd whispered in amazement. "The clan leader is entering. The clan leader is here in person." Yes. The person entering is none other than clan leader Clan Zieghart. Didn't he never come to watch in person before? Rimmer also asked in surprise. Why is the clan leader here?" Glenn was confused by everyone's overreaction. "It is an event that will shape the future of the clan. You are all reacting as if this is a place I shouldn't be." Rimmer laughed awkwardly. "Ha, of course not. Welcome, sir." Then he announced, "Well, since the clan leader is here, let's not beat around the bush. We will begin the official trainee selection test immediately. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, the criteria that everyone at Clan Zieghart is quite curious about will now be revealed. Overcome my pressure, that is today's test." As soon as he finished, Rimmer unleashes pressure in all directions. Rimmer explained today's test. Pressure is simply something that cannot be separated from a warrior's life. This test will evaluate the level of that ability. Suddenly, there was a voice of protest. "Wait a minute, I object. It hasn't been long since the kids learned aura. Why is there a pressure test this early?" Following that, many others spoke up. In fact, there are still children who haven't even learned aura yet. A simple pressure test is just too unfair. That's not to mention the rumors from some kids that all you do in this class is sleep. What kind of test is this? Rimmer sighed and began to explain. Pressure is not simply the application of mana. True pressure is the level of spiritual power that a warrior has built up through their achievements. It is proof of a warrior that can be demonstrated without having aura. Someone still didn't want to believe it and tried to argue. "What are you talking?" But before he could finish, a voice rang out. He's not wrong. That person saw the Lord speaking to him and was startled. "My lord," Glenn continued, "only someone who has truly lived and trained can comprehend pressure." Hearing that, Rimmer smiled, looking satisfied. He continued, "Even someone who doesn't possess aura can have immense pressure depending on the level of perseverance they have put into their training." Rimmer laughed and praised him. "As expected of the Lord, you truly understand everything." He turned to everyone. "So that's how it is. I'm sure no one here has any objections to the test anymore, right? Now, let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test right away." Hearing her name, Raon Zieghart stepped forward. "Raon Zieghart, please step forward. Everyone else step back." "Now, Raon Zieghart, the pressure I am about to release will be at a level that you will be able to overcome if you have given your all in training. If you can overcome the pressure and touch me, you will pass." Finishing his sentence, Rimmer smirked and slowly began to project his pressure onto Raon Zieghart. The test begins right now. Suddenly, a powerful wave of pressure struck Raon Zieghart, forcing her to let out a gasp. Rimmer continued to explain the test. You will fail immediately if you use your aura to push back against this pressure. I want you to pass this test using the sheer willpower you've built up during your training so far. Raon Zieghart gritted her teeth, pushing forward with all her might. And then, she grabbed Rimmer's arm. He patted Raon Zieghart on the head, smiling as he praised her for passing easily. I can see the fruits of your hard work. I want you to keep moving forward with that same willpower. Next up was Dorian. Hearing his name called, Dorian was startled, trembling with his mouth wide open. How are these rankings even decided? Rimmer replied with a carefree tone, I rank them however I want, so get your butt up and get out here. With no other choice, Dorian slowly stepped forward. You saw what Raon Zieghart did before you, right? I want you to use the strength of will you've built during training to push through the wall of pressure I'm creating. Dorian was nervous. You really think I can do it, sir? I'm pretty notorious for having zero willpower. Rimmer immediately unleashed his pressure. Well, if you don't have it, then I'll just fail you. Simple as that. Dorian was quickly hit by the pressure. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying not to fall. Standing on the sidelines, Gilly was analyzing with a hint of surprise. The level of pressure he releases is adjusted according to the individual. He's adjusting the pressure based on the kids' levels and how much they've trained. So he's actually been observing each and every one of them in detail. Rimmer. During this, Dorian managed to push through the pressure and touch Rimmer. He smiled and said, See, all you had to do was get here. You passed, Dorian. However, you still lack confidence in your own skills. I advise you to hold your head high and face things head-on from now on. Seeing Dorian vomit from fear, Rimmer called the next person. Well, I think you've heard enough. All right, next. Time flew by quickly as they reached the final few. Raon Zieghart saw it was his turn and answered clearly, yes. Seeing that he looked ready, Rimmer said, let's start right now. Just like the previous times, he unleashed pressure onto Raon. Feeling the weight constantly pushing him back, Raon gritted his teeth, thinking, he wants me to reach him while enduring this. This is completely different from what I saw from the outside. How was Raon Zieghart able to get through this? His whole body trembled under the pressure, unable to move forward. I can't take another step. At that moment, Raon collapsed. Seeing this, Rimmer spoke up. You certainly have talent that completely surpasses the others. The number of people who could stand up to you out of the 160 students here can be counted on one hand. However, you, just like the other students who follow you, have wasted your own time. What is the point of honing swordsmanship when the person lacks a goal? What you should have been doing was not just practicing your sword skills, but training your body and your will. You always rely on your aura when things get tough. If you use it now, you will fail immediately. Rimmer's words woke Raon up. He couldn't fail here. There's no way I can forget that moment. The time when my father refused to let my older brother inside, I can never forget the cold look in his eyes. If I can't pass this, I'll be discarded too. Thinking this, he was filled with determination and did his best to stand up and approach Rimmer. Rimmer said with satisfaction, you passed. He then offered some concerned advice to Raon. You are still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop trying to act like an adult and train at an intensity appropriate for your age. If the only thing you do is look straight ahead, you'll never notice the sharp thorns piercing your feet. Rimmer stopped and turned toward Raon. Now, finally, Raon calmly stepped forward. Yes, you were the last one. Are you ready? Raon replied decisively, of course, sir. As usual, Rimmer said. Then, let's begin. As he finished speaking, the pressure erupted. But this time was different. Rimmer kept releasing more and more, making it stronger by the second. Seeing Raon enduring such extreme pressure, Sylvia shouted in worry. Raon. Glenn was also stunned by the pressure being released. What the hell kind of pressure is this? At that moment, despite the immense weight, Raon stood calmly as if nothing were wrong. He spoke up. Is this truly your test, sir? Rimmer said with excitement and interest. I don't know, honestly. But the talent I see in you is definitely above Raon and Raon. Try enduring this. With that, Rimmer continued to unleash even more pressure than before. Now, Raon also began to feel the difficulty. Spirit level is not something contained within the body. It belongs to the realm of the soul. And right now, I don't just have the spirit level of Raon Zieghart. I also have the level from my previous life as an assassin. Thinking that, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Seeing this, Rimmer was somewhat stunned. He can withstand this much pressure? Glenn's expression was also full of shock, struggling to accept reality. How can he? This is completely absurd. Right now, this was something that should have been beyond the bounds of impossibility. As Rimmer's thought ended, Raon had already touched him. Seeing the situation unfold, everyone stared in astonishment. Raon asked, has the test ended, sir? The surrounding students were shocked, unable to believe it, saying, he walked through that pressure? No way. Did he break it? That kid that waste of space without any aura, how could he? Even Rimmer couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you?" Raon replied, "You've been watching me train for 6 months, sir." "I am Raon. You asked that because I did better than what you've taught me over the past 6 months. You created a level of pressure that exceeded my limits. You did it on purpose, but you didn't expect me to be able to push through it." Raon then made a gesture as if explaining something. Rimmer didn't understand at first, his face full of confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to realize the meaning of Raon's action. "I see," he laughed. "Ha ha ha. It seems the Grandmaster kept me distracted." Raon Zieghart is the final candidate. The official student selection is now over. I will announce the top students that you are all curious about. Rimmer's words made everyone present tense up. The top student of Training Center number 5 is Raon Zieghart. In the stands, Sylvia and Helen felt their emotions overflow upon hearing this. Our Raon just took first place. Lady Sylvia, Raon actually did it. Everyone around us is whispering non-stop about the results. I can't believe Raon is the top student. If he really overcame that kind of pressure, then but how on earth did he beat Buren? Suddenly, Buren shouted in protest, "I don't accept this. This isn't right, you're lying, instructor." Rimmer asked, "Lying about what?" "In terms of stamina, strength, and talent, Raon is inferior to you, so I can't accept someone like him taking first place. He clearly cheated. He clearly cheated." Buren's words made those around them doubt the results, whispering among themselves. "That actually makes sense. How could he take first place while dealing with that curse? I heard he doesn't even have aura. Did he bribe the instructor?" Given the rumors about Instructor Rimmer, that might be true. Buren continued, "We are all warriors of the Clan Zieghart family. Instead of a test like this, I think we should have a duel to decide who the real winner is." Hearing that, Rimmer smiled as he looked at him. He asked, "Are you that desperate for the top student spot, Buren?" "Not really." That question made Buren blush, shyly denying it. It's not like that." Rimmer turned to ask the head of the family. Unfortunately, the test was already over. "Patriarch, what do you think we should do?" The Patriarch thought for a moment before speaking up. "Raon, the others don't seem to accept these results. Do you want to spar with Buren?" Hearing the Patriarch ask that, Buren looked over, looking quite smug. But who would have expected Raon to flatly refuse? To everyone's shock, he said, "No. The test is over, and the results are already in. Why would I waste my time dueling him with nothing to gain?" He then turned to Buren. "You keep running your mouth about lineage and honor. Buren, I never thought you'd be such a sore loser." His words made Buren furious. "You little bastard." The Patriarch stepped in. "Then, let's do it. Duel for the top student position. If you win, I will grant you a bronze medal." Raon was surprised by the condition, thinking to himself, "A bronze medal." The Zieghart family grants gold, silver, or bronze medals based on individual achievements. Each medal corresponds to a different reward, even if it's just a bronze one. But a medal granted directly by the Patriarch must mean I'll get something decent out of it. It seems he isn't very happy that I took first place, either. Thinking that, Raon immediately agreed. "I understand. Let's start, then. This will decide the most talented student. This is a one-round duel. Anyone using aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only physical techniques are allowed." After hearing the rules, both Raon and Buren stepped up to prepare for the fight. "All right, begin." No sooner had Rimmer finished speaking than Buren lunged at Raon with breakneck speed, but he dodged it quickly. Then, Buren launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Raon. Raon, meanwhile, kept dodging those attacks. "This is the tiger-cleaving fist my father personally taught me. There are no rules against using martial arts, so this isn't against the rules." Seeing Raon being overwhelmed by Buren, the other students kept praising him. As expected of young Master Buren, that brat Raon can't even move now. While fighting, Buren thought, "Someone weaker than me. A mere branch family member. You dare aim for my top student spot." Suddenly, Buren's mind flashed back to the past. "Forget it, Buren. The Clan Zieghart family has no need for the weak. Don't disappoint me, Buren Zieghart. Father is watching me, I have to prove myself. I can't lose to someone like you here." Even though Buren kept attacking him relentlessly, Raon managed to dodge them with ease. I can see everything, from his fists to his rhythm. Every move is clear as day right before my eyes. At that moment, Buren screamed at Raon, "Have you had enough? Raon, I'm going to finish you with this." Raon calmly replied, "Why would I surrender?" Then he clenched his fist and struck back. Their fists collided, but it seemed Raon was stronger. Buren took the full force of the punch and was sent flying. He cried out in shock, "What is this?" Seeing this, everyone around them stood there, with their jaws dropped in amazement. "No way, that's the tiger-cleaving fist. How is that possible?" After taking the hit, Buren collapsed onto the arena floor, panting heavily. He asked Raon in disbelief, How do you know the tiger-cleaving fist?" Raon replied calmly, "You showed it to me. I'm just mimicking your technique." In the stands, the crowd couldn't stop whispering. Did he just use the tiger-cleaving fist? This is just absurd. How could he possibly use the tiger-cleaving fist? Was it secretly passed down to him? If not, then how? This is just impossible. Watching Burin defeated by Raon, Rimmer was equally surprised. This kid really has talent. He was able to neutralize the vortex of the tiger-cleaving fist by creating a technique with an opposing rotation. Just being able to read an opponent's martial intent is enough for people to call you a genius, but he could actually turn that movement into his own skill. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the peak of this continent. This is what the Clan Zieghart family has been looking for. A heaven-sent talent. Ending his thoughts, Rimmer announced the results. "I think this match is over. As you all can see, the result is quite clear. The winner is Raon Zieghart. With this, today's test has come to an end." Sylvia ran down from the stands, quickly making her way to Raon. She hugged him happily and gently patted his head. Both Sylvia and Helen burst with joy over Raon's victory, looking at him with delight. Wrath floated behind him and said, "I'm hungry. Let's go home already." Over by Runan's Sullian, it was a similar scene. Runan's father was so happy he hugged her and sobbed, while Burin was carried away by a butler. Suddenly, Burin saw something that left him both anxious and heartbroken. Among the crowd, he saw his father watching him, but then his father turned away. This left him feeling dejected. That night, at Burin's estate, his father called him into the study to talk. Turning his back to him, he said coldly, "Burin." He quickly replied, "Yes, father. Do you remember what I told you? I told you to return with the top rookie title, and I warned you never to lose to anyone. Yes, that wasn't too much to ask. I told you to defeat the Sullian and Wenchva families. After trampling that Raon guy, you were supposed to come back as the top student. Forget about the Wench family. Did you lose to that piece of trash who was thrown out of the main house? Are you trying to turn me into a laughingstock?" Burin's father kept scolding him. He asked, "Or do you want your fate to be the same as your two brothers?" Burin panicked and said, "It's not like that. I've ruined my first chance. They will choose the top student after the final grades are handed out at graduation. Make sure you bring that position back to me." After saying that, he dismissed Burin from the room. "Go." He bowed his head gloomily and replied, "Yes, sir." As Burin walked away, he thought about his father's words. If you still want to live as part of the main Clan Zieghart family, do not fail in this final opportunity. He punched the wall in anger. Damn it. It's all because of that cursed bastard. I can't believe all of this happened because of that damn piece of trash. How did things turn out like this? I'll definitely train harder, so I never lose again. Suddenly, Burin stopped. In front of him was the training hall. Why did I come here? Did I end up here subconsciously while lost in thought? He pushed the door open and looked around the gym. No one was there. Is it because the test just finished? Burin was about to start training, but he suddenly saw the locker area. He noticed the locker with Raon's name on it. Out of curiosity, he walked over and opened it. Just a quick peek won't hurt, right? Right? Yeah, it's not like I'm stealing anything. I'm just looking. What he saw before him left Burin stunned. What on earth is this? What's with all these shoes? Even a rough count shows there are over 10 pairs here. Did he really wear through all of these in just 6 months? I've only had to replace my shoes twice. Burin was shocked by Raon's footwear, then reflected on himself, and it seemed he had found his answer. That's right. Now that I think about it, he was always training. While I was neglecting the basics and swinging my sword around just to show off to others, or while I was relaxing comfortably in my own quarters. Even though he possesses the very best of the Zieghart lineage, I was doing the complete opposite. Burin felt ashamed as he looked back. He glanced around the training hall for a moment, put Raon's shoes back in their place, and left. It seemed he had silently made a decision in his mind. Scene shift to Raon. At this moment, Wrath was constantly complaining, "Oh my god, I can't believe it. I, Wrath, have lived for hundreds of years, but I've never met anyone like you. What are you? Who knows? You can think whatever you like. First, tell me what this special ability is." Raon said while opening his status window. "You won the bet with Wrath. The reward will be given to the winner. All skill points increase by 2. The one possessed by Wrath will receive a random ability. A 1-star intuition of the snow flower has been created." Seeing the skill, Raon had to listen to Wrath nagging. "You receive an ability way too good for someone as mediocre as you. This ability has the capacity to increase your range of perception. It's only 1 star right now, but it can still be increased by about 10%. I, Wrath, have perception 1,000 times greater than the original." Hearing that, Raon was surprised. Really? That's great. But he wondered, but why is it named Intuition of the Snow Flower? I just felt like naming it that. Doesn't it sound cool? Raon looked unimpressed. No matter how you look at it, your naming sense is terrible. Huh? You're one to talk. The next morning, the butler suddenly came to see Raon. The clan leader is calling for you, young master. Sylvia was panicked. Is he going to discipline him? Did Raon do something wrong? The butler smiled to reassure her. Haha, don't worry, my lady. He explained that the clan leader just wanted to personally present the bronze badge to the young master. A while later, Raon was in front of the clan leader. He knelt to pay his respects. Glenn spoke. Even though I don't like it, I will keep my promise. Yes, clan leader. The butler received the order and handed the bronze badge to Raon. Raon, as promised, you will be granted a bronze token. Later, when you return it, you will receive an item or a favor of equal value. Raon looked at the bronze badge, deep in thought. Then he made a request right then and there. Then, I have a request right now. Sylvia, what must I do to regain the status my mother once held? Raon asked. His words surprised Glenn a little. He said, the status you're referring to, you mean her position within the direct lineage? Yes, that's right. Raon replied while thinking to himself that, suddenly, the old man seemed to be softening. What is this? The clan leader gave an answer. Achievements. If you achieve something that the entire clan recognizes, it's possible, but it won't be simple. Gaining the recognition of others is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. Almost impossible, especially for a brat like you. Hearing that response, Raon smiled and said, but you said it was possible, didn't you? Having said that, he left the bronze badge back where it was, to the butler's astonishment. That's all. Thank you for your answer, clan leader. Then he turned to leave, but Raon hadn't gone more than a few steps before the leader stopped him. Wait. Glenn said, you haven't asked for your reward yet. That was just a question. You don't need the token to get an answer from me. Raon was a bit skeptical about reality upon hearing that. Huh? I never expected to hear those words from the Norse king of destruction. State your desire. Raon clenched his fists, determined. So, there was something I had thought about, something I need most. Thinking that, he made his request. I want a cultivation technique. The instructors will teach you that when you begin basic training. I need a mana cultivation, technique better than what is taught during basic training. Please grant me a technique worthy of the bronze token. The dark mana cultivation technique from his past life was not enough. To restore Sylvia's position and behead Derus Robert, I need an aura technique that is far more powerful. Glenn asked back, so, you want a cultivation technique? Is that it? Then he snapped his fingers as if understanding something. A section right next to where Raon was standing opened up. From there, bookshelves appeared, surrounding him. Looking at what was before him, Raon was stunned. This is one of the archives of the Clan Zieghart clan. If I place my hand on the center position, the book I need will appear immediately. Ah, I understand. He then touched the center. Anything better than the dark mana technique will do. Hopefully, something useful appears. From the bookshelf, a volume left its spot and flew over to him. What is this tattered old book? Seeing the book Raon was holding, both Glenn and the butler widened their eyes in surprise. What is this? How could you get that book? 10,000 Fire Cultivation. Raon was also puzzled as he flipped through the pages. What kind of technique is this? But as soon as he touched it, a strange light radiated from the book. Following that, the pages inside the book continuously flew out to surround him. Raon was surprised to absorb what was in the book. The situation before him suddenly made Glenn recall the past. You think Sylvia is being ostracized by the clan. That's not something I need to know. The prosperity of the clan is the top priority right now. Go do something else. Sylvia is acting all cozy with some guy and ran away from home. So what? Don't bother me with such trivial matters. After days of focusing only on the clan and setting aside my emotions, I've built an army capable of crossing the demon wall. My Zieghart clan grows stronger by the day, but at what cost? Sir, there is a report that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. It seems the culprits are the twin demons that Lady Sylvia was investigating. The lady seems to be unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. I report this, though the attack was so sudden that the clan leader is truly pitiable. I finally have my emotions back, but nothing can ever return to the way it was. So, Raon, even if you and Sylvia hate me, this time I must protect you. Back in reality, Raon is currently stunned, lost in thought about what just happened. What is this? My body and mind are just being pulled along by them. Suddenly, the clan leader's voice cuts through his thoughts. Raon, what just happened? Raon, confused, says, I'm not sure, sir. I only remember the manual disappearing in my hands. What is the title of the book? The 10,000 Fires Cultivation. The 10,000 Fires Cultivation. You must face the eternal flame. You have memorized the entire 10,000 Fires Cultivation. Clan Zieghart is so shocked he jumps up. You're saying you remember the contents? He is met with a firm reply from Raon. Yes, sir. Hearing that, he nods slightly. I understand. That will be all. His authoritative voice echoes. You have received your reward for the bronze token. Now you may leave. This leaves Raon a bit confused, but he responds calmly. Yes, sir. He then takes the bronze token and leaves under the watchful eyes of Clan Zieghart and the butler, Rowan. The two watch Raon until his figure completely disappears behind the door. Immediately after, Rowan voices his speculation. Is the cultivation technique that young Master Raon received? He is met with an affirmative answer from the other. Yes. Clan Zieghart closes his eyes and leans back into his chair. He speaks gloomily. It is the technique of the first clan leader. At this point, he cannot hide his astonishment. Throughout the history of the Zieghart clan, no one has been able to retrieve or even read that manual. I never expected the boy to learn the 10,000 fires technique. Hearing this, the butler says anxiously, if this gets out, young Master Raon and Lady Sylvia could be in danger. Glenn, of course, has considered this. He smiles, confident. You don't need to worry. No one knows about the 10,000 fires technique. Back on Raon's side, when he stepped out the door, a book inside the library suddenly disappeared. This makes Rowan suspicious and he exclaims, the manual has disappeared. What should we do now? Rowan just explains calmly, it's fine. It has already been passed on to someone else. Standing in front of hundreds of manuals, he says quietly, anyway, no one could learn the 10,000 fires technique. If I didn't pass it to the boy, it would have just gone to waste. His face shows a glimmer of hope. I have a hunch. An image of Raon training appears while Glenn's authoritative voice echoes. A new wind will blow in the future. Raon sits on his bed in a training posture, thinking to himself that this is all just too strange. Why would he give me this? Not to mention the silver token, even a gold token wouldn't be enough to trade for this technique. He closes his eyes and begins to enter a training state. This is no less powerful than the fire ring. I must learn it properly. In his mental space, Raon slowly walks toward the flame. He reaches out, preparing to touch it. But just as he is about to succeed, the flame suddenly vanishes. This makes Raon frown in frustration. He thinks dejectedly that he has failed again. Raon stares gloomily at his hands. Even though he has tried many times, it is so difficult to gather spiritual energy. He never expected to learn such a high-level technique on the first try. But suddenly, Wrath speaks up with a mocking tone. Looks like you're having trouble, huh? He continues, give it your all. But be careful. If someone touches you while you're cultivating, you're in big trouble. It would be sad to end up crippled just by touching a technique. Hearing that, Raon can't help but frown and glare at this annoying presence. This guy, what is he plotting? Wrath is right. Raon imagines the scene of the energy backfiring, his mind constantly thinking. The 10,000 fires technique absorbs natural energy and accumulates spiritual energy in the core. If I am interrupted at a critical moment, my mana circuit or energy core could be severed, and I would become crippled. This is even more dangerous for me because my mana circuit contains ice energy. After thinking, he replies to the incarnation of the Demon King. Yeah, if you already know that, then don't interfere. But he just smiles mockingly. I wonder what would happen. Raon frowns slightly, not understanding his words. Suddenly, he gasps. Wait, don't tell me. Just as Raon suspected, Wrath says with a dangerous, mocking tone, just once. I, Wrath, will interrupt you exactly once while you are training. Raon is speechless at his cunning nature. You wouldn't enjoy inhabiting a crippled body, would you? But he just shrugs and replies, it doesn't matter. He continues, you're the one who won't be able to handle it. But even if your limbs are severed or your energy core explodes, I, Wrath, can still restore everything. He leans close to Raon's ear and whispers, when you are crippled and give up on everything, that is my best opportunity. Hearing his wicked words, Raon simply smirks. I see. You said just once, right? I look forward to seeing what kind of move you'll pull this time. Hearing the human say such challenging words, Wrath snorts even more arrogantly. You're talking big again. Be afraid every day, because you never know when I, Wrath, will strike. Looking at his smug face, Raon concludes that this guy is truly an enemy. He continues to think. He is a demon from the demon realm, always ready to possess his body whenever he gets the chance. And he is the embodiment of Wrath. He sighs tiredly, thinking that his silence meant he had given up on that intention. From now on, he has to be on guard against him again. He says, fine, let's leave that for later. I need to deal with something more urgent first. Wrath asks, are you finally going to deal with her? Raon replies, yeah, it can't be a coincidence. She comes here every night. Both of them walk to the window and look down. Raon says coldly, I have to take care of her. He thinks to himself, it's been a while since I did my old job. Outside the building by the river, a woman dressed as a maid is secretly doing something. The maid in the annex, Judy, was intently writing a secret report on a piece of paper, whispering to herself, I have nothing to report, except for the times he just mutters to himself. But this time, I actually have something to report. Remembering what happened a few hours ago, she still couldn't help but feel astonished. She never expected he could obtain such high-level cultivation techniques with just that copper token. Judy recalled the scene where she observed him training, and the flow of mana was extremely intense while he practiced his internal energy. It was truly unbelievable. Her hand didn't stop writing. This was definitely important information for the central martial palace. After finishing, she carefully folded the paper and thought, I only do this because I was ordered to, but he is just a child. I wonder how long I can keep fooling him. Then, she gently dropped the secret letter into the water and sat watching it drift away. As soon as the letter had floated a certain distance, Judy sighed softly. Just as she said, time to head back, a knife was suddenly pressed against her throat from out of nowhere, accompanied by a dangerous warning. If you dare to open your mouth, I'll kill you. The owner of the knife continued to threaten. If you dare to move, you will die too. A cold voice commanded Judiel to lower her gaze and look down at the water. Faced with this potential danger, Judiel had no choice but to comply. Her mind was racing. Who was he? She lowered her eyes, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. Who could emit such intense killing intent? The moment she recognized the familiar face reflected in the water, Judiel couldn't help but be shocked. Raon Zieghart. Why is this kid following me? As if reading her thoughts, Raon explained simply, ever since I returned to this annex, I've sensed your prying eyes. Well, did you manage to get any information? This made Judiel even more off guard. No way does he already know everything. Remembering the days she had silently observed her target, despite being very careful, she had been discovered long ago. Judy couldn't stop feeling bewildered. I thought I didn't leave a single trace. So, he was just pretending not to see me? Why? Suddenly, Raon demanded she open her mouth. Judiel tremblingly obeyed. At that moment, Raon forced something into her mouth. Being forced to swallow the strange item made her choke, her mouth moaning until she had to kneel and dry heave. While she struggled to get the strange object out, she failed. Raon calmly picked up the paper that hadn't drifted very far. He opened the secret letter, but discovered the writing inside had completely vanished, then turned to ask the person who wrote it. I can't read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a specific method to read, right? Raon asked coldly, word by word. Water, earth, fire, sunlight, wait, it's moonlight. As soon as she realized it, Judiel's face showed unconcealable confusion. She stammered, How did you know? Raon replied by reciting the contents of the secret letter, Derus Zieghart, Clan Zieghart, Daniel. Reading up to this point, he confirmed, so it's Karen's order, then. This left Judiel even more astonished and stunned. Looking at Raon's emotionless face, Judiel lost her composure, thinking, impossible, my expression didn't have a single flaw. I spent years training to become a skilled spy. Just by reading my expression, there's no way he could have gathered all that. Suddenly, she remembered what Raon had just stuffed into her mouth. Wait, no, the excruciating pain in my body, and the fact that he could easily read my thoughts. The more she thought, the more she trembled. There was only one way to explain this, the thing he shoved down her throat. The image of the deadly mania insect flashed in her mind, leaving Judiel terrified and collapsing. Could it be a mania insect? Memories of the meeting between Judiel and Karen appeared, in which he ordered her to infiltrate the annex and send him all information about Raon and Sylvia. He emphasized, if you carry out this mission well, I will give you that thing. Returning to reality, the maid spy knelt in fear and asked Raon, You fed me a mania insect, didn't you? Hearing that, Raon was slightly surprised and retorted, You even know about the mania insect. Then his voice became amused. The fact that you know about the mania insect surprises me. As soon as she received that confirmation, a wave of nausea hit her, causing Judiel to immediately arch her back. She clutched her chest in pain. By putting it into the target's body, the person who administered the poison could detect not only their location but their thoughts as well. The mania insect is one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The poisoner could kill the target whenever they wanted with unimaginable pain. That expression, there was no doubt. It was exactly a mania insect. Raon didn't care at all about her painful and terrified appearance and coldly spoke up. You sent this letter to Karen, so you must be a spy sent by the Martial Palace, and this mission must have started 7 months ago. After the judgment ceremony, you investigated thoroughly, didn't you? He held the paper and smirked. Not just me, but my mother Helen and all the other maids. The expression on Judiel's face grew even paler. I thought this was a simple mission. Karen's instructions played over and over in her head. Just collect information about the kid and the disabled Sylvia. I thought I could finish the mission easily, but there's a monster living in this annex. Threatened by the presence of the one she called a monster, Judy hurriedly pleaded. I will change the content. I will report false information. But Raon flatly dismissed it. Forget it. Even if you change the intelligence, Karun will eventually find out about me. He added another sentence that crushed her self-esteem. It will only make him realize how incompetent you are. Suddenly, Raon moved his face close to Judiel, his fiery red eyes wide with killing intent and a touch of mockery toward the trembling prey. Then he ordered, "From now on, you will be a double agent." He continued, "You will report to him any information that he will soon discover, hide important information, and don't reveal it to anyone. Conversely, you must bring me valuable information from his side." Hearing this, Judy could only tremble and obey. "Understood. I will do as you wish." Receiving this answer, Raon nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he sat up and walked away, smiling and saying goodbye before leaving. "See you next time." His voice echoed everywhere, loud enough for Judiel, who hadn't yet recovered her composure, to hear. "I look forward to receiving useful information." On the way back to his bedroom, Wrath curiously asked, "How were you able to summon a mania insect?" Raon replied nonchalantly, "I wouldn't bother using that disgusting thing. I fed her a poison pill that temporarily causes intense pain." Wrath was even more shocked. "Wait, does that mean you were reading her thoughts earlier?" Raon calmly explained to him, "You can rely on other factors to probe others. Others might not be able to see it, but I can." Wrath was stunned by Raon's answer. He muttered, "This is the true monster." A few days later, while Raon was still engrossed in his training, the day to return to the training academy arrived. Throughout that time, even though he had been constantly trying, by the day of departure, Raon still hadn't been able to manifest his aura. At the academy, the air was buzzing with constant chatter. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Raon calmly observed his surroundings. 42 people had passed the test, leaving only a quarter of the original number. He thought back to the energetic face of their instructor, Rimmer. He was certainly strict when it came to results. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Raon." Hearing someone call him, Raon turned around and realized it was Raon Zieghart. Raon Zieghart slowly approached him and then stood directly in front of him, making him furrow his brows in confusion. Raon Zieghart just stared at him like that, as if she wanted to say something. A brief memory of the young lady surfaced. "So, young Master Raon has been helping our daughter train?" That was a memory from a few days ago at the Sullian family estate. At that time, Raon Zieghart was focused on eating her dessert when her mother asked her that. "So," she simply replied, "Yes." Her mother asked again, "Have you greeted him and thanked him?" Raon Zieghart replied, "When he gave me snacks, I did." Her mother continued, "And what about when he helped you train?" Hearing that, she pondered for a moment and then innocently said, "No." This made her mother a bit curious. "Why?" Raon Zieghart replied very obediently, "Father told me not to speak to boys first." Her mother's expression immediately darkened. "Ah, I see." Then her mother seriously taught her daughter how to behave. Raon Zieghart, when expressing gratitude, "Gender isn't what's important." She continued, "If you have received help, you must always respect and be grateful to them. That is common courtesy." Hearing this, Raon Zieghart's face turned unusually rosy. Her mother reminded her again, "Remember, don't forget that." Back in reality, Raon Zieghart gathered all her courage and said to Raon, "Thank you," which left him unusually flustered. Wrath was equally puzzled. He asked, "Why is she suddenly saying thank you?" But Raon himself didn't know either, and replied in confusion, "I don't know. How would I know?" After successfully saying her thanks, Raon Zieghart felt very proud and gave herself a mental thumbs up. At the same time, an enthusiastic voice rang out. Young Master Dorian came running over, breathless and panting. "Young Master, how are you?" "As for me, I thought I was going to die. Even as just a trainee, I already felt like I was at death's door." Part 2, just as a trainee, I felt like I was going to die. No sooner had he finished the first sentence than he continued with a long rant, so I can't even imagine how much harder it will be now that I've become an official trainee. I've been having nightmares constantly. I tossed and turned all night, afraid that I wouldn't be able to make it. Incidentally, this actually made Wrath give a judging look. "You talk too much." Dorian kept rambling. "But I'm very happy that young Master Raon is the top trainee. If young Master Burn were the one in first place," then, before he could finish his sentence, Burn's face, looking as if he had just had a bucket of cold water dumped on him, appeared right behind Dorian, making him scream in terror. Dorian was so scared he slumped to the ground, ready for Burn's wrath, but it seemed Burn didn't pay much attention to him. Burn just slowly walked over and stood in front of Raon with the same cold expression as before. The two just stared at each other for a moment, neither spoke first. Suddenly, Burn bowed in an extremely standard posture and said, "I apologize. I admit my defeat last week. I let everyone see my embarrassing state." He continued, "However, I will not give up." His gaze became extremely determined. "No matter how hard I have to try, I will stand before you again." After that, he turned and left, adding, "I will not back down, and I will not give up." Wrath and Raon watched Burn leave with mixed feelings. Raon quietly marveled that a 13-year-old child actually knew how to admit his mistakes. Being raised in a great family really makes a difference. But it seemed wrath wasn't over the previous incident, so he appeared extremely irritated. He already got beaten up, and he still doesn't know his place. Go on, go follow him and gouge his eyes out. Hearing that, Raon just sighed in consolation. That's already good enough. Calm down. This monster was still unconvinced and shouted, "Who cares about that?" Just then, Rimmer's voice rang out. "Sorry for being late." He chuckled, looking embarrassed, and said, "I overslept because I had a bit too much to drink yesterday. You've all had a good rest, right?" After all, 42 trainees lined up neatly. Rimmer regained the stern demeanor of an instructor and spoke. "First, I congratulate you all on becoming official trainees. We will begin formal training starting from today." Raon listened intently as he spoke about the overall plan, which would be similar to before, but from now on, there would be a few additional training programs. Rimmer began to explain the lesson. For our first session, we will learn the method of mana cultivation. A loud noise suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look toward the source. It was a girl with long black hair, hands on her hips, looking at the group in front of her. After successfully opening the door, she cursed in frustration. Damn it, the door wouldn't open. Almost got into trouble. Dorian recognized the person who was fuming, and was so scared he started stuttering. That person must be. Then came Rimmer's calm voice. "You finally arrived. Pay attention, everyone. I am not the instructor in charge of her, but she is the trainee who failed from the previous round." Afterward, he added, "Since from now on you will all be training together, go ahead and greet your classmates." The girl spoke first, introducing herself with extreme confidence. "I am Martha." The direct descendant, Manhwa Recap, suddenly exhaled. Her expression was clearly not very friendly. Rimmer kept smiling as he continued. "She might look like that, but she is a very kind girl." But Instructor Rimmer's words were immediately cut off by Martha. First, Martha stepped forward, stood in the middle of the new trainees, and asked, "Who's the top trainee here?" Raon didn't react, only silently listening to Martha ramble on. "I can't let someone of a lower level stand above me like that. I must see which bastard is holding that position." Her expression turned defiant. "Come on out, let's have a fight." Martha kept moving among the trainees, trying to find her target, shouting defiantly, "Why don't we just have a fight right now?" Raon, showing an expression of being annoyed, whispered to Wrath, "Is there something wrong with the feng shui? Why do I keep getting tangled up with people like this?" Finally, he calmly stepped forward and spoke clearly, "I am Raon Zieghart, the top-ranked trainee." Martha immediately responded with a sneer. She crossed her arms in a display of contempt, leaned down, and remarked to Raon, "You don't look like a top-ranked trainee at all, do you?" "Very well." Then, Martha clenched her fists, ready to declare war. "No need for talk, a fight will prove it." Suddenly, Burren spoke up, criticizing her behavior. "Martha, why are you being so rude?" This remark instantly made her freeze for a few seconds. A burst of anger flared up, and Martha went into full hostile mode. Is this brat really speaking so disrespectfully to his senior? She then stepped closer and glared at Burren as if she wanted to beat him up. However, he didn't flinch, instead furrowing his brows and meeting her gaze. Martha threatened him. "If you say something stupid like that again, you'll be dead in an instant. You better choose your words carefully next time." Responding to her was the steely voice of young Master Burren. Jia Raon was recognized as the top trainee in front of the Lord and the instructors. "Are you suggesting you doubt their decision?" Hearing this, her expression turned mocking. "I thought you were making a scene because of that, too. Is that not the case?" she continued. "That's exactly why I did it," Burren replied seriously, without wavering. "I don't want to look back on that shameful display of mine again." Hearing this conversation caught Raon completely by surprise. Burren really had changed. Suddenly, Runan Sullian appeared out of nowhere to shield Raon, leaving both him and Wrath momentarily stunned. Runan Sullian spread her arms in a protective gesture toward Raon and spoke to shoo them away. "Stay back." Seeing Raon protected by these two, Martha let out a mocking laugh and crossed her arms with disdain. "Ha! How touching. What a beautiful friendship. Are the rags wrapping up the tatters?" Then, she turned to leave. "If I keep doing this, I suppose I'll be the one in the wrong. Fine, I'll play the villain." A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Martha's face. "But you know, I really." Immediately after, she lunged at Raon with incredible speed and growled, "Despise cowards who hide behind others. They're even more pathetic than the arrogant ones." Clearly, this took both Runan Sullian and Burren by surprise, given Martha's sudden strike. She swung a fist wrapped in mana toward Raon, intending to land the hit. Man proposes, but Raon disposes. His unexpected agility allowed him to easily dodge her punch, and furthermore, he blocked and neutralized it. Martha couldn't believe Raon had so easily parried her attack. Before she could even recover, Raon swung a counterpunch back at her. Although Martha managed to dodge a direct hit, the force of the punch pushed them both apart, creating distance between them. Seeing this clash, Buren couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, Instructor Rimmer watched the two of them with a smirk, seemingly amused. Martha was clearly shocked by that punch. She let out a frustrated sigh, as if losing her confidence. Anger and competitiveness began to cloud her judgment. Martha let out a sharp laugh. How ridiculous. She began to explode with intensity, each of her steps leaving deep craters in the ground, her voice menacing. Martha raised a hand, preparing to throw another punch, while her mouth spewed provocations. Don't think this is over just because you walked away. Suddenly, Rimmer grabbed Martha's arm from behind. His voice was calm. That's enough. She glanced at the instructor, startled. Since when was he there? Rimmer looked down at the difficult student from above, finally acting like an instructor. Martha, it seems you look down on your teacher quite a bit. Even if you think I'm easygoing, you shouldn't act as if I'm invisible. Despite Martha's attempts to break free from his grip, Rimmer continued lecturing steadily. Buren and Raon Zieghart may have learned aura, but Raon hasn't yet. Don't you think winning with that advantage isn't worth celebrating at all? Finally, he let go and chuckled, saying, I'll let you fight Raon to your heart's content once he's learned aura. Martha angrily pulled her hand away from Rimmer and huffed. I was already planning to stop. Rimmer, appearing well accustomed to Martha's abrasive behavior, smiled and pointed in a direction, saying, Go back to your position. Raon nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Wrath roared, What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack me? You should have torn her limbs off and frozen her in ice for 1,000 years. Raon replied calmly. I already fought back, but that only made the monster more irritable. How is that enough? You should have decapitated her. But he insisted, No, it's not the right time yet. Wrath looked at Raon's calculated expression with frustration. It would be better to fight when you want to take something from her. Bait her with his top trainee title. Raon followed Rimmer inside and spoke to the one tailing him. Just wait. I'll show you a good show next time. Inside the building, all 42 trainees were training with great intensity. After some time, Rimmer spoke up with a satisfied tone. All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break. Buren quickly gulped down plenty of water. After replenishing his energy, he secretly thought, just as I suspected, it's not easy at all. Because I've learned the 2nd star high-tier fist technique, it's not that hard for me. But to reach the 3rd star, Zieghart's technique requires combining many different advanced methods. Then, Buren turned his gaze. But what about him? At this moment, Raon was still persistently practicing. Buren silently evaluated that even though he had only started a month ago, it took him an entire month just to learn the 7-strike fist. He only started learning sword techniques at the same time as me. Seeing Raon's precise movements, Buren couldn't help but marvel, and it seemed he wasn't the only one feeling the pressure from Raon's progress. He looked toward the person training frantically beside him and asked, Are you being outpaced, too? Martha had been hit right in the heart. She stopped, panting, and started swearing. Damn it. Martha stood there catching her breath, thinking with an unyielding expression. Raon, even though this is your first time learning martial arts, how can you progress so quickly? Martha tried to compare him. You don't look like you were taught beforehand like Buren or Raon Zieghart, and your body isn't normal either, since there's still ice inside. How can you train all day with a body like that? The more she thought about it, the more she gnashed her teeth in envy. She couldn't afford to be left behind like this. Martha remembered those praises and began to compliment herself. My talent is formidable. That's what everyone says about me. She reflected on her past. Ever since I was adopted by the Zieghart house, I have always been a hunter. She continued narrating about herself. I surpassed all the direct and collateral descendants, those useless people who keep bragging about being geniuses. Martha smirked and mocked them in their moment of despair. She kept telling herself, I'm the genius. I'm the best. That used to be who she was, but now, the tables had turned on Martha, and she knew it all too well. She gritted her teeth, thinking, I'm really worried I won't be able to keep control of this anymore. Late at night, the butler close to Martha had been waiting for her for quite some time. He bowed respectfully as she approached. You performed very well today, Lady Martha. But Martha only gave a dejected grunt. Seeing his young mistress so downcast, the butler began to think of ways to comfort her. Finally, he spoke up. Don't worry, my lady. Martha frowned and snapped. What are you talking about? The butler calmly replied, just as I said, because he's been showing off his good side, people have forgotten, but Master Raon doesn't stand a chance of beating you. Hearing that, Martha frowned even more and countered. He'll never beat me? Her voice was full of doubt. What makes you say that? The butler gave a mysterious smile and said, because Master Raon has a fatal flaw that he simply cannot overcome. Raon was still persistently training, his hands gripping the sword with immense strength and perfect form. Sweat had soaked Raon's hair. Even though he was exhausted, his swordsmanship was improving every day. One student approached another and asked, "I wanted to ask you something," but the other student immediately told him to look at Raon and learn from him. Look at his posture. But that student seemed shy and immediately refused. "No, I can't ask him." Hearing that, the other student replied in surprise, "But his swordsmanship is so good." Thwack. The sound of Martha clapping echoed, and she wore an enigmatic smile as she praised him. "Excellent." Martha used a tone that couldn't have been more fake to comment on Raon's level. "I didn't expect you to be able to train with me in such a short time. You're even better than a genius. You learn so fast." Suddenly, her corporate smile returned to her usual expression. But, as expected, the words that followed were all venomous, aimed at provoking Raon. "Raon, with your weak mana sensitivity, no matter how much you practice, it's useless." "What a pity." Martha's voice was loud enough for everyone in the training hall to hear. "Perhaps you could at least become a sword instructor." Everyone fell silent at this conversation. Even Rimmer sensed the awkward atmosphere. Martha thought arrogantly, "Nobody's saying a word." Just as she expected, she kept belittling Raon. "No one would think this idiot still hasn't mastered aura after 4 whole months." It all stemmed from a conversation between Martha and her butler. The butler had said that young Master Raon had no talent for aura at all. Hearing this, Martha gasped in surprise. Seeing his young mistress so shocked, he explained, "You probably didn't know because this happened after you were adopted. But at the evaluation ceremony, Master Raon's mana sensitivity was at the lowest level." His voice remained flat. "The only one who hasn't learned aura in the 5th training hall is Master Raon. The bronze medal will only help him get an average training method, or maybe a bit better. Just slightly better than the beginner training method everyone else uses," he continued. "But since he hasn't mastered any method yet, the evaluation ceremony result must be correct. He might be the best at swordsmanship and fighting, but if he can't use aura, he can't become a true warrior." Hearing this, Martha's expression shifted from shock to excitement, and finally, she burst into laughter. Recalling the past, Martha self-importantly brushed her hair. She was still annoyed about losing to that guy. She smirked, "But that guy isn't even worth my time." Her train of thought was interrupted by the murderous gaze of Raon Zieghart. Seeing Raon staring at her as if wanting to say something, Martha put her hands on her hips and asked, "Want to say something to me?" Raon Zieghart indifferently commanded, "Go away." This made Martha look quite intrigued. "Ha, just like that?" Raon frowned and repeated, "Go away." Martha's face took on a provocative look as she hummed in reply, "I'm going now." As she was about to leave, she bragged smugly, "I have to attend the main family's class." Raon Zieghart watched Martha walk away with a cold expression. In the training room that evening, Raon sat resting on a bench, 2 empty water bottles at his feet. He sighed wearily and wiped his sweat with a towel. "That's probably enough for today." Then he smiled with interest. "This is fun." A memory from his past life flashed by on the battlefield. He wasn't taught martial arts, only how to survive and kill. Only his assassination skills were sharpened. He couldn't learn anything else. He kept feeling a sense of novelty. He never expected that learning martial arts to develop himself would be this fun. Suddenly, Wrath grumbled angrily, "Have you lost your mind? I can't believe you just stood there while being insulted." Raon asked curiously. "Insulted?" Wrath hissed. "That black-haired girl, she kept bad-mouthing you." But Raon replied nonchalantly, "Oh, really? I didn't hear it. I was too focused." The smoke monster snorted and shouted, "You have to pay more attention. If she had talked to me like that, I would have frozen her solid into ice." Faced with such annoyance, Raon just replied calmly, "I already told you, fighting her right now wouldn't gain me anything." He stood up to open the door, muttering to himself, "Even without the 10,000 flames technique, I could easily defeat her." Before he could finish his sentence, Raon saw Raon Zieghart waiting for him behind the door. He softly called her name, "Raon Zieghart." He continued, "Why are you standing there?" Raon Zieghart didn't answer, but opened the box in her hand and took out a round brown dessert. Then she handed it to him and told him to eat it. Raon took it and felt the temperature of the treat in his hand. "So cold, what is this?" Raon Zieghart saw him hesitating and ordered, "Eat." Raon nodded blankly. "Oh, okay." As he prepared to put the treat into his mouth, Raon thought for a moment, "I'm an assassin. I shouldn't eat things others give me." But the dessert was successfully placed in his mouth. Surely she wouldn't poison me. The flavor of the treat began to spread, and Raon was quite surprised by the taste, while Wrath revealed an extremely delighted and excited expression. "What is this?" "In the demon realm, I've never tasted anything this sweet, and it's cold too." "What is this?" Raon Zieghart asked. "How is it?" Raon nodded in approval. "Delicious, so delicious." And Wrath hovered back and forth, clearly loving this strange new treat. "Give me more. I want more." Raon Zieghart explained that it was ice cream. After that, she left. Raon hurriedly called out, "Huh? Hey, wait." Wrath was even more urgent. Give me another one. Then you can go. Seeing that Raon Zieghart had already left, he muttered dejectedly. She's so strange. Why didn't she give me another one? As for Raon, he pondered a different question. Is she worried about me? He recalled how Raon Zieghart was like a kid when it came to sweets, and there seemed to be only 4 pieces left. He guessed that the kid had saved one for him. He must have had quite the internal struggle, Raon thought with a sigh and a smile. But why did he care? As he left, he muttered, guess I'll have to return the favor later. Wrath still couldn't forget that sweet taste. He happily chimed in, then just go ask her for another one. Back at the annex, Raon announced, I'm back. Immediately, a group of servants rushed to greet him. Young master, it's been so long. Why did it take you so long to return? Raon replied calmly, it's only been a week. A servant asked, are you hungry? Let me fix you something to eat. Raon immediately refused, no, I'm not. But before he could finish his sentence, the servant was already barking orders at the others. Hurry up. A moment later, Judiel handed Raon his secret report and said, this is the report I'm sending to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Raon asked, what did they say? Judiel stammered, nothing much. Then she continued, they ordered me to investigate you more thoroughly because your swordsmanship and combat skills are progressing too quickly, but it seems they've lost interest since you can't use aura. Raon followed up with another question, what about Mother? Judiel didn't dare look him in the eye as she replied, I think they are losing interest in Lady Sylvia as well. She guessed that at this rate, they would recall her soon. Raon frowned at that. That's not good. I still have use for her. Suddenly, Judiel said timidly, young master. Raon glanced at her, signaling her to speak. Judiel asked, did you choose not to learn aura on purpose? Raon broke into a deadly smile. Who knows? He asked softly. What do you think? The killing intent radiating from Raon made her tremble in fear. It's nothing. I apologize for asking such an intrusive question. Raon smiled and commanded, all right, you may leave. Judiel replied in a low voice, yes. Wrath frowned and said, they actually think you chose not to learn it. Raon replied nonchalantly, taking advantage of the situation and the environment for my own benefit is quite a smart thing to do. Wrath asked him, confused, why is it so hard for you to practice aura? I've never had that problem. Raon chuckled, I don't know either. Now, let's go practice. That startled Wrath, who shouted, again. He kept nagging him. This guy just go to sleep. Raon ignored him, thinking, I have to practice. The sight that appeared after he opened the door caught him off guard. It turned out he had been waiting for him outside the whole time. Raon spoke up, Instructor Rimmer. Hearing this, he turned to look at him with a cheerful expression. Oh, can't sleep? Raon asked, indifferently, why are you here? Rimmer stepped forward and nodded. I'm here to teach you. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I'm going to show you your attribute. Raon asked curiously as he followed Rimmer into the forest, I thought you were going to teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just taking a stroll like this? Rimmer smiled and shook his head. Quit your complaining and just wait. I might be a little lazy, but I'm an excellent teacher. Raon looked around, intrigued. How are you going to teach me about mana attributes in a place like this? Rimmer just smiled at him. He recalled his impression of Raon. He still couldn't forget the first time he saw him practicing his technique. Rimmer described it as being like a flame as hot as molten lava. He noted that it was completely different from ordinary techniques. Rimmer thought the boy was trying to adapt to the coldness of his body alongside the fire rather than trying to purge it from his mana circuits. He imagined with excitement what would happen if he could truly master this technique. After the flashback, Rimmer sighed softly and said, this should be enough. Raon stopped and observed where they were standing. He asked, puzzled, in the middle of the forest? Why here? Rimmer suddenly swung his hand and a gust of wind appeared, blowing over Raon. Rimmer explained, I wanted to create a wind blade to protect my lord. This is what you're seeing now. Then he began to create a stronger wind, and one could even see the elemental colors within it. He continued, that was the wind I chose. Raon's eyes widened as he felt the sensation on his hands. Rimmer said softly, I did make it weaker so you could get used to it. But you didn't seem afraid at all. You aren't a child at all. Then he stood there and said, ever since I was born, I could feel this wind because I'm an elf, but you are human. Furthermore, your mana circuits are filled with cold energy, so it will be much harder for you. Rimmer explained that there are many types of wind, warm, cold, or sharp. Then he reached his hand toward the sky, saying he wanted a wind blade that could pierce through everything. Finally, he said proudly, and I obtained it. Then he told Raon, you have to find your own. Think about the flame you want to possess. Raon suddenly spoke up, this is the north. Unless I set this forest on fire, there's no way I'm going to see a proper flame. Rimmer chuckled when he heard that, teasing him. If we did that, we'd be beheaded in an instant. He looked at Raon with an intrigued gaze and said, "But there is a place that's perfect for you." A while later, the teacher and student arrived at a forge. Rimmer called out to the person inside, "Hey, old man, I'm here." The old man replied in a deep voice, "I was wondering why the fire was acting up, so it was you." Rimmer crossed his arms and laughed sheepishly. "Looks like another failure tonight, huh?" Raon asked curiously, "Where are we?" Rimmer replied gently, "This is where the hottest and brightest flame in the north is." He added, "A forge." The old man inside the forge asked Rimmer, "What did you bring this time?" Rimmer shook his head. "Hey, he's the grandson of the family head." But the old man didn't seem to care and replied, "I'm just a retired old man." "Unless the family head comes here himself," Raon was momentarily astonished. "What is this?" He looked at the raging fire before him and exclaimed, "Is this truly a flame?" He recalled how, in his past life, he had seen countless flames, campfires he started himself, high-level fire magic cast by mages, and so on. He looked at the current flame. Raon felt the heat, the imagery, the fire. He began to concentrate, visualizing the flame he wanted to possess. Just as his hand was about to reach it, the flame vanished. Raon felt a pang of disappointment. He turned the fire down. The old man's gravelly voice rang out, "My name is Vulcan." Vulcan warned, "If you want to be polite, you can go somewhere else." Raon was incredibly surprised to hear that name, Vulcan. He looked at the old man, remembering someone in his mind, an artisan famous worldwide for his craftsmanship. "It really is Vulcan." Raon thought, "You created the true heavenly sword of Clan Zieghart, but you disappeared 30 years ago. To think you'd be here." Raon immediately greeted him politely. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Raon Zieghart." Vulcan asked softly, "Did you tell him about me?" Rimmer immediately shook his head in denial. "Not at all." Then Rimmer turned to explain to Raon, "That old man is the artisan for Clan Zieghart. He's retired." "Yeah, he's a retired master craftsman, but he's been watching the fire here for 10 years. Rimmer continued, saying he's watched this flame all year so the kids don't get to see a proper flame anywhere else. Then Rimmer asked, "Could you do me a favor?" Vulcan mused for a moment before replying, "Why don't you go to those other blacksmiths?" Master Rimmer replied, "There are too many prying eyes there. I don't want others to see him practicing this technique before he's mastered it." Hearing that, Vulcan asked with a hint of curiosity, "What do you mean?" Rimmer replied, "Because Raon is Sylvia's son." This time, Vulcan turned to look at Raon. Raon seized the opportunity and said sincerely, "I won't bother you. Please let me feel this flame." Vulcan stared at him for a while, then replied, "I'm making charcoal." While Raon didn't quite understand, Vulcan continued, "Gold, charcoal, it creates a much stronger fire than black or white charcoal. I've been doing that here for 10 years. Then he said, "As long as you don't bother me, do whatever you want." Having received Vulcan's permission, Raon's face lit up. He was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Afterward, Rimmer and Vulcan went outside the forge, leaving Raon in there alone. Rimmer stood by and praised him. "You're really kind, though I didn't expect you to agree so easily." Then Rimmer friendly placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "If you treat him well, I'll bring you some fine wine." But then, Vulcan's answer surprised Rimmer greatly. "It's not because of him." Vulcan explained his actions. The fire in the furnace flared up intensely when that boy walked in, so strong that it broke the charcoal underneath. He determined that the boy already had the ability to control the flame. He muttered, if it's him." Vulcan smiled and thought, "I think he can make my dreams come true." Raon had been coming to the forge for 7 months, thinking about the image of the flame he wanted to attain. Raon sat perfectly still, continuously muttering, "Fire, I understand now." An image of a fireball flared up, and Raon slowly stepped forward to touch it. In his mind, he kept thinking, "They say fire is the most terrifying and powerful element, but if you can control it, that's a whole different story." A tamed flame is more powerful than any other element, and the 10,000 arts technique had also been awakened. He suddenly remembered Rimmer's teaching. "Imagine the image of the flame you want to possess." So Raon muttered again, the image of the flame I need." He remembered the enemy of his family, wanting to cut their throats to help Sylvia gain the title of the main lineage. The path leading to his goal was filled with darkness, unable to see anything at all. A torch to light the path, a flame to defeat the monsters, a resilient flame, emitting a beautiful light ahead. Raon gradually became immersed in it. That was the flame he wanted to possess. Raon practiced patiently. He felt the fire energy stronger than normal flowing through his own body. He felt the temperature of the furnace space seeping into his skin. It forced him to focus and grasp it. He had to feel just a little bit more. In his subconscious, Raon's entire body felt as if it were surrounded by flames. This caught him by surprise. Is this the state of absolute emptiness? I can see my own subconscious right in front of me. He bit his lip, thinking if he focused just a little more, but suddenly, a stream of elemental ice magic appeared on his left hand. Wrath let out a wicked laugh. It's my turn now. Didn't I tell you? I'll wait until you are at your weakest to freeze you. As soon as the demon finished speaking, an extremely powerful surge of magic engulfed Raon's body, causing his left hand to freeze rapidly. This left Raon in complete panic. I was too complacent. Why did it have to be now? He recalled the past 7 months, forgetting that he had been very quiet lately, but he was no ally of his. His smiling face made him forget he was a demon who wanted to take his life. That was the Demon King. Surrounded by the massive surge of the Demon King's magic, Raon struggled in discomfort. Damn it, it feels like my body is shattering into pieces. It's so hard to breathe. But if I move now, I'll die. And if I use the 10,000 arts technique, I'll die too. He frantically thought of ways to concentrate his aura. Raon gasped for air with difficulty. To survive, I have to use my brain. I need to think. The ice had begun to freeze his lower body. Raon shook his head with difficulty, but his mind felt so muddled. The demon enjoyed watching Raon's state of agony. He wore a cunning smile and chuckled, asking, "Your struggle is truly beautiful. How is it? Do you think you can withstand my power like before?" Then he added, "It's useless." Raon's eyes gradually began to fade into a dreamlike state. The demon's deceitful voice echoed throughout the space. "Your body and soul are now mine." He declared loudly, "Your struggles, your life are all in vain. You're no different from that guy working in the furnace. But don't worry, I'll surely avenge you." Just as he was about to lose his reason, the demon hinted at a way for Raon to counterattack. "Furnace? The furnace, you say? Thanks for the hint." Finally, Raon used all his remaining strength to accumulate power. He gritted his teeth, determined to go all in. If he didn't do it, he would die. The fire in the furnace suddenly flared up violently. Instead of absorbing the natural mana heated by the furnace, he would directly absorb the mana from the furnace itself. It was a fire much stronger and hotter, capable of devouring everything. Raon roared, "Absorb it." Raon's body began to absorb the mana from the furnace, his mouth muttering, which made the Demon King scream in shock. What are you doing?" The 3 pieces of charcoal in the furnace began to glow brighter. Vulcan, who was patiently observing the furnace, was startled and jumped up by the mana disturbance and the flare-up of the flames. His panic hadn't ended yet. What is going on? Why did the fire suddenly rise so high? I've never seen such a powerful fire before. He looked around and noticed something. What's wrong with this furnace? Vulcan looked toward the young man still sitting there, practicing, unable to hide his bewilderment. Raon was shaking. Raon's whole body was trembling violently, despite sitting right next to the furnace, which Vulcan found extremely strange. How could he be cold when the furnace was burning like that? Then he sat up and approached Raon, calling out anxiously, "Hey kid, are you okay?" Vulcan pointed a finger at Raon, asking confusedly, "Why are you shaking like a leaf? Say something." Just as Vulcan showed signs of touching Raon, Rimmer appeared out of nowhere and seriously blocked his action. Vulcan asked in surprise, "Rimmer," and Rimmer simply reminded him, "Leave him alone, don't touch him." The wrinkles on Vulcan's face deepened. "What are you talking about? He could die." Rimmer calmly spread his arms and explained, "He's currently in a state of absolute emptiness. There's nothing we can do. If we touch him, he'll vomit blood and die." Vulcan pulled back his hands upon hearing that. He asked quietly, "Is that the chill you were talking about? Can't we do anything about it?" He received a nervous nod from Rimmer in response. "No, it was too dangerous." Rimmer looked at Raon and prayed silently. "Raon, please, don't die." Inside his consciousness, a fierce battle was still raging. Watching the flames break through the layer of ice and slowly start to envelop the entire space, the Demon King roared madly. "Stop right now. There's nothing you can do." Naturally, someone with the willpower and desire like Raon would never listen to the demon waiting to claim his life. He gritted his teeth in determination. "I've already died a bitter death once before." Raon's gaze became sharper than ever. "My previous life was meaningless, and in the end, I died with my eyes wide open. I will certainly not let that happen again." As Raon drew closer to the flames he desired, he reached out his hand, trying his best to touch them. Outside, the temperature in the furnace was about to exceed the limit. Vulcan said loudly with concern, "The temperature is too high. At this rate, the furnace won't be able to handle such a sudden spike." Rimmer focused on sensing the mana in the furnace gathering in one spot. Raon. He was surprised by his own realization. Is Raon absorbing mana? Subconsciously, Raon roared powerfully, and the fire energy within him erupted. No matter how hard the Demon King tried, he could no longer hold him back. Raon successfully grasped the flames. The Demon King had finally lost the battle. Immediately, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, the fireball bursting throughout the space, creating a mushroom cloud right inside the forge, as tall as a castle. Rimmer, startled, shouted worriedly, "Raon, are you okay?" Vulcan also called out his name anxiously, "Raon Zieghart." After the smoke and flames began to clear, Rimmer gasped, seeing a figure looming in the blast. Raon was slowly standing up, and sparkling elemental particles appeared around him. Rimmer was even more stunned when he realized that what Raon possessed now was golden fire. Beside Raon, a system notification appeared. You have learned the 10,000 Flames technique. Raon observed the snowflake on his hand. The system notifications continued to echo around him. 10,000 Flames technique has reached 2 stars due to high temperature. Fire resistance was created after leveling up. The frost attribute has melted away. The poor stamina attribute has disappeared, and the cold air has condensed into ice aura. Finally, the system concluded, ice aura has reached 2 stars due to the freezing explosion. Hearing that, Raon happily rubbed his chest. Everything was progressing better than he thought. He could grow immediately. While he was silently marveling at having achieved so much, another notification appeared. Raon focused on reading the new information. After reading it, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this a dream? It's giving me everything. In just a moment, I've obtained everything that would have taken me years to achieve. The Demon King still couldn't believe he had lost the recent battle. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. He flew around frantically, venting his anger while moving. What even are you? Your spirit is always so weak. How could you endure this? Raon replied, pouring salt on the wound. I never said I couldn't, don't you go misunderstanding that. Afterward, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, but this time, I really almost died. I have to be more careful. After this incident, that's for sure. Looking at the Demon King's defeated expression, Raon grew even more certain even if they were a bit closer. Derus Robert was still an enemy. He couldn't let him see his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, Vulcan's raspy voice interrupted his thoughts. Kid, are you okay? Raon calmly replied, I'm fine. Vulcan heard that and asked, did you acquire aura? Raon smiled and answered, yes, thanks to you. Then he apologized. I'm sorry, the furnace broke because of me. But Vulcan just sighed. It's fine, as long as you're okay. He continued, I'll just build another one. At that moment, a strange light emanating from the remaining furnace caught his attention. Raon asked curiously, what is it? Vulcan hurried over to that spot, muttering with anticipation. That is without finishing his sentence, he used a shovel to start pulling things out of the furnace. On the shovel appeared 3 yellow pieces of charcoal, all emitting a soft light. Vulcan couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, golden charcoal. Memories from the past flooded back, and the gossip of the people around him surfaced. I guess he's back at the furnace again. He says he wants to create golden charcoal. It's been years. Golden charcoal only exists in legends. I thought he retired. He must be bored. Vulcan gazed at those pieces of charcoal and muttered, looks like you aren't the only lucky one. He handed them to Raon. This is golden charcoal. Vulcan began to explain. It burns hotter than white charcoal and longer than black charcoal. Thanks to you, I've created what I've been trying to make for decades. Thank you. Being suddenly thanked by Vulcan made Raon rush to decline. I didn't do anything. Vulcan listened, then pondered for a moment. Then he continued. Every time you trained here, the fire burned hotter, and your breathing made the flames flare up. The temperature spread throughout this place. Then Vulcan smiled and said, I'm just a crude man who only knows how to work with a hammer. But I know what you did. It's all thanks to you. Finally, I want to ask you one question. Raon, what is your goal? Raon heard that and whispered, goal? Yes. Vulcan nodded. What kind of swordsman do you want to become? Raon pondered for a moment, then firmly placed a hand on his chest, speaking clearly, I want to become a warrior who never gives up, no matter what kind of opponent I face. Vulcan nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect a child to say something like that. A swordsman who never gives up. He continued. In 3 to 5 years, you'll be ready for a sword. And when you think you have enough mental fortitude, enough stability, come find me. I will save them for that day. Vulcan pointed to those glowing yellow charcoals and said that. Raon asked in surprise, you mean you'll forge a sword for me? I heard you retired. Vulcan replied gently, people often come back after they retire. Before Raon left, Vulcan reminded him to try and stay alive until then. High above, Rimmer observed the two of them saying goodbye. He smiled and said, still wondering what happened? Turns out the kid finally got his aura. It's quite something to have people worrying about him. Rimmer suddenly turned to ask the person behind him, am I right? The person watching with Rimmer was none other than the household head, Clan Zieghart. Rimmer grinned and said, you come here every day because you're worried about him, right? You must be relieved now. Answering him was Glenn's denial. I didn't come here because I was worried. Rimmer laughed as he praised Raon. Perhaps it was the heat from the furnace, but Raon's aura was incredibly pure and dense. He had already stabilized his aura, such a true talent. Suddenly, Rimmer's expression turned serious. That won't do. This puzzled Raon, who turned to look at him. The master explained calmly. He has turned his own flaw into an advantage. In the fifth training hall, Raon Zieghart stood with a box of ice cream cakes in her hands, her eyes searching the doorway with anticipation. She thought to herself, Raon, when will you finally come back? She recalled the unpleasant things other trainees had said about him. Did you hear anything about him? He hasn't even awakened his aura yet. It's been 7 months. Maybe he isn't as gifted as the rumors say. Young Master Burin or Lady Martha should take his place. He's probably not that great anyway. Runan gripped the box of cake even tighter. I want to help him. Mother said I must repay those who have helped me. While she was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open. Ronan's face lit up with joy as she saw Raon appear. Every step Raon took was steady. He was currently arguing with the demon inside him. I told you not to push it. The demon retorted with a warning. Don't get cocky, someday. Raon decided to ignore him and kept walking. He nodded to himself. Yeah, keep at it. But then he suddenly stopped. Seeing Runan standing there as if waiting for him, Raon asked softly, Runan? Hearing him say her name, Runan slowly looked up at him. She then opened the cake box. Inside were 4 colorful cakes that looked incredibly appetizing. Runan held them out toward Raon and said, do your best. Suddenly, she paused, feeling a strange surge of power. Seeing her kindness, Raon didn't refuse. He took a blue cake and thanked her. Oh, it's the ice cream from last time. Thanks. Runan felt that strange power even more clearly now. She blinked, thinking to herself, this cold energy, feeling the power radiating from Raon, she remarked. It's much stronger and more comfortable now. Raon said politely. Thanks. He took a bite. The sweet, refreshing taste immediately filled his mouth. The gluttonous Demon King also got a share, praising it nonstop. This is so good. The demon was so delighted he forgot about their earlier argument, flying around excitedly. It's been a while since I've had this, still as good as ever. Eat the other 2 as well. Raon had to step in. You know this is her treat. Don't be so greedy. Get a grip on yourself. Then, he helped her close the cake box and didn't forget to thank her once more. It's delicious, thank you. Ronan asked, confused, aren't you going to eat more? Raon replied gently, 1 is enough for me, thank you. Ronan asked him again, do you feel better? Raon was a bit taken aback, then let out a subconscious sigh. Yeah, I feel better now. Hearing that, Ronan smiled in satisfaction. Good. Finally, she left in high spirits with the cake box. Raon watched her go, smiling happily as well. He muttered to himself, what an odd girl. A while later, during training, Rimmer stepped onto the platform. He announced clearly, you all must be bored of doing the same training every day. He reminded them, you've spent 7 months training your foundations and cultivating. It's time to start igniting your energy centers. This announcement left the trainees feeling curious. One student whispered to the person next to them, why would he do that all of a sudden? The other didn't know either, just shaking their head. I'm wondering the same thing. A chorus of murmurs broke out. What is he planning? Rimmer just offered a mysterious smile. Then, he announced that they would be sparring with each other for the next month. Clearly, this excited Martha immensely. He continued, the results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings. Rimmer advised them, I suggest you prepare carefully for the upcoming battles. While he was speaking, a hand suddenly shot up, followed by Martha's blunt voice. Wait. She spoke with underlying intent. What about those who are falling behind and haven't even created an aura yet? Her words made the atmosphere drop, and all eyes turned toward Raon. But Rimmer's response shattered the negative tension. Fortunately, I heard those students have already awakened their aura. Hearing that, Martha gasped in surprise. What? Since when? He smiled and replied, maybe yesterday or today, I'm not sure. Martha glanced at Raon and gave a provocative smirk. I finally have a chance. I thought I would die of boredom, it took long enough. She walked step by step toward Raon, her tone becoming increasingly aggressive. Do you remember what I said? I don't take orders from someone weaker than me. Martha kept picking at Raon. I've put up with you long enough. I'm sure you've had a tough time, being in a position you can't handle. Then, she confidently declared, I'll take this opportunity and settle things with you once and for all. Suddenly, a hand blocked Martha's path. Burin spoke up once again. Martha stepped back. He continued, he hasn't even had his aura for a full day. Do you have any swordsman's honor at all? Being called out like that, Martha didn't care in the slightest. She shook her head and patted Burin's shoulder. Young master, our dear young master Burin, you grew up so prestigious, so you must care a lot about honor. But honor is reserved for those who deserve it. Burin gritted his teeth. Martha, but she cut him off. Those idiots managed to learn aura in just 1 month, yet our top student took 6 months. Seeing that the other students remained silent, she pushed her luck even further, her words becoming even more venomous. Even with advanced techniques, It takes about 7 months on average. That means this idiot is truly incompetent. We both participated in the assessment, so you know it too. Martha mocked, a swordsman who hasn't mastered aura can never be famous. No matter how talented you are with the sword, if you can't use aura, it's useless. Then she turned to Rimmer, teacher. You came up with this sparring match because you want to change the top student, right? Of course, Rimmer just shrugged. Who knows? I have no idea. Martha ignored him and called out directly to Raon Zieghart. She warned, you've been at the top for too long. It's time for you to step down. Seeing Raon still silent, Martha stood with her hands on her hips, challenging him. So, as I said, let's fight to decide who is number one. Finally, Raon spoke, his answer crisp and decisive. No. He continued calmly. How can you gamble if you have no stakes? If you want to bet on my position, you need to put something of equal value on the table. Martha laughed mockingly. Do you still not understand your place? Are you stupid? Nobody here is on your side. Then, one sentence from Raon left her speechless. Are you scared? Raon asked, completely calm, even managing a smile as he spoke. Martha was stunned. What the hell did you just say? As someone so competitive, she naturally couldn't stand being insulted like that. She let out a savage laugh, constantly muttering about how ridiculous, how truly ridiculous it all was. She then returned to her usual cocky demeanor, arms crossed as she sighed. Haha, fine. I'll let it slide. Do you want me to put something on the line too? Saying that, she pulled out an item. This is a disaster pill, a miraculous medicine my father gave me. It will strengthen your body and your aura. She shook it in front of Raon and said, if you win, I'll give you this. How about it? Not bad, right? Raon gave a mysterious smile. He whispered, do you remember when I said we should wait until we could take down Martha? There's something I want to get from her. However, the Demon King didn't hear him clearly and asked, what did you say? Raon just smiled. This is our chance, he said. A month later, in her room, Martha stared at the calendar, marking the day of the fight, and muttered, it's been a month. She confidently cracked her knuckles, her face full of determination. Finally, she would have her chance for a rematch. Recalling her first fight with Raon, she couldn't help but feel bitter. Before coming here, she had never been beaten by anyone her own age. He was the first to ever land a hit on her. With a deep scowl, Martha steeled herself. This was her chance to avenge the humiliation he had caused her 8 months ago. Once prepared, she marched off steadily. That bastard Raon has only been learning aura for a month. He can't possibly beat someone who has trained for 3 years like me. Thinking this, she clenched her fist. Waiting for someone as incompetent as him was just a waste of time. A painful memory surfaced. Martha pressed her lips together. She had to become stronger quickly because she needed to save someone. She aggressively declared that this would be the end for Raon. At the 5th training ground, the sparring match was about to begin. Rimmer, acting like an excellent instructor, shouted, everyone, attention. After all the official students had gathered, Rimmer began to offer some advice. Observing a match is just as effective as sparring yourself. You should watch the other students' matches carefully and think through your own moves ahead of time. He encouraged them gently. Don't be nervous. Just give it your all. Then, he began announcing the match list. The first match was between Raon Zieghart and Dorian. Immediately, Raon shouted, present. As for Dorian, he didn't seem too keen. The boy trembled as he raised his hand and said, Sir. Rimmer nodded and asked, what's wrong? Dorian stammered, I forfeit. His answer left both of them stunned. Rimmer blinked and said, I haven't even started yet. So, Dorian made up an excuse. I don't feel well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I'm still having chills and body aches, and I couldn't sleep last night either. It's the truth, sir. The Demon King, watching the scene, found it repulsive and growled in anger. If he were my subordinate, I would have beheaded him on the spot. As for Raon, he had already guessed Dorian would act like that, so he just looked on indifferently. I knew he would do that. Rimmer helplessly encouraged, Dorian, you should try to fight Raon. You'll definitely learn something even if you lose. Seeing his teacher speak like that, Dorian could only reluctantly comply. Yes, I understand. A few minutes later, Dorian was quickly taken down by Raon. The boy, Dorian, eyes rolling back, muttered, I surrender. Rimmer frowned at the young master Raon. Raon, you still haven't learned to control your emotions. If you had fought properly, you could have defeated him in 5 moves. His response was filled with frustration. I just got angry because of his attitude. Then Rimmer turned to comment on Dorian, who was still lying on the ground. Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you that you could do it. If you had fought back, you could have lasted longer. Hearing this, Dorian replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, but it was too scary. Rimmer sighed. All right, next. The list of contestants is as follows. Runan Sullian versus Gren. Rimmer shouted for them to begin. Immediately, Gren launched his first attack toward Raon Zieghart. The blade rapidly closed in on her face. Almost instantly, she swung her sword. Gren's attack was quickly deflected by Raon Zieghart. His sword was instantly knocked from his hand. Gren was shocked that his attack had been countered like that, his expression saying, "This is the end of the line for me." Gren's sword was sent flying by Raon Zieghart, thudding into the ground. Rimmer clapped his hands to signal the end. That's enough. He began to give feedback to each of them. Gren, you're too nervous. You need to relax when you hold your sword. And Raon Zieghart, that was a beautiful counterattack. But your aura still didn't last until the end of the match. Rimmer read the list of students for the next match. As the afternoon wore on, the students intently evaluated the final match because they were the last ones and were feeling pumped up. The final match was between Martha and Raon. Martha launched an attack, her expression clearly exhilarated. Raon immediately blocked it, his face incredibly serious. The battle became extremely intense, with Martha attacking relentlessly, pressing Raon hard. A moment later, Raon countered. Martha showed a look of surprise at the counterattack, followed by another blow from Raon. Even though Martha blocked it, her uneasy expression clearly showed she was being gradually overwhelmed by Raon. A lethal strike aimed at her neck from Raon forced Martha to dodge hurriedly. She immediately stepped back, and both of them fell into a defensive stance. Martha spoke first. "I didn't expect you to block all my attacks. I have to admit, you've got talent." Then she countered. "But your talent is limited to swordsmanship." Finished with that, she swung her sword toward the sky, shouting loudly, "A half-baked warrior who isn't even good at using aura like you will never shine." Her aura exploded instantly, engulfing her body. Martha put all her strength into one leg to leap, finally jumping up to unleash an aura-infused strike at Raon. Raon blocked it quickly, but the heavy pressure made it difficult for him to hold out. Martha poured even more strength into it. "Oh, you blocked that? But how much longer can you keep this up?" At the same time, Martha thought to herself, talent for using aura is extremely important, even more than swordsmanship. After 7 months, your ability can only create an aura the size of a bean. There's no way you'll become a swordsman. The more Martha thought, the more excited she became, and she spitefully threatened, "If you still refuse to surrender, the next blow will shatter your bones." But before she could finish, she was caught off guard by Raon's counterattack. She quickly blocked the strike but was knocked back. Raon said calmly, "You're always talking about talent. People in your family seem to place way too much value on it, don't they?" Martha laughed and replied, "I'm sure you find it annoying because you have no talent at all, which is why I want to show you what real talent can do." Raon replied coldly, "If that's the case, I'll show you the exact opposite." With that, Raon immediately unleashed a wave of fire attribute aura. He asserted that talent wasn't the most important thing. Martha was left stunned by the scene before her. Raon began to unleash the special technique he had been granted, 10,000 flames, single fire. Martha stared at it, muttering to herself, "What is that flame?" Her instincts warned her, this is dangerous. That's definitely not ordinary fire, there's something hidden behind those flames. She marveled to herself, how can it be so beautiful yet so chilling? Martha swallowed hard, then gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She said coldly, "I guess I should get serious, too." No sooner had she said that than she unleashed her ultimate technique, the point focus crystal. Raon silently analyzed Martha's technique. Point focus, she's condensing all her aura into a single point. To be able to do this at her age, impressive. I guess she plans to pour all her strength into the next strike. Martha took a serious stance with her sword. "I admit he's strong, but he can't block this." With that, she began to gather momentum. With a burst of speed, Martha lunged, attacking Raon relentlessly. The collision of their auras instantly created shockwaves, tearing the ground apart. The students nearby cried out in alarm. "The ground is cracking. What's going on?" The battle had made the atmosphere incredibly tense. Dust and wind swirled everywhere, and a sword had been snapped in two. Martha lay unconscious on the ground, her hand still gripping the broken piece of her blade, while Raon stood calmly, looking at her without a scratch. The students whispered in shock. Did Raon win? No way. Martha lost? What's up with his aura? Meanwhile, Raon calmly rubbed his wrist. After observing her for a moment, he quietly assessed his opponent. Even while unconscious, you're still clenching your fists. You possess something even greater than skill or talent. Raon concluded it was her mental fortitude. At the main building, Glenn nodded and said, "So, Raon defeated Martha." Rimmer replied, "That's right. He defeated Martha completely, even though she has 4 years of head start in aura training. It's hard to believe." Glenn remarked gently, "The flames I saw that day were truly beautiful, like a flower made of fire. The power far exceeded its size. I'm sure everyone in the family knows about this by now. Guide the boy well, don't let him get arrogant." Rimmer nodded cheerfully, "Of course." Then Glenn asked, But how is Martha? Rimmer answered honestly. She seems a bit shocked, but her wounds are easy to heal. Martha was currently sitting lost in thought on her bed. Rimmer continued. The biggest problem is the psychological shock. He sincerely hoped she would be able to overcome it. Early the next morning, Raon was intently planting a flower. While he was focusing on his work, the Demon King kept nagging, "Can you be more careful? Be more careful, or I'll freeze you." Being constantly nagged by a voice in his head made Raon visibly annoyed. He spoke up, "You're not doing anything anyway, so stop just making empty noise." Hearing this, the Demon King grew even more frustrated and shouted, "That's only because of your elemental resistance." Raon responded indifferently, "Good thing you know that." Then he began to drift into thought. The night after he defeated Martha, the miracle pill he received had increased Raon's stat points. A fourth fire ring had formed. The fire ring reached level 4. The fourth fire ring was strengthening his body and soul. His agility and stamina had increased, the stamina depletion had vanished, and the mana interference had disappeared. To be more precise, what he had gained so far only now took full effect thanks to Martha's pill. He thought, a lot of things have been strengthened, but the most notable one is level 4 water resistance. Level 4, water resistance. Thanks to that, those attacks from R didn't mean much to me. Since today was the final day of his break, Raon wanted to go out to the garden. He wanted to tend to the garden and plant some flowers. The Demon King, of course, did not stop his nagging. He kept directing Raon, "You idiot, you have to dig deeper." "Not like that, what are you doing?" This made Raon so annoyed he was about to lose it. A look of frustration clear on his face. "Why do I have to listen to this guy while gardening?" He nagged him again. "You have to use your hands so the roots don't break, you know?" The Demon King's knowledge of gardening made Raon wonder. How does he know so much about gardens? Before Raon could ask, R quickly explained to him, his voice full of pride. "Back when I was in the demon realm, I always filled my garden with ice flowers. The other demons who saw my garden respected me greatly." Just as he was looking for a way to deal with this chatty demon, Raon noticed a familiar figure appearing at the gate. Martha, with a bored expression and her usual outfit. Martha's appearance here was completely unexpected. Raon asked coldly, "I assume you didn't come here to pick a fight? What are you here for?" But it seemed Martha didn't want to answer right away. This made Raon wonder, what is she thinking? "I thought she was mature, but she's really childish." Then he shook his head. "No, that doesn't matter now." Immediately after, Martha spoke up. Her tone as blunt as ever. "I want to spar with you again." Hearing that, Raon said warily, "You're pathetic. You still haven't admitted defeat." Martha immediately retorted, I didn't say I wasn't admitting defeat. I just don't understand why I lost, so I came here to find out." Raon asked indifferently, "What's in it for me?" This made Martha blurt out, "Huh." Raon continued, "A loser challenging the winner should at least bring a gift." This shocked her, and she brushed it off. "Nonsense. Why should I pay to fight?" But Raon replied clearly, "It's necessary for me." Martha stood there, staring at him. He doesn't seem to want to fight at all. What should I do? Her gaze landed on the patch of beautiful flowers. A malicious thought crossed her mind. Should I step on these flowers? She said, "You must really like flowers." Surprising. But Raon's answer made her pause. Not really. Raon explained, "I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like them either. I just garden for my mother." Hearing this, Martha clicked her tongue in annoyance and decided to put an end to the petty thoughts in her head. Then she turned to leave. "Whatever, I'm going." Suddenly, Sylvia stepped out from the house and called to her son. "Raon, there you are." Seeing her, Raon softened his expression and called back, "Mother." She said cheerfully, "I was wondering where you were, but is that your friend? A new friend you made during training?" The person she was asking about was Martha. Hearing that, she turned her head to look at her. "That's Sylvia Zieghart, the woman who left the family for a man and returned to save her child. You acted bravely for your son." Sylvia observed Martha and said gently, "Black eyes and hair. You must be Martha. It's a pleasure to meet you." Raon noticed a bad trend forming and hurriedly said, "She's not my friend. Let me handle this." But she simply told him, "I just wanted to talk to your friend." Then she stepped forward and took her hand. "I heard you fought Raon. Are you hurt?" Martha stood still and replied, "I'm fine." Hearing that, Sylvia softly said, "Really? I was so worried." She gently stroked Martha's cheek, making her suddenly blush. She had heard that Daniel had brought in a talented child. "You're even pretty. You're so lucky, both talented and beautiful." Then she happily asked, "But why did you come here?" Martha had to reply with a mix of truth and lies. "I just wanted to discuss a few things with Raon, and now that I'm done, I'll be going." But perhaps because she rarely had guests, Sylvia warmly invited her to stay. "You should stay and eat with us." Martha was startled and asked, "Huh? What?" Sylvia continued, "I can't let Raon's friend go home hungry. Being held by such a beautiful woman made Martha so flustered she started stuttering. That A. While later, in the dining room, Raon and Martha sat opposite each other, enjoying the dishes Sylvia had served. Raon thought in astonishment, "What's this? Why is Mom being so kind?" Meanwhile, Sylvia kept chatting with this special guest. Since she really liked beef soup, she cooked it all the time. She asked, "You're a year older than Raon, aren't you?" Martha nodded obediently. "Yes, I'm 15. She asked again, "Do you have any difficulties with your training?" Martha replied softly, "Not really." Sylvia continued, "We have great cooks, but the meat here isn't as good as the meat at the main house, so it might be a bit tough compared to what you're used to." Suddenly, she placed a hand on Martha's shoulder. She smiled and reminded her, "Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache." The image of another woman appeared, accompanied by the same words, "Chew carefully so you don't get a stomachache, dear." Little Martha nodded obediently, "Yes, Mom." The memory ended, and Martha felt sad while eating. After the meal, Martha politely said, "It was delicious, thank you." Sylvia said goodbye to her. "Please take care of Raon." On this side, Raon whispered suspiciously to Runan, "What is this? I was sure she came to fight. Did she eat something strange?" Runan didn't understand and just replied vaguely, "Perhaps so." On the way back, Martha couldn't stop thinking about it. Raon must think she's crazy. Martha remembered Sylvia again, but that gaze was so much like her mother's that she couldn't refuse her. Sylvia's image surfaced. Martha silently sensed that her face, hair, and voice were all very different. But at that moment, she had a feeling just like when she was with her mother. Thinking of the dark past, Martha gritted her teeth. After her mother was kidnapped by those bastards from the White Blood Church and she was adopted by Daniel, she decided she would never lose until she found her, and she had kept that promise until now. But that day, she had lost to Raon. Martha worriedly thought about a problem. Clan Zieghart adopted her because of her talent, but if she lost like that, she might be kicked out. She worriedly thought, "Father is a gentle person, but what if that's all a facade?" Then she would have no hope of finding her mother. She trembled, thinking she shouldn't have lost. The butler's voice sounded, "Lady Martha, you're back. You're home later than I thought." Martha asked, "Were you waiting for me?" The man said, "I was waiting to deliver a letter Lord Daniel wrote for you." Martha was surprised to receive the letter. "Father wrote to me?" He nodded. "Yes, it was written after the match." The content read, "Martha, congratulations on losing your first match. A defeat doesn't make you a loser. Don't be too troubled, but think about why you lost. That will help you improve. I wanted to come and comfort you myself, but the mission lasted longer than I expected. Father is sorry for not being by your side right now." At the end of the letter, he also wrote, "I am still looking for your mother. I haven't given up yet, so you shouldn't either." Martha gripped the letter tightly and ordered the butler to tell her father that she would remember it well and was very grateful to him. He bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lady." Closing the door, Martha sank into her own thoughts. "I lost miserably." She touched the hilt of her knife. It wasn't because she was subjective or anything, she just lost. Then she lifted her hair and prepared for a cut. She seemed to have made up her mind. "Now I have to accept the defeat and move forward. I can't bring shame to Father." Locks of Martha's long hair fell, accompanied by thoughts from the bottom of her heart. "If I pretend it never happened, I won't learn anything and I'll be too ashamed to face Father." After cutting her long hair, Martha put the knife down and gripped the hilt. "Let's start over. I will do my best to move forward. I will leave this stupid and pathetic past behind." Looking at herself with a burning will in the mirror, Martha told herself she would become stronger. Immediately after, Martha's strange change surprised some of the students. "What's going on? What happened to Lady Martha?" Martha stood with hands on her hips in front of Raon and called his name, Raon Zieghart. She continued, "I won't make excuses for what I've done, but I will keep my promise." Hearing this, Raon asked curiously, "A promise?" Martha turned away sharply, speaking as she walked. "I mean the promise that the loser must listen to the winner. I just wanted to say that. I'm leaving." Raon sighed. He thought to himself, "Surprising. Even if she promised, I didn't expect her to accept it so obediently." He watched Martha's back and commented that she had certainly changed in that short time. Even though she's young, that trait is very precious. Suddenly, she kicked Dorian, cursing. "Why are you standing in front of me? Get lost." Dorian had to stammer, I'm sorry." Raon thought helplessly, "But it seems she's only like that with me." The new year had arrived. Although small, many things had changed. Raon assessed silently. Contrary to everyone's thoughts, Martha still followed his words after the new year passed. He continued to note that Burn had become calmer and more reliable, and Runan Sullian's sword had become sharper than before, even though her expression remained the same. He looked at himself. Risking his life and facing danger for training had become an everyday occurrence. Seeing Raon's rapid improvement, Many students couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, we just learned that technique, and he mastered it in just half a day. He must have studied it beforehand. How could he master it so quickly?" Those people continued to discuss. Some even compared Raon's movements to Rimmer's, but he just stood there with his eyes closed for a while, right? His posture is even better than the instructor's. A few days ago, Rimmer came to report to the family head, Glenn, about Raon's performance. It's unbelievable. He must have used his brain to record all those images. He is a monster, a true monster. Glenn frowned and asked, "Are you his personal butler or something? Every time we meet, you only talk about him." Rimmer simply smiled gracefully at being teased. "My lord, I know what you mean. I know you're curious about him too." Suddenly, Viewer looked down. He asked the lord, but the servants in the main building seemed quite busy. "Are they preparing for something?" Glenn replied coldly, "Nothing special. We're just expecting some guests." Rimmer asked, "Guests?" Glenn said, "Envoys from the Kingdom of Owen will be arriving in a few days." The Kingdom of Owen is one of the 6 kingdoms located in the heart of the continent, one of the few that still maintains a friendly relationship with the Zieghart family and rarely associates with others. It's a kingdom of knights that highly values swordsmanship and martial arts. Rimmer pondered and asked, "The Kingdom of Owen? Who is the envoy?" Glenn answered in a low voice. "They announced it's the 3rd prince, but Duke Tartan is likely the real representative." Hearing the duke's name, Rimmer muttered, "Tartan? That madman actually became a duke." He suddenly thought of something. Wait, the 3rd prince must still be quite young, right? Probably around the same age as Raon and Buren. Glenn simply replied, "I don't know. I haven't looked into him." Then he reminded him, "You should tell your students to behave themselves." Rimmer was slightly surprised. "Huh. Even the 5th training ground," Glenn calmly explained, "the trainee knights will be escorting the 3rd prince, and they said they also want to observe how our swordsmen and knights train. We can't let them see a bad image of the Zieghart family." Rimmer stroked his chin, thinking. The 3rd prince and trainee knights, around the same age as Raon, he smiled slightly. This might actually be interesting. Rowan, standing nearby, couldn't help but comment, seeing the look on his face as if he were plotting something. Back to the present, after being told the shocking news by Rimmer, most of the trainees looked extremely astonished. "What? We're going to spar with trainee knights from the Kingdom of Owen." Rimmer smiled and said, "Yeah, you've probably heard the news about their envoys visiting. The 3rd prince is also coming, and he said he wants to spar with you all." One trainee stammered, but why so suddenly?" Rimmer raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you scared? I've told you before. A swordsman must always be ready to draw their sword, even while sleeping." Some other trainees whispered, "I heard he wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead of us, so why the sudden change of heart?" Naturally, it all had to do with their respected instructor, Rimmer. A while back, Rimmer went to the 3rd prince's encampment and said respectfully, "Your Highness, I heard you visited the 6th training ground. Looking at your expression, I'm sure they disappointed you." He continued, "If you have the time, please pay a visit to the 5th training ground." Rimmer emphasized, "I will make sure to impress you." Back in the present, Rimmer showed no remorse as he said, "It's only natural you're surprised. I announced it so suddenly. Meet them first before jumping to any conclusions." Then he called out, and the doors opened. "Everyone, you can come in now." A group of soldiers entered, led by a striking young man with blonde hair. Rimmer introduced them. They are the pride of the Kingdom of Owen, their trainee knights. The blonde young man clearly introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zieghart." Raon observed them intently. "So that's the 3rd prince of the Kingdom of Owen. He's very exceptional for his young age." He noted that the prince had the strongest aura among them all. Rimmer suddenly asked, "Raon, what about you? Are you excited to spar with them?" Raon looked toward the 3rd prince, thinking, the prince in the middle there. Could he be a good opponent to practice the wave technique and the star sword technique I just learned? Then Raon replied, "No, I want to spar with him." Rimmer nodded and declared, "Since the top student is excited, I'm sure all of you agree. Let the sparring begin. We need 20 people total. Follow Raon's lead and choose who you want to face." Suddenly, he paused. "Ah, I forgot one important thing." Rimmer's voice sounded playful, but it carried a hint of danger. "I bet a massive amount on you all, so you must win. If you lose, I'll kill you." This left the trainees frozen, not knowing how to react. A moment later, Raon had finished selecting the participants. He said, "This should be enough." Then he ordered, "Observe the knight you're about to face first." He reminded them and carefully observed their hands. Some trainees noticed an interesting detail. They said in surprise, "Huh, they're trembling." Raon explained, "On the outside, they look confident, but they're just like us. They're just trainees our age, and they're nervous about the upcoming fight." He stated firmly, "We are not inferior to any other kingdom when it comes to hard work. Your sweat and tears will yield results worthy of them." Raon strongly encouraged them. Don't worry, just give it your all. Show them how good we are. Motivated by Raon, all the participants shouted loudly in agreement. Then he said, I will decide the order. He carefully analyzed. The first match is very important because it will boost everyone's morale. That's why I'll send out someone who is sure to win. Raon pointed at someone and said, Martha, you'll take the first match. Raon asked, Can you do it? Martha immediately waved her hand. Sure, I'll end this quickly. Rimmer's voice rang out. When you're ready, head to the center. After seeing Martha's opponent, the trainees couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, is he really the same age as us? The trainees yelled. Why is he so huge? He looks like a seasoned knight. The other side introduced themselves first. I am a fighter from the kingdom of Owen, Taz. You're in great shape for your age. I think we'll have a good match. The trainees' voices intermingled. The size difference is huge. Even for Lady Martha, it's going to be a tough fight. But clearly, Martha was in excellent shape, seemingly unaffected by the size disparity. A good match, huh? She confidently tossed her hair and said, I'm going to win, so stop talking nonsense. Come at me. The third prince was immediately drawn into the first fight. He commented, She is overwhelming her opponent. The swordsmen of the 5th training ground are truly strong. He assessed that they lived up to the name Zieghart and that in terms of skill, they were definitely on par with the knights of his own kingdom. However, he was quite disappointed with his next destination. He remarked, Although the 6th training ground is truly disappointing, even though they are well trained, they can't even compare to the trainees of the Robert family. Back in the present, Zieghart was extremely surprised by this match. He thought, but it seems this training ground has some very talented apprentices. Duke Tartan spoke softly. You suddenly showed up yesterday and invited me to the 5th training ground because of this, Rimmer? Rimmer shrugged and replied, Sparring with one of the 6 Imperial Knight Orders is a rare opportunity. I thought this would be a good lesson for them. Tartan huffed. I find it hard to believe your words, coming from someone who once claimed to be a genius swordsman. Rimmer glanced at Tartan and said, So, should we go back to our usual business? Care to make a little bet with me? Tartan muttered as he shook his head, still addicted to gambling. Huh. What do you want to bet? Rimmer replied immediately. There will be 20 sparring matches in total, and we're even giving out prizes to the winners. Wouldn't it be more fun if we bet on something instead of just watching? Tartan asked. They've all been trained thoroughly at Owen. Do you really think your brats can win? Rimmer shrugged slightly and answered. It seems you have a lot of faith in your trainees. He then turned his gaze toward his students and said, But I have my own faith as well. On the dueling ground, Martha was relentlessly overpowering her opponent. A single strike from her immediately snapped her opponent's sword in two, leaving him shocked as he exclaimed, How is she this strong? Martha was still fired up. She delivered a blow to Tass's stomach with the hilt of her sword. Tass screamed in pain, then collapsed, clutching his abdomen. Rimmer's voice echoed, The winner is Martha. Raon thought stiffly to himself, I take back what I said. I thought her swordsmanship had become more gentle after fighting me. He observed, but on the contrary, both her speed and power had increased, while Martha smiled confidently and said, You only know how to rely on brute force, and you didn't even go all out with your first move. Raon muttered, This match is getting interesting. Wrath, standing nearby, frowned in annoyance. Interesting? Do you find it interesting to watch two ants fighting? I'm bored to death. Raon shot him a disapproving look. Wrath huffed and started bragging, reminiscing about the time he was in the demon realm. He rambled on that even younger demons fighting like that would be more interesting, because he didn't want to leave him. But when Wrath started ranting again, Raon clapped his hands, successfully locking him away in his own space, muttering, You're a buzzkill. Be quiet for a while. Rimmer's voice continued. The 18th match, Raon, Sullian, and Idalia. Hearing that, Raon signaled that it was her turn. The two opponents, one with white hair and one with red, stepped onto the arena together. Idalia spoke first. Are you Raon Sullian? I really don't like that blank look in your eyes. With that, she began to emit fire attribute aura. Seeing this, Raon Sullian frowned and said, I don't like fire. As soon as she finished speaking, Raon burst out with ice attribute aura. Ice and fire clashed as they lunged into battle. The moment the two opposing auras touched, they created a cloud of steam, which provided a perfect cover for Raon Sullian's skills. Idalia, staying alert, gripped her sword and observed her surroundings. Raon Sullian's image appeared behind her. Idalia immediately noticed, swung her sword, and shouted, There. But Raon Sullian's image suddenly vanished. Idalia frowned. An illusion? Just as her guard was down, Raon Sullian successfully placed her blade against her opponent's neck. Rimmer called out, Match 18. Raon Sullian wins. Idalia saw Raon Sullian preparing to leave and hurriedly called out, I lost. But that was a great match. But Raon Sullian didn't pay her any mind. She just ran over to ask Raon, "Did you watch the match?" Of course, Raon had been watching closely. He remarked, "Your footwork has improved significantly." "Well done." Raon Zieghart sat down on the ground, satisfied, and said, "Thank you." Rimmer cheered them on. "Whether you win or lose, those were both beautiful matches. The atmosphere is heating up now. Now, let's move on to the 19th match," he said. Buren and Siren stepped forward. The two opponents met, and the one from Owen introduced himself first. "I am Sarun, an apprentice knight." Responding to him, Buren also introduced himself gracefully. "I am Raon Zieghart, a trainee." From the stands below, Raon silently assessed. "This guy Siren is quite strong. Aside from the third prince, he is the strongest one left." Rimmer shouted, "Begin." Immediately, Buren took a fighting stance. Both of them lunged at each other. Neither yielding, they traded blows and parried decisive strikes. Realizing his opponent was his equal, Buren calculated. "Our techniques are quite similar, so if I drop my guard for even a second, it's enough to get me knocked out," and he's surely thinking the same thing. Then, both of them charged at each other with everything they had once more. They fought so fiercely that both their swords snapped in two. The students outside the arena whispered, "Both their swords are broken." Just then, Rimmer smiled and announced the result. "The result of the 19th match is a draw." Raon said to Buren as he walked past, "Well done, Buren. That apprentice knight is the strongest one on their side." But Buren didn't seem very satisfied with the result. He frowned and muttered, "What does that matter? If I have stepped out to fight for the honor of the Clan Zieghart house, I must win at any cost." Raon reached out and gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry." Raon's eyes turned sharp. "I will win this final match and bring glory to the Clan Zieghart house." The third prince looked at his opponent and thought with a hint of disappointment, "Do I have to fight him?" He secretly assessed Raon. "The martial strength I sense from him is too mediocre." Then he asked aloud, "Are you a direct descendant of Clan Zieghart?" "You're completely not what I expected." Raon replied nonchalantly, "I am not." This made the third prince frown, thinking, "Tease. I didn't expect I'd have to fight such a boring match." He looked at Martha, Raon Zieghart, and Buren, wishing he could fight one of them instead. Thinking about it, he asked, "Master Rimmer, I have a proposal." Rimmer nodded and asked, "What is it?" He pointed toward Martha and Raon Zieghart and said, "I don't think those two are tired yet. Can I fight them after I defeat him?" Rimmer smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Ah, that's fine by me, but you have to win first." The third prince chuckled, waved his hand, and told them to warm up, saying the match would end quickly. He prepared to draw his sword, confidently thinking, "I won't use my aura to save my energy." High above, Duke Tartan noticed something about Raon. He immediately asked Rimmer, "What's up with that monster?" Rimmer replied, "I almost didn't notice him either because he's so inconspicuous." Rimmer smiled and said, "You aren't that blind, are you? If you knew, why didn't you warn the third prince?" The third prince seemed to underestimate Raon a bit, so Rimmer continued, "He will soon be the future of the kingdom, but he has never known defeat. Teaching him a little something about losing here is also a good idea." Tartan frowned and said, "But the third prince is very strong. Even for a genius swordsman, he won't be defeated easily." But Rimmer just calmly crossed his arms and replied, "That's true, it won't be easy." With that, Rimmer brought up a new bet. "Shall we make a bet?" Tartan glanced at him. "Again? You really love to bet." Rimmer smiled and said, "Just a simple one, a bottle of wine." Tartan had to agree. "Fine. What are the stakes?" Rimmer held up 5 fingers and said confidently, "Raon will take down the prince in 5 moves." Below the stands, Raon had begun to release his aura and was now in his attack stance. The third prince clearly did not expect things to unfold this way. Tartan was just as shocked. Raon had finished him off in a flash. The prince spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Raon sheathed his sword and said, "I think that's it for this." Rimmer beamed, his eyes squinting. "Oh my, we aren't even at the southern plains yet. Zieghart has already been regaining his strength." He was still stunned. I misjudged him. I even guessed he was ranked last for some reason. Watching Raon standing there, relaxed and composed, Zieghart concluded it was simply because he was too powerful. Tartan, unconvinced, asked, "Is that really a cadet? His technique and swordsmanship are already completely flawless." Hearing his old friend say that, Rimmer looked even more pleased as he boasted, "That's exactly why I told you Raon would win." Rimmer started bringing up the bet. "I'll book us a spot at a fancy place." Zieghart used all his remaining strength to sit up and hurriedly called out to him, "Stop right there. I haven't lost yet." Rimmer's voice rang out, "Your Highness, the match has," but Zieghart cut him off immediately. "I haven't even shown you my true skills yet. If I had gone all out from the start." Before he could finish, Martha jumped in from somewhere. "Ah, is that a dog barking or something?" she added. "Why can't a prince just accept that he lost? How annoying." Martha was mocking him, just like someone else I know. Zieghart widened his eyes, staring at Martha. Before she cut him off again, she said bluntly, "Hey, Prince, I'm trying to be nice to you here." Then she glared, threatening him. "Get out of here now. You lost." He clearly couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Silence, you are speaking to a royal prince." But Martha just laughed, full of provocation. "He's royalty, but I'm from the main branch. Why should I be subservient?" Noticing the atmosphere becoming tense, Rimmer clapped his hands to calm things down. "Enough. Why don't we hear what Raon thinks?" he asked Raon. "You can choose whatever you want." Raon replied, "The teacher already made the bet and the match is over, so there's no reason to keep fighting." But the third prince insisted he wasn't convinced, shouting, "I accept my defeat," he said sincerely. "I misjudged you. I underestimated you even before the match. I'm truly ashamed of this." Then he knelt, pleading, "Please, fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Zieghart bowed his head earnestly. "I'm begging you." Raon paused. Raon looked at Zieghart with a look of disbelief. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to apologize and lower his sword like that. I thought he was just another arrogant prince. Finally, Raon gave in. "All right, but just one more time." Zieghart, of course, couldn't miss the chance. He quickly said, "Of course." And so, another match began. Zieghart gripped the gold medallion in his hand, reflecting on himself. I was careless, which is why I underestimated him and lost. Then, with determination, he tore the string around his neck, the one holding the gold medallion. He unleashed a massive amount of aura and declared firmly, "This time, I will go all out." This burst of aura left everyone terrified. Tartan was even more shocked. He stammered, "Third prince, that sword technique is but knowing what he was about to say." Zieghart replied, "This is not the time to hide my strength." He gritted his teeth and said, "I will fight him with everything I have." When did wrath appear? He laughed and judged, "This guy is such an idiot. He doesn't even realize you're still hiding your strength." Raon just looked at him and said confidently, "I can win this time too." Wrath said excitedly, "He has way more aura than you, and he's stronger too." Because of that, Raon suggested, "Do you want to make a bet?" Wrath immediately agreed. Of course, a system notification appeared. Wrath wants to place a bet on the condition of defeating the third prince of the kingdom. If you win, +4 to all stats. If you lose, Wrath's emotion level increases by 10. Zieghart began his declaration of war. "All right, let's start." He used his legs to gain momentum, then poured all his strength into an attack. Raon quickly blocked the strike. The collision of their auras created a massive shockwave. They continued to clash, with aura constantly pouring out. Zieghart frowned, thinking, "I've used all my strength." But he hasn't been pushed back at all. He looked at Raon's incredibly serious expression, unable to help but feel impressed. Is Raon really a genius? He's more of a monster. Finally, he let out a long sigh, having made his decision. "All right," he resolved. "I'll fight Raon with everything I've got." Magic was constantly being channeled through Zieghарт's body. His aura began to accumulate to an even higher level. Raon watched from a distance. That must be the pair's sword technique, only passed down to the heir of the Owen kingdom. Seeing the magic gathering in that sword strike, he knew he would be using everything he had in the next move. Raon also began to unleash his own skills. He released a vast amount of aura and took a stance, ready to engage. "All right, come at me." Zieghart emphasized, "This is my full power. Take this, Raon." Raon watched the technique with caution. So that's the swordsmanship of Paris. A sword technique passed down only to the heir of the Owen kingdom. He must be planning to put all his energy into the next attack. He gripped his sword tightly and told himself, "I've memorized all the sword techniques the third prince has used." He then began to open his own ultimate technique, Fire of the 10,000, first strike. Zieghart slightly narrowed his brows at this skill of Raon's. On Raon's side, he finished his technique and shouted, "Golden fire breaking the heavens." Zieghart tried to remind himself not to waver. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "No, not yet." Then he launched his attack. His sword, filled with magical power, swung down as he shouted, "I still have this skill." Raon quickly used his sword, infused with aura, to block the attack. Two types of aura with two different elements collided, creating a beautiful contrast. Raon and Zieghart continuously unleashed moves, both strong and weak, all aimed at taking the other down. One blow, two blows shortly after, Zieghart forced Raon to step back. Zieghart smiled, pursing his lips. I pushed his sword technique back. I have the upper hand. But Zieghart couldn't enjoy it for long. Raon unleashed a move that snapped Geighart's sword in two. The third prince looked in shock at his sword, now only half broken. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The opening in his sword light was clearly exposed. Raon quickly launched a finishing move. He chuckled to himself. Are you planning to deflect my attack this time, too? Zieghart quickly collapsed. Rimmer's voice rang out once more. The winner is Raon Zieghart. The prince knelt down sadly, maintaining the position of someone who had been defeated. He picked up his sword, thinking, I was definitely faster and stronger than him. Zieghart smiled slightly. Did he use his sword to deflect my sword light? Then he adjusted his mindset and approached Raon. The world is truly vast, isn't it? He cast aside his feeling of defeat and accepted it happily by reaching out his hand toward Raon. Thank you. I learned so much from this match. I admit that I lost. Raon smiled and reached out to shake his hand. I've learned a lot, too. As they shook hands, Zieghart spoke first. I apologize for underestimating you earlier. Let's just say I was blind to your true potential. Hearing this, Raon replied politely, It's all right. Then the prince asked, Might I ask how old you are? Raon answered honestly, I just turned 14. Upon hearing that, Zieghart shook his head in frustration. I've lost to a swordsman younger than me in both skill and character. Then, he handed Raon something and told him to take it, leaving Raon curious. What is this? Raon took the gold medallion that had been hanging around Zieghart's neck. His curiosity piqued. Zieghart explained calmly that it was proof of the third prince's status. Zieghart was ready to grant any favor he might ask for in the future. This took Raon by surprise. Why would you give me something so valuable? Zieghart said cheerfully, I lost, but you truly opened my eyes. I feel like I've gained so much insight today. I think I'm fortunate to have lost to someone like you. He turned to leave, his face filled with hope. We'll definitely meet again someday. I hope that by then, you'll still be stronger than me. The third prince added, I think the ambition to catch up to your strength, that's an exciting goal to have. Afterward, Zieghart approached Rimmer and said, Instructor Rimmer, we lost. You win this round. Rimmer nodded generously. Fair enough. Then he told Tartan, let's head back. This snapped Tartan out of his daze and back to reality. Oh, right away, Your Highness. Zieghart smiled and said, I have things to take care of right now. As for Raon, he clutched the medallion Zieghart had given him with mixed feelings. In his past life, completing missions without receiving any reward was just the norm, so being gifted something like this left him truly amazed. He smiled to himself, thinking how strange it felt. He walked away, followed by the trainees from the 5th training ground, each step full of anticipation. This life continued to surprise him in ways he never expected. At the main estate, Clan Zieghart, after hearing the prince's thoughts, concluded calmly, So that is the lesson you learned from the match. Zieghart nodded. Yes, I thought I was the best, but he helped me reevaluate everything and learn so much. He's like a seasoned, experienced swordsman. He touched his chest with one hand and spoke with deep respect. I've fought in countless battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I've seen a trainee as strong as Raon. He is younger than I am, yet I have learned so much from him. Clan Zieghart replied thoughtfully, I see. Zieghart continued, That is why I intend to return after this training. I want to train quickly and master what I've learned from him. Understanding Zieghart's excitement, Lord Clan Zieghart nodded slightly. Very well. Please send my thanks to the king for his letter. Zieghart immediately bowed and agreed. Certainly, thank you. The sky had turned the color of twilight, casting light over the Owen delegation. Returning from the north, Tartan rode his horse closer, looking hesitant. Your Highness, his voice quickly drew Zieghardt's attention. He glanced at Tartan and asked, What is it? Duke, is there something you wish to say? Granted permission by the third prince, Tartan spoke his mind. The way you revealed your power and used the Paris sword technique in the match against Raon, I think that was a bit excessive, sir. He advised him earnestly. Concealing one's true strength is of the utmost importance. Hearing this, Zieghart could only laugh helplessly. I know, I went a bit too far. Tartan was still worried, noting that giving him the medallion was also excessive, but this time, Zieghart brushed it off. Not at all. He rode slowly, his voice calm as he shared his own thoughts with the Duke. Raon Zieghart showed me good faith. He could have been furious at being underestimated, but in the end, he treated me with courtesy, so I was merely reciprocating that goodwill. He continued. Besides, Raon showed me a secret sword technique. Hearing this, Tartan still had some objections. That may be true, but Zieghart smiled slightly, adding, That medallion is an investment. This left Tartan confused. What do you mean by that? The third prince explained. With his skills, character, and spirit at such a young age, he will undoubtedly become someone extraordinary, even if he isn't of the direct bloodline. Then he revealed his true intention. If I establish a close relationship with someone like that, wouldn't it be beneficial for me? Upon hearing this, Duke Tartan couldn't help but admire the depth of the third prince. You certainly think far ahead, don't you? To the compliment, the prince just smiled wryly. I grew up in the royal family. If I couldn't think like that, I might as well be dead. As the conversation ended, Zieghart secretly thought of the person who left such an unforgettable impression on him, Raon Zieghart. He recalled Raon's bashful look when everyone surrounded him with praise and thought with anticipation, "I'm very curious to see how strong you'll be the next time we meet." At the same time, in the main building, Butler Raon stood in his standard posture, speaking with the family head. "You must be very pleased to see your grandson acknowledged by a prince from another kingdom, Master Glenn." Hearing this, Glenn asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Raon explained, "You are pointing out an aspect that Glenn hasn't realized himself. It has been a long time since I've seen you smile so warmly." Reflexively, Glenn tried to touch his face, muttering, "Smile." Butler Raon replied, "Yes, you smiled when the prince mentioned young Master Raon's name." Glenn couldn't believe it and denied it. "Raon, you're getting old. You must be mistaken." However, the butler just smiled, seemingly accustomed to his master's cold on the outside, warm on the inside personality. Afterward, he changed the subject. "Master Glenn, I'm a bit worried about what Duke Tartan said. How do you intend to handle it?" Mentioning this, Glenn fell into deep thought. He recalled the conversation from a few hours ago. Tartan had said to him, "I have something to tell you outside of the prince's letter." Once he received Glenn's permission, Tartan relayed the message seriously. "I have words from the Emperor of the Orwen Kingdom and Kingly Cross Alberton of Owen that need to be conveyed to you." Glenn frowned slightly. He sensed this was not good news. As expected, the forces of darkness were beginning to act again. At the 5th training ground, Rimmer praised his students wholeheartedly. "You all did very well in the practice match with the Orwellan Kingdom's trainee." Then he began to announce a new training curriculum. "It looks like you're all ready. Next week, I'll prepare a special skills training session for you all." Hearing the last part, the students began to whisper amongst themselves. "Special skills?" Dorian asked timidly. "What is this special training about?" Rimmer answered honestly. "Calling it special training isn't quite right. It's more of a real battle. Prepare yourselves to sweat and shed tears," Rimmer said, diving deeper into the details of this training. Deep in the mountains south of the Clan Zieghart territory, there are bandits calling themselves the Snow Lake Claws, he continued. They have gangs in both the north and south, and they make a living by charging tolls on the roads there. But lately, they've become more brazen, Rimmer added, recounting recent incidents to the students. They've been killing and robbing merchants more frequently. Upon hearing this, some students, though completely unfamiliar with this type of mission, courageously asked, "So our mission is to eliminate them?" Rimmer pondered for a moment before answering, "That is what it used to be." Another student asked, "What do you mean used to be?" Someone else chimed in with another question, "Has the mission changed? Why aren't we setting an ambush?" Before they could finish, Rimmer immediately cut them off. "We can't," he said coldly. "They already ambushed and wiped out an entire village in the south, burning everything to the ground." The sheer horror and danger of the mission clearly left most students trembling in shock. Rimmer observed them for a moment, crossed his arms, and spoke. "That is why the mission has changed to tracking them down before eliminating them. Even though they are just a group of bandits, they are all capable of using hidden aura, so you must not let your guard down." Finally, Rimmer set the departure time. "We leave tomorrow evening. Get yourselves ready." A leaf was quickly sliced in two by a sharp blade. The owner of this technique was none other than Raon Zieghart. She raised her sword, gave it a little flick, and then wore a sad expression. "I wanted to practice my form a bit more before we leave, but things didn't go the way I wanted." She recalled Raon Zieghart's movement patterns and thought in confusion. Raon Zieghart's sword thrusts are so flexible and smooth. I don't know what my problem is. Her gaze turned toward the training hall, thinking to herself, Raon Zieghart is probably still practicing in there right now. Should I go ask him? Ronan stared at the building for a while, but finally, she turned away. Forget it, I don't want to bother him. She gripped her sword tightly and focused on practicing alone. A while later, the sun began to dip toward the horizon. Rainwater pooled on the ground, reflecting the training hall, which seemed to tremble slightly. Runan lay warily on a large rock, thinking that while she felt weaker than before, her movements had become smoother. That's enough for today. She then sat up and looked toward the training building, wondering, Raon Zieghart is probably still practicing. I should stop by and say goodbye before heading home. Suddenly, she froze. Runan remembered her mother told her to come home early this weekend. Mom bought some ice cream, and so, Runan decided to listen to her heart. I'll go home. I'll ask him tomorrow. When we meet tomorrow, I'll bring him some ice cream. Runan started walking. However, she sensed someone following her. A strange man appeared from behind. He suddenly called out her name. She immediately turned around, reflexively asking, Who are you? But when she clearly saw the man's face, a look of pure terror, one never seen on her usually indifferent face, washed over her. The man had the same white hair as her. He smiled and said, Long time no see. Runan trembled as she whispered his name, Syrian Sullian. The man named Syrian Sullian gave a faint smile. His face looked 7 or 8 parts identical to Runan's. He slowly approached her as she trembled like a leaf and laughed. "Aren't you happy to see your big brother? You make me sad acting like this." Suddenly, his gentle tone turned sharp. "Didn't I tell you not to make that face?" Syrian Sullian knelt on one knee and spoke softly to his younger sister. "Anyway, that training with Rimmer is pretty good. You become stronger than I expected." He smiled, saying, "I'm so proud of you. Run on." But Runan's fearful expression proved his words didn't carry any good intentions. Syrian Sullian suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Runan, his voice deepening with a threat. "But you wouldn't risk your life joining some war or reckless confrontation, would you?" Runan screamed in terror, tears welling up, and used all her strength to get as far away from this dangerous man as possible. Syrian Sullian sighed, reaching into his pocket as if to pull something out. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I guess I have to remind you." He reminded her of a painful memory in an incredibly casual tone. "The squirrel you used to raise, its name was Ruby, right?" And just as he expected, Runan screamed in fear. "Brother, please." A small squirrel appeared in Syrian's hand. It was curled up in his palm, still breathing steadily. Syrian Sullian held it toward Runan with a seemingly friendly smile, but his words crushed that fake mask. "Do you remember now? How Ruby died because you didn't listen to me?" Runan screamed in horror. She wanted to stop her cruel brother. "Brother, wait." But just as Runan ran toward him, the hand that had been cradling the tiny creature ruthlessly crushed it, turning it into a bloody mess of flesh. Runan went completely numb, her eyes becoming lifeless and hollow. Dark memories came rushing back. The deaths and the traumas besieged Runan, and the look of disgust on Syrian Sullian's face left Runan so terrified she had no strength left to struggle. She screamed in agony, clutching her head tightly. The trauma that had been haunting her had now deeply embedded itself into the mind of a 14-year-old child. Runan gasped in misery. Her scream echoed everywhere as if she were trying to save herself with that sound. Seeing that his younger sister seemed more obedient, her brother, Syrian Sullian, slowly whispered into Runan's ear, every word carving itself into her fragile mind. "Runan, remember, you belong to me," he continued, his words like a devil hypnotizing a human until the day of judgment arrived. Syrian Sullian warned, "Don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you to do the opposite." Suddenly, an unexpected attack struck directly at Syrian Sullian. It created a massive impact that collapsed a sturdy wall, but Syrian Sullian dodged it in time, his face ice cold as he observed the person who had just ambushed him. Runan was still lost in her trauma. She didn't seem to realize that an attack had just occurred right in front of her, only trembling as she clutched her head in misery. Raon stepped forward, shielding Runan Sullian with his sword drawn, his expression filled with intense caution as he called out to the person standing before them. He asked coldly, his gaze burning with murderous intent, "Who are you?" He didn't wait for a reply, not about to let anyone else take the lead. The man didn't answer. Instead, he mockingly prodded him with a taunting attitude. "Don't you think you should introduce yourself before asking for someone else's identity? Charging in here out of nowhere, that's no way to talk to people." When dealing with someone like Raon, it's best not to say too much. Once he starts arguing back, there's no room for excuses. "You're the one blocking this narrow alleyway. How can you pin that on us?" Syrian looked stunned by his sharp retort, his face clearly showing his displeasure. "Are you a thief or a bandit?" But he quickly regained his composure, keeping up a fake, charming facade to save his image. He revealed his relationship with Runan to dispel any suspicion. "Ha ha, I see why you think that, but I'm no thief. Actually, I'm her brother." Raon wasn't convinced, glancing over at Runan Sullian to hear her confirm it, but he only saw her looking terrified. She couldn't speak, her whole body was trembling, and her expression was clearly not okay. He knew the guy was suspicious. Giving him a death glare, Runan Sullian seemed genuinely afraid. "You're actually her brother." Syrian, seeing no other way out of the situation, raised both hands in surrender. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was just joking around a bit. It's been a while since I last saw her." He was immediately shut down by Raon, who couldn't understand if this guy had some kind of mental issue. "You call crushing a squirrel in your hand right in front of her joking?" Syrian Sullian continued to smirk, scratching his head with an act of feigned ignorance. "Ah ha ha. So, you saw that? It wasn't a real squirrel, just a toy." Seeing that Raon clearly didn't believe him, he held out his hand for inspection. "See, look here. There's nothing in my hand." This guy wouldn't stop until he won the argument. How could Syrian ever admit to threatening his own sister? "I didn't kill any real squirrel, don't overthink it." Raon didn't buy a single word of it, simply because he had witnessed the whole thing. The guy had burned the blood and flesh of that squirrel to ashes with his own aura. He was clever enough to come up with a plausible excuse, but the swords in Raon's hands remained in a combat-ready stance. I just came to bring my little sister some snacks. I'll be busy with a mission that will take quite a while, so I came to see her. Syrian Solian stared fixedly at her, speaking with a cryptic tone. Raon Solian, it seems you have a good friend. There, they could keep being good friends. After some more rambling, he finally left. She couldn't bring herself to return that goodbye. Sorry for the over-the-top joke. Remember to take care of yourself. See you later. Only now did Raon suddenly realize who he was. He knew this man. While he had a handsome exterior, his heart was wicked. He knew every little detail about Syrian Solian. He was a sword genius of the Solian family and one of the 12 monsters expected to become the next generation of heavenly swords on the continent. The distinct floral pattern was the symbol of his power, the blue sword, Syrian Solian. Because of that, he had long seen through Syrian Solian's true colors. He only let him play out his act to see how good he was at it. Before he was reincarnated, he had only heard of his reputation, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. He was a madman pretending to be a gentle hero. This encounter with Syrian Solian made Raon realize something. He emitted the same disgusting stench he felt when facing Derus Robert. Seeing her finally calm down, Raon reached out to help her up. Raon Solian didn't know why she felt that he was only gentle toward her, from the look in his eyes to his every action. Let's go. I'll see you off. Walking her to the carriage, Raon and she stood there looking at each other, perhaps not knowing what to say. Before getting into the carriage, Raon Solian paused for a moment. Thank you for seeing me home. He knew she had been incredibly frightened and gently reassured her. Yeah, get some sleep tonight. See you tomorrow. He still felt worried about Raon Solian's state. Even as the carriage drove away, his eyes never left it. Raon Solian bowed her head in helplessness, blaming herself for not being stronger. Even after returning home, she couldn't escape the nightmare. She never turned on the lights in her room. The box of things Syrian Solian had brought was already opened, but Raon Solian didn't care for it, leaving it on the table. She was still drowning in the past, burying her face in her arms for fear of crying. He came again. He hasn't changed at all. Recalling the past, she remembered when Ruby had scratched her hand. Even though she tried to explain it to her brother, Raon Solian held her pet close. Syrian Solian. Ruby is just sensitive because she's pregnant. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. No one could have expected that he would be so heartless as to make sure Ruby would never be able to act up again. And it didn't stop there. Syrian Solian's personality was deeply abnormal. Not knowing what was going through his head, he had said, "You are mine. You cannot be hurt. In the future, you must never be hurt. You just need to breathe and live well." All the threats he made to her caused Raon Solian's mental state to deteriorate day by day. If you tell our parents, I will kill them all. Even if it's your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn everyone except you. It was precisely because of that she turned into such a timid person. Someone would get hurt if she ever mentioned them. It's best if I just live in silence. Simply out of fear that Syrian Solian would put them in danger, she isolated herself. Everything will be fine as long as I don't open my mouth. Later on, Raon Solian's attention turned to someone else. I thought I was the only one who was lonely. I thought I was the only one who had to endure this pain. She felt somewhat comforted. The fear began to fade, for there was someone she could share her pain with. The moment he was by her side, Raon Solian became more determined. She became confident in the path she chose once she met Raon. I know how kind he is, how hard he tries, and how much suffering he has had to endure. He was like a ray of light. Thanks to her admiration for him, she gained the strength to fight whenever she saw him change other people's perspectives through his own efforts. I thought I could be like him, too. She tried her best to be by his side and become a better version of herself, but reality was always harsh to Raon Solian. But it seems I still can't do it. If she stayed weak, she would never be able to escape her nightmares, just like the box he had brought. It's okay, as long as I can endure it. The houses here had their own distinct features. This was the far south of the Clan Zieghart territory, Raon's village. The group of swordsmen arrived with Rimmer. Before parting ways, the instructor didn't forget to remind them, "We will be staying here tonight." Hearing that alone felt like an extra burden to the students. You all did a great job traveling through the spatial gate. You must be tired. Get some good rest tonight, because this will be the last chance to blow off some steam before we start the mission. The boss even came out personally to give instructions to the students. Greetings, swordsmen from Clan Zieghart. I will lead you all to the barracks this way. Rimmer thanked him on everyone's behalf for his hospitality. A fire blazing in the freezing winter, there's truly nothing better. Raon suddenly started rambling, making no sense at all. Thanks for the rage, he said, leaving Wrath confused. What are you talking about? He began to recall the time they were both investigating someone. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday either. I didn't know he was suppressing his energy. Wrath sensed something strange over there. Thanks to that, Raon finally took notice. Strangely, he He felt a bit smug. Heh, of course I'd do it for that cold-hearted ice cream girl. Even he felt somewhat relieved. He wouldn't be back for a long time since he was away on a mission. Raon Zieghart would remain the same as long as he was still her brother. Wrath was actually more reckless than he was. Give me your body. You idiot. I'll give it back right after I kill him. Raon was stunned by its decision. What? It floated in the air, very proud of its own credibility. Wrath would repay the favor twofold and take revenge tenfold. The girl introduced me to such delicious ice cream, so I'm doing this for her. He couldn't help but be frustrated with this situation. Are you kidding me? I refuse. How could I possibly do that? But it insisted firmly. The Imperial Master is serious. Raon cannot gamble on such a foolish move. Even if you're telling the truth, it's still no. He had his own way of thinking, which only showed how deeply he understood that he had hurt Raon Zieghart. Even if you kill him, it won't change what happened to her. Wrath fell into deep thought as well. It turned out their connection had started a long time ago. Her image was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Raon Zieghart was the first person who cared about him in both his past life and this one. Raon engraved it in his heart. He would definitely try to protect Raon Zieghart. If anything happened to her, he would kill the person responsible. All the students were in a state of exhaustion, all looking like they had terrible car sickness. 2 days after leaving the Clan Zieghart territory, we arrived at a village devastated by the snow tigers. Suddenly, someone screamed at the sight of black, charred legs. What is this? The swordsman couldn't fathom that these were actually humans burned to a crisp. Why would they do that? The students visiting the village were shocked. It wasn't just one, there were many others in the same state. So cruel. Burren froze for 5 seconds upon seeing the charred corpse. Humph. We're all human beings. Raon was furious at their actions. It was too heartless. They had decapitated them before burning them. He noticed a female student who wasn't scared at all, but rather calm. Martha wasn't the least bit flustered when seeing the corpses. She must have seen plenty in the past or killed people herself. When he accidentally turned around, he realized something wasn't right. Wait, when Raon ran over, there was a charred corpse right in front of her. Where was Raon Zieghart? Beneath her feet was the hand of one of the people killed by the bandits. Raon Zieghart tried to restrain herself, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid screaming. After a moment to let the students see for themselves, Rimmer gathered everyone to explain. The terrible scene you are seeing here is the aftermath of what the White Tiger bandits did. While the instructor was reminding them, Burren wasn't focusing. He was thinking about something else. Engrave this moment deep in your minds and never forget it. Raise your guard if you encounter them. The instructor brought out an item, not forgetting to repeat what was important. This is called a silent whistle. It won't make a sound, no matter how hard you blow it. The only ones who can hear this whistle are those trained to hear it. So if there is any danger, don't hesitate to use it. Raon Zieghart also received one, looking at it, wondering how to use it while Rimmer was still talking. The instructors will immediately react and come to rescue you as fast as possible. No matter how dangerous the enemy is, the instructor still trusted his students. Their swords are ruthless. If you clash with them, you can't even imagine the consequences. However, instead of blowing the whistle immediately, you should do everything you can first. You can try to fight them without our help. Rimmer was very straightforward. And don't be afraid of any force. Don't hesitate to kill them the moment you have a chance, because their crimes are already enough to deserve death. Contrary to the brave spirit of the others, Raon Zieghart sank into silence. When the instructor announced this activity, she stood in the back, not daring to speak up. Let's divide into groups according to the team leader's orders. Martha will be in Group A, and Burren will follow Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3. 4 people held their swords in their hands, but she was still haunted by Raon Zieghart's words. Remember, Raon Zieghart, you belong to me. The image of him threatening her became clearer and clearer. Don't do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. You just need to keep living until the day I need you. I will kill anything that dares to hurt you. Before she could calm down, she was startled to hear someone call her name. Raon had actually invited Raon Zieghart to form a group with him. Will you come with me? Her mood couldn't improve. The worry in her heart remained unresolved. The snowflakes fell more heavily than before. Raon Zieghart hesitated. But then, with him by her side, Raon Zieghart decided to follow to ease the tension. Just seeing the scenery here, Raon already had a plan. Is that Root Mountain Peak? At that high point, perhaps it will help us observe the situation below. And besides, it will also be easier to run away from the enemy. If we fall into a disadvantage, that would be a perfect place for them to hide. Based on his past life's experience, he confidently asserted, but precisely because that place was too perfect. The bandits wouldn't hide there because it could be a spot that draws our attention. Raon boldly guessed the bandits would likely hide at the base of the large trees in the forest. There's no way they would choose such an obvious position knowing many people are tracking them. They must have thought we would guess they were hiding there. Therefore, they found another safe place to hide. The simple reason is that the most dangerous place is the safest place. He looked ahead and only saw snow. That meant hiding at that hill was their only choice. Outside, it might look like the place could be fully observed because it was barren, but perhaps inside there was another hiding spot. Not leaving her alone, he turned back to call Raon Zieghart. Let's go quickly. Being in a party with Raon Zieghart is incredibly relaxing. I only need half the effort from my past life to handle things. We should go check that hill over there first. Let the other squads handle the forest. Raon Zieghart trusts you with all her heart. All right. Watching her back as she leaves, Raon Zieghart senses the sorrow deep within her soul. Wrath appeared just in time. Your concern for her is pretty obvious, isn't it? Aren't you going to say anything to her? Even though I truly care about her, I can't really get involved in Raon Zieghart's private affairs. I'm not even sure what I should say to her. Besides, that's her family matter to deal with. Deep down, he also knows his relationship with his mother isn't great, because he can't even understand his own current feelings towards Sylvia. There's no way I could give her any good advice about her family. That doesn't mean I'm going to give up halfway, though. Raon Zieghart believes that if he tries a little bit each day, he'll eventually succeed. But he knows exactly what Syrian Solian did to Ronan Solian in the past. Maybe I can solve this problem if I get the chance. Finding that opportunity, however, is going to be tough. When he and Ronan Solian reach the end of the path, Raon Zieghart sees that his suspicions were right. Furthermore, everything is going according to plan. Both of them grab onto tree trunks to navigate. The path is even more difficult because the ground is covered in snow, but that can't stop his sharp instincts. There's a forest hidden behind the hill that's invisible to outsiders. It's quite deep, and his experience from his past life makes it easy for Raon Zieghart to expose their petty tricks. It seems like any human tracks have been concealed, so no one else can find them. Even so, those tricks only fool amateurs. Once I step in, it's all over. For me, they're useless. It's because back then, Raon Zieghart trained in many skills necessary for every situation. You can't become the best assassin just by killing the target alone. You have to be the best at tracking, reconnaissance, and gathering information as well. With the capabilities of these bandits, he not only predicts their moves perfectly, but feels no fear at all. Maybe they could fool an average hunter or two, but they're useless against me. Ronan Solian, I think the White Tiger Gang's base is nearby. Raon Zieghart still feels it's better to be cautious. Follow me and try to be as quiet as possible, even with your breathing. Ronan Solian obeys and follows his lead. Suddenly, he and she stop abruptly, his right hand ready to draw his sword at any moment. Raon Zieghart discovers there are only mouse traps on the ground. Is that it? Don't pay attention to this stuff. Looking down on others leads to danger faster. I'm sure of it thanks to my prediction. They don't have anything special other than some traps at the entrance. They probably think no one can make it this far because there are so many signs of life around here. However, Raon Zieghart didn't expect the bandits to be outside the gate with a young boy. It looks like they underestimated us. Just by a quick look, can he tell that kid is a hostage? His observational skills haven't faded with time. The bandits guarding the gate are quite large, but he can't feel any powerful aura from them. These guys are just low-level warriors. He recognizes that the enemies are worthy opponents for him. The burly guy lying near the hostage is strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. To gain the analytical skills he has today, Raon Zieghart worked incredibly hard in the past. The gang must be gathered inside. There's no way they'd leave their only hostage outside to guard the gate like this. Basically, he envisions a situation that isn't favorable for a direct frontal assault. There are probably dozens of bandits inside. Should I blow the whistle and alert everyone? I could retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. That's what he's thinking, but reality doesn't give Raon Zieghart any more time to prepare. The hostage's current condition is extremely critical. At this rate, the kid will freeze to death. He won't be able to survive until the main reinforcements arrive. He's ready to draw his sword and fight them. Theoretically, the plan will proceed in steps like this. They still haven't realized our presence. The best way right now is to save the hostage before they find us and take them out as quickly and cleanly as possible. He and Ronan Solian are smart enough to hide in the grass opposite the boy. She doesn't trust herself, afraid that she'll mess everything up. But what calms Ronan Solian down is his concern. Ronan Solian, look at me. Raon Zieghart knows how to soothe a person's heart. Standing in front of her, he asserts, don't worry too much. We can save the boy, but I need your help. He must be sure Ronan Solian will agree to the plan he's laid out. Once I give the signal, you use your magic to block the sound. I'll handle the main work, and you watch out for the lackeys. Can you do it? Ronan Solian doesn't dare to show herself, worried that she'll be a burden to him. Can she change like he did? Finally, she bravely looks straight ahead. I'll try. A bandit yawns widely. He complains to his partner, I'm so sleepy. Man, how much longer until this shift is over? How much longer? The sudden appearance of her leaves them stunned. Who are you? Raon Zieghart carries all the trust he placed in her and releases her aura, blocking the flow of sound. By the time they realize there's a barrier around them, it's too late. Damn it, the bandit stammers, not knowing what to do. Our voices can't get out. Did that girl just block the noise with magic? Raon Zieghart constantly criticizes the village. Why would someone use magic in such a godforsaken place? At the same time, Raon Zieghart rushes toward them with his sword. This is his chance. Before dealing with the burly guy behind him, he doesn't even let them see him swing his sword before he slips past them, taking out these two first. Who would have thought the force would be so strong that Raon Zieghart would accidentally see the bandit's head? She immediately freezes, unable to believe her eyes. The image of Ruby lying motionless on the ground appears in Raon Zieghart's mind once again. She recalls the horrific scene where the squirrels at her feet could no longer move. Raon Zieghart's shrill scream causes the barrier to vanish. Every time it gets to the important part, something goes wrong. Raon Zieghart's face changes. Damn it, the magic barrier blocking the sound is broken. Only now does he realize his actions unintentionally affected her. Has her trauma returned because of this situation? Raon Zieghart sits slumped on the ground. Raon Zieghart suddenly feels anxious. At this rate, the bandits will discover us. Just as one bandit intends to harm Raon Zieghart, Raon Zieghart quickly rushes over. You can overlook insults directed at you, but if anyone dares to touch a hair on her head, they've chosen death. Raon Zieghart was still paralyzed with fear, unaware of the danger she was in. Fortunately, he managed to pin the thug to the ground in time, holding his blade against the man's chin as a warning. When Raon Zieghart says he will do something, he follows through. This isn't just an idle threat. If you value your life, don't scream. If you dare to make a sound before I give you permission, you're a dead man. You will answer my questions. If you refuse, I'll carve you up. The bandit, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts pathetic, had no choice but to comply. Even though he might be rude to others, she is always the exception. He is always attentive to Raon Zieghart. If he didn't care, how could he have sensed the fear in her breathing? Without a single word of blame, Raon Zieghart smiled, silently acknowledging Raon Zieghart's contribution. Thanks to her, he was able to act. Even though she was terrified, she did a great job. His interrogation of the bandit was short and to the point. Getting information about the gang was essential. You belong to the White Tiger Band, don't you? That's right. How many men are in your gang? Where are they sleeping? There are 39 in total. They're in the forest. And how many hostages are there? 1. Raon Zieghart's anxiety deepened. As expected, there was 1 more hostage. Just then, the boy they had just saved began to stammer. Mr. Swordsman, the hostage inside is my little sister. Please, you have to save her. Raon quickly comforted the boy. Don't worry, kid. Once we calm down a bit, we'll save her. Don't worry. You didn't believe him when he spoke, but human strength has its limits. Raon Zieghart, that's not what I meant. But she was certain of it. After all, he was going to do it anyway, making it impossible for Raon Zieghart to refuse. Raon Zieghart, tell me why you're not confident. He only does what he is capable of finishing. It's not that I'm afraid of the bandits. It would be better to call for reinforcements, that way the hostage would be safer. There are 36 bandits and 1 lone shark in there, so it could be very dangerous. This was the first time she had voiced an opinion. Raon Zieghart agreed with this decision. One cannot be reckless in such a dangerous situation. So, let's blow the whistle to signal them. Yeah, I think that would be better. Raon Zieghart blew into the whistle with all her might, as if afraid it wouldn't make a sound. Raon Zieghart saw her gripping the whistle with both hands and became even more convinced, yet even standing so close, he still couldn't hear the whistle's sound. That must be why Rimmer gave her this whistle. The person who needed to hear it was nowhere to be found. Before they knew it, the bandits were sharper than hounds. They shouted, startling Raon Zieghart and Raon Zieghart. That's the silent whistle. Everyone, charge. They're hunting us down. Not understanding the mechanism of the whistle, are you questioning your existence? How did he have such sharp senses? I was right next to her and couldn't hear a thing. Raon Zieghart didn't want the little boy to see what was coming, and with no other options, he had to use a bandit as a hostage. The bandit leader hadn't yet witnessed Raon Zieghart's prowess and arrogantly mocked him. You bastard, aren't you afraid to come here? You're pretty reckless yourself, aren't you? He was the one who detected the sound of the whistle. Who are you trying to call with that whistle? But what he cared about wasn't how the man heard it. Who I'm calling is none of your business. Let's exchange hostages. His words caught the leader off guard. Wanting to trade hostages? Yes. Raon Zieghart was simply using their own tactics against them. If you hand over that child, I'll give this guy back to you. He had overestimated the man. The leader wasn't about to let the little girl go easily. Ha ha ha. Whether that bastard lives or dies makes no difference to me. He's not worth me releasing this brat. The tables were turned. The leader successfully threatened him back. If you don't want to see this little girl's head roll, drop your sword right now. The little girl saw the sword and was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. Sob, sob. To temporarily ensure the girl's safety. It seemed Raon Zieghart had accepted the need to play along for the moment. Fine. He truly was a delicate guy. He didn't want her to see a bloodbath that would worsen her trauma. Raon Zieghart, step back and wait for my signal. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart ruthlessly sent the bandit to meet the Reaper, causing the others to panic as they saw blood spray everywhere. The other bandits were terrified by his power. Ah, you bastard. What did you just do? Raon Zieghart simply controlled his sword, using his strength to launch it forward. The three bandits didn't have time to prepare and froze in shock when they realized his attack. In an instant, the bandit holding the sword to the girl was taken care of. Raon Zieghart signaled for her to carry out her part. Raon Zieghart used the fog to obscure their vision. She quickly coordinated smoothly, following his instructions. The scene before the bandits looked as if a snowstorm was about to hit. The bald man and the other bandits were furious because they had to squeeze their eyes shut. Damn it. The fog is blocking our vision. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Raon Zieghart quickly carried the little girl away. By the time the bandits realized, they had breathed in a mouthful of dust and lost track of him. Damn it. He took the brat and ran. You damn dog, don't lose them. If you see them, kill them immediately. The pine trees were covered in snow, and the weather was getting colder by the minute. While the two children were covered in cotton quilts lying on the snow, Raon Zieghart still didn't forget to explain it to her. I think the kids are just unconscious from the cold, so it's hard for them to run. He couldn't forgive those bandits. If left alone, there's no telling what other evil they would inflict on the village. Although they were numerous, he had to wipe them out here and now. He thought she shouldn't follow because it would be dangerous. Raon Zieghart, you stay here and watch the kids. But she only looked at his wound. Raon Zieghart, your hand is bleeding. Not wanting to let her worry for another second, Raon Zieghart reassured Raon Zieghart. It's nothing. I'll be back as soon as I finish with the bandits. But he didn't know that she was also worried about him. Raon Zieghart pulled on the hem of his robe, her eyes fixed entirely on him. Raon Zieghart, don't go. You're hurt. It's too dangerous to fight. Raon Zieghart truly didn't want Raon Zieghart to fight the bandits alone. The instructors will be here soon. Wait for everyone to come and lend you a hand. Her worry made him unable to leave. Raon Zieghart sat down and looked at the young girl, knowing that Raon Zieghart had been through so much fear that she was like this. He was incredibly gentle when talking to her, always keeping his voice at just the right volume, a sharp contrast to how he spoke with others. It's true that every battle is scary. For experienced swordsmen or students like us, we all feel the same. Gently changing the subject, Raon Zieghart's eyes sparkled. But do you know what's the scariest part? Raon Zieghart was stunned when he mentioned something she never intended to change, just sitting still and doing nothing. Raon couldn't suppress his anger at the sight of the village now. The bandits had committed truly cruel, unforgivable acts. There were those who sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and those who fought to defend their loved ones. We can't just turn a blind eye to their sacrifices. He looked straight into her eyes, affirming once more, we are swordsmen. His words seemed to instill an undying energy. Raon acted like a therapist, determined to fulfill his mission until the very end. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us and protect those who remain. Raon's act of standing up showed his resolve, strengthening Raon Zieghart's faith in the power of courage. I don't know how he treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their shadow haunts you, and that fear sinks deeper and deeper into your mind. If you keep running from your fear, it will torment you for the rest of your life. Every word he spoke to her was gentle, filled with affection and encouragement. Raon Zieghart, only you can protect yourself and the people you love. Raon placed his hand over his left chest. I wonder what important item he holds there. He placed a small object in her palm, not forgetting to remind her to keep moving forward. From this moment on, whatever you do must be decided by your own hands. Raon Zieghart flipped her attitude faster than a pancake. Raon walked to the cave entrance to challenge the bandits. There was no need to hide in the shadows anymore. She still sat there, saying nothing, but tears threatened to spill. It was so moving that Raon had brought her a new ray of hope with that little wooden squirrel in her palm. Raon Zieghart began to cry. I want to change. I want to forget. I don't want to be bound by the past anymore. I want to protect what is most precious to me. I won't hide in the shadows anymore. The little wooden squirrel he gave me today has partially soothed my childhood memories and pointed me toward a bright future. I must keep moving forward. Raon lunged at the bandits, and with just one swing of his sword, he took down several. Seeing this, a bandit shouted, Damn it, kill him now. The other soldiers looked at Raon with trepidation. The bandit continued to yell, "Damn it, stop him. Stop him, quick. He's just a kid," but no one could stop him. Raon slowly walked toward the bandit leader, who cried out, "Why can't you guys stop him?" Raon looked at him calmly. Suddenly, a bandit from behind tried to ambush him, but Raon noticed. As the blow fell, Raon nimbly dodged. Not giving him a moment to think, the bandit elder took the opportunity to slash directly at him, thinking to himself, "This kid is done for. You damn brat." His strike landed with a massive thud, sending earth and stone flying. But as the dust settled, the leader couldn't believe his eyes and gasped. "What?" Looking down at his blade, Raon was already gone from that spot. He was startled. Where did he go? Raon suddenly appeared behind him and said coldly, "How long do you plan on waiting like a coward for an opening?" As soon as he finished speaking, Raon swung his sword, severing the man's head from his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. The surrounding bandits were terrified. A monster? How is he this strong at his age? Is he really just an apprentice? Raon looked at them coldly. "Surrender, your leader is." Before he could finish, an attack came flying toward him. Raon quickly raised his sword to block. The leader's laughter rang out. "Ha ha, ridiculous. You guys are actually losing to that brat? If this keeps up, we'll embarrass ourselves when we join the North-South Alliance. You look rich. You must come from a decent family." "Good." Raon didn't say a word, just looked at him calmly. Suddenly, the man leaped up, swinging his sword while saying, "I was worried there wouldn't be much ransom money when I caught you. God hasn't abandoned me yet." As soon as he finished, he delivered a powerful strike toward Raon and shouted, "I'm going to take you hostage." Raon struggled to block the leader's blow. He thought to himself, he's the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He must be a novice swordsman. No, he's an official swordsman. While they were dueling, a voice shouted, "Found them. That bitch and the hostage are over there." Outside, Raon Zieghart was struggling to block a bandit's attack, her whole body trembling. Raon was panicked and worried for her. "Damn it, Raon Zieghart still isn't ready to fight. I have to help her." The leader took advantage of Raon's distraction to attack harder. "How dare you look away while I'm standing right in front of you? Worried about your friend?" Then he laughed gleefully. "You and I can have a little more fun." He kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Raon into a defensive position. Raon cursed inwardly. "Damn it." Outside, the bandit shouted irritably at her. "Damn it. This bitch is using some weird skills. Looks like you've never killed anyone before, right?" Finished with his sentence, he lunged at her. "Hand over the hostage. Don't stall." Seeing the bandit rush forward, she worried and told herself, "I must protect the children at all costs. But to do that, I have to kill the enemy in front of me." Luckily, he wasn't a major threat. Her hand tightened around the sword. She kept reassuring herself, "I have to kill him. I can do it. Kill him. Don't forget what Raon said." Once again, she saw her internal trauma, but Raon Zieghart stared as she blocked the sword. She was confused. Her inner voice screamed, "Ah," as she sank into her thoughts. "No, I'm seeing him again. I have to chase him away, but I can't forget the fear of that day. Can I protect something just like Raon did? I can't even swing my sword properly in this situation. Am I scared because I've never been able to protect anything?" While lost in her thoughts, she heard Raon's voice call, "Raon Zieghart." Hearing that call, she snapped out of her thoughts. Raon looked at her with a reassuring smile. "It's okay, you can do it." Raon Zieghart teared up looking at Raon. She felt Raon reach out his hand to her. "Don't worry, come to me." It was as if Raon was pulling her out of that terrifying darkness. Her eyes welled up, telling herself, "I have to thank him." She swung her sword firmly because he had given her courage. She faced her trauma, but no longer with any hesitation, and with just one swing, she felt as if she had slashed away the darkness in her heart. She kept thinking about how he helped her move forward, how he believed in her. She dashed past the bandit, slashing his chest and sending him falling backward. Then she returned to her calm demeanor with a determined gaze. The leader saw this and looked annoyed. Are they really losing to these kids? Useless bunch. Hearing Han say that, Raon immediately interjected. "She's not just a kid, you know. She's a child who managed to overcome her past all on her own, and she has such a kind heart." As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly, flames beginning to swirl around him. Raon remained calm and said, "She's a swordswoman who has overcome many trials." With his worries about Raon Zieghart put to rest, he began to gather his energy. A flaming flower manifested the pinnacle of fire techniques, Falling Blossom. No sooner had he finished speaking than Raon unleashed a swift strike, bringing the leader down on the spot. After a moment, Raon went to check the bandit's belongings. He thought to himself, "I should check for any remaining traps before the mentors arrive." He picked up a flower he found. It was a dichromatic flower. This is a pretty rare medicinal herb, but did they really slaughter an entire village just for this? While Raon was lost in thought about the flower, a voice suddenly cut in. "What? Is it already over?" Seeing Raon holding the flower, the man asked. Ah, is that the dichromatic flower that Vulcan had? Then he flashed a cheerful grin. Did you two kill them all? So, he was the leader of the Eternal Bandits, rector of the North-South Alliance. Raon replied coldly, What if I did? The man called Rector kept smiling. You've got guts, kid. Not only that, but you're good at reading the situation, too. You must be pretty skilled to be this confident, right? Ignoring him, Raon asked, Are you with the North-South Alliance? Rector looked slightly surprised, then introduced himself. Indeed, my name is Rector. So, he's Rector, Raon thought. I'd heard that name once before. A genius swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with nothing but a single sword, eventually becoming the leader of a massive bandit group within just 10 years. The White Tiger Bandits are nothing compared to him. He truly is a swordsman with immense power. Before Raon could dwell on it, Rector spoke up. A child from a famous family, the direct lineage of the Zieghart house, aren't you? Your sword technique isn't impressive yet, so I suppose you're still just an apprentice. Humph, what should I do with you, I wonder? His voice dropped, thick with menace. Should I just kill you both? After that, the air between them grew heavy with tension. Neither of them said another word. Raon watched Rector, thinking. His killing intent is too obvious. He instinctively gripped his sword. For someone who lived an entire previous life as an assassin, this wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly, Rector burst into laughter. Oh, you can withstand this pressure? You're definitely not just an ordinary kid. Raon remained composed, his expression unchanging. He shifted into a combat stance, calculating in his mind, if I attack from behind, I can definitely take him out. If I attack head-on, I won't be able to win. But for some reason, he didn't want to back down. Raon slowly drew his sword. He didn't choose to strike from behind. Instead, he issued an honorable challenge. Draw your sword and fight me. Rector was taken aback by his decision. If you do that, you'll die. Raon remained unmoved, stating calmly, the weak falling to the strong is just how things go. Rector was slightly stunned. Not many kids your age talk like that. Then, he returned to his cheerful demeanor. Now that I've got a feel for what kind of person you are, I don't really want to fight you. Killing you here would be such a waste. Raon replied coldly. A warrior doesn't get to choose where he dies. Hearing that, Rector exclaimed, You're insane. Are you sure you're not actually a kid? Do you have a whole collection of philosophical quotes or something? Then, he turned to look away. Tease, there's another reason I don't want to kill you. Wrath has been watching us for a while now. Hearing this, Raon looked a bit confused. After speaking, Rector leaped onto a nearby cliff and called back. If you ever decide to join the North-South Alliance, it would be a lot of fun. Looking down from above, he asked for his name. Raon slowly replied, My name is Raon. Raon Zieghart. His whole body seemed to glow at that moment. Hearing this, the man smiled. Raon Zieghart, I see. With that, he leaped away, leaving one final remark. I hope that one day, I'll hear of your reputation from across the Tarakan Mountains and the Val River. Watching him go, Raon said to Runan Sullian, He's gone. He turned to her. Runan Sullian, let's get going too. She agreed. Okay. As he started to walk away, Runan Sullian called him back. Raon turned around, confused. What is it? She asked him, shyly. Was I good? Raon stared at her for a solid 5 seconds before breaking into a gentle, soft smile. Raon replied, Yeah, you were the best. Runan heard that and beamed with joy. And just like that, my task short but so long came to an end. When we returned with the head of the Snow Wolf Bandit leader, Raon calmly held it up. Here is the leader of the Snow Wolf Bandits. Burin was surprised. How did you? Burin and Martha looked frustrated, having lost to me again. Rimmer comforted the other students who hadn't performed well, giving them advice, which turned into him rambling about his own first mission. Wrath didn't miss the chance to brag about himself, flashing a smug look while recounting his glory to me. The stories that Loudmouth tells aren't impressive at all. I froze an entire castle on my first mission. Raon could only listen, feeling helpless. Listening to those two talkative idiots is enough to make my ears bleed. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Sullian family decided to adopt them. The children seemed happy about it because they adored Ronan Sullian. After returning from the mission, Ronan Sullian and I were summoned to see the king. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was surprised to receive praise from him, but I was even more stunned when he gifted the dichromatic flower to me. Raon held the flower in his hand with a surprised look, being told that since I recovered it, I should keep it, even though it's an incredibly rare medicinal treasure. Well, I suppose that's fine. Once everything was finished, Raon returned home, only to be caught off guard. What the? Dorian stepped out. Raon asked in surprise, Why are you here? Dorian chirped happily. Young master, you're finally back. He scratched his head and continued, the lady told me to stop by and let her know as soon as the mission was complete. Raon didn't say anything. After a moment, he asked, "So, did you tell my mother everything?" Dorian wiped away emotional tears. "Of course I did. I told the lady all about your touching story." Raon went blank, thinking, "What has this idiot done?" Right then, his mother, Sylvia, and her servant appeared. "Raon, is that you, my son? Young master, you've returned." Seeing them, Raon thought, "Sylvia is going to be furious if she finds out I confronted a bandit gang." He stuttered, "No, I didn't intend to." Before he could finish his sentence, his mother rushed over and wrapped him in a tight hug. Sylvia looked at him and praised him. "Well done, Raon." Seeing her reaction, Raon was completely confused. Then she took his hand. "Why do you think I'd be angry with you, Raon?" she asked gently. "I've always told you to be careful." Then she began telling him about the head of the family. "The reason our head of the family carries his sword is to protect the weak. I've heard he always reaches out his hand to those in need. The Zieghart clan continues to uphold that wish of his." She smiled and continued, "My dream was to become a swordsman like that, so why would I scold you for saving those hostages?" Sylvia placed her hand on his shoulder, emphasizing her words, "I'm very proud of you." She hugged him again, leaving him flustered, while the maids nearby watched happily. "We're so proud to hear this. I'm going to the main palace tomorrow. I'm going to brag about this everywhere," Sylvia said, moved. "My son has grown into such a fine man." Seeing this, he hugged her back, thinking to himself that he couldn't understand that man. Such complicated feelings. Then, he suddenly remembered Dorian. That idiot Dorian. Wrath appeared. Only just remembered him? That coward ran off ages ago. Raon didn't say anything, glancing back in surprise. But then he clicked his tongue and let it go. Tonight isn't too bad. Scene shift to Runan. She was reaching for a wooden squirrel, lying there with a happy smile. Runan Solian remembered the moment Raon encouraged her, telling her she didn't need to hide in the shadows forever. Recalling that moment, she whispered to herself that next time, she would definitely tell him how grateful she was, no matter what. In another place, Rimmer was relaxing on a hammock. He recalled the moment Raon faced Rector without fear. "Draw your sword and fight me." Rimmer found it interesting and couldn't help but smile. He lay there comfortably and sighed. "It's been a long time since I've seen the shadow of a lord in someone else. Looks like that's the seed for the next king. Everything is just beginning now." C moves to the main mansion of the Roberts family. Someone was sitting in the room, working intently on something. It turned out to be Robert, who was writing a book. But suddenly, he felt something, as blood from his hand was seeping onto the pages. He looked at his hand and thought the wound still hadn't healed. Robert sat, thinking of that scene years ago, and sighed. "It's already been 17 years, hasn't it? I've tried so many different high-quality miracle medicines. I've even invited famous and talented scholars. I've done all that, and yet I still can't heal this wound." He stared at the wound and remembered the person who had caused it. A wound that wouldn't heal, but wouldn't get worse either. It was as if he had just been wounded yesterday. Perhaps it was trying to remind him not to forget that day. Robert wondered, is there a dead soul that wants me not to forget him? He smiled and continued, "Too bad. I'm not the type to dwell on the past." He leaned on his hand, ignoring the wound, his voice arrogant. "There's only a short time left before my life's wish comes true." Scene shifts to Raon, who was checking his status window. The curse of misfortune has weakened. The 10,000 flames technique has reached 3 stars. The spirit of misfortune has reached 3 stars. The master of senses has reached 3 stars. Fire resistance has reached 3 stars. You have achieved your goal of becoming a swordsmanship expert. Spirit control speed has increased. All stats are rising rapidly. Swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Martial arts proficiency has increased. Reading those stats, Raon was overjoyed. "Finally, I've reached the level of an expert." He smiled, thinking to himself that although it was only the initial stage, he had worked extremely hard to get there. At that moment, wrath appeared. "How ridiculous. Even if you're a master of the sword, to me, you're just a tiny insect. And yet, you're proud after just a little progress?" Raon replied immediately, "Not every 15-year-old can reach my level. Even if you search the entire continent, you wouldn't find anyone my age who could match me." Wrath retorted, "Age? Only fools worry about age on the battlefield. Age means nothing. Weak is weak." Raon heard this and agreed. "That's true. Once you're on the battlefield, no one is obligated to go easy on you just because you're young." "I completely agree." The wrathful king continued, "You fool. If you keep going like this, you won't even be able to touch one of my fingers. No, not even my fingernail." Raon smiled in agreement. "Well, that's true, isn't it?" Wrath wondered, "Then why are you smiling?" Raon replied calmly, "Because I'm happy. In my past life, I was never able to reach this level. Even you admit that I've grown." Wrath heard this and said nothing, just staring at him. After a moment, it shouted, "Do you think I praise a human? especially someone like you, Raon mocked. Then why are you getting angry now? Raon walked as he spoke. I can hear your voice trembling. I'm sure I'm not wrong. I've been with you long enough to know what you're thinking. Wrath looked annoyed. A human dares to see through me? How damnable, it shouted. Raon ignored it. Your rage won't do anything to me. If you don't recover your power soon, you're going to get eaten by me. Wrath immediately went into storytelling mode. Hearing you say such nonsense reminds me of the old days. Seeing that, Raon immediately lost patience. The wrathful king just kept prattling on about his past. Remember the day in hell when those demons came to challenge me? Raon immediately slipped away. I'm going to stretch. The wrathful king called him back. Where are you going? Listen to me. During a training session, Rimmer clapped his hands and said, Everyone, stop. He told them, That's enough for today. Good work. Seeing them take an early break, Burren said, Master Rimmer, you were 20 minutes late today. We should make up for those 20 minutes, shouldn't we? Rimmer immediately ran off. We can make up for it tomorrow. That's enough for today. Burren stood by, feeling helpless. That irresponsible elf. Seeing Rimmer leave, everyone else started to rest. Raon, let's end it here. Whoever is on cleaning duty, stay behind. Dorian walked over to open the tool cabinet. He swung the door open to take out the tools. When he closed the door, Martha was standing right behind it. She grabbed Dorian's shoulder, making him scream in terror. She said angrily, Is cleaning with me that scary? Dorian stuttered, No, it's my honor. Martha said angrily, The training alone is enough to keep me busy. Then she turned and yelled at the people nearby. What are you guys staring at? I have to clean. Get out of here. Raon watched, sweating, thinking to himself that she could only really stay calm when she was with him. Rimmer suddenly appeared from behind, smiling as he said, She hasn't changed a bit. I bet she only acts calm when she's around you. Raon noticed the instructor and turned to call out, Instructor Rimmer, I thought you'd run off. Rimmer replied that he'd forgotten a few things, so he came back. Everyone hearing that began to wonder, just what did he forget? Then, Rimmer stood on the platform and called everyone over, Pay attention, everyone. I still have an announcement to make, and it's really important. Someone grumbled, asking what time he thought it was. Rimmer gave an awkward smile. Then he continued, It's about your second mission. Everyone listened intently to see what Rimmer would say next. Rimmer sheepishly scratched his head. Aha, sorry about that. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Had he really forgotten something that important? Raon, standing nearby, fell into deep thought upon hearing about the mission. It had been almost half a year since their first mission. The time until the second mission was longer than he had expected. Did he have less experience dealing with the Zieghart family's affairs than in his past life? Just then, Rimmer remembered and started explaining that orcs had suddenly appeared and invaded the southern part of the Zieghart territory. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs, threatening the villagers and protect the people and their village. In other words, your mission is to defend the village and hunt monsters. The students below were thrilled at the thought of hunting orcs. They started chiming in, Yeah, this is the kind of mission I've wanted to do for a long time. Finally, I can put my swordsmanship to the test. As everyone was buzzing with excitement, Rimmer interrupted. Everyone's pretty fired up about the new mission. Huh? You rookies. Rimmer added a final note. There wouldn't be any instructors accompanying them on this mission. You'll have to reach the village on your own and work together to complete the task. Burren asked from below, Then what if we find ourselves in a situation so dangerous that we can't escape on our own? Rimmer rested his hands on his hips and replied, That depends on you. If a mission is impossible to complete, you have to know when to give up. Therefore, a leader must have the ability to accurately assess the situation. The most important thing is for the leader to judge the best and worst case scenarios for any given situation. Dorian heard this and offered his opinion. Isn't running away from a mission considered bad? Rimmer continued his explanation. Usually, yes, but it depends on the circumstances. If you're surrounded by 5 monsters and still manage to escape, you should be praised for it. Hearing this, Dorian thought to himself, Awesome. So, I won't get in trouble if I run away. Burren just looked at him, feeling helpless, and said nothing. Rimmer said, Anyway, you all leave early the day after tomorrow. Everyone was stunned, all speaking in unison. In just 2 days, after hearing that, everyone was worried. Why is the time so short? This is pushing it. It's already evening, so we only have 1 day left. Rimmer gave his students instructions. There are many things you need to prepare for monster subjugation compared to defense or dungeon exploration. Then he continued with a grin. You'll wreck the village if you aren't properly prepared, so remember to be careful. Burren immediately shouted, We'll be well prepared. You'll see. Rimmer finished his talk. That was enough for now. Meanwhile, Burren looked over to where he saw Raon calming everyone down. Instructor Rimmer has always told us that we wouldn't know when or how a mission would come. Now is not the time to panic. We should be preparing. The more you complain, the less time we have left. Everyone calmed down after hearing that. Right, there's no guarantee we'll be finished preparing when the mission begins. Let's get moving. Rimmer couldn't help but smile, seeing that he was able to calm everyone down. Then Rimmer turned to address the group. Also, these orcs are more aggressive and stronger than you think compared to your previous matches. They are much harder to deal with than just their numbers would suggest. There are a lot of them, so you don't have the numerical advantage. He continued to explain, it will be difficult to fight them one-on-one. It's best to dodge their attacks rather than blocking them. Travel as light as possible and gather here at dawn in 2 days. That is all. By the time Rimmer finished speaking, it was already getting dark outside. Time passed quickly, and on the morning of the second day, Raon had already finished packing his bags at home. He looked at his bag, thinking to himself, a pack with a weight reduction spell cast on it. Clearly, he doesn't intend to help us store our gear. I suppose he's trying to say we have to do everything ourselves, but that's fine. Wrath appeared, and seeing him so relaxed, it scoffed, you arrogant fool. Then it explained, do you think everything will go as you planned? The unexpected can happen at any time. Raon nodded in agreement. That was true enough. Then he turned to tease Wrath about the way it gave him all those stat points. Wrath was furious. I wish I could sew your mouth shut. Raon continued to tease, how would you ever manage that? As they were talking, a noise came from outside the door. Confused, Raon went to open it. Who could be visiting me at this hour? He opened the door and asked, who is it? When he saw who was outside, he was surprised, stammering and unable to speak. Only after a long while did he find his voice. Mother? His mother scolded him. You should have let me know if you had a mission. Raon asked. Confused, how did you know? Did Dorian tell you? His mother replied, Rimmer told me. Raon cursed Rimmer in his heart, that damn elf. Then he softened his tone as he looked at his mother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His mother let out a long sigh and calmed down. Then she grabbed his 2 arms and said, Raon, listen to me. Being a class leader isn't just about representing the other students. You have the responsibility to guide the other students down the right path. You shouldn't try to handle missions by yourself. You should assign appropriate tasks to your teammates to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your friends' lives depend on your decisions. Hearing these words, Raon thought to himself, I thought she came to scold me, but she's giving me advice instead. Then she placed her hand on his chest and said, a monster subjugation mission might look easy, but it's actually very difficult. Ensure you take down every last one of them to keep the villagers safe. Sylvia continued with a gentle look. You should be aware of that while on the mission. You are no longer just a student, but a Zephyri swordsman. I want you to be able to prove you are a swordsman, that you can inherit the will of the Zephyri family. At this point, Raon asked, I thought you came here to yell at me? Sylvia immediately looked angry. I am furious, of course. I'm both worried and annoyed. But that's not what this is about. She hugged him tightly. Raon remained stunned by the sudden embrace. Sylvia comforted him gently. Come prepared to be scolded when you return. I'm glad you're shining brighter than when you started training, but I'll never stop worrying about you. Raon was taken aback by his mother's affectionate words. He could feel her love, so he buried his face in her embrace and held on tight. On the morning of the mission, everyone gathered. Rimmer stood on the platform to give his final instructions. He warned them that anything could happen, so they needed to be as careful as possible. He told his students that if they felt things were getting too difficult, they should pull back. Everyone below shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Rimmer sat down, exhausted. All right, off you go. Usually, this would take a month, but since we've cleared a path, it should only take about 2 weeks. He finished by saying, Good luck. You all. Everyone responded together, Yes, Professor Rimmer. Raon then turned to direct the group. All right, divide into 4 lines. We'll move in the formation we discussed. Seeing this, Rimmer felt relieved, feeling sure they would be fine. Raon wasn't just talented in combat and mana control, he was also brilliant at tactical planning. As Raon directed them, reminding everyone of their positions in case of a fight, Rimmer watched and thought, I'm sure he'll finish the mission and come back. He's only 15, Rimmer thought. Raon had everyone do a final check before departing. Dorian and Gren checked all the supplies and the status of every member. Once everything was cleared, they started moving. Rimmer watched Raon from behind and mused, I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs. A worried assistant approached Rimmer. Should we go and keep watch? At this distance, they won't even notice us leaving. Rimmer immediately disagreed. Not yet. One of them is sharp as a tack. He yawned lazily and started walking away. I'm going to catch a nap before I head out. The assistants were left speechless. They turned to each other and asked, will this really be okay? Should we go? Rimmer chimed back in. You should worry more about the monsters than us. In a desolate forest, where piles of human skulls were stacked high, a hooded figure in black asked, Are you certain about that information? The other replied respectfully, Yes, we have confirmed it's in that village. The leader ordered, Very well, let's go. Kill anyone who stands in your way. The masked leader's eyes glowed red as he spoke. The scene shifted to the forest near the village. Raon looked surprised to see someone. It turned out to be Khan, the top-ranked cadet from the 6th Training Division, Clan Zieghart. He was also surprised to see Raon. Raon asked, "Why are you guys here?" Khan asked in return, "What about you?" Raon looked at him and thought, "So this is Clan Zieghart. I heard he entered the 6th Division late due to an injury, but he seems to have fully recovered." He assessed Khan's physique and could tell he was a skilled swordsman. Khan spoke first. "We're on a mission to eliminate monsters. Why is your team here?" Raon replied, "We are also on a mission to eliminate monsters." Khan was surprised. "The same mission? I hadn't heard anything about that." Raon was shocked too. Why? The night before they departed, at a nearby bar, someone called out to Rimmer. Rimmer heard his students had done a great job on their recent mission. That's right. They're still so young, yet they already defeated those bandits. Rimmer laughed happily, holding his beer. "I told you. I already praised them, but I'm truly impressed. Hey, why don't we send them on a monster subjugation mission? I bet they'd rush right over." I even got praised by the family head. As he was speaking, someone interrupted him. "No, the 6th Training Division will be taking this mission." The man approached Rimmer and said that for a subjugation mission, teamwork was more important than focusing on individuals like the 5th Division. The 6th was better suited for this task. Recently, the 6th Division cleared the hellish training week without any issues, so we will take this mission. The chief instructor of the 6th, Mathan, said. Rimmer didn't back down. "Are you feeling insecure because my kids are getting attention? Why don't you send both teams together?" Mathan was confused. "You want to send 2 divisions on the same mission?" Rimmer smiled and looked at him. "We have to wipe out those monsters anyway. Why not send both? If they compete against each other, it'll go faster. What do you think?" Mathan agreed. "Fine, I'll ask the family head for permission." Rimmer happily thought, "I'm really looking forward to the results." Back in the forest near the village, Burin spoke up. "There must be some mistake. You guys can head back first." He added firmly, "We can handle this." Khan was annoyed by this. He retorted, "I can't let that statement slide." Raon Zieghart, have you become arrogant after being in the 5th Division for so long? This mission requires teamwork. Clearly, our 6th Division is better suited for this than the 5th. The 5th Division has little experience. You're bound to run into trouble. Burin didn't look discouraged and replied, "Clan Zieghart, I know your skill level, but don't look down on the 5th Division." Raon, standing nearby, was lost in thought. Rimmer knew about this beforehand, but why didn't he tell us? He closed his eyes, trying to figure out the reason. Rimmer believes experience is paramount. If that's the case, this mission will be highly practical. But he knew his team lacked both teamwork and tactical experience. Maybe he wants the 5th Division to face the 6th so we can learn how to improve ourselves. Thinking he had figured it out, Raon felt moved. "Yeah, that makes sense. That's Sly Fox. Well, I'll treat it as a good opportunity for the others to learn. Besides, Mother already warned me before I left." Raon recalled his mother's words. She wanted to see him become a swordsman who could protect others. He told himself he couldn't just brush that aside. After thinking it through, he intervened to stop the two. "Calm down, you two. Are you planning on wasting time arguing here?" He stepped closer to persuade them. "If we keep going like this, we'll get nowhere. How about we make a bet?" Burin asked, confused. "What? What kind of bet?" Raon turned to face them directly. "They don't want to give up the mission, and neither do you." He turned to everyone. "This mission involves a lot of monsters, and it's a raid. We're definitely going to face some tough challenges." He pointed toward the sky and continued. "So, let's bet on who becomes the commander for this mission." He tried to convince Khan and Burin to focus on taking down the leader to cause chaos, while handling the rest. If the main force hits a snag, it'll be an opportunity for the other team. Both of them listened in silence. Then he turned to Khan. "Does that sound fair?" Khan agreed. "Fine, let's do it." Raon looked at the mountain in the distance and said, "It starts at that mountain." Everyone changed into their uniforms and ran toward the mountain. Mathan smiled, looking intrigued and confident. "The conditions are simple. Destroy or capture the enemy team's flag, and you win. That's much simpler than fighting everyone one by one." Hearing her say that, Ron immediately asked, "Then let's plan this out." Martha said confidently, "Why bother? They're all just losers anyway. I'm going to wipe the floor with them, so just sit tight." Then she dashed toward the 6th training hall. Martha was thrilled. "Found you." The group from the 6th hall took a defensive stance when they saw her. Martha shouted, "I don't need a strategy for a bunch of losers like you." Finishing her sentence, she swung down with a powerful strike. Meanwhile, in the distance, Raon activated his perception. His senses sharpened to the point where he didn't even need to open his eyes. Watching the two teams clash, Raon thought to himself that the battle had begun. Ronan Sullivan asked him, "Is it really okay to just charge in without a plan like that?" Raon replied, "They're both so confident they wouldn't listen even if I said something." Seeing this, Vunan asked, "Then, is there any chance of winning?" Raon answered without hesitation, "We definitely won't lose." Wait, Martha seems to be struggling, and so does Burin. His words proved prophetic. They were losing miserably. Martha was fuming. "Why can't I break through? They're all weaklings, but their defense is way too solid." One of the guys from the 6th Hall shouted, "You guys aren't the center of the universe, so stop looking down on us." Feeling the intensity from the 6th Hall team, Martha began to find it difficult. The sky was slowly darkening as the sun began to set. Each member of the 5-person team was scraped and covered in dirt. Burin and Martha avoided Raon's gaze. Raon teased, "See, told you it would be easy, didn't I? Look at who's actually getting pushed back now." He then turned to everyone and said, "Misjudging your opponent is one thing, but the world won't stand still waiting for you to improve. Do you look down on them just because the kingdom doesn't value them? You figured you'd win because our past records are better, right? That's the result of fighting without a strategy. You don't know your enemy, and you don't know yourselves. You just kept holding your heads high, acting arrogant, wasting your energy and aura, and revealing all your techniques to the enemy." How brilliant! Raon hit the nail on the head, and no one said a word. Then he glanced at the 6th Hall team, noting that they were training every single day too. "Just because we look better on paper doesn't mean you can underestimate them." Ronan Sullivan looked at him sadly. "So, we lost?" Raon replied coolly, "No, there's still a chance," leaving Burin stuttering in surprise. "Really?" Martha brightened up. "If it means beating those jerks, I'll do whatever you want." Raon replied calmly. "At least you still have the spirit to try." "Fine then." He then confidently declared, "I will carve out a path to victory for our team." Meanwhile, some other trainees were idly chatting. "The 5th Hall is too easy. It's refreshing to watch them struggle." Don't let your guard down. The 5th Hall was able to take down the combined organization of the North and the South. "Those are the Ice Claw Snow Tigers." One of the trainees spoke up. "I bet they won't give up." Suddenly, he stood up, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. "Just as predicted, we're going to end this." The opponent appeared out of nowhere and insulted them. What a bunch of idiots. It turned out Martha had heard every nasty word they said. She growled, warning them, "If you talk trash about us one more time, you'll regret it." As soon as she finished, Martha lunged forward. The leader of the group shouted, "Attack from the front. 4th formation, focus your aura to the front." Martha's footsteps were calm as she moved forward. With lightning speed, she drove her staff into the opponent's stomach. He couldn't block in time and could only grit his teeth and curse. "What the hell?" She attacked from the side. At that very moment, the wind blew through the leaves, rustling as if cheering for Martha. Burin joined in, swinging his wooden sword, high the same preparatory stance as before. A trainee with long brown hair and a ponytail shouted, "Counterattack, just like we practiced." But Burin quickly dashed past them with lightning speed, not letting the opponent even touch him. Burin had a cold expression, but his movements were flawless. He swept through his opponents like the wind. Burin's speed left everyone stunned. The opponents fell one by one. Only the brown-haired guy from before managed to hold his ground due to his superior strength, but even he couldn't hide his shock. What the? How did he change his movement so quickly? Arg! Their eyes were glued to Burin, and only one thought crossed their minds. They had changed their fighting style. The ones who were looking down on them earlier now had one expression, shock and fear. What the hell happened to make them change their fighting style like that? Elsewhere, Martha was taking on 3 people at once, but her momentum completely overwhelmed her opponents. Martha fought while laughing excitedly. He was right. Back then, Raon had told them, including Martha, "Why do you think we'd lose when we're stronger as individuals?" Burin vaguely mentioned the intel and the strategy. Raon snapped back immediately. "Exactly." He started discussing the strategy with his group. "The 6th Hall already knows our personalities and skills. They prepared their tactics around that." Everyone listened intently to Raon. However, they didn't prepare for anything else because they thought they'd win anyway. "In the end, we lost a humiliating match that we should have won." Dorian, upon hearing this, trembled, sweat pouring down. "So we're going to lose?" Martha grabbed Dorian by the collar and shouted, "Shut up." He stammered, I'm sorry." Raon crossed his arms, his expression remaining perfectly calm. He said, "Well, even if we don't count it as a total loss, we've used up so much stamina and aura. We are definitely at a disadvantage." Raon said something that made all the team members stare at him. "But it's not just about the intel and the strategy." Burin hesitated and asked, "Raon, do you have an idea?" Raon pointed out the strengths of the opponent. Kench, the top student of the 6th Hall, has a very sharp eye and intuition. Raon analyzed calmly. "Because of that, He can detect others from afar and send students who can counter your specific styles to fight you. Martha cursed Kench in frustration. Then, he immediately connected it to the members of his own team to find a chance to win. Martha's strength is raw power and endurance, but her attacks are too predictable. That's why he sent swordsmen capable of blocking your attacks to drain your aura. Burin, you're fast, but your technique is fairly simple, so he sent swordsmen who are good at improvising. Raon continued in a relaxed manner, his expression incredibly chill. So, how do we win? The simplest way would be to change the combat order. Raon quickly brushed it off. But I don't think you guys want that. Martha reacted immediately. I don't like that. I have to win. Sorry, I feel the same way. Raon calmly advised the members. Then you have to fight differently. Differently? Raon sincerely pointed out. The flaws in each member's fighting style. Your fighting style is too rigid, and there are still many openings because you aren't good at circulating aura around your bodies. So, find their openings and strike. Let's start with Burin. Raon said, Burin, you're weak against opponents who rely on instinct to fight, but those kinds of guys are easy to trick. You have to ditch your usual style and deceive them. Martha, always hot-headed, spoke up. Sounds good, but haven't you just been sitting here this whole time? It sounds like you've just been watching us fight. Raon remained calm and confident in his assessment. It was true that Raon had sharp instincts, better than the average student. But with a confident yet humble attitude, Raon stated firmly, my instincts are sharper. Raon carefully and thoroughly observed each member as they fought. They were doing a great job. It seemed like Runen Solian couldn't possibly lose. A footstep quietly approached from behind Raon. He spoke slowly. Even without turning around, Raon knew who was looking for him. He said calmly, shall we begin? It was Kale Henatus, the opponent with the keen observation skills that Raon had mentioned earlier. Raon sat still in his chair, pondering for a few more minutes. Because the situation had changed, Kale had no choice but to go find the flags. Although Kale was the strongest on the opposing team, unlike the members of his own team, he didn't seem arrogant or conceited, and his tone toward Raon wasn't provocative either. I was wondering, why did my team lose? So you told them to fight in a different way? The rumors that you weren't acknowledged by the other students were clearly wrong. Faced with these words, Raon just stayed silent, not bothering to argue. Kale stated coldly with a very confident attitude, but this battle ends here. Kale's hand tightened around his sword. Raon, I heard your aura is fire attribute, and so was his. The light radiating from Kale was identical to his own, so officially, the two were considered evenly matched in a fair fight. Raon was slightly surprised. Kale had fire attribute aura too? Kale kept his serious expression unchanged. Unfortunately for you, I have the highest grade of fire attribute aura. I also have more aura than most official knights. Theoretically, you can't beat me. Raon opened his mouth, his words dripping with sarcasm and edge. Why do you guys talk so much before a fight? The fire spirit also began to rise within Raon. His gaze no longer relaxed, staring straight at his opponent. Both gripped their wooden swords tightly. Let's begin. Everyone craved victory. Raon declared, I'll show you that my fire can overwhelm yours. Before the opponent could react, Raon moved at a dizzying speed, vanishing in an instant. Kale was momentarily confused. He seemed slightly panicked. Too fast and those flames. But Kale quickly regained his composure and moved. I heard he didn't just beat Manhwa Zieghart, but also Prince Owen. His aura isn't as strong as mine, but I'm certain he's very strong. By this time, Raon had appeared right in front of Kale. Of course, they quickly lunged at each other. Kale regained his confidence, thinking to himself. However, within the boiling heat of battle, he encouraged himself, I am still stronger. Both clashed, their wooden swords struck each other, emitting deep, dull thuds. The more they fought, the more Raon seemed to gain the upper hand. The sword grazed Kale's cheek. He stared, stunned and shocked. Kale couldn't believe it. What? That's ridiculous. He couldn't accept the situation. My fire is weaker? Kale screamed in his heart. No way. But just a few minutes later, Kale couldn't block Raon's attacks. He yelled in anger and pain. Both flames merged, creating an explosion in the forest. Kale had lost. He lay on the ground under Raon's blade. Raon teased. Is your fire stronger? But he was also extremely serious, affirming it, though it was unclear if it was genuine acknowledgement or just pity for his opponent. That's right. Dorian was dazed. Martha and Burin just watched in silence. That guy is Dorian, he exclaimed with a stunned and surprised expression. Why is Kale Henatus here? Kale stood thoughtfully, leaning against a tree, his clothes and face smeared with mud after the battle. He thought to himself, the best way to turn the tide of battle is to defeat the enemy leader. Did you know this would happen? Burin spoke up softly. Not just that, Burin recalled the fight earlier. You were right. They were easily fooled. Even I was. If it weren't for you, I might have failed in the 6th training hall. Martha, always blunt, expressed her thoughts too. Even though I don't want to admit it, he's right. If your judgment had been wrong, maybe even I would have turned my back on you. But in the end, we still won. So they looked at Raon and spoke sincerely. We finally understood your talent efforts. We will listen to you without complaining anymore. Raon smiled, his mood clearly brightening. It seems they'd matured quite a bit after this. That's good. He felt a sense of secret pride. This was the 5th training hall he knew. Raon stood among the night trainees and said clearly, "Everyone did a great job, perhaps everyone understands now." Everyone listened to Raon's words, with absolutely no more attitude of contempt or mockery. The consequences of resting on one's laurels and acting without thinking if this were a real battle. Everyone would be dead. Raon cautioned, "Don't forget the things you learned today." Kale was still quietly leaning against the tree, watching Raon's back. He whispered the name in his mind. Raon, Raon. Raon didn't notice Kale watching him. He instructed the knights, "The sun is setting, so we'll camp here today, split into small groups, gather firewood, and pick people to take turns on guard duty." Kale finally secretly acknowledged that he was better than he thought. He's good at fighting and knows how to lead. A look of admiration appeared on Kale's face. He had a better impression of Raon now. "I thought the 5th training hall was full of arrogant people, but it turns out I was the most arrogant one." With a friendly and open attitude, Kale walked toward Raon, reached out his hand, and said, "I've learned a lot from you." Raon listened as Kale expressed himself sincerely, praising Raon endlessly. "You taught me never to let my guard down and always to have a backup plan if the previous one fails." Kale also confessed his previous mistake. "I thought I would definitely win because I thought I understood you all." He frankly admitted his mistake, "But I didn't just lose a team match. I also lost a one-on-one match against you." Kale spoke with a very friendly attitude. What I thought was confidence turned out to be arrogance. Only now do I understand how small I am. In the sunset, Kale said warmly, "Thank you." When Raon heard these words, he immediately smiled a happy and relieved smile. He's more sincere than the people in the direct line. They shook hands. Raon humbly replied, "It's nothing. As I said, we will give our all for you." 2 weeks later, winter had arrived, and thick snow covered the forest in white. The trainee knights stopped, standing on a ridge. Raon looked down at the village below and announced, "We've arrived." Raon carefully analyzed the mission once more. It was a small, unremarkable village, simply a place where people lived and farmed to survive. This wasn't a special mission either. The task was just to deal with some monsters that occasionally appeared and caused trouble, but a sense of unease suddenly welled up within Raon. He couldn't shake the chill running down his spine. He wondered why he felt like someone was watching him. Raon looked around, thoughtful. No proctor could follow them, and the presence he felt was filled with killing intent. He had to find a way to deal with it, and the best way was to locate the source first. Raon spoke to Burin. "Burin, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Raon suddenly handed the leadership of the mission over to Burin. It seemed the killing intent was truly bothering Raon. He told Burin, "You will lead everyone on this mission." Raon's sudden proposal left Burin bewildered. He asked why. Raon calmly explained so everyone would understand. "In this first mission, only Runan, Solian, and I can take on the Snow Troll claws, so perhaps it would be better if you took command. Didn't you say you wanted to be like me?" Raon's attitude toward Burin was filled with trust. "If that's the case, prove yourself with what you've learned." "Fine, I'll show you." Burin understood and quickly agreed. He placed a hand over his heart and promised his team members, "I will be a good leader." Raon informed the members, "You all heard him, right? From now on, we follow Burin's orders." "Understood." Raon then turned to the only girl on the team. "Martha, I'll explain it to you later. Just act as you normally would." Martha said coldly before turning to leave. "You don't need to pull me aside like that. I'll follow whatever you decide. I'm always normal." Raon looked at the members and smiled gently. Then, he whispered to Wrath, "Wrath, you also feel like someone is watching us, right?" It glanced at him slightly. "Oh, you realize?" Wrath sighed, flying around playfully. "Well, of course you did. You've inherited my abilities, after all." Raon just wanted to find the person spying on them. He asked, "Where are they?" "How many are there?" Wrath answered with a mocking tone. "If I told you their direction, would you be able to guess?" But Raon quickly cut Wrath off. "There's only one." Seeing him realize it so fast, Wrath felt a bit awkward. "He. Raon calmly explained, "Because you said he, not they." Raon wore an indifferent expression, but his words cut deep. "Thanks for letting me know." Furious at being teased like that, Wrath gritted his teeth and cursed. "You brat," it yelled behind Raon, but he didn't pay it any mind. His mood hadn't eased since he first detected the killing intent. He kept doubting himself, unable to be certain there was only one person. Raon heightened his vigilance. Even if only one person was following them, there was a high chance they had accomplices nearby. He couldn't let his guard down. Overthinking gave Raon a headache. He sighed heavily. Looking blankly at the snow-covered forest ahead, Raon muttered to himself, "This mission won't go smoothly." Deep in the woods, a burly, intimidating man asked, "Where are they from?" The subordinate standing opposite him reported, "Most of them are from the Zieghart clan, one of the 5 great sects. It's nothing worth mentioning." The subordinate surmised, "I think they are just new recruits, and there's no instructor with them, so it's likely their second mission." "Did you get caught?" Replying to the leader's question, the subordinate answered respectfully, "Of course not. I'm certain that even if I got close, they wouldn't have been able to detect me." The leader smiled in satisfaction. I don't think a group of ordinary recruits could find you either." The subordinate wondered about something else. He asked, "But we've controlled the orcs. What are those recruits doing here?" The leader spoke calmly. "Perhaps the villagers noticed the number of monsters increasing and requested support, but the fact that our search for the stone is so slow is because I was a bit too overconfident." The subordinate said, "We've searched this place upside down but still haven't found it. Perhaps it's inside the village." He bowed his head and asked, "Should we attack now?" The leader dismissed the idea. "No. Wait." The subordinate tried to add more. "But now is the best chance to take down those recruits." The leader already had a plan. He said killing the recruits was easy, but the secret of the Mana Stone would be exposed, which would do more harm than good. He wanted to use the trainee knights to deal with the monsters for him. He said, "Just let them defeat the monsters and return as if they've completed their mission." He gently put on a mask, his voice raspy. Immediately after putting it on, the leader's shape changed, sharp fangs protruded, and his yellow eyes glowed menacingly. His hands grew larger, his fair skin turned dark green, and his physique became much more massive. He told his subordinate, "When they leave, I will attack the village." His appearance was no longer just burly like before. He looked like a monster, with an ironclad body and cruel schemes, ready to destroy everything in his path. Night fell over the village, and the knights enjoyed the dinner prepared by the villagers. For some reason, Raon stared at Burin, silently calling him Raon Zieghart. He watched Burin for a long time, thinking to himself that at first he was a bit worried, but Burin was doing much better than he had predicted. Raon had observed Burin closely. He didn't use the Zieghart clan's reputation to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritized the mission and reassuring the village chief and the villagers. He felt that the decision to hand over command of the knights to Burin was the right one. "I can see he's trying his best." While watching, Raon thought to himself, but he shouldn't worry about Burin. Even if he wasn't there, Burin and the trainees could handle the monsters. Raon instinctively looked out the window. The person who was watching them while they were on the outskirts of the village was the real issue. He wasn't sure, but he felt them vanish toward the mountains when they entered the village. Many vague thoughts crossed Raon's mind. Is the Zieghart clan testing us, or is it someone completely different? Thinking so uneasily, Raon had to reassure himself. We should find the answer by tomorrow. Hands were feeling around the ground for footprints. Burin followed the tracks the monsters had left behind. He concluded that, without a doubt, the monsters must be around here. The village chief stood opposite them and said sadly, "Monsters appear at this time of year, but this year there are 3 times as many as usual. We can't handle this many monsters." He recounted that they had accurately observed over 100 monsters since then. That meant they could have a total of over 200 lives. The village chief was most worried about the knights' safety. The problem wasn't just their numbers. "I'm sure you aren't familiar with the forest here. We'll prepare a guide for you so you don't get lost in the mountains." He was the fastest young man in the village, so the chief was sure he would be helpful. The guide the chief spoke of was a young man about the same age as the members of the night squad. He was tasked by the village chief to guide them to Shu Mountain. His name was Kanba. It seemed like Kanba had just rushed over, as he was breathing heavily. "When the village chief came to see me last night, I knew something was up, but he wants me to guide the trainees of the Hennetus family. This is the worst." Seeing the anxiety clearly on Kanba's face, someone said, "Don't worry." It was Raon, reassuring both the village chief and Kanba. His attitude was incredibly serious and reliable. "We guarantee we will return home safe and sound." The mission begins. Leader Burin shouted, "Attention everyone. Warriors fight better than other monsters, and goblins or kobolds play dirty with poison or other things." Burin carefully warned his members, "A small wound could be a fatal one, so don't let your guard down." Everyone agreed to listen. They shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Burin said to the small squad leader, "Training Hall 6, please surround that area and keep an eye out for any monsters trying to escape." He nodded, "Understood. Leave it to us." Burin also led a small group to go with him. He boosted the team's morale. "All right, let's start the raid on the monsters threatening this land." Burin clearly declared to the knights, "Let's open the monsters' eyes and show them the power of the Hennetus family." So the knights rushed forward, their spirits sky high. Let's go. Wrath, observing them from a corner, got annoyed. He whispered, cursing. Those idiots are doing something so stupid. They spent all this time preparing an ambush, only to suddenly start screaming and give away their position. What kind of ambush is that? Raon heard this and explained it to Wrath. They're just shouting to try and stop being nervous. A mistake like that is understandable because this is their first raid mission. Wrath stayed silent and watched Raon's attitude. This was supposed to be the first raid mission for this guy too. But instead of being nervous, he was looking at the bigger picture. Wrath suddenly thought he seemed like a seasoned veteran. The knights fought very fiercely. Not a single monster escaped their blades. Martha excitedly shouted, I'm going to wipe them all out. Burin reminded them, take care of the goblins and kobolds first before attacking the warriors. A knight warned the team, they've broken through our formation. 2 warriors are moving in the other direction. Kamba, who didn't know any martial arts, could only hide far away. Seeing the warrior rushing toward him, the distance closing, he could only tremble in fear. Are the warriors coming here? Kamba looked like he was about to cry. Wow, I shouldn't have come here. Seeing the situation getting increasingly tense, Raon quickly rushed out. He dealt a decisive blow to the warrior. Raon moved nimbly. He only had to slash each one exactly once. No monster could be faster than the speed of Raon's blade. Once finished, Raon quickly sheathed his sword, his expression remaining perfectly calm. The warriors he had slashed were staggering and about to collapse. Kamba flopped onto the ground in a panic. Huh, when did they die? Raon checked on him. Are you hurt anywhere, Kamba? He was startled and replied, no, I'm fine. I'm just relieved. Raon started a conversation with Kamba. He asked him, I want to ask you something. Does this mountain have any urban legends? Kamba stammered, urban legends. Raon nodded. Yeah, like something about big treasure or monsters. Kamba recalled and exclaimed, there is one. He started telling the legend. Hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place between the kingdom of the goblins, who descended from the west, and the knights here. Raon listened intently, his eyes suddenly stunned when he heard. People say that the snow buried the Goblin King's ring somewhere around here. Raon silently thought to himself, I see. I understand now. The gazes he felt watching him right now, and earlier, were from the Arm. The Arm is one of the 5 organizations, infamous for being insane. These Arm members were incredibly cruel. The Arm's goal was to revive and restore the era where monsters ruled the world. They wanted to return to those times and treat monsters like gods. The more Raon thought, the more vague it seemed. But if that were all there was to it, they would have been wiped out long ago. They possessed the ability to control and tame monsters. Even though they were human, they could use monster abilities. They were powerful, comparable to the Hennetus family. The Arm caused so much fear for people. Their strange power was a secret that even the continent's famous families didn't know. Thinking of this, Raon's face became very serious, but he knew that secret. The reason he knew this secret was thanks to the villain who ruined his life thanks to Derus Robert. In his past life, when he was an assassin under the Hennetus family, Raon had encountered the Arm. He said, we encountered the Arm while on a mission. Derus Robert ordered us to go on. The Arm killed our entire assassination squad, leaving only me alive in that hell. Raon was very confused at the time. I didn't realize it then, but it was definitely very strange. From the beginning, Derus Robert knew the Arm used rocks as one of the 6 emperors. How could he have known about that? Why didn't he reveal that to the whole world? Wrath saw Raon standing there blankly and asked, what are you thinking about? Wrath also started to suspect something. I can feel a deep, dark rage inside you. Raon suddenly felt a stinging pain in his chest, thinking of how Derus Robert disturbed his emotions. He tried to regain his composure, breathing steadily. Calm down. The Arm is what's important now. Raon reorganized his thoughts. I assume the Arm's goal is to find the Goblin King's rock. It's been hundreds of years since the Goblin King lost the battle here. Thinking that, Raon concluded that there must be an extremely powerful mana stone buried somewhere. He stood alone, staring blankly at his surroundings. So, their plan is definitely to make us think we've finished the mission, just so they can hunt for the mana stone once we're gone. Burin was fighting desperately at that moment. He roared, if that's the case, then that pack leader, I'll end this with one ultimate strike. While attacking, suddenly a blast of snow was kicked up, blocking Burin. By the time the snow cleared, Burin lowered his hand. It turned out Martha had snatched the orc leader. She laughed brightly and said, it's mine. Burin exhaled, scolding her. That is completely undignified. Then he ordered the knights. The pack leader is dead. Now we just have to deal with the rest. Raon still had a few questions. Hey, village chief, regarding the legend of the Goblin King. Has anyone found any treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? The village chief hesitated. Actually, when I was young, he continued, the previous village chief went up the mountain and returned with a red piece of jewelry he found at the peak. And where is that jewelry now? As the village chief spoke, Raon became lost in thought. Most people didn't notice, but the village chief buried it under his house. I don't know the reason, but it kept the village warm. Raon hesitated, clenching his fists. Unease rose up strongly. The situation was worse than he thought. Is there a problem? If Eden couldn't find the stone in the mountains, Raon considered the scenario where they would massacre the village. He was frantic. They'll burn this village to the ground. The swordsman, having finished off the remaining orcs, returned to report. We don't see any more orcs around. Another swordsman added hurriedly. Same here, we finished the subjugation. The village chief approached, took Burin's hand, and said sincerely, "Thank you all for doing this much for us." He smiled kindly and praised him. You truly are as skilled as the stories of the Zipful house claimed. Thank you, truly. Burin smiled and replied, Of course. I'm glad I could help you. Raon looked at the backs of the swordsmen being seen off by the village chief, lost in thought, when someone suddenly spoke, startling him. Is everything going according to your plan? Martha was sitting on a high tree branch, munching on an apple. Raon looked up at her. Because she was far away, he couldn't clearly see her expression. She continued nonchalantly, Although, I don't even know what you want. Martha crunched on the apple. Raon suddenly called her, Martha. I'm not sure either, but I will tell you when. Before he could finish, Martha suddenly jumped down to the ground. She said to him calmly, Don't worry, no matter what happens. Martha brushed past him and continued, I will follow your orders until the mission ends. Raon was stunned by her words. A moment later, Ronan Sullivan approached and asked Raon, what are you doing here? Ron clenched his fists, his long hair covering his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Ronan Sullivan asked with concern, Are you worried about something? You don't look very happy. Raon looked at her and replied, I'm fine. There's no problem. The village chief said they are throwing a banquet. Let's go. After finishing, he stared into the distance, thinking to himself, Eden won't show their face until we leave. The next day, on the outskirts of Cebu village, the sky was clear. White clouds were drifting, and a light breeze was blowing. Such beautiful weather was rare. Burin led the team of swordsmen out of the village, his body relaxing as he let his guard down, thinking to himself, Perfect. He looked at Khan and the other swordsmen behind him, feeling even more pleased. We defeated all the monsters on the mountain, and we'll finish this with very few casualties. Even though it's our first mission, we were able to complete it brilliantly. He glanced in Raon's direction, feeling his presence. He thought to himself, maybe that's why Raon didn't insist on leading anymore. Raon was currently still vigilantly looking around. Burin, however, was completely oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. His leadership style didn't have a single flaw. I don't know why he gave the authority to me, though. Burin put his hand on his chest, feeling happy and proud of himself, but I hope he realizes that my leadership skills are on par with his. Thinking that, he happily ordered the whole team. Let's leave here quickly. They traveled a long distance until the sun began to set. Raon, walking at the back, suddenly stopped. He shouted, Everyone, stop. Everyone turned to look at him, beginning to whisper and discuss. What's wrong? Someone couldn't help but ask, Can't we keep going? Another added, It's still too early to set up camp. Raon wore a serious expression. He looked straight at everyone and said, This is the moment the real mission begins. Khan didn't understand and asked back, What do you mean? Raon answered calmly, As I said, the mission isn't over yet. Burin faced Raon, asking a bit agitatedly, What are you talking about? Burin changed his tone. We took down all the orcs and even cleaned the place up. So, what do you mean by that? Raon's long hair shadowed his eyes. No one could tell what he was thinking. He said nonchalantly, Our mission was to defeat the monsters and protect the village. Burin still didn't understand and asked, So what's the problem? Raon replied, Someone was watching us just now. Burin froze, finding it hard to believe. What? Raon recounted what he had sensed earlier. When we left the village, a mysterious person was following us. They tracked us for about an hour before disappearing. You could say it was a guide, but I sensed hostility. Too much hostility to be considered a guide. Raon continued seriously. I felt those prying eyes even before we set foot in the village, and I felt them vanish once we were far enough away. Burin could hardly believe it and asked, Are you serious? Martha, standing behind Raon, couldn't help but ask, Wait, even before we arrived. Raon turned his head and replied, More precisely, since we set foot at the foot of the hill by the village. Martha paused, then seemed to understand. So that's why you handed the authority to Burin? Raon admitted nonchalantly, Yes. I hid my presence so I could sense the enemy more clearly. Looking at the astonished expressions of Martha and Khan, Burin couldn't help but think, I bet he had already sensed this during the bet. His skills, just like his senses, are far superior to the other instructors. I couldn't even tell he was tailing us. Burin realized it then, and he stammered, Is that why you handed the command over to me? Raon replied calmly, that's right. I thought if you were the commander, you'd be able to look after the recruits well. Recalling what happened after they arrived at the village, Raon praised him, which was rare. You did a great job, too. I'm sure the enemy thought you were the leader because of that, so they didn't even notice me. Raon stepped forward, patted Burn on the shoulder, and said, You're a true Zieghart knight. I'll recommend you as the second in command when we return. Burn bowed his head, thinking to himself, feeling embarrassed. Damn it, I thought I was finally on par with him, but he was actually just observing the enemy while no one noticed him. He didn't even realize it and was just happy thinking he was his equal. Remembering the monsters they had faced, Raon knew that monsters, by nature, can't communicate with other species. But in this mission, the orcs and goblins were working together. That meant the enemy was using some kind of magic to control the monsters. In that seemingly peaceful village, there was a pair of eyes watching everything closely. Our first mission is to protect the village. It isn't over yet because there's still a hidden danger threatening the village. Finishing his words, Raon turned his head and gave the order. We're going back to the village, but we have to be stealthy so the enemy doesn't realize we're returning. Saying this, he looked a bit regretful. It would be great if we had the right equipment for this, but unfortunately, we don't. Dorian heard him and spoke up quickly. He laid a pile of equipment on the ground and asked Raon cheerfully if it was stealthy enough. Raon looked at the gear spread all over the ground and couldn't help but ask, Where did you get all of this? Dorian replied enthusiastically, I brought them just in case. Raon looked at him, surprised. You brought 40 of them just in case? Dorian gave him a thumbs up and smiled brightly. It never hurts to be well prepared. Although he was taken aback, Raon still didn't hesitate to praise him. Good job. He turned to everyone and said, Then, we will follow the stealth training. Gren, report our current situation to a nearby Z family branch, as you are the fastest among us. Gren was a bit startled when he was singled out, but he reacted quickly and shouted, Yes, sir. After accepting the order, Gren left immediately. Raon put his hand on his sword hilt, turned back, and told everyone, From now on, follow my orders at all costs. After saying that, his tone became much sterner. I won't tolerate any disobedience. 5 hours later, at the temporary camp near the Exbu Mountains, a person hidden in a black cloak bowed respectfully to someone. He quickly reported to the person, They have finally left. We checked the other side just to be sure, and there are no issues. The person replied, Then we'll start the plan. The eyes of the orc leader glowed with a blue light. It moved and spoke in a human voice, recovering. Immediately after, it stepped forward. Its large, powerful frame made the rocks beneath its feet crumble. It hoisted its long blade onto its shoulder and let out a roar, then stomped its foot hard on the ground, making the surrounding earth shake. A group of orcs carrying weapons appeared all over the mountain. The orc leader stood on the cliff and shouted an order to the orcs below to kill them. The orcs charged forward in unison. The orc leader said with a cruel look, Don't let a single one escape. On the other side, the swordsmen under Raon's lead were on their way back to the village. They had reached a nearby hill, and Burin still wasn't sure, so he asked Raon again, Are they really still there? Saying this, Burin showed a determined expression and shouted, We must finish them off this time. Raon looked at Burin and said nonchalantly, No, it's not time yet. I thought I told you someone was watching us. Burin froze when he heard him. He didn't understand what he meant. Raon continued, It's not the eyes of monsters, but a human. We still haven't identified who the enemy is. Burin felt only confusion. He raised his voice at Raon. But look at how many orcs there are. The village won't be able to hold them off. Raon remained calm and said, But if we intervene now and lose, everyone will die. Burin didn't think so. He voiced his thoughts. We'd better intervene now if we want to save the village. Raon looked straight at Burin and asked, Don't you remember the instructor saying that understanding the mission is crucial? It is not time yet. Raon's voice resonated so that everyone could hear. And we have to be even more careful because the enemy is from Eden. These words shocked everyone. Kenna couldn't help but ask, Wait, Eden? Martha also turned around abruptly and stammered, Do you mean Eden from the 5 demons? Burin was silent, but it was clear he had the same thoughts as everyone else. Raon replied calmly, If it could be Eden or a Lord-class monster, we need to be careful. Burin was sweating. He lowered his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, I understand how strong Eden is. And you're right. As soon as Burin looked up, he stared straight into Raon's eyes and asked, But if we don't act now, half the village will die. Are we supposed to wait here while the enemy slaughters the people? Burin gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and his voice trembled with anger. I thought you were a true Zieghart knight, but this is wrong. We have to act now. Burin pounded his chest hard and shouted with a determined look. That's what a Zieghart knight should do. Finishing his words, Burin drew his sword and dashed down the cliff alone, heading toward the village with a determined gaze, shouting, "I don't care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes they are a true knight of the house, follow me." Raon watched Burin's back and said reluctantly, "That guy." Before he could finish his sentence, Raon Zieghart, who was standing beside him, said indifferently, "I'm leaving now." After that, she jumped off the cliff just like Burin. Everyone in the recruit squad started to waver, and one person couldn't help but say, "Lord Burin is right. As members of the Zieghart family, it's shameful to be afraid just because our opponent is one of the 5 demons." Someone else agreed. "That's right. We are just recruits in this alliance of 6 emperors." They rushed toward the village together and shouted, "We're going too. We have to quickly protect the village and the villagers." Ken looked straight ahead. He shouted loudly, "Training Hall 6, pull yourselves together. We're going to help Training Hall 5 attack Eden's dark magic puppets." The recruits behind him roared in unison, "Yes, sir." A moment later, only a few figures remained on the hill. Raon thought to himself that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. He glanced at the others. Based on his observations of their personalities, Burin and the recruits wouldn't be able to stand the injustice, so they would charge in to stop Eden and the monsters. Raon recalled the events from earlier, which was why he had sent a message to Raon Zieghart. Aura was already following them. With Burin, Raon Zieghart, and Ken heading there, even Eden wouldn't be able to hold out if something unexpected happened. He turned his head to look at Martha, who was leaning leisurely against a nearby tree behind him, and curiously asked her, "Why aren't you going? I thought you'd be the first one to take off." Martha crossed her arms over her chest and replied calmly, "I told you. I'll follow your orders to the end." Raon smiled slightly, pulling at the corners of his mouth, and let out a breath. Raon and the others stood on the ridge looking down. He said, "All right then, let's head to that village just like they did. But keep your presence as hidden as possible while we move. Eden's reinforcements are definitely hiding somewhere, not on the front lines." Raon stared at the rugged mountain in the distance, thinking to himself that he could feel an incredibly strong, murderous intent coming from the mountain, not the village. Training Halls 5 and 6 could handle the remaining enemies, but if they faced that guy head-on, they would be in danger. Raon's expression turned serious, his eyes gazing deep into the distance. But that would only happen if they fought him head-on. Assassinating him was a different story. In the village, everyone was trying to wipe out the orcs. Burin's voice echoed everywhere, "Don't take the orcs' attacks head-on. Fall back, then counterattack." 2 recruits were attacking an orc together. If fighting them alone is too hard, form a squad. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger. Burin swung his sword, taking down an orc. He gritted his teeth, panting, and thought to himself, "These orcs are much more ferocious than the ones we fought yesterday, but if that's all there is to it, protecting the village won't be a problem." Burin was drenched in sweat. He glanced in another direction. The problem is, as long as Eden, our enemy, is still there, they will never stop here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Raon was right after all. Burin shouted a warning to everyone. "Troops, watch out for threats from above and from the camouflaged forest." Everyone was startled by his words. Some couldn't believe it, stuttering. "Whoa, what? That's impossible." They were stunned to realize that the figures hiding in the tree canopy of the forest were Eden's Green Phantom Legion. Burin looked at them, gritting his teeth, thinking, "Elf masks and hooded cloaks, it's definitely them. I guess they would come, but I didn't expect so many." The recruits were already surrounded. They held their weapons tightly, remaining alert. Burin quickly assessed the enemy situation. A quick glance showed at least 40 of them. "We need to play this smart if we want to fight this many enemies." After thinking it through, Burin immediately gave the order, "Ken, you hold off the orcs with the rest of the group. Don't let them into the village. Raon Zieghart, use cold air to freeze the feet of the orcs and the green phantoms." His entire body tensed up, and he shouted, "I'm going in." Raon Zieghart replied, "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her sword, her body seemingly coated in a layer of freezing mist. Raon Zieghart shouted, "I will freeze them all." As she finished speaking, she slashed her sword, and countless ice shards burst forth. The ice slammed into the orcs, instantly turning them into ice statues. The orc was frozen, its body covered in faint layers of ice. It roared, grrr, not understanding what had just happened. Burin took this opportunity to swing his sword, using the flowing sword style. Falling wind. He bent one knee to the ground to brace himself, then stamped hard and lunged forward. Burin moved with such speed that the orcs couldn't react before he was in their midst. He swung his sword, taking one down with a single strike. He repeated this until there were no more left. After taking down all the orcs, Burin was exhausted and soaked in sweat. A member of the Green Phantom Legion sitting on a nearby branch suddenly put something like a hidden weapon to their mouth, aiming directly at Burin, who was standing below. Sensing the killing intent, Burin jumped. Immediately, the figure blew the hidden weapon down from above. Because he had been on guard, Burin quickly dodged the attack, but he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Huh. After reacting, Burin immediately shouted loudly for everyone to be on high alert. There's poison needles falling from the sky. Use your aura to block them or use footwork to dodge. Everyone looked up in panic and quickly followed Burin's advice. Suddenly, a noise echoed nearby. A large bag emitting an unusual black vapor appeared. Everyone quickly covered their noses. Lord Burin. They threw down a bag of poison gas. Burin realized it too and thought, damn it, this poison is stronger than what the monsters use. He immediately shouted for everyone to cover their mouths. A moment later, the recruits who had inhaled the gas felt their bodies go limp and they collapsed to the ground. Ugh, ugh, one of them spoke, their voice trembling. Forget about aura, I can't even lift my sword. Burin gritted his teeth. The hand holding his sword also began to shake. In just that split second, not only the other members, but even I inhaled the poison. My body won't move the way I want it to. Looking at Raon Zieghard's pale face in front of him, Burin thought, Raon Zieghard's complexion is failing too, but the orcs and the green phantoms are completely unaffected. Burin gritted his teeth hard, cold sweat pouring down. He couldn't accept this. Burin felt a glimmer of despair. They're going to wipe us out. Just then, someone suddenly attacked, slashing a sword in front of Burin and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Burin stood frozen, stunned, and said, this energy, this destructive power. He gasped in astonishment. Martha. Martha had arrived just in time. She held her sword, her eyes looking at the green phantoms with cold intensity. Martha ordered the recruits behind her. Let's replace these idealistic fools and clean up Eden's trash. Don't let a single one of them escape. As the words faded, she and the others surged forward. Seeing Martha lead the charge into the fray, everyone gasped in pure shock. Reinforcements. We've got reinforcements. Cheers erupted immediately. Lady Martha and the reinforcements are here. Someone couldn't help but shout in relief. If they'd been any later, we would have all been wiped out by the poison, another added, quickly shaking off the despair. Get up, let's keep fighting. Burin was still anxious inside, not seeing Raon anywhere. But with Martha and the reinforcements, the tide was finally turning. If things kept going like this, they might actually win. The Green Scales illusion soldiers were driven back by Martha's group, stumbling as they retreated, disbelievingly muttering, what kind of recruits are this strong? We have to run. If we stay here, we're dead. Before the word dead could even leave his lips, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of them. The figure spoke, their voice booming with such authority that it sent shivers down everyone's spines. Are you planning on deserting the battlefield? The words made the two fleeing soldiers jump out of their skin. Yes. A deathly sound echoed from somewhere. Martha froze, standing rooted to the spot. Raon Zieghard's eyes widened, completely stunned by what just happened. Burin stammered, trembling with fear. No, that's impossible. Standing before the three of them was the orc leader. Burin watched it, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. Its presence is far more powerful than any enemy I've faced before. The Green Scales illusion, the champion of the orc tribe, and it can even speak human language. Burin immediately realized and blurted out, the Green Scales battle phantom. Its blue eyes flared, and its entire body radiated a terrifying aura. It was the Eden Green Scales battle phantom. Facing such a powerful opponent, the three of them stared at it with extreme caution. Burin shouted, what is a warrior like you doing here? The Eden Green Scales battle phantom calmly replied, I receive reports that you returned to this place. Did you come back after realizing our plans for an ambush, and now you want to stop it? Martha stood her ground, her grip tightening on her sword as she remained on high alert, the phantom's voice echoing all around them. Compared to other recruits, you're quite talented. From what I've observed of your strength, that black-haired woman seems pretty tough. It slowly lifted the massive blade it had been resting against its neck. But if you know you're in trouble and want to keep your lives, you should leave quietly. The reason you'll all die here today, as it swung the massive blade down to attack, it continued, is because you don't know your place. A massive explosion rocked the forest. The sound was so loud it shook the entire area. Burin was struck and sent flying to the ground, gritting his teeth as he groaned in agony. Even Runan and Martha were knocked to their knees by its power. The surrounding recruits were stunned. Just one strike took all three of them down. Where's Sir Kale? Someone frantically asked. Sir Kale is fighting the Trantin army near the wooden barricade. Hearing that, the recruit worriedly said, damn it. Then what about Sir Raon? Another person quickly replied, there's no way he'll show his face after seeing something like that. Martha propped herself up with her sword, struggling to rise. The Eden Green Scales battle phantom acted as if it had seen something quite amusing. It sneered, Ho, you can still stand? Martha leaned on her sword, gasping for air. She glared at it with defiant eyes, but it continued. It seems you're the top-tier trash among the garbage here. Of course, that was to be expected, since you could sense our presence. Its eyes flashed with a cold light. But even so, you are just a new sprout that I'll crush under my heel. You pathetic insects, no effort, no strength, and no discipline. Your luck has run out. As Martha stood up, it raised its massive blade again and said, "All of you will die here today." Suddenly, a bright flare of light appeared, followed by a voice from out of nowhere. Raon suddenly appeared behind it. He swung his sword, his blade enveloped in searing red flames. He furrowed his brows and shouted, "You're the one who's going to die." The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom turned around at the sound. By then, Raon had lunged forward and was closing in. It leaned aside to dodge the attack. Raon unleashed the 10,000 fire technique, first fire fountain rotation, his blade surrounded by roaring flames. One of the Eden Greenscale's battle phantom's arms was sliced clean off. It hit the ground with a dull thud. Raon landed safely behind it. Having lost an arm, the Eden Greenscale's battle phantom laughed loudly in praise. Hey, that ambush was quite good. It continued. But it seems you didn't think I'd have a way to prevent your strike from hitting my neck. Raon turned his head to look at it. He frowned, gritting his teeth in disbelief. You crazy bastard, you sacrificed your arm for that? He paused for a moment before adding, but what I wanted to do was right behind that. The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom turned to face Raon. Even if it was a surprise attack, to be able to cut my arm off your skills aren't bad. A promising little rascal, but that's as far as you go. Watching Raon struggle to breathe while holding his sword, it continued. Looking at you now, it's clear you used up most of your energy on that one attack. Raon's hands were trembling as he gripped his sword. It was true, as the monster said. He had pushed himself too hard, hoping to end this with a single surprise attack, and now he could barely stand. Raon asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom replied, "Ha. Do you really think my superior would show their face for a backwater village like this?" Raon kept his guard up, watching it closely. "You lunatics, you never act as expected, do you?" The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom lifted its massive blade, its eyes glowing fiercely. "You've got quite the sharp tongue for someone in your state, don't you?" It lunged forward to attack Raon, shouting, "Let's see how much longer you can run your mouth." Raon hurriedly blocked the strike with his sword, though he hadn't fully recovered yet. The impact of Raon's sword against the massive blade of the Greenscale's battle phantom sparked a blinding flash. He was very clear about the situation, and so was the monster. The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom was clearly a bit surprised. "You can take that? You're much better than I thought." Raon fought back without showing any weakness, his expression cold as he replied, "If I couldn't even take that, I'd be better off quitting as a swordsman." The Eden Greenscale's battle phantom roared, putting its weight into a heavy strike. Seeing it had no effect, it immediately pulled the blade back. Almost instantly, it swung again. That kind of thinking is good. The brat Raon and the monster traded blows in a blur of motion. Every flash of his sword looked dazzling and complex. For a moment, they were at a stalemate, neither side giving an inch. Burn knelt on the ground, watching the battle, stunned and unable to believe what he was seeing. Seeing Raon going toe-to-toe with the six-colored combat phantom, he couldn't help but think that the phantom had nearly taken them out with just a single strike. Yet, Raon was holding his own against him. Not only that, he was using the exact same raging flow sword art as he was. Another clash of blades, and then they separated, leaving a trail of sparks between Raon and the phantom. Burren was shocked, thinking he had finally caught up to him, but Raon was clearly no longer at the level of a mere recruit. Martha, standing next to Burren, didn't seem surprised at all. She calmly said, "That is his true power. Everything he showed before was just the tip of the iceberg." Burren fell silent, at a loss for words. Watching the fierce battle in front of them, Martha felt a sense of dread. Still, it wasn't enough. It might look like an even match, but Raon didn't have the time to recover the strength and aura he'd burned on that surprise attack. Martha grew anxious, wondering if he could really defeat the six-colored combat phantom with what little energy he had left. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart spoke up. "We have to help Raon." Both Martha and Burren turned to look at her in surprise. Martha, hands on her hips, let out a heavy sigh and said, "Don't you see, I'm holding back my strength, too. You're even weaker than us, so what do you think you can do? If you rush in there, one wrong move and you're toast." Raon Zieghart ignored her, walking straight toward the battlefield. She gripped her sword tightly, a faint, chilling mist surrounding her. "So what?" Martha looked at her, stunned. She had expected Raon to be scared, but she was calmer than usual. Did this mean she had changed since following Raon? Burren leaned one hand on the ground, looking ahead, and suddenly spoke up. "I feel like a coward even hesitating. Like Raon said, we have to help Raon." His words caught them off guard. "Hey, did you forget about that last attack?" Do you really think the three of us rushing in will make any difference? Burin stood up and followed Raon Zieghart forward. They both turned back to look at Martha. Burin said, "Even so, I can't just stand by and watch my teammate fight alone. We are Zephyr swordsmen." Martha placed one hand on her hip and rubbed her head with the other, clearly defeated. She closed her eyes slightly and stepped forward. "Fine, but if anything goes wrong, you two are responsible." Martha gripped her sword and followed them. "Let's risk it all." The six-colored combat phantom stood facing Raon, its entire body radiating a dark, gloomy aura. It suddenly spoke. "For a recruit to hold out against me for this long, it's truly astonishing. You are so talented that I want to recruit you into Eden." It asked curiously, "What is your name?" Raon tightened his grip on his sword, standing his ground and gasping for breath as he replied, "Raon." Hearing his answer, the phantom's eyes flashed with a blue light. It wasn't sure and asked again, "Wait, are you a direct descendant of the Zieghart line?" "Looking at your hair and eyes, I had my suspicions." Raon stood still, not answering. The phantom saw the shadow of his grandfather in him. "It seems the blood of the Northern Destroyer is coursing through your veins." The phantom's aura turned terrifying. It declared, "I take back my offer. In this situation, I will stop at nothing, using every possible means to eliminate you." Its black aura surged, becoming even thicker, and its breathing grew heavier. It lunged forward to attack. This time, both its strength and speed increased significantly, catching Raon off guard. Seeing the great sword closing in on him, Raon's eyes widened. "This lunatic," he thought, "he's aiming for my head." Raon quickly leaned back, dodging the strike just in time. Raon was slowly being forced into a disadvantage. He struggled, thinking, is he burning his own life force to boost his strength? "I barely held on with the fire ring, but I haven't fully recovered yet." Just then, Martha leaped high into the air, swooping down to attack the phantom from behind. Raon saw her and was filled with surprise. Her name instantly flashed in his mind, Martha. She gripped her sword with both hands, attacking with a determined look. She struck down with a single blow, landing it precisely in the middle of the phantom's back. Injured, the phantom turned its head in a rage, snarling, "You puny little ants dare to." Before it could retaliate, the arm holding its great sword was suddenly covered in a layer of frost. It looked down at its arm in shock. Raon Zieghart had stepped in front of Raon. It was her doing. Raon looked at her back, slightly startled. Raon Zieghart pointed her sword at the phantom. She channeled her ice aura, and frost began to spread around her. She aimed directly at the phantom, launching her Winter's Breath attack. A single strike held the phantom at bay. In a flash, Raon Zieghart shouted out. Burin understood, rushing forward immediately. He swung his sword at the phantom and shouted, "Now." Burin used his Raging Flow sword art, Starry Flash, to strike. Countless slashes rained down all over the phantom's body. Suddenly, the phantom grabbed Burin. It squeezed tightly, making it feel as if his internal organs were being crushed. He screamed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The phantom lifted Burin high. His body was completely restrained, unable to move. It growled viciously, "Do you think these petty tricks can defeat me? You underestimate me far too much." Its voice echoed all around. "Unless you have the minimum level of that blonde brat, you'll never even touch me." Though severely injured, Burin tried to stay conscious. His voice trembled as he spoke. He admitted, "You're right, our last attack wasn't enough to bring you down." Burin struggled to get the rest of the words out, but at least it bought us time. The phantom didn't understand and asked, "What?" Martha activated her technique, and the earth around her began to swirl upward. Her entire sword was coated in a layer of light brown aura. She channeled her giant's earth aura and swung her blade. "Let's see if you can handle this." Martha lunged into attack, leaving countless cuts on its body. The phantom spun around in a rage, its eyes glowing as it roared, "You little brats." He grabbed Burin by the arm and swung him backward with incredible speed. In the next instant, he used that momentum to slam Burin into Martha, who was standing nearby. The impact was so powerful that both of them were sent flying back, crashing into a large tree not far away before they finally stopped. They both let out cries of pain. The green-colored combat phantom walked up to them. "You pests need to learn your place." Just then, Raon, who hadn't made a move until now, suddenly spoke up. It wasn't just empty words. The green-colored combat phantom finally noticed him and seemed a bit startled. Raon stood his ground, gripping his sword tightly. His entire body was engulfed in a brilliant, glowing ring of fire. With a determined gaze, he said loudly, "Thank you, everyone. Because of your efforts, I've had enough time to recover." Seeing Martha clutching her arm in pain against the tree, Raon continued, "I promise I won't let the opportunity you all risked your lives to create go to waste." Burin lay on the ground, unable to move. He heard Raon say, "Leave everything to me." The green-colored combat phantom turned back to look at Raon. It couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How do you still have this much power left? Who on earth are you? Raon held his sword high. His entire body was covered in searing red flames. Green-colored combat phantom of Eden. You should feel honored. This is the first time I've ever used this skill on an enemy. Raon felt as if he were seeing lotus flowers drifting in water. He had thought he wasn't able to use this technique yet, but thanks to the epiphany he gained during this battle, he finally could. Raon unleashed his 10,000 flames fire art, blazing fist wind, and the fire around him roared intensely. He stared straight at the green-colored combat phantom in front of him. His gaze was that of someone looking at a dead man, and the flames crackled around him. The green-colored combat phantom felt a hint of dread. These flames were different from anything he had shown before. His instincts were telling him this was extremely dangerous. Regardless of the cost, he had to kill him immediately. With that thought, it lunged at Raon and screamed, "Die!" Raon swung his sword down, his eyes flashing with a murderous red light. As his blade descended, the green-colored combat phantom froze. Its great blade remained in a swinging stance, unable to complete the strike. Raon put all his strength into a beautiful sword stroke that cut through the green-colored combat phantom. Red flames engulfed his blade, carrying a destructive power that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Raon furrowed his brow, staring straight ahead with a cold expression, the red flames still flickering around him. The head of the green-colored combat phantom was sliced off, rolling across the ground. Raon stood with his sword, facing the charred, sliced-up corpse. Sweat streamed down his face. Raon's body was covered in splashes of green blood. He gasped for air, exhausted and heavy. Raon Zieghart opened her eyes wide in shock, at a loss for words. Martha clutched her stomach and said in surprise, "Raon, you actually..." Burren pushed himself up with both hands, staring at the scene with utter disbelief. He actually defeated the green-colored combat phantom. Raon raised his sword high and shouted, "We aren't done yet. The Green Phantom Legion is still here. For the peace and prosperity of the kingdom, let's wipe them all out." Everyone raised their weapons and cheered in unison. Understood. They surrounded the remains of the green-colored combat phantom. Everyone looked joyful. Burren stood up and called out, "Raon." Raon heard him and turned to look. Burren quickly said, "You were right. If it weren't for you and the reinforcements arriving in time, we would all be dead. Furthermore, the villagers we were supposed to protect would have died too." Long hair covered the expression on Burren's face. He continued sincerely, "Thank you for saving us, and I'm sorry for not listening to you. It's just that even when you mentioned it, I wasn't paying attention to the village." At this point, he held his head high, patted his chest, and said firmly, "Turning a blind eye to injustice just because we're too weak isn't what a swordsman should do." Raon held his sword in one hand, rested the other on his hip, gave a casual nod, and turned away. Burren was a bit confused by Raon's indifferent attitude. He hesitated, unable to believe it, and asked, "Huh? What was that?" Under the gaze of Raon Zieghart, Martha, and everyone else, Raon said calmly, "You all fought with everything you had. My victory against the Green Phantom was largely thanks to your hard work." Raon looked at the hand, gripping his sword. Even missing just one person could have led to unpredictable consequences. He turned to look at Burren and continued, "So, thank you all. I mean it." Burren was flustered and embarrassed by his words. Feeling uncomfortable, he looked away and stammered, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll make sure to get stronger so this never happens again. That way, I won't need your help anymore." Raon turned to Martha and praised her. "You did well too, Martha. I was able to recover thanks to you." Martha looked at him with a hint of surprise. Raon looked straight at her and said sincerely, "Thank you for following my orders." Martha bowed slightly, her long hair hiding her expression as she pulled the corner of her lips into a smile, showing she was in a good mood. Martha closed her eyes halfway. As she walked past Raon, she said calmly, "If I couldn't even follow orders, I'd rather just die. I'm going to the village to help them. Do whatever you need to do." Raon rested his hands on his knees and relaxed, letting out an exhausted sigh. He thought to himself, is it finally over? Suddenly, Raon felt dizzy, his whole body swayed, and he could barely see what was in front of him. Damn it, I relaxed too soon. I can't feel my legs anymore. Before he completely collapsed, Raon Zieghart stepped forward in time to catch him. She let him lean on her and asked with concern, "Raon, are you okay?" Raon turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, "Raon Zieghart, you were here the whole time. How did you know I was about to fall?" Raon Zieghart opened her eyes wide, looking at him with a serious expression. It's just like back at the training grounds. It's as if all your energy was completely drained." Raon was too tired to move, but he still smiled and said, "I feel the same way." He felt a sense of happiness inside. It's not just me caring about them, they care about me too, don't they? Thinking this, Raon relaxed, feeling at ease. He smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, something caught Raon's attention. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction. In front of him, several system status windows popped up. You have demonstrated your abilities by pushing past your own limits during the difficult battle just now. All stats increased by 1. You have successfully ambushed a stronger opponent. You have acquired the special skill, Shadow Strike. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level. You have gained the title, Unwavering Heart. Title, Unwavering Heart. Stats, Data Unclear Corrupted. Special Skill, Fury. Fire Blade, 3 stars. Fire Resistance, 3 stars. Aura, 3 stars. Master of Senses, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 1 star. Shadow Strike, 1 star. Agility, 58. Strength, 57. Stamina, 59. Mana, 42. Perception, 64. Raon looked at his updated stats in surprise and couldn't help but think, taking out that green-skinned phantom was quite a haul. Not only did all my stats go up, but I also gained a new skill and title. He stood up immediately, thinking, I'll review the details later. He turned to Raon Zieghart. Raon Zieghart, I'm feeling much better now. You should head back to the village and help them. I'll scout around here to make sure there's no more danger. A while later, Raon sat on a rocky outcrop. He focused on the system information and silently pondered. This Unwavering Heart title is much more useful than I thought. Looking at the system's explanation, Unwavering Heart, this title is granted to those with a resolute will who remain unfazed when facing powerful enemies. Effect: when fighting a stronger opponent, your stats increase by 3%. Raon thought 3% might seem low, but as I grow stronger, that increase will become truly significant. From now on, I'll be fighting many people much stronger than me, so this will be extremely useful. Additionally, the system explained the 1-star Shadow Strike. When performing a killing blow, your presence is masked, increasing the critical hit chance of that attack. Raon stared at the description and thought, Shadow Strike seems like a special skill for assassins. If I had this before fighting that guy, I might have killed him during the first ambush. Suddenly, Wrath appeared, looking quite panicked. Wait a minute. You got such good rewards just for defeating a low-level monster? He couldn't help but shout in astonishment. This system was created by me. How is this even possible? Raon operated the system with one hand, his other hand resting on a rock, and said happily, Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger quickly. Much appreciated. Wrath, refusing to accept this, shrieked furiously. I won't let you die an easy death. I'll skin you alive and drink your blood. I'll make you die in agony. Raon ignored him, stood up, and waved goodbye. Feel free to try. Wrath felt like he was punching thin air. It had no effect. He was stunned. Once he snapped out of it, he screamed in rage. Raon acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He smiled, enjoying the moment as he walked ahead. The recruits were actively helping the villagers rebuild what the orcs had destroyed. Some carried wood, others hammered nails, each with a clear task. Bring that wood over here. Where are those scraps from earlier? The wooden fence is almost finished. Raon opened his eyes, still feeling a bit dazed. He pulled off his blanket and sat up, rubbing his forehead. I only meant to rest for a moment. I didn't expect to fall asleep. Raon opened the door and walked out. Outside, everyone was working diligently, coordinating perfectly. It seemed they had finished the fence while he was asleep. Just then, someone called out to him. Raon, you're awake? Raon Zieghart brought over a basin of water, looking at him with concern. How are you feeling? Raon turned to look at her. I feel much better after that nap. Raon Zieghart urged him. Then hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Raon asked, slightly confused. Who's waiting for me? Raon Zieghart replied, the villagers of Exbu. As night fell, the villagers gathered around a roaring bonfire. They bowed in unison, showing their gratitude. The village chief stood before them and spoke loudly toward Raon and his group. On behalf of the village, we thank you all. The swordsmen of the house, thank you for protecting us. A couple held their child close, smiling happily. The chief's voice echoed all around. You all risked your lives to defend us. There were so many innocent villagers here. If not for you, this village would have been destroyed. We will never forget what you have done. The chief spoke every word clearly, striking deep into Raon's heart. He stood frozen, feeling warmth for the first time. Raon suddenly turned to look at everyone. Behind him were the comrades he had fought alongside. He felt a sense of silence. The darkness hid the expression on his face, but he felt the respect of his peers and the sincere gratitude of the villagers. This is the first time I have ever felt like this. Raon remembered his feet trudging through the mud in his past life. In his previous life, he lived as an assassin. Doing good was something he never did. He seemed born to be drowned in the darkness. He had stood at the edge of the abyss, where the only things that mattered were life or death. His gaze back then was icy cold, radiating endless killing intent and malice. It was all because of Derus Robert. He had fought and killed so many. His hands were stained with blood. All the dirty work he did, all the people he killed were just to earn recognition from him. A demon masquerading as a holy, benevolent angel. Raon suddenly realized. But now he had to live a different life. He stood at the head of the recruits, facing the chief and the villagers behind him. Have I ever thought like this before? He clenched his fists. I can feel the ambition surging within me, the desire taking hold of my soul. He looked up at the moon shining high above. From now on, I will live as a swordsman. I want to see this sight many more times. The full moon hung high, and the night breeze blew gently, feeling especially peaceful. Raon's eyes sparkled. He realized that was his goal, his ideal. Everyone was chatting and laughing happily on the road. Suddenly, he asked the chief, "Chief, do you have a moment? I have something I'd like to ask." The chief replied, "Ah, Raon, of course." They went to a nearby farm to talk. The chief asked, "What did you want to ask about?" Raon replied, "Do you know who directed the orcs to attack this village?" The chief answered, "Ah, yes. The blue-haired swordsman mentioned it to me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons of Eden." He continued, "I don't understand why they would target this village. It's just a small, unknown place." Raon replied, "During the battle, I heard the orcs say you once brought a small gem back from the EU mountains." The old man said, "Ah, I did find one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. No, it couldn't be." The old man stammered. Raon replied, "That's right. They were targeting that gem. So you're saying all this chaos was because of that thing? I almost destroyed the village with my own hands," the old man said sorrowfully. The village elder said that this time we stopped them, but as long as this gem is here, the Eden will keep attacking. The old man was worried. How could this be? After I buried the gem, the fields grew lush and the winter became warmer, so we treated it like a guardian deity. I never imagined it was a cursed stone being used as bait. What should we do? Should we dig it up now and throw it away? He replied, "No, I will take it with me." The old man was surprised and anxious. Why would you? The Eden see humanity as sacrifices for their revival. Even if you discard the gem, they will still hunt for it. "I will take it back." The old man told him that then they would target JH. "We cannot put such a danger upon you." He replied, "It's fine." Then he placed his hand on his chest and said loudly, "That is the path of J." The old man looked at him with a satisfied and trusting expression. He bowed his head and said, "Once again, J has shown us boundless kindness." He was curious once more. The old man explained that many decades ago, when he was just a little older than he is now, the current head of the Glen family saved this village. He was suddenly startled. The village head replied, "Yes, I still remember it clearly. He saved the village from a pack of monsters, just like you. He smiled at us kindly and treated us with respect." The head, J, was a man with golden hair, wearing a red cloak that looked incredibly cool. Especially, he had an incredibly gentle face and an extremely friendly smile. He thought about the current family head and wondered with a friendly smile, unable to imagine that because of his current attitude. Then the village head turned away and said to him, "This old man's nonsense has gone on too long. Please follow me, I will take you to where the gem is." Then the two went to the field. The old man dug up the dirt and took it out. It was buried here. Who would have thought that the thing we believed was protecting the village was actually a cursed object? He asked, "What is that cloth wrapped around the stone?" The old man replied, "Ah, it is a piece of cloth passed down in my family for generations. We used it to cover the stone to hide its bright red glow before burying it." The old man opened the cloth to show him. Before his eyes was a glowing red stone, radiating immense power. He thought to himself, "This is the mana stone of the Goblin King. If this mana stone falls into the hands of the Eden," thinking of this, he shuddered. A new monster with the power of the Goblin King would be born. He told the village head, "Village head, first, please wrap it back up." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Now that makes sense. Right next to the two of them was a bald, incredibly muscular man with scars all over his body. He said, "That cloth dampens the stone's aura. That's why they couldn't find it even after scouring the whole mountain. Otherwise, this village would have been reduced to ashes long ago." The two were startled, and he immediately got into his stance, preparing to draw out his sword to confront him. "You bastard! Who are you? How did you?" He got so close, and I didn't sense him at all. The man snapped his fingers and laughed loudly. "Me? Who knows?" Then he pulled out a blue demon-faced mask and said, "Who do you think I am?" He looked at the mask and thought, "That mask looks like you are the blood-crazy devil." The man was surprised. "Ho ho, you recognize this mask?" As expected of Jay's student, "Your perception is truly amazing." This man was indeed the Eden's blood-crazy devil. Then he scowled excitedly and said with that unpredictable power, "You are the swordsman who cut down that green brain, and you must be the superior one he mentioned." He said, "You wouldn't have come here otherwise." Then he put on the mask and said, "Well, it's true I dumped that mission on the green brain. If he hadn't died, I wouldn't have had to come here. In other words, I am here because of you." He trembled before the man's killing intent. He thought to himself, the overwhelming killing intent is paralyzing my entire body. Not just me right now. Even if all the students in the village combined, they couldn't win. The golden star appeared at this moment and said, Zieghart, JH, to be honest, you cannot defeat him, and currently you have two choices. You can die by resisting him in vain, or surrender yourself to me. The Eden member stomped hard on the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. You only have those two possible choices. At this moment, he was facing an incredibly strong opponent, while the star was surrounding him. What would his choice be? Meanwhile, at the village, the swordsmen were setting up a defensive line. At this moment, Zieghart asked Martha, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I came to see if you guys are fixing the fence properly or if it's just garbage. It seems you guys have a knack for carpentry, and not swordsmanship." This made Buen very angry. He said to her, "If you're done checking, shut your mouth and leave." She laughed and said, "Hey, you have to ask nicely. You can't order your sister around like that. Only one person can order me, you know that." Just then, June brought a basket of fruit to the two. Seeing her, Martha asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I brought some fruit." Martha said, "The villagers already picked some. Why more?" Before she could finish, Raon Zieghart said to her, "These are fresher. I picked them myself." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Martha looked annoyed and said, "You're too thoughtful, aren't you? Anyone looking would think they were married." Raon ignored her and said, "I'm leaving." Suddenly, behind all three of them, there was an incredibly violent explosion. Raon turned his head in a daze, his eyes wide. "Rao!" Swiftly, she lunged toward the explosion, leaving the other two stunned. The fruit fell to the ground. It was the direction where Rao and the village head were. "Emergency situation. Get your weapons and notify the others." All three of them ran at full speed toward it. Martha said, "It's the village head's house. What happened?" "Rao, if you're okay, answer me." All three of them had arrived at the spot. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front of them, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. From within the smoke, Rao was sent flying like a penguin trying to fly. This image left Buon and Martha speechless. Rao J. He was struggling to stand up, the village head having been thrown on top of him. He was panting as if he couldn't take much more. He tossed the village head toward Zieghart, who caught him. Zieghart realized it was the village head. Then he slowly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, get out of here now." He glared at everyone. "Take the village head to a safe place and leave immediately." All three of them said angrily, "What are you saying?" But immediately after, all three collapsed. I can't breathe. It feels like my lungs are being crushed. What is this pressure?" The Eden member said, "Oh my, it turns out there are many more cute people around here." Suddenly, they recognized him and stammered, "That shape, that's the armor of an Eden demon. Is he one of the leaders of Eden? Even he can't withstand this level of pressure. How pathetic, those who call themselves heroes." The Eden demon sneered. Suddenly, Zieghart shouted, "Do you all want to die? Pull yourselves together." Those words left the girls stunned. He continued, "If you just stand there like idiots, we're all going to be wiped out. Focus your aura to overcome the pressure and get up. Buren, split up, head to the village, and evacuate the people." Buren replied, "Understood. I'll be back as soon as I can." Marthath, Raon, and Sullian stayed behind to prepare a diversion. He added, "Don't try to face him head-on. Just observe the situation. Remember what Master Jim M always taught us. We must break through our limits. Now is the time." Hearing this, the two girls felt their spirits soar. They no longer felt the same pressure as before, and with newfound confidence, they drew their swords to face the Eden demon. He continued, "We need to surpass our limits, both physically and mentally." The Eden demon mocked, Hey, I like your spirit, but I wonder if merely breaking through your limits will be enough." Zieghart thought to himself that the students and residents were behind him. Everything would end the moment he stepped back. He had to find an opening and take the demon's head. He felt as if he were standing before an abyss. He couldn't convince himself that he could do this. It felt like he was facing an endless cliff. His past life was difficult enough, let alone this one. The Eden demon mocked him. "You acted like you were about to attack, but are you just going to stand there and watch? Whatever." Saying that, he lunged at him, slamming his fist into the ground and shattering the earth. "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." The demon rushed at him, attacking with the ferocity of a wild beast. Zieghart was stunned. The demon was even faster than before. Zieghart began swinging his sword, unleashing a massive wave of fire toward him. The charging Eden demon suddenly showed a hint of caution. He recognized this as the 10 fires technique. Zieghart unleashed his attack, but the demon blocked it. Zieghart realized this was the heaven-turning technique. The demon lunged toward him, scoffing. "At least I like the result of this." He punched the flames away before Zieghtar's astonished eyes. Zieghtar's eyes widened in shock. He's overpowering the flames of the myriad flower arts. I have to block it. Zieghart barely managed to deflect the trajectory of the punch. If he hadn't read the flow of the strike within the ring of fire, he would have been dead right there. Surely they are watching the fight now. I have to let them observe his movements as much as possible. Thinking this, he raised his sword again to prepare for another attack. He dashed toward the demon. A blazing fire engulfed him, which was necessary for a 10% chance or perhaps even just a 1% chance of survival. The demon laughed loudly. Ha ha, that's it. That's the spirit. The demon prepared his momentum, and Zieghart leaped high into the air, creating a powerful gust of wind. If the fire is extinguished with just one punch, it wouldn't be very fun. The demon boasted, then leaped from the air toward Zieghart. His face looked incredibly ferocious as he dived down like an arrow. Make me have more fun. Zieghart felt immense dread at the demon's power. The demon threw a heavy punch at him, but fortunately, Zieghart managed to dodge it. The shockwave from the punch shattered the ground into pieces and created a massive explosion that shook the entire region. The demon stood up slowly and said, "Your flames are far beyond normal aura. No matter how foolish the blue monster god was, I thought it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power now, I understand. It makes it all the more regrettable. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why?" Zieghart struggled to stand. Of course I know. The helmet you're wearing has the properties of a brain monster. The king of the forest was a brain, and they could destroy a castle with countless fire arrows piercing through their bodies. The blood demon has observed that he can use those properties. The Eden demon said, "In that case, you should be well aware of this. No matter how much aura you try to release, it will be meaningless before me." How regrettable. Zieghart replied that if his fire was meaningless, he just needed to use something else. The demon looked confused. What was that? Then, Zieghart raised his sword, and a blue light enveloped him. The demon was startled. Wait, this coldness? First, that incredible fire-type aura was surprising enough, and now you were using an equivalent water-type aura. Such high-level attributes and the ability to control aura at such a young age. Who exactly are you? Zieghart replied, "Do you need to know? You're going to die by my hands soon anyway." The demon looked at him and mocked, "Hey, look how arrogant you are." Immediately after, Zieghart swung his sword to attack. The demon reached out to block, wanting to see how long Zieghарт's willpower would last. Meanwhile, Burn was leading people to the battle to support Zieghart. He suddenly froze at the sight before him. Zieghart was dueling the Eden demon. He was astonished. The aura he's using is ice instead of the usual fire. He can use two types of aura, and the pressure around him the aura blade. Burn thought, since when did he become a sword expert? Warriors on this continent were divided into different classes based on their strength. Anyone who used weapons, including swords, was classified based on their aura skills. Those just learning to use aura were recruits. Those familiar with aura who could separate it from their bodies to channel it into their weapons were called aura users. Then there were those who had tempered their aura endlessly and could release it into the surrounding environment. These were the ones who could use sword energy, known as aura experts. Based on this definition and comparing it to the fight happening right now, it meant Zieghart had reached the level of an expert capable of using sword energy. That should have been impossible, yet he was fighting the blood-crazed demon, someone known as an expert. Burn finally realized the truth. He anxiously continued to watch the match. It was clear that both sides were evenly matched, which was why they could hold out this long with minimal injuries on each side, but that was only on the surface. For warriors like Burn, the outcome was already becoming clear. He continued to critique the battle, but even though Raon was fighting the blood-crazed monster, he still hadn't dealt any significant damage. Was he perhaps trying to ignore the power gap? Suddenly, their eyes locked, as if an invisible thread of understanding was binding them together. He realized with a start something he had overlooked. Raon was staring straight into his eyes, saying he would create an opening and that they needed to coordinate their attacks. Having spent so much time together at the training grounds, they could communicate with just a glance. It wasn't just him who realized this. The other comrades had also received the signal through his gaze. Runan, Sullian, and Martha exchanged a knowing look and nodded, acknowledging the order. They gripped their swords tightly. Yes, they were members of the Zieghart house. 3 as 1. They felt a fierce surge of determination. They had to protect this village, and with an unwavering belief in the small but mighty guy charging ahead, they felt that with Raon, they could actually do it. The moment Raon swung his sword at the monster's weak point, it shrieked in pain. Raon used that brief moment of agony to spin around and shout, "Now, attack." And just like that, all 3 charged forward in unison at the monster, which was still struggling with the pain. Now, aside from putting every ounce of strength they had into attacking, only one thought filled their minds. We will win, and we can win by combining our power. Yet, at that crucial moment, it was unclear who had fallen into whose trap. The monster stopped feigning pain, its eyes suddenly blazing with intensity as it locked onto them. I've been waiting for you, you insects. They had nowhere left to run, and the monster had only one strategy, to crush them with its overwhelming power. Raon was sent flying by its strike, stunned to realize that the monster could actually project its battle spirit outward like an explosion. In those final, desperate seconds, Raon realized with fury that this guy wasn't just talented, he was a master who thrived on the pain of others. The monster gloated with delight. Ha ha ha. I was wondering if I'd have to chase you all down one by one. You saved me the trouble. Seeing those hopeful expressions turn into complete despair never gets old. Did you really think you could push me back? All of you are going to die here today for not knowing your place. Saying that, the monster swung its steel-like fist, intending to finish them off in one blow so that before they headed to the afterlife, they would know what absolute power meant. But it wasn't over yet. Nothing is certain until the very end, and there was no telling how many traps were layered underneath. Raon unleashed a tempest of spiritual energy and swung his sword with unprecedented killing intent. You're not the only one waiting for an opening. The timing is everything, if not now, then when. All the killing intent he had, accumulated in his past life as an assassin, allowed him to meld it into his ice, martial arts, and focus everything on a single point. Now, he was truly fighting with everything he had. He swung his sword, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, in a perfect, finishing strike of his supreme ice technique, hitting the dead center of his enemy, letting that arrogant, bullying monster taste the bitterness of a defeated fool. His sword pierced the monster's heart, causing a violent shockwave. The monster stood there, stunned and motionless. The clouds cleared, the sun emerged, and the monster collapsed. Raon panted heavily, exhausted. The party was over, and Raon couldn't help but curse in triumph. Damn it, that felt good. But don't celebrate too early, the opponent hasn't drawn their final breath yet. The monster actually praised his strategy. You took advantage of my defense, dropping while I was channeling spiritual energy into my attacks, didn't you? If I had slipped up, I would have died. However, Raon was caught off guard and couldn't prepare, as the monster slammed him into a nearby tree, forcing a painful groan from him. After its retaliation, the monster sneered at him, and right before his eyes, it snapped the sword that he had thought would go down in history for slaying the beast. If you want to bridge the gap in skill between us, you have a long way to go. Raon gritted his teeth in frustration, struggling to get back up, thinking, I thought I could do it if his spiritual energy weakened, but I couldn't even pierce his muscles. He had reinforced his skin and muscles to block my sword. So this is what a master of spiritual energy is. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the massive gap in their levels. His plan had failed. Raon sighed and then gave his orders. All Zieghart recruits, as your captain, I order you, everyone, run from here. The command was so shocking it made Burin forget the pain of the monster's blow. What are you saying? Raon urgently explained his reasoning and ordered again, we can't defeat him right now. Run and evacuate the villagers. There's no time left. We have to evacuate the recruits and the villagers to minimize casualties. Thinking this, he looked at Burin and said coldly, Burin, do you think a Zieghart deserves to die a cowardly death here? If you don't think so, then fulfill your duty. Resolving himself, Burin gave the order. Everyone, retreat. Focus on escaping the blood-crazed monster. We have to save at least one more person from it. All the warriors immediately obeyed and fled. Martha looked back and urged, Raon, whatever you do, don't die. He gave a small smile and replied, understood. Allowing them a moment to scramble away before dealing with them, the monster taunted him. Do you really think those insects can escape from me? No, more importantly, do you really think you can hold out long enough for the others to run? To this, Raon didn't answer, but called for Wrath. I want to make a bet. Wrath appeared with a cunning smirk. Finally, my turn. Although you're trying to make a bet, you look like you're about to die at any second. What could you possibly be betting on? Raon didn't hesitate. I'm betting on whether he or I will be the one to die. Wrath scoffed. Ha, you think you can actually beat him? It was true. And Raon didn't let his ego get in the way, bluntly admitting. It's nearly impossible, he then bargained. Therefore, to meet the minimum requirements, restore my spiritual energy in my body, and in exchange, I will take on your wrath. Wrath thought for a moment and agreed. In this state, you'll die, and I won't be able to take your body. Fine, I'll restore you. Let's see how you handle my wrath directly. Raon painfully accepted the storm of wrath flooding into him. His whole body felt like it was being electrocuted and pricked by thousands of needles. Hearing their strange dialogue and his screams, the monster was puzzled. What are you? Did you not drink the blood of an ogre? I don't get how you recovered so fast. It makes no sense. He regained his strength and aimed his sword at him again. I told you before, didn't I? You don't need to know. Come here. I'll keep you company until dawn. The group hurried along, with Burin leading the way. I need everyone to follow my orders now, he commanded. Assist those who are injured or having trouble moving. I know you're all exhausted, but we have to keep moving fast. We don't have time to waste. We need to hurry and find a safe spot. Someone, sweating from anxiety after hearing Burns' urging, asked, "What's happening? Are we going to be okay?" Another person complained, "Why does this have to happen right when we get here?" Martha, who had been quietly following them, suddenly stopped in her tracks and muttered something. Raon Martha stood still, facing that monster alone for all of our sakes. Someone curiously asked Martha. Martha didn't stop, continuing to explain. Even though his arm and ribs are broken, he's still fighting. Then, Martha suddenly shouted, "And look at your attitude. What is this? You're not doing anything at all." She didn't flinch, shouting right into their faces. "Are you planning to die like idiots here?" Burn called out, heartbroken. Martha, he squeezed his arm so hard his veins popped, insisting, "She's right. This isn't the time to give up." Then, he waved his hand and shouted urgently, "Everyone, hurry. Gren has already gone to a nearby branch to ask for reinforcements. Help from the family is definitely on the way. We must act quickly while he's out." Suddenly, a large shadow behind them kept shaking the ground. A goblin appeared behind Burren, leaving everyone in a panic. "That isn't that a goblin? Why is it here?" Burren wiped away sweat, panicked. "Why would a Forest King goblin come looking for us?" Suddenly, a warning shout rang out. "Wait, there's another one here." The whole group was surrounded by two giant monster goblins. Everyone got into a defensive stance, but asked anxiously, "We're surrounded by goblins. They've got us pinned down. Can something like this really be happening?" Martha suddenly realized the problem and thought, "No way." She remembered the goblin wearing the crown E. She realized those damned E's could control monsters. The reason this blood demon was ignoring Raon to rush at them was that he had released the goblins, having predicted this would happen. Two people in the group lost their will to fight, feeling desperate. "We're done for. We're going to die before we can even fight back." But a voice offered motivation. "Don't give up." Burren stood alone, facing the two giant goblins without a hint of hesitation, declaring firmly, "Raon is still fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, I'll never be able to face Raon again, the one fighting the blood demon all by himself." Martha moved to his right side and praised him. "You're right this time." Runan Sullian, on the right, drew her sword, affirming, "We must evacuate everyone and quickly help Raon." Burren stood between them, his eyes steady, thinking, "That's right, we can't die here." The three of them weren't afraid, fighting the two giant goblins together because they shared the same thought. It was the least they could do for Raon, who was fighting alone for their sake. With a powerful mana surge like a gale, the three charged simultaneously. They used their swords and mana to strike the two giant monsters. Suddenly, Burren was surprised. E, on the sidelines, looked like he had the victory in his hands, mocking the gust of wind. Raon, covered in blood, sat leaning against a rock. E advised, "How resilient. Stop trying." Raon's eyes opened. Looking at his broken arm, he thought, "My broken left arm is holding me back. If I cut off my left arm, I could fight for a little longer." Raon tilted his blood-stained face up, asking himself, "But why am I doing this?" Raon didn't move an inch while asking himself a series of questions. Every inch of skin on his body was screaming in pain. "Why do I have to endure this pain that even in my past life I had never felt, and have to fight this monster?" His eyes opened slightly, thinking, "If this were my past life, I surely would have run away." Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared before him. She spoke in a gentle voice, calling to Raon. Sylvia held his wounded body, comforting and encouraging him. "I want you to become a proud warrior, a swordsman like the legends of old." In Sylvia's arms, he was stunned, thinking, "That's right, the words Sylvia said back then." Remembering his three comrades, he sank into endless thought. The memories of the companions he had shared so much with were holding him here. He remembered Runan holding a box of snacks. Handing it to him without hesitation, she seemed indifferent to others, but was kinder than anyone. Runan, Sullian, and the image of Burren, always steady and trying hard. He didn't start off well, but now he was aiming for a respectable goal. And Lady Martha, carrying her majestic sword on her shoulder, she was rough, but had unwavering faith, someone he could trust. Raon ignored his bleeding, injured body. He stood up slowly, still lost in thought, to be honest. It would be a lie to say they don't move me. I want to save them, the ones who are gradually becoming swordsmen. Wrath stood behind him and asked, "Have you been trying to let your comrades slip out of my control?" While still enduring my wrath, Raon didn't flinch or show fear, admitting, "So you realized." Wrath, hearing this admission behind him, was furious and scolded him. "How arrogant, Raon. There's a limit to how much you can look down on me. Do you really believe that you could regain control of your body while I kill this person and chase after your friends?" It angrily attacked his back, shouting, "So, if you can barely stand, what do you think you're going to do?" He couldn't dodge the attack and had to take the pain head-on. His body was exhausted, and he collapsed. The Black Goblin, E, continued to berate him. The moment you accepted my wrath, you already failed. You can endure the possession, but the moment you surrender your body to me, you will never get it back. Watching Raon trembling on the ground, E finally spoke up. It seems you finally reached your limit. I just had a great idea. Ignoring Raon struggling to get up, E turned away, leaving one remark. I'll leave you for last and go kill your friends first. Now, that sounds much more interesting. It said excitedly. Just imagine it. The look on your face when I tear the heads off your friends right in front of you. Raon tremblingly looked up, gritting his teeth in silence. No. Looking at Eden's back, he thought to himself that the recruits couldn't possibly withstand attacks from a master like that blood-crazed monster. While everyone else was escaping, he had to hold him off. Suddenly, he introduced himself. I am Raon Zieghart, causing Eden to turn around in surprise. Raon didn't let everyone get up, but said firmly, I am a descendant of the North's great king, Clan Zieghart, and one day, I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. As long as my heart beats, you won't be able to leave this place. Eden, the madman, pointed his sword at him and said, For your age, that's truly a commendable spirit. Hearing this, Eden turned to face him, praising and respecting him. Incredible doesn't even begin to describe it. Fine then, I'll show the proper respect due to a warrior like you. He channeled mana into his palm and declared, I will remember your name, Raon, before throwing a punch at him. He just stood there, clutching his sword, thinking he no longer had the strength. Raon closed his eyes as if accepting his fate, thinking, I have to dodge this blow. A gentle green breeze suddenly wrapped around him, waking him up. Raon's eyes opened, filled with hope, as a figure with blazing red hair appeared, shielding him. That person used a sword to block Eden's fist. Raon smiled gently and scolded playfully. You're late, teacher. The man heard his playful scolding and replied, Sorry about that. Rimmer replied jokingly, I overslept a bit. Rimmer got into a fighting stance and reminded him, And now, you can leave this to me. Eden looked at the sword in Rimmer's hand in surprise. The light sword of the Ziegharts. Rimmer didn't forget to greet him. Long time no see. The bald guy narrowed his eyes, looking at Rimmer, and asked, What are you doing here? Rimmer shifted into a fighting stance, holding his sword forward as a warning. I can't just stand by and watch trash like you trample on young buds. He looked at him with contempt. I never expected someone at your level would be sent to supervise trainees. The Ziegharts have really gone soft. The two clashed, using swords and bare hands, emitting a powerful, overwhelming force. Eden continued to taunt Rimmer while throwing punches at him. So, you barely managed to deflect a punch like that? Your physical balance is completely ruined. He asked curiously. Is it true that the rumors about your mana core being shattered, turning you into a cripple, are actually real? Rimmer stepped back agilely, concentrating his mana to reply. Everything you heard is wrong. You should change your sources. Whether in the past or the present, you've always been slow to gather intel. How long has it been since I left the front lines for such rumors to spread? Eden refused to believe him and countered. You're lying through your teeth. Your swordsmanship used to be filled with bone-chilling killing intent, but now your sword is nothing more than a passing breeze. He viciously swung a downward punch, aiming for Rimmer, and growled. With that level, there's no way you can cut me. As the punch came down, Rimmer agilely jumped to the side to dodge. His body moved gracefully and lightly through the air. Rimmer helplessly scolded the brute. Raon sat on the side, watching the fierce battle between Eden and his master, thinking about his trainer. Rimmer, he moved so gracefully in the air, just like a leaf blowing in the wind. Watching Rimmer's movements and techniques, they were so fast and perfect that Eden couldn't even touch a hair on his head. He continued to evaluate him. Above all, the attacks he unleashes are so perfect that they give me goosebumps. If Rimmer were at full strength, this battle would have been decided already. So why is he dragging it out as if letting me watch? Suddenly, Raon realized something and was stunned. His eyes widened as he thought, Wait, don't tell me, just like before. Is he purposely showing me his swordsmanship? Watching Rimmer glide like the wind, he thought in amazement. He's still teaching even in situations like this? He's insane. Suddenly, Rimmer gripped his sword seriously and lunged toward Eden, provoking him. Acting so arrogant, and yet you still can't take me down even though I've weakened? At this rate, that helmet of yours is going to get snatched. Eden, furious, threw a punch at him and roared, Shut up. But in a flash, instead of blocking, Rimmer dodged, evading the attack perfectly. Eden was driven mad by being toyed with and shouted, Light sword, stop playing around and fight me seriously. Rimmer remained calm and happy, thinking, Dealing with him this lightly is already reaching my limit. Well, the teaching material has gone crazy. I guess it's time to finish this. Turning toward Raon, who was sitting injured and resting, Rimmer called out to remind him, Watch closely, Raon. Mana power gathered strongly around Rimmer. He was still very relaxed while teaching Raon. This is how a Zieghart fights, and you must learn it. Raising his sword in front of him, Rimmer channeled his mana and seriously cast his technique. The sword displayed a powerful vortex of wind that appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Eye of the Storm. Eden looked at the man in front of him with his sword firmly pointed at the sky, thinking anxiously, is that a violent storm with the user as the center? On top of that, his aura is crushing everything within its range. He's doing this so I can't escape? Eden gritted his teeth, lowering his center of gravity to gather momentum, thinking, then the only way is to crush it head-on. He fiercely lunged forward, using all his strength to attack Rimmer. He roared, I will crush you. The light sword of the Zieghart's Rimmer's feet agilely pushed off the ground to gather momentum. In an instant, the two faced each other. Eden kept charging, wanting to kill Rimmer, and immediately after, the two directed their attacks at one another, with neither yielding in power. From within the forest, a massive, thunderous explosion rang out. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Now, Eden and Rimmer were standing back to back. Eden didn't turn around and uttered his final words. You split half the power from our bodies and our aura, and stored all that wind in the serene area of your sword. Naturally, a sword field is supposed to be that way. But Eden asked curiously, how can you, someone who isn't a direct descendant of the Ziegharts, create a sword field before he dies? Rimmer didn't hesitate to let him know the truth. Actually, it's not a sword field, but something similar that I created by borrowing the power of nature. Elves are quite close to nature, you see. Eden looked heavily at the full moon in the sky, understanding the situation, and said, I see. Even when old and weak, a tiger is still a tiger. Now, he turned back toward Raon with regret. If there's anything I regret, it's not being able to kill that one. I must kill that person. This will heavily impact our plans. Rimmer refused, saying, forget it. How could we hand over our little prince to something like you? Looking at the injured Raon, even Eden couldn't help but admit that he truly possessed the qualities to become a king. But don't mistake it for imagination. We also have a talent that can rival that monster. Today, he couldn't take it anymore. His massive body collapsed, yet he stubbornly left behind those words. It's my failure. Rimmer's glowing sword didn't even grant him a glance as he turned to leave. He walked over to where Raon was resting. Rimmer asked, you were watching from very close by, weren't you? Standing impressively before him, Rimmer calmly concluded his lesson. That is something you must learn as a Zieghart sword master. Rimmer's handsome face broke into a gentle smile as he explained, unlike mages, who create a spatial field using mana, it is a spatial field forged from a person's mental growth and bursting spiritual energy. A sword realm is built upon all of your experiences, achievements, spirit, and even your bloodline's resonance. You are a direct descendant, so one day, you will be able to use it, too. Seeing his body wounded and bloodied, Rimmer quickly added, so, until that day comes, carve as much experience into yourself as you can. Rimmer's face beamed like a flower as he asked, you guys saw it too, right? Only then did he notice Buren, Martha, and Sylvia behind him, panting heavily. He asked why they were here. The three of them rushed toward him, each throwing out a scolding remark. Seriously, Raon, you bastard, you're still alive? Under Rimmer's gaze, the three approached Raon to check on him. Raon, I'm so glad you're okay. Are your wounds all right? Rimmer didn't seem to be doing too well. His whole body was stiff as he thought, damn, acting normal is really hard. A large palace gate creaked open. There are certain conditions that someone who is not a direct descendant of the Zieghart bloodline must meet to be able to use a sword realm. Experience is a given, but there's also attribute affinity and, beyond physical strength, vitality. Consequently, they are actually consuming their own lifespan. Even so, Rimmer kept smiling. On top of his damaged mana core, using a sword realm made it even harder to keep up the pretense that he was fine. But immediately after, Rimmer affirmed to himself, well, I have no regrets. Recalling the image of Eden and Raon ahead, Rimmer pondered what Raon had shown him when he arrived late to the battlefield. Looking at the injured but determined Raon who wouldn't take a step back, Rimmer sank deep into thought. It's the birth of a new king. Rimmer was moved by Raon's indomitable spirit and whispered to himself, at that moment, I made up my mind to serve this child as my new master. Remembering his own severely injured body in the past, he thought that with his damaged mana core, he hadn't felt like he was really living. But glancing back, his mindset had changed. Because these children had brought meaning to his life, he firmly stood up, watching over Raon's group from behind, affirming that he had been granted a new life. Rimmer smiled, satisfied with the current outcome. Seeing the harmony before him, he thought, so even if my lifespan is shortened, I have no regrets. Of course, before I meet my end, I want to see him become the king of the Ziegharts. At the Martial Hart Hall, designed with Western architectural style, outside the hall, A cross stood in the most prominent and highest spot. In front of the hall was a spacious courtyard with many trees, creating a harmonious space. Inside, Clan Zieghart, the demon king of the north, sat majestically on the central throne, his expression stern, his voice tinged with surprise. Say that again. You said you faced the berserk blood demon from Eden. Standing in the center of the hall, Rimmer Dias, with his red hair, reaching his back and eye-catching cat-like ears, replied with a squinting, amused smile, I knew you'd be surprised, Patriarch. I rushed here just to see this reaction. It was truly worth it. Seeing his exuberant expression as if he'd struck gold, the Patriarch shouted, Silence, explain yourself clearly. Seeing he pushed enough, he seriously recounted the story. I couldn't believe it. Even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I swear that everything I say is the truth, without exception. Not just me, but the trainees from the 5th and 6th training camps who were on duty, and the villagers of CBU, also witnessed. Raon fighting the berserk blood demon all by himself. As he told the story, he recalled the scene in his mind. Raon's small frame stood behind the dangerous, muscular blood demon, who was 5 times his size. He held his sword, pointing the tip toward the blood demon, his whole body bursting with killing intent, his fiery spirit flaring up without a shred of fear, making him shudder just thinking about it. Glenn, dressed in majestic attire, as solemn as any king, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. Beside him, the old butler stood seriously with his hands clasped behind his back, ready to receive orders at any moment. The Patriarch asked the question on his mind. The rank of the berserk blood demon can rival a sword master. If what you say is true, then how many injuries did they sustain? He didn't hesitate to answer. Mostly minor injuries, but Raon was heavily wounded after the battle with the berserk blood demon, yet he still managed to hold on and survived until I arrived. The Patriarch looked doubtful, sweat beading on his forehead as he continued. Do you expect me to believe this? He thought immediately of the heroic image of Raon holding his sword and explained, I know, it sounds truly absurd, but you will have no choice but to believe it once you see that Raon has become a sword expert. Patriarch, he even survived against the berserk blood demon, a creature with strength rivaling a master. We felt no regret at all in letting him use the Elverin tree sap. The Patriarch asked further, Elverin sap, but that is the sap of the second world tree, a priceless treasure. But what he has done is worthy of it. You sound like you've been treating him very well. He helplessly sighed and replied, treating him well? I'm just helping Raon and the others develop. Finishing his sentence, he put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. The Patriarch frowned, his cold gaze piercing as he asked, Is that so? Then he turned to glance at the old butler to give an order. Doan, summon the main house leaders. We will hold a family council as soon as the trainees return. The professional butler accepted the order. Understood, Patriarch. Then Glenn turned his gaze toward him and said, You've worked hard these past days, Rimmer. Initially, he was still bewildered, not expecting to be praised, but he accepted it nonetheless. Stepping forward to stand in front of him, he asked with a laugh, When was the last time you praised me? It's been nearly 20 years, I think. The Patriarch remained cold, sitting still on his chair, and continued, I would praise you more if you hadn't gotten yourself involved in such foolish matters before. So, when do the apprentices plan to return? He pondered for a moment before replying. As for the apprentices, they should be arriving soon. Just then, in front of the gate to the Votam Palace, Raon led the group of apprentices back. He looked at the familiar scenery and mused. The mission in Cebu had ended successfully. Although it took longer than expected due to interference, as the village suffered unforeseen damage after the attack by the blood-crazed demon, we stayed behind for a while longer to help rebuild the ruined village. As he thought, he recalled the scene of the village when he had stayed behind, injured. The village was left in ruins after the battle, but the people were happily working to restore it. The apprentices carried wood to build houses while chatting cheerfully, and the villagers were quite friendly, too. He remembered sitting on a bed in the village chief's house, with Martha sitting beside him, looking worried. He thought, because I was severely injured, I stayed at the village chief's house to focus on recovery. Just as he opened his eyes, the demon lord, Wrath, also appeared beside him. I checked the reward for the bet with Wrath. Of course, Wrath insisted that the bet should be cancelled since it was Rimmer who killed the blood-crazed demon. It wasn't me, but the stats I gained from the bet were pretty decent. However, Wrath floated in the air, staring at the screen in front, gritting his teeth in anger, cursing. Damn it, why does it have to be that? He also looked at the screen in front of him, eyes wide, looking suspicious. What is this? On the screen appeared long lines of text detailing the bet's reward. A Wrath trait had been created as the second reward for the bet. The Indomitable Will trait had been initialized. Indomitable will reduces pain by temporarily increasing mental strength when suffering severe physical or mental damage. He fell into deep thought again. Indomitable will, I didn't expect this. To think I'd actually receive a trait. With this, I can resist more status effects than before, even after receiving the enemy's wrath. Wrath saw his look of joy, his annoyance written all over his face, with mixed thoughts racing through his mind. How could indomitable will fall into the hands of a brat like him? The problem is that the system was designed too well. Wrath's system was designed to prioritize creating the ability the user needed most. If he didn't have that trait, I could have taken over his body by now. No, I need to calm down. After all, I still have plenty of time. Looking at the current situation, the rate at which Wrath's abilities were recovering was steadily increasing, even if only slightly, and he had even managed to sow the emotion of wrath into this brat. It recalled the scene where he was suddenly attacked, his whole body covered in layered wounds, soaked in blood. It lamented in its heart that he was developing rapidly for a human, but in the end, wrath would still prevail. Just wait, your body and soul will belong to wrath. The moment wrath wins, a wretch like you will be locked away under eternal glaciers. Then it watched him, looking at him with focused intensity, its eerie face full of resentment, as if it wanted to devour him alive right then and there. The sky was clear, and clouds drifted aimlessly. In front of the Votam Palace, the head steward of Clan Zieghart, dressed in black from head to toe and draped in a cloak, looked both like a noble aristocrat and radiated a dignity few possessed. Standing opposite the apprentices, who were all wearing the same black uniforms, each with a sword attached to their waist, he had a long scar over his right eye. He put one hand on his hip, the other gripping the hilt of his sword, and spoke clearly, "Welcome back." Below, the exhausted group groaned and complained. "I just want to go back and rest," said Kem. "I thought I was going to die. It was so tough. Somehow we made it back." Seeing their exhausted, lifeless state, he added, "You must be tired, but you can't rest yet." It made them murmur again, as if they couldn't believe their ears, wanting to collapse on the spot. He bravely blurted out, "What was that?" Then the steward ordered them to see the household head. Although they didn't want to go, they still had to enter the hall, bow, and pay their respects to the household head, with the great masters on both sides. Their clothes were neat, standing strictly in order of rank, and right in the center sat Glenn on the chair in the middle of the main hall. Beside him was his old butler. Below, whispers began. "Is that really Clan Zieghart? I heard he destroyed the blue monster god and resisted the attack of the blood-crazed demon. Aren't those just baseless rumors? He looks like he's only at the level of a high-ranking swordsman at best." The suffocating atmosphere made him feel uncomfortable. He thought to himself that while he was initially hesitant about the household head summoning everyone, this turned out to be an unexpected opportunity. All the officials of Clan Zieghart were gathered here. He realized one thing. He had learned a lesson from this mission. If I keep going like this, I will only be able to struggle to survive in the upcoming battles. Therefore, I need to become stronger, much faster. He remembered the scene where he was injured, kneeling, holding his stomach, struggling against the blood-crazed demon. And now, the ones he had to face were not demons, but these noble dukes. He realized his current situation. And right now, in this place, not only the group leaders and great masters, but also the direct lineage hall leaders were present. That meant Clan Zieghart was paying attention to this incident. Because Glenn was very fair and impartial, he would certainly reward those who contributed. Thinking this far, there was only one thing left to do. He needed to prove their achievements and gain new martial arts to become even stronger. Glenn spoke in a powerful, authoritative voice. "Raon Zieghart, I heard you were the key player in this mission. Give me a detailed account of the situation." He received the order, stood up, and recounted the story. "The story begins from the moment I noticed we were being watched as soon as we stepped into Cebu village. That is why I caught the blue monster god off guard while he was searching for the Goblin King's magic stone in the village. We thought the mission was over, but the blood-crazed demon suddenly attacked the village. Perhaps because communication was cut off, I volunteered to act as bait, fearing that losses would be even more severe if only us apprentices faced him." He frowned, gritting his teeth in anger, and shouted, "Damn it! Where do you think you were standing that you dare to spout such lies?" The other group leaders, not believing what they were hearing, began to clamor. "Zieghart, do you really believe what he says is the truth? Just the blue monster god alone is enough to take out several 1-5-year-olds. Holding off the blood-crazed demon is a blatant fabrication." He remained calm, not refuting it, but turned to speak to another apprentice. "Dorian, bring those out." He nodded, and from a carefully wrapped bag, he pulled out their severed heads. One of the elders recognized them and spoke up. "Those are the heads of the blue demon god and the bloodthirsty demon." The person next to him chimed in as well. Does this mean his report was actually true? He looked up at Glenn and asked respectfully, "Lord Gale, my apologies, but may I draw my sword?" The old man replied, "You have my permission." With that approval, he quickly drew his sword, and golden flames erupted around the blade, leaving everyone around them stunned. Such sword, ki, and the flames are incredibly powerful too. Is this really the same person whose mana didn't even reach the average level at the judging ceremony 10 years ago? So it's true, he really did manage to defeat the blue demon god. He looked toward the elder and asked, "Is that explanation enough for you?" This left the elder speechless. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage while cursing under his breath. That damn brat, he's actually reached the realm of a sword expert, and he even brought back Eden's leader's head. I can't argue with this. After composing himself, he gave his order. "Listen up, Raon Zieghart, the top trainee and all the trainees from the 5th and 6th training grounds. You have done an excellent job." Facing such unexpected praise from Glenn, not only us, but everyone in the audience hall was stunned. The highest praise Glenn had ever given before was just a simple "well done." No matter how difficult the mission was, for the first time in decades, he actually said we had done an excellent job. A few trainees even held their breath, wiping away tears at the compliment. Afterward, I finished my report, presented the Goblin King's magic stone, and spoke about Eden's objectives, which I had uncovered. In the end, all the other trainees were awarded bronze badges, while I was granted a silver badge before the ceremony concluded. Before leaving, I felt a bit disappointed. Was I expecting too much? I thought I'd get some special reward for discovering Eden's true goal. Oh well, guess I'll have to let that martial arts reward go. As I was walking down the stairs, Wrath suddenly appeared, chasing after me and complaining relentlessly. "You didn't get anything at all. After giving them such crucial information, you truly are hopeless." I didn't answer him, lost in my own thoughts. I had started to trust Glenn a little bit after gaining the 1,000 Flame technique, but I shouldn't have. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind. "Young master, may I have a moment?" It made me stop and turn around, full of questions. "Roan, why is he suddenly talking to me?" The old butler placed a hand respectfully on his chest and offered, "May I visit the annex building at midnight?" I was confused and asked, "Tonight? Sure, but what do you need?" He smiled kindly and explained, "Lord Gale requested that I bring you. Young Master Ruin, he is likely planning to give you a second reward." As I returned from outside, my mother and a maid were already waiting for me, their expressions filled with care and worry. She rushed forward, placing her hands on my shoulders and stroking my face, asking anxiously, "I heard you fought Eden. Is your arm all right?" Seeing her worried look, my heart warmed, and I sincerely reassured her, "I'm fine. It's almost completely healed." Hearing this, she felt a little more at ease, pulling me into a hug and apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Ruan. I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have pressured you to act like a Zieghart. I was just so worried that because of what I said, you had to face the demons of Eden all on your own." I didn't blame her. Instead, I felt even more for her and replied gently, "Actually, I'm grateful to you, Mother." I pulled out of her embrace and continued. "The truth is, when I first faced the bloodthirsty demon, I just wanted to run away because I knew I had no chance of winning. I was even planning to use the other trainees as bait. I'm serious. But then, I heard your voice. You wanted me to at least live as a swordsman of the Zieghart family." I emphasized that it was her words that helped me stay and fight as a swordsman. She was stunned to hear the honest words of the son she had always cherished. She couldn't help but feel proud. I didn't stop there. I took her hand and continued to confess. "The only reason I stood my ground as a proud swordsman was because of those words you said to me. Mother, because of that, I am incredibly grateful to you." She couldn't hold back the tears as they began to stream down. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing loudly. The maid behind her was also moved, covering her face to hide her own tears. Facing my sincere words, she thought, "Since when did the young master become so mature?" I panicked and raised both hands, in surrender as I witnessed the master and servant crying uncontrollably, stammering, "Why are you both crying?" Returning to my room, it was furnished quite simply. Next to the bed was a small table with a vase and a tea set. In the corner of the room stood a cabinet with a few stacks of books on top. I had changed my clothes and sat on the bed while my maid, Judiel, stood opposite me. I asked, "Did anything unusual happen while I was away on the mission?" Her expression turned fearful as she reported, "The martial arts hall has ordered me to return. It seems they intend to get rid of me." I looked at the girl before me, thinking they intended to punish her because she couldn't report that I would become a professional swordsman, while also taking out their anger for what happened in the auditorium. Oh, I can't let Judiel die right now. She's a crucial double agent that I need to save. Thinking this, I coldly threatened her. "Judiel, from now on, you must follow my orders if you want to live." She looked at me, stunned, and asked, "What do you mean?" I sat with my arms crossed and calmly commanded, "Instead of returning, send them a letter saying you've become the personal maid of Raon Zieghart. If you write that my mother chose you out of concern for my condition, the martial arts hall won't have a single doubt. They'll think gathering information will be easier if they feel they can exploit your position. Tell them I've recovered quite a bit, and that only the Lord and my tutor, Rimmer, know about this. That should be enough to trick them into believing you're still valuable. After clarifying the plan to deceive them, I concluded, if you understand, go send that letter to the martial arts hall right now. Keep your emotions in check if you don't want to get caught. Hearing this, she couldn't help but admire his intelligence and quick adaptability. Sweating, she accepted the order and left. After she left the room, Wrath appeared and declared, every word and action of yours is truly pathetic. What's the point of keeping a useless spy like her? He calmly countered, she isn't useless. Judiel will become the trap that stabs Karen in the back, then sank into thought, I don't want that either. Seeing her discarded after being used, just like I was before, I turned to look out the window. Now, for the last matter of the day. As night fell, he walked through the long, endless hallway and knelt before Glenn. I have arrived as summoned, father. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Enough with the formalities. Raon, I'll get right to it. Which footwork did you use the most during this mission? He was puzzled. Why would he ask about footwork all of a sudden? Still, he answered clearly, I believe a warrior's mastery of footwork determines their life or death. So, I used the Zieghart step, the basic footwork all trainees are taught. He rested his chin on his hand, analyzing every word. The Zieghart step, is it? Indeed, even though you've become stronger, it remains a solid foundation you can rely on. But its movements are too simple. Its limits become obvious when fighting strong opponents. Very well, your reward for uncovering the mastermind's intentions has been decided. I will personally teach you a type of footwork that suits you. As soon as he finished, he pushed himself up from his chair, walked down the steps, and strode toward him. His robes billowed in the wind, and a massive golden aura enveloped him. He was stunned, unable to believe it, wondering how it could be. Clan Zieghart, teaching him personally, he stepped in front of him and said, observe closely. You only have one chance. He thought to himself, this is the footwork of the continent's strongest warrior. He saw the immense power radiating from him and realized this was a massive opportunity. The footwork Glenn displayed was something Raon had never seen before. It was both fast and slow, heavy yet light, wild yet free. It was as if he could reach anywhere on the continent. Even though it was only for a brief moment, the footwork was so perfect it was mesmerizing. Even with the Hua Huan, learning it would be impossible. Glenn said this footwork was called the Supreme Harmony Step. At that moment, a system window appeared, visible only to him. Hua Huan has completely observed the Supreme Harmony Step. The first step of the Supreme Harmony Step, Flying Heaven, will now be initiated. After finishing the demonstration, he asked, did you observe it? Even though the system had guided him, he pretended to be incompetent, clenching his fists and bowing his head. I'm sorry, father. With my current level, I couldn't keep up. I was only able to catch the first step. He nodded, appearing to understand. Glenn commanded, I see. You may leave. He coldly turned back to his seat. That is your reward for finding out the mastermind's goal. Whether you learn it or not is up to you. He just bowed, showing no emotion on his face. Thank you, father. I shall take my leave, and then departed. Now, only the two of them remained in the hall. The old butler spoke in his usual respectful tone. I didn't expect you to teach him the Supreme Harmony Step. But I worry that, since the Supreme Harmony Step is something you created yourself, I wonder if young Master Raon can handle such difficult footwork. He didn't reveal his expression, but explained. Raon might have only caught a glimpse, but he was able to follow the Flying Heaven. That first step is the beginning. It contains half of the Supreme Harmony Step. He recalled the scene and internally acknowledged. He recognized by instinct that the first step is the foundation of the Supreme Harmony Step. He continued in a low voice. Even if he hasn't realized its importance yet, the kid will eventually figure out what needs to be combined within that first step. And one day, he will surely be able to use the Supreme Harmony Step. After leaving the hall, he couldn't stop thinking about what he had been taught, lost in thought for a long time. A few days had passed since Glenn taught him the Supreme Harmony Step. I kept practicing with the system's help, but I still couldn't fully master it. Today was another beautiful, sunny day. I was in the garden trying to practice. Wrath wouldn't stop chattering, filled with mockery. I told you, that's not a martial art, a weakling like you can learn. I didn't care about him, ignored him, and focused intently on my training, constantly reassuring myself that if I tried a little harder, I would get it. Suddenly, a voice full of worry and anger rang out from behind my mother. Raon, what are you doing? I told you that you had to rest. She charged through the fence, her expression so fierce it sent a chill down my spine. I thought, who would believe her mana core was shattered? Mother is even faster than a rammer. She quickly reached me, breathing heavily, one hand on her hip, shouting furiously, you promised. You said you'd stop training until you were completely recovered. I was flustered, not knowing what to do, and raised my hands in surrender. I understand. Mother, please calm down. But in my heart, I thought, Mother is even scarier than the demon king of the demon realm. In another area of the garden, I sat on a swing, thinking, so, my Supreme Harmony Step training has been postponed because Sylvia won't stop nagging. After that, I tried practicing in secret to avoid Sylvia, but Helen and the maids started watching me, so in the end, I couldn't practice at all. I thought of her persistent presence and glared. If I get caught one more time, the maids were always smiling, but they supervised me every moment. Whenever they saw me start to train, they would break into a grin and use that familiar line. Young master, don't tell me you're planning to train. They look so happy. Well, resting for a while like this isn't so bad. Suddenly, a maid's panicked scream rang out. Young master, there's a big problem. Clan Zieghart is visiting us. I imagined the aggressive look of him and his butler, realizing it was the son of Clan Zieghart, the first one. The fourth son of Glenn, you? I turned to look at the flustered maid and asked, what reason does he have to visit the annex? She patted her chest, having run too fast, and panted as she replied, we don't know the reason. But he had immediately used violence against the lady and the maids as soon as he arrived. My eyes widened in shock. I hurriedly stood up and turned to head toward my mother. The sky was clear, in front of the elegantly designed, luxurious annex building. Ridden stood with one hand on his hip, the old butler standing behind him with his hands clasped. His arrogant expression didn't care about anyone, and his high-handed voice was filled with contempt. A guest arrives, and the garden is a mess. What now? You said you never received my letter of notification, so I should just come. Sylvia wore a cold brown noble dress, covered in a light-colored silk shawl and a matching hat. She looked simple yet undeniably elegant. Behind her stood her loyal maid. Her timid demeanor made anyone want to protect her, and she replied in a trembling voice, we didn't receive any notice, my lord. Hearing that, he lost his patience and shouted angrily, are you implying my butler was wrong, or are you saying I'm a liar? She stood with her head bowed, not daring to look him in the eye, and quickly denied, that's not what I meant. Please wait a moment, young master. We will clean it up right away. She and the other maids hurried to bow and began clearing the garden. He remained in the same posture, his face twisted as he thought, I hate this. The whole family should be paying attention to me. After all, I recently wiped out a branch of the white blood cult. It should be that way, but no one talks about what I've done. The whole family is only focused on that brat, Raon. Images of the family members turning their backs on him, no longer fawning over him as they once did, kept flashing through his mind, making him even more furious. How dare a puny collateral branch member overshadow my achievements? He acted arrogantly and impatiently bellowed, how much longer do you intend to keep me waiting? Then he spat on Sylvia's hand, causing the maid to gasp and cover her mouth in shock, stopping everything she was doing. The maid, Helen, couldn't take it anymore. She stood up angrily to speak her mind for her mistress. Young Master Jiden, even if you are from the direct bloodline, this is going too far. Who do you think you're shouting at? Seeing a mere servant girl dare to scream at him like that, he didn't hesitate to swing his hand, slapping her hard across the cheek, causing her to lose balance and fall backward, his voice filled with contempt and threats. Look, I am a direct descendant of this family, which makes me your master. Even if I killed you right now, I'd only be grounded for 2 days. Yet you dare to shout at me? She took a painful slap, collapsed to the ground, held her struck cheek, and couldn't stop trembling. But he still wasn't finished and raised his foot to trample her. But Sylvia spoke up to stop him. Don't. Seeing her mistress standing up to intervene would surely lead to trouble. The maid Judy also angrily clenched her fists, thinking, Lady Sylvia, be careful. She knew she couldn't let Lady Sylvia get hurt and had to stop her. Just then, Raon arrived from the back garden with a sword in his hand. He looked at the boy and confirmed, could you be Raon? You've come at the right time. I was looking for you. Seeing the sword in Raon's hand, he asked with a sneer, but what are you holding there? Don't tell me you intend to point that scary thing at me. I'm from the direct line, so put it away quietly before you make a scene. He laughed loudly, looking smug, and introduced himself with pride. I am Jiden Jat, the son of Bander Clan Zieghart, the true master of the martial arts hall. Raon showed no fear toward him and asked coldly, so what? Then Raon raised his sword toward Jiden's throat, but the butler behind him was faster, drawing his own blade to block the attack. Protected by the butler, Jiden shouted in terror, you crazy. But Raon had the upper hand. He punched the butler hard in the face, sending him spinning before he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jiden clenched his fists in anger, not daring to step forward, but he kept cursing. Do you have any idea who you're attacking? Raon bowed his head but kept a firm grip on his sword, replying with restraint, I know I'm dealing with an intruder who broke into my house. Saying that, he raised his head, aimed his sword at Jiden, and startled him. Jiden fumbled, losing his previous arrogance, sweat pouring down his face, yet he still blustered. "What are you talking about? I am the rightful master of this house." Raon didn't hesitate. He kicked him hard in the stomach and said, "No, you're wrong." Jiden grimaced in pain, falling to his knees to clutch his stomach, but still didn't forget to issue a warning. "You bastard, you will pay for this." Raon looked down at his pathetic state and denied it. "You're nothing like our master. Furthermore, this annex isn't yours." He affirmed that this was his home, the house of his family. Raon intended to end his life with a single swing, causing Jiden to fall backward in fear, shielding his chest with both hands. Suddenly, a long-haired man in a black cloak walked in from outside and intervened. "Stop, Master Raon." Raon kept his posture, turned his head to look at the man, and assessed him. Is he from the Heavenly Sword Division? A swordsman working directly for the family head? Why is he here? Seeing the Heavenly Sword, Jiden felt as if he had found his savior. Though still trembling, he regained his initial spirit and pointed at Raon, ordering, "Heavenly Sword, kill this mad dog for me right now. A measly collateral branch brat dares to attack me, a member of the direct line." Raka looked at him without any respect and replied, "We only take orders from the family head. You should stop now as well." Young Master Jiden. Jiden was helped up by the butler and continued to curse like a madman. "Ha! You're just a dog protecting its master. How dare you?" The butler, seeing that the situation wouldn't improve even if they lingered, whispered advice, "Young master, let's withdraw for now. If you defy the swordsmen of the Heavenly Sword Division, things will only get more complicated." Hearing that, Jiden thought it made sense, so he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a warning. "I will never forget today. Raon Zieghart, just you wait. Pointing a sword at a member of the direct line will cost you your life and your dignity." Raon just stood there, watching his silhouette fade away, silent and stoic. He turned to look at his mother. The maid Helen was still clutching her cheek where she had been hit. "I'm sorry, my lady. I'm grown, yet I acted so impulsively. It's all my fault." Seeing her loyal servant in such a state, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken and comforted her. "No, your courage to stand up gave me strength, Helen. You did nothing wrong. Don't worry about this. I will handle it." Raon held his sword and walked up to them, speaking clearly. "No, mother, leave it to me. I was the one who provoked him, so I will deal with it. Don't worry, just trust me." At the martial arts hall, both he and Jiden were kneeling before the master. Glenn sat in the middle and commanded them both, "Stand up." He asked sternly, "I heard there was some trouble today." Jiden began to recount his story. "Yes, father. I sent a letter to the annex first because I wanted to speak with Raon, but the annex treated me coldly. They didn't even prepare anything to welcome me. Not only that, Raon attacked me and my butler without saying a word. If I'd slipped up just a little, I would have been killed by that surprise attack." Watching him twist the story to pin all the blame on the master, he couldn't help but admire his skills. He seems better at acting than holding a sword, a far cry from what Judiel told me about him. I cut him off, denying everything he just said. "My lord, everything he's saying is a lie, especially the part about wanting to speak with me." I still remember how his face turned bright red when he was yelling at us. He turned around in a rage, grabbed my collar, and cursed at me. Seeing this, the Lord spoke up to stop him. "That's enough." The head butler also sternly reminded him, "Have you forgotten whose presence you are in?" He frowned and snapped his fingers to command. "Since your testimonies contradict each other, we will have to call the witness who saw the entire incident." Raquel immediately entered from outside, knelt to offer his respects, and politely introduced himself. "Greetings, Lord Patriarch. I am Raquel of the Heavenly Sword Unit." The Lord ordered him to recount the whole event. "Raquel, tell me what you saw." He immediately described exactly what he had witnessed. Young Master Jiden insisted he had sent a letter of notification, but the annex building had never received any such thing. Lady Sylvia had been tending the garden with the maids. As usual, when Jiden suddenly visited the annex, I listened as he recounted the story in every detail without adding a thing, and I was stunned. I truly didn't expect him to be this honest. I thought he would side with Jiden since he belongs to the main branch, unlike the looked-down-upon annex. And yet, he told the truth. After hearing the response, the Lord immediately called out Raon Zieghart, making him jump and answer in a panic, "Yes." The Lord looked at him coldly and scolded. "This is different from what you told me. How dare you lie to my face?" He hurriedly cut in to explain, "But, my lord, the important point is that someone from a branch family dared to attack someone from the main line. That is the real issue." The Lord angrily slammed his hand on the armrest. "Considering, you are disrupting our family's hierarchy, but it seems both sides are at fault in this incident, so I will punish you both. Does that sound fair?" He was shocked by this response and asked back, unwilling to accept it, "Lord Zieghart, how can a simple punishment be enough? If you spare his life, I won't let him finish, I interjected. My lord, I will accept whatever punishment you deem necessary. But first, there is something I must do. The lord asked curiously, something you must do? I quickly replied, yes. Jiden insulted my mother in front of everyone and beat my servant for no reason. He still hasn't paid for that. The lord's expression darkened, clearly displeased, and he said, I have already made it clear you are both at fault. The two of you have caused enough of a scene already. Do you not even know your place? That pressure made them both stumble, feeling as if their chests were being crushed by his sheer force. I clutched my chest, gripping my hand tight, and said defiantly, that is the very reason. I once heard you say that this house is the land of swordsmen. I believe a swordsman's worth is decided by their blade. Please allow us to have a duel. The lord found it to be a good suggestion and immediately agreed, declaring firmly, that might be quite interesting. Very well, I allow you both to duel. The duel will take place at the training grounds next week. At his own estate, Jiden stood opposite the master of the martial hall, Dadder Clan Zieghart, to recount the whole story. He sat before his desk, arms crossed over his chest, summarizing, I see. So, there will be a sword duel in the end, he added. I replied, that's right, father. Then, gnashing his teeth, he complained. He was arrogant enough to stand before grandfather and brazenly issue a challenge. The condition we set is that if I win, we will destroy his Dantian. If I lose, I and my butler will personally apologize to the people of the annex. Furthermore, the martial hall will no longer be allowed near the annex. He laughed out loud. No matter how much natural talent that boy had, in the end, he was just a child born between Sylvia and a nobody. Show him why you are the main lineage. He was confident he would be the winner and answered clearly, Father, don't worry. Back then, I didn't have a weapon and was ambushed, but he is no match for me, for I have already reached the high intermediate stage. He leaned back in his chair, looking at his son's aggressive demeanor, smiling as he advised, that's my son. But regardless, remember not to get too excited and accidentally kill him. Killing someone in a duel will cause trouble, so just severing his tendons is enough, leave him crippled to completely crush his hope. He smirked, responding with a sinister look, yes, I understand, father. At the annex, Lady Sylvia and the maid Helen were standing by the second-floor window, watching as Raon trained intensely to prepare for the duel in the backyard. The maid Helen asked her mistress anxiously, the young master is about to duel Jiden. Are we really just going to stay here and do nothing? Jiden is a high intermediate expert, but our young master has only reached the elementary stage. Perhaps it is not too late to stop him. She, too, was thinking just as Helen had said this duel was far too dangerous. Raon would not have ended up in this situation with Jiden if he hadn't panicked. Then she thought of Bander and Jiden. Despite appearances, Bander practiced a soft sword technique, a sword style with unpredictable changes, specializing in targeting an opponent's openings. Because Jiden learned from Bander, he would become a completely different person once he entered the fight. However, she recalled the look in Raon's eyes at that moment and decided to trust and secretly support her beloved son, telling Helen, just believe in him. She replied, yes, but still asked again, filled with worry, are you really going to let this happen? She was worried for her son too, but reassured herself, actually, I am very worried and anxious about him, too. But there must be a reason why Raon asked us to believe in him. So, for now, let's just trust and on. He was still engrossed in training, not noticing that it was lunchtime, when the maid Judy brought food over and announced, young master, I have brought your lunch. He stopped his training, looked over at her, and walked over to the tray of food. She held the tray in her hands and explained, yes, I prepared a few sandwiches so it would be easier for you to eat. You've been exercising quite a bit, so please eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach. He replied, got it, thanks. He opened the cloth covering the food and was startled to find a notebook. This he flipped through the pages to see what was inside and couldn't help but be horrified to see that it contained all the information about the soft sword technique that Jiden practiced. Furthermore, the content was organized neatly, easy to grasp at a glance. Could she really have gathered all this information in just one day and compiled it into a book? And besides, she had stood up to protect his mother earlier. Now, she was even taking the initiative to bring him information about Jiden without anyone asking. She set the food tray down beside him and quietly left. Watching her back, he whispered, thank you, Judio. Time continued to drift by. As both of them spent time in their own ways, he never stopped training to gain more experience, while he just stayed home, enjoying his life. Finally, the day of the sword duel arrived, grabbing everyone's attention in the estate as they stood facing each other. Looking at his opponent with disdain, dark thoughts filled his mind. I've waited so long for this day. Ever since that day, you have no idea how much I've looked forward to cutting your head off. I'm going to crush your body so you'll never be able to hold a sword again. When the referee declared, all right, are both sides ready? They immediately drew their swords from their scabbards, his face twisted in a smug, provocative smirk. "I can't wait to see the look on your face after this duel," he retorted coolly. "I'm curious to see if you'll even be able to witness that." The drum sounded, signaling the start of the match. The referee announced, "Then, let the sword duel begin." As soon as the signal was given, he didn't hesitate to launch a preemptive strike. Charging forward, he shouted, "Your empty boasts won't work anymore," and thrust his sword toward his rival. But he vanished from the arena without a trace, leaving his opponent stunned. Huh? He disappeared? While he was bewildered, searching for him everywhere, he suddenly reappeared right behind him and held his sword against his neck, making his opponent break out in a cold sweat, wondering, "That bastard, when did he get behind me?" He warned him in a chilling voice, "This is the first. You are going to die 8 times today." With all his might, he punched him in the face, sending him reeling backward off balance. His sword flew from his hand, and he struggled to stand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He still couldn't accept reality. "What just happened? I couldn't even see his movements. What did you do?" He stared him down and coldly commanded, "Get up. What are you waiting for? I told you, you'll die 8 times today. The first one is for your lies about the supplies." He stood up, no longer as aggressive as before, and took a cautious, defensive stance. Unable to stand his haughty attitude, he furiously swung his sword at him. "You arrogant bastard, I'll make you regret not finishing me off right then." This time, just like before, as soon as he attacked, he vanished again, leaving his opponent trembling. He disappeared again. "I thought for sure I had him this time." While his opponent was distracted and reeling, he reappeared and jabbed the hilt of his sword into his left cheek. He announced, "I'm on your left. This is the price for spitting on the flowers my mother nurtured." He had to lean on his sword to keep his balance, holding his injured cheek with one hand, wailing in pain. Before he could recover, he used his bare hand to deliver a punch to his other cheek, sending saliva flying. Not stopping there, he struck his face several more times. Before delivering another blow, he listed another crime committed against his family. "This is the punishment for trampling on my mother's flowers, and this is the punishment for hitting Helen." Only when his opponent could no longer resist did he stop. He lay on the ground with his hands loose, his face swollen from the beating, eyes rolling back, still frantically trying to make excuses. "This can't be true. This shouldn't be happening. He's only using the Star-Link sword and the Zieghart footwork. Besides, I'm certain he's only a low-level expert, a lower level than me. So why am I losing to him?" Helen and Sylvia watched the duel from the stands, not daring to look away. Noticing that their young master had the upper hand, they felt something was off. Young Master Raon could have finished the match with the very first strike, but he was intentionally giving his opponent openings and backing him into a corner. He wasn't just doing it for the victory. It meant he was taking revenge for the violence directed at us. She teared up, covering her mouth to suppress a sob, feeling immense gratitude. "Even though we are just worthless servants, even though we aren't treated as humans in this house, where bloodline dictates power, he is fighting a direct descendant for our sake, and he's destroying him." Sylvia whispered her son's name as Raon recalled old memories about how his father only sought power, and the house had grown colder with time. "I always felt lost, even though I was a direct descendant. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore. So I ran away from that house and turned my back on reality." But she realized she shouldn't have done that. She broke free from those painful memories, thinking she should have relied on her own strength to overcome the unreasonable situations of this cruel land. That was exactly what her son was showing them right now. No matter how weak we are, we must have a strong will and fight until the very last moment. No matter who the opponent is, so they won't dare to cross the line again. He was showing them that they needed to move forward instead of running away. On the arena floor, the duel was reaching its conclusion. He could only fend him off desperately, unable to fight back anymore. Finally, the referee announced the result. Clan Zieghart has been incapacitated. The result of the sword duel has been decided. The winner is Raon Zieghart. He stood there, watching the lifeless, wounded body lying motionless on the floor, feeling the weight lifted from his chest as his entire body felt lighter. After the referee announced the result, Jedin's father couldn't sit still anymore. He was like a man on fire, gripping the arena wall and screaming, "Raiden, what kind of mess is this?" Opposite him, Rimmer was so excited that he raised his hands and cheered. "I told you Raon would win," making those around him turn away, embarrassed for him. Dorian and the other trainees were also thrilled, cheering for him. "Yes, that's our young master. I knew you'd win." In the main palace, the head butler couldn't help but exclaim after receiving the news, "I've served the Zieghart house for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen everyone cheering for a branch family member, regardless of their status." Glenn also silently acknowledged that it was truly surprising to see friends cheering for the boy, regardless of his status. But what surprised him more was what happened during the match. Even though he was still inexperienced, the boy had managed to use the transcendental footwork. The transcendental footwork is a technique I created after experiencing the darkness in my own mind and achieving transcendence. It is not a martial art that a normal warrior could learn, even if they spent their whole life trying. Raon was able to learn it in just 2 weeks. Thinking about the popularity he gained at that age, in the past, I had been so thirsty for power. Power is the measure of worth in this family, and I was already too old to change that. Being born into the direct bloodline and realizing the injustice toward those in the side branches, perhaps someday, he will be able to change this family. After deep thought, he stood up and gave the order. The match is over, so fulfill his condition. Raon, cut the true martial hall's budget in half. Use any excuse necessary if the situation demands it. The old butler looked at his master and gave a bitter smile as he accepted the order. Understood. The conditions for the sword fight were carried out immediately after. Under Glenn's guidance, Vedden confessed his crimes in front of everyone. He knelt before his mother and the maid, apologizing to them, and the true martial hall was forbidden from touching the annex building. Under Glenn's threat, the maids could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Their stiff faces finally relaxed, and tears of happiness fell. The incident finally ended, and we returned home together. On the way back, Sylvia clung to his arm, teasing him endlessly. "My son, when did you become so strong?" "Mother is so surprised," he shyly begged. "I'll explain later, so please don't cling to me anymore." Just then, on the city wall, a girl with red hair tied in a ponytail, with 2 long scars on her right cheek, stood leaning against the wall. A badge of the Heavenly Sword unit was pinned to her chest. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched their affectionate mother-son moment and commented, "At times like this, he looks like an ordinary boy. His aura is completely different from last time." Standing next to her, a girl with long platinum hair crossed her arms and replied, "With that level of skill, Rimmer must have been telling the truth about him surviving the blood berserker." A man with long bangs covering half his eyes, hair tied back neatly, continued. Wait, the previous line ended with the man. The man with long bangs covering half his eyes, hair tied back neatly, continued. That's not just talent anymore. The red-haired girl added, "If he joins my unit, he'll be incredibly useful." The man laughed and teased, "I'll take him to the Black Tiger unit as soon as he graduates and train him." She turned around angrily and snapped, "Forget it. You don't stand a chance." Watching the two arguing over a recruit, the platinum-haired girl spoke up. "Well, the trainees at Training Center 5 are graduating soon. Once the graduation exam is over, they'll have to choose their path, like becoming knights." Thinking back, although Raon was the most outstanding one, he wasn't the only exceptional one at Training Center 5. Martha, Buren, Clan Zieghart, and Raon Zieghart. All 3 have enough talent and strength to reach the top anywhere. The next selection period will be very interesting. Back in his room, Judiel asked the question on her mind, "Young master, did you plan all of this when you requested the sword fight?" He sat upright on the bed and replied, "You could say that. I was going to win anyway." She sighed in relief. "You are truly terrifying, but you are also incredibly kind, even more so than that." Surprised by the compliment, he asked back, "Really?" Her face brightened as she smiled and said sincerely, "I am truly grateful that you saved me from Lord Karun back then. Please rest. I will take my leave." She turned and left. He clenched his fists and looked out the window. Judiel's expression just now was genuine. Judging by her reaction and how she tried to protect Sylvia, those must have been her true feelings. I can probably tell her now that the previous madness was all a lie. In Glenrimmer's palace, wearing rings that sparkled on every finger, he excitedly showed them off in front of him without any regard for their rank. He saw the items, frowned, and asked, "Where did you get all that jewelry?" He took the rings off one by one and replied, "I bet them against that rags-wearing guy. I mean, the owner of the True Martial Hall, all thanks to Raon. Plus, I earned enough miracle medicine for every trainee at Training Center 5. He stared at him with a displeased expression. "Are you saying you just extorted my son?" He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Showing off jewelry isn't the reason you came here. Get straight to the point." He crossed his arms and replied excitedly, "I'll be direct. I came here to make a proposal." He was slightly surprised and repeated his words. "A proposal? I thought I had completely entrusted the training to you." He quickly explained, "This isn't about the training. Please allow me to change the graduation exam for the trainees." He stroked his chin, still not fully understanding, and asked, "Change the exam? Be more specific." He continued, "The current exam consists of gaining an instructor's approval or sparring between trainees. However, the kids have already fought against the trainee knights of the Owen Kingdom, and in the second mission, they survived a life-or-death battle on the giant mountain. Even though they are just trainees, they have overcome countless trials. So, the trainees at Training Center 5 need a new test." He only said 2 words, meaning he agreed with his thought. "Yes, I am thinking about survival." If they can survive outside, while receiving help or benefiting from the great name of Zieghart, they will reach an even higher realm, even if they can't immediately become knights. What do you think? This proposal is quite good, isn't it? He pondered for a moment and then remarked, "You have changed." Not understanding, he exclaimed in surprise. "Ha," he added, "your face was always gloomy since the day your energy core was shattered and you had to withdraw from the front lines. But you aren't like that anymore. Ever since you met the kids at Training Center 5, your face is now filled with ambition, just like those trainees." He quickly raised his hands to deny it. "Wait, you're making me feel embarrassed." The old butler, standing nearby, chimed in. "I agree. Mr. Rimmer's expression is much better now." He rubbed his forehead. "I just realized I have more of a talent for training children than being a knight. Besides, I will be able to raise the next king to succeed you with these very hands. Very soon." He asked, "Are you talking about Raon?" He neither agreed nor denied it. Who knows? It could be Burin, Martha, or even Raon and Sullivan. He smiled, satisfied with the answer, and stood up, turning his back to him. "Understood. Prepare a report on the graduation exam for the kids within a week. I'll consider this conversation as if it never happened if you can't do it." Waiting for just those words, he gave a sincere smile and quickly produced the report he had already prepared. "Why wouldn't I? I've already prepared everything." At Training Center 5, the children of the Clan Zieghart house were complaining to each other, saying they had been told to gather, but the teacher hadn't shown up. It was the same every time. Rimmer was never on time. Maybe he spent the night partying at a casino or a tavern and only came home at dawn. As they were speaking, the unruly teacher Rimmer appeared and kicked the training hall door wide open. "Sorry, I'm late," he said. "I stopped by the orphanage on the way here." Burin retorted angrily, "If you're going to lie, at least make it sound believable. Make it sound reasonable, at least." The old man brushed off the accusation. "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Anyway, I have an important announcement for you all today. I've been thinking about this for a long time. But seeing you all today, I've made up my mind," he added nonchalantly. "To put it briefly, your graduation exam is about to begin. You cannot remain students forever." One student in the group spoke up. "I heard the graduation exam usually involves gaining recognition from the academy or participating in sparring matches." Anticipating their response, he continued cheerfully, "That's usually the case, but your exam this time will be a little different." The kids chimed in, asking, "What? What do you mean by that?" Rimmer lowered his voice. "You have all accumulated enough experience. From your battles with Owen, your practical combat experience, your work with the North-South Alliance, even if your opponents were just soldiers. And furthermore, in your last mission, you survived a surprise attack by the main force. Therefore, instead of a meaningless match or seeking recognition from the academy, you will head out into the world yourselves to see just how vast it truly is. The subject of your graduation exam this time is survival." Amidst the students' confusion, he continued, "For 1 month, you will abandon your status as Clan Zieghart students and survive in different places, across the continent, with nothing but a sword in your hand. Of course, I prepared an alternative exam for those who are afraid." Raon Sullivan turned to ask, "Raon, will you participate?" Without hesitation, "Of course I'll participate," she said immediately. "Then I will participate too." The other students pondered for a moment, then Burin agreed. "The instructor must have his reasons. I'll go too." Martha acted like it was nothing. "I've been used to surviving since the day I was born." Rimmer was the one who proposed it, but he was still a bit surprised by the students' courage. "Wait, Raon, everyone, aren't you all deciding a bit too easily? Do you know where I'm sending you? Especially you, Raon. Because you are an excellent student, your decision might influence others to follow without thinking it through." Raon replied calmly, "It will certainly be a difficult journey, but I fully understand that you wouldn't make such a decision lightly. Sir, regardless of the circumstances, you would never give us a challenge we couldn't overcome." The corners of Rimmer's mouth twitched, signaling his satisfaction. "You're commendable, but that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Now, I'll tell you your destinations." Teacher Rimmer held a piece of paper, and amidst the students' anticipation, he began to read. The Levin Desert for Burin, the Kadam Forest for Raon Sullivan, the Sen Canyon for Martha, and finally, Habun Castle in the north, for he muttered the name. Habun Castle. Not letting him wonder any longer, Rimmer explained, is a battlefield where they have to fight monsters emerging from the northern sea and the Stalent Mountains every single day. It is so intense that people call it a hellish battlefield because they don't even have time to sheathe their swords. Teacher Rimmer knelt on one knee to get closer to Raon. Others are the same, but you will have to suffer a lot. Raon felt a bit anxious hearing him. Teacher Rimmer then raised his voice to instruct them. All right, prepare yourselves well. There's about a month left until you depart. The scene shifted to his private residence. Raon practiced day and night, thinking endlessly about the upcoming survival test. His mother was always watching, heartbroken for her son. The maid saw this and inquired, "My lady, don't you think the young master has been training too much lately? He's been training for days now. He's even cut back on his sleep. Honestly, I wish he would decline that test. After all, it's an extremely dangerous place." Sylvia thought for a moment, then said, "That's true, but this is clearly an opportunity for Raon to grow. Since Haben Castle is his graduation exam, he must be trying to reach his best condition. We just need to silently support him from behind so he can focus his heart and mind on his training." On this side, Raon practiced incessantly. He felt tired after increasing his training intensity to a higher level throughout the week after hearing the details about the exam. But even so, he couldn't shake the feeling that it still wasn't enough. He recalled the information about Haben Castle. The monsters at Haben Castle have thick skin and bodies so large that even a sharp sword can barely pierce them. Since the Clan Zieghart sword technique has a balance between offense and defense, I will certainly be at a disadvantage. Although I can use the 1,000 flame art, because these are powerful moves, the energy consumption is also very high. This makes them dangerous in a prolonged battle. The fire aura has helped compensate for this so far, but I cannot rely on the 1,000 flame art and the fire aura forever. 3 days left until the departure date. I need more information about Haben Castle and a technique that can complement the 1,000 flame art. He continued to swing his sword, rest, and then swing again. To get what he needed, he would have to invest. The scene shifted to the house head. Glenn asked him, "So, you want to use your silver tokens to exchange for a new sword technique?" "Yes, sir." Glenn asked further, "It's up to you how you use the silver tokens, but didn't you say before that you would use them for something else?" He answered straightforwardly, "That's right. I intended to use those tokens to restore my mother's direct line status. Even knowing that, you decided to use the silver tokens?" He asked. I realized one thing from the mission in Cebu Village and the previous sword duel. My performance in that mission was truly impressive compared to my current strength, but the reward I received was only silver tokens, not gold ones. That was the moment I remembered what you once said, that it wouldn't be easy to achieve because it requires gold tokens to restore my mother's direct line status, rather than accumulating silver tokens, which don't bring about much of a difference. It's better that I use the silver tokens I have to become stronger and then collect gold tokens. After patiently listening to him, he agreed. That's right. Then he lifted his sword technique manual. If you are planning to head to Haben Castle, this choice is reasonable. The sword technique manual slowly flew in front of him. Glenn simply said, "You can choose something else if you don't trust me." Holding a pitch-black book in his hand with the title inscribed on the cover, he muttered the name Mad Fang with a crazed glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, at the very least, Glenn would make sure he was rewarded appropriately. Since he was the one who chose it, its effectiveness was surely guaranteed. Thinking this, he knelt down to pay his respects. "I gratefully accept this secret manual, my lord." Glenn looked slightly amused but only said, "I understand. Try your best to master it. Then, with your permission, I shall take my leave." Just as he was about to depart, Glenn asked, "Before you go, let me ask you one thing. Since you came here to acquire a new sword technique, you must surely understand what kind of place Haben Castle is. Are you not afraid knowing that your graduation exam will take place there?" "Why didn't you refuse it?" he replied. "I realized it after fighting E." Glenn seemed intrigued. "What did you realize?" "The experience of a sudden life-or-death battle brought me growth equivalent to a year of training on the drill grounds. I realized that to become stronger, I must overcome situations that force me to break my limits. Moreover, Master Rimmer would never give us a challenge we couldn't overcome. I am sure it will be a difficult and painful journey, but I believe it will make me strong enough to be grateful for having gone through it later." Glenn's stern expression didn't give anything away. "I see, Raon Zieghart. Before you leave, let me tell you one last thing. Swordplay is not limited to just one method. Broaden your perspective." He delivered the cryptic advice. Raon bowed to thank him. As he walked away, Master Rimmer suddenly spoke up from behind. "This is why I can't help but appreciate Raon. He completely understood my intentions. As an actor, there is nothing more satisfying than when he grasps what I'm aiming for. He is definitely different from that chatterbox, Burin, or the sharp-tongued MTH. Glenn was helpless against Rimmer. He truly was a terrible teacher, bad-mouthing his student behind his back like that. Rimmer didn't seem to notice. "By the way, I didn't expect you to give him Mad Fang. After all, it was worth a golden token. Your love for your grandson is as boundless as ever." Glenn cut Rimmer off. "You talk too much, Rimmer." Rimmer replied cheerfully, "Actually, I've been talking less lately. But Mad Fang is a rather violent technique. I'm worried whether he can control it." Glenn said irresponsibly, "Since I gave him the book, my job is done. Whether he can learn it or not is up to him." Rimmer teased him. "Even though you say that, you still gave him such important advice. That's the love of a grandfather for his grandson. Having been teased for so long, Glenn lost his temper and cast a binding spell on Rimmer. I've had enough of you. Since you can talk so much, you must have fully recovered from the after effects of the last battle. Rimmer panicked. Wait, please calm down, sir. I haven't fully recovered yet. Glenn didn't care at all. Since you look like you've recovered somewhat, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he unleashed an attack to punish Rimmer. Rimmer could only plead in agony, but it was already too late. Meanwhile, having returned to his quarters, he opened the manual and wondered, is this sword technique really worth a silver token? But this had to be the introduction to the manual Glenn gave him the Mad Fang. Just as the name implies, this is an intuitive sword art that has reached the ultimate realm, involving relentless attacks on the opponent, ready to tear through their throat like the fangs of a wild beast. However, an intuitive sword art cannot be learned through theory. It can only be mastered through combat experience. That is why he continuously sparred with the other trainees to gradually grasp the Mad Fang, and he swung his sword relentlessly until the day before the graduation exam, faster and more fiercely. He didn't stop until he reached a higher realm, until no other trainee had the strength to spar anymore. Finally, he drew closer to understanding the true meaning of Mad Fang before the departure date, and time ticked away until the night before the graduation exam. The maid, Judy, was applying medicine to Raon and sighed, "You've been getting bruised a lot more lately. You're pushing yourself too hard, especially with the graduation exam tomorrow. If my lady finds out you're hurt, she'll worry." He was helpless too. I am pushing myself because I spar every day to master the Mad Fang. That's why you have to let me treat you, she said while applying the ointment. He instructed her, true. And Judy, before you go, I have something to tell you. I am listening, young master. He continued, back then, I lied about forcing you to swallow the venomous insect. After a moment of silence, she said, so, you knew from the start. Watching how she went quiet, he figured it out. She looked down and replied, I wasn't entirely sure, I only suspected it. Raon asked again. Suspected, Judy explained, yes, initially I truly thought it was an insect. I didn't dare to think it was just a lie. I was terrified, and all I could think about was my desire to live. However, gradually I felt at ease with the warmth of everyone in the annex, and you treated me like a human being without demanding anything in return. You even prepared a way for me to avoid suspicion from the martial arts organization just to save me. And after a few things happened, I realized the truth. The expression you showed toward Lady Sylvia and your look when you warned me you were just trying to protect this annex. That is why I began to think that perhaps you hadn't used the insect, but I still wasn't sure because it was only a suspicion. Why are you telling me this now? He replied, because you have changed, Judy. Just as you have always watched me, I have also been watching you. You have always acted behind a mask all this time, but your true feelings began to show the day Jaiden came to the annex and caused a commotion. You were truly ready to step up to protect my mother and Helen. Moreover, the information on Habun Castle that was on my bed, you prepared that for me, right? Thanks to you, that was incredibly helpful. Thank you, Judy. Judy's mood was complex. She was surprised and then fell silent. Finally, she spoke, I have a younger brother. I don't know where he is or what he is doing now, because we were separated when we were sold, but because they said that one day I would meet him again, I was forced to obey their orders. Forgive me, young master, he said unexpectedly. I will save him. His words were so firm, as if they held magic. As long as they are targeting me, we will inevitably face them sooner or later. And once things with the cult are resolved, I will find your brother no matter what, as long as he is still alive. Judiel asked finally, I have one question. Why did you tell me about the frenzied insects? What if I reported this information to Lord Karin? He replied calmly, I suspect you won't do that. She answered helplessly, it was indeed a ridiculous question. Then what will you do? Judiel replied, I will follow you. Master, please tell me whatever you need. Ryan then stood up to give orders. Very well, I leave the annex in your care while I am away. Judiel nodded. Yes, please rest assured, leave it to me. That night passed just like that. And then, the morning of the graduation exam arrived. Everyone had gathered. Rimmer gave the students some final words of advice. The time for your graduation exam has come. All you have to do is survive on your own for 1 year in return. If you can overcome this trial, you will surely be able to reach a greater height. Now, it was time for the top-ranked student to say a few words. Raon secretly sighed. The instructor always made him do things like this, even though it didn't suit him at all. But out of responsibility, Raon stood up to give his speech. There is a saying that warriors who survive their first battle do not fall easily, and you have all already experienced your first battle. Even though it was just by chance, everyone survived and the mission was accomplished, in a situation where you had no choice but to face death. That is why you will not die. Just as the saying goes, hone yourselves and return with enough strength to be worthy of the 5 training grounds. Everyone immediately cheered in response. Victory and survival. Let's go. Rimmer watched them quietly, truly praising him in his heart. From the very beginning, I knew you were no ordinary person, but what makes you extraordinary isn't just your ability. It's a calm mind that far exceeds your age, a broad heart, an influence on those around you, and a mindset to train harder than anyone else, never becoming complacent with your natural talent. Furthermore, in our final sparring match, you mastered the frenzied fang. You have surprised me once again. Rimmer continued to himself, I spent time acting as your opponent only because you defeated all the other students, and this is the result. Instead of being grateful, you left me injured. How rude. Just make sure you survive and come back. Raon, because I would be full of regret if I didn't get to witness the moment a new king is born. Instructor Rimmer kept his eyes on Raon as he spoke. In a loud voice, kids, say goodbye to the head instructor. Hearing this, everyone shouted, Thank you, instructor, for everything you have done for us. Rimmer also replied happily, Yes, I will be waiting here. So, become stronger and come back. At this moment, the students began to bid each other farewell. However, the way they expressed their feelings was quite unique. Buren said to him, Raon Zieghart, I will give my all to become stronger this year, so you must become stronger too. Don't you dare disappoint me. Martha chimed in, Same here. Don't die out there because I still owe you. If you dare to die, I will hunt you down and beat you up. Raon thought to himself, Don't they know how to speak from the heart? Just then, Rune and Sullivan walked over and called to him, Raon, take this with you. Raon turned back to see a box of sweets that she loved dearly. This is cream cake. Are you sure you want to give it to me? He asked generously. Yes, it's fine. I still have plenty, he said sincerely. Thank you for the gift. Raon and Sullivan waved her hand. All right, I'm heading off too. I wish you a safe journey, Raon. After saying goodbye to everyone, he said, Well then, we should be going. Dorian's face was as pale as liver, and he muttered, Why do I have to go to Haben Castle with him? Raon ignored his attitude and pulled him along. Suddenly, he said, We have one more place to stop by before that. Dorian asked, Where are we going? The commercial city, Camelon. Let's prepare some good equipment before heading into battle. At the Camelon Trade Center, in the central market, Raon and Dorian walked dazedly into the bustling crowd. Raon looked around, thinking to himself, The goods are everywhere, sellers and buyers are busy, but the thing I need is nowhere to be found. It seems the real stuff can only be found in the black market. Dorian, who had been following behind, suddenly spoke up. Young master, the thing you're looking for isn't here, right? You've been searching non-stop without pausing, so are you planning to go down below? Raon turned back, surprised. Go down below? You know about the Camelon black market? Dorian replied quickly. Of course I do. He couldn't help but be confused. Wasn't this his first time here? How did he know about the existence of the black market? Dorian patted his chest confidently. I might not look like it, but I grew up in a trading guild. I'm very knowledgeable about these things. Only then did Raon realize that everything made sense now. He smiled faintly, thinking, I had already guessed it somewhat, but he really does come from a merchant family. No need to beat around the bush with him since he brought it up himself, he said. All right then, let's head to the black market immediately. Dorian's question startled Raon. You have to go through a secret passage to enter the black market. Young master, do you know the way to the black market? Raon answered hesitantly. That? I heard it from instructor Rimmer. Dorian suddenly remembered. That's right. That makes sense. I heard there's a casino in the black market. If that's the case, he definitely would know the way. Someone pointed toward a dark room. Then let's go inside. Raon and Dorian, wearing black cloaks, stepped inside quietly. Raon lifted the curtain and peeked inside. Upon entering the underground black market of Camelon, Dorian was so overwhelmed he gasped. The black market is huge. Dorian couldn't believe his eyes. Furthermore, this place was even cleaner than the market on the surface. Did you find what you need? Raon took out a notebook. I have to check the auction catalog to find out. The two sat down on chairs and began checking the notebook. He opened it to a page with a butterfly image and realized. Found it. The dark butterfly, it really is being auctioned off. The auction would take place tonight. The starting price was 10 gold coins. Dorian looked at the page, wondering, Are you planning to buy it? That's quite expensive. Raon mused. That's true. I could buy it by using all the funds I have, but that's too risky. He secretly guessed that maybe he should find a pawn shop or something similar to gather more money. He said, Follow me. Dorian. Dorian was confused. Huh? Where are we going, young master? He replied, To a pawn shop. I need to sell a few items I can turn into money before the auction begins. An hour later, while looking for something, Dorian felt puzzled and spoke up. You're done selling, right, young master? But why are you still looking around instead of going straight to the auction house? Raon just replied coldly, I'm checking to see if there's anything useful. He thought to himself, there's still time before the auction starts, so I'll take a walk. Raon Zieghart replied coldly, I'm just checking if there's anything useful here. He pondered, thinking he still had time before the auction started, so he might as well take a walk. Anyway, I've got some extra cash for the auction now, though there's nothing really worth buying. Suddenly, something caught Raon's attention. Usually, there are treasures that go unnoticed, just waiting for the right person to find them. Too bad. All right, let's head to the auction house. He seemed drawn to a shiny item. That was the ring of the first head of my Clan Zieghart family. I definitely saw it in the memories that flooded my head when I learned the 10,000 fire techniques. I never expected to find it here. Raon picked it up and asked, Boss, how much is this? The boss replied enthusiastically, Ah, you've got a keen eye. That ring can enhance strength and clear the mind. Just give me 5 gold coins. But before the boss could finish his sentence, Dorian shouted out, 5 gold coins? Who do you think you are, trying to rip us off like that? It's obvious you bought it for silver coins. He slammed his hand on the counter, listen here, and started a long analysis. You say this ring enhances strength and clarifies the mind, but if its effects were actually worth 5 gold coins, it would be on display in a high-end specialty store, not in a rundown shop like this. And is its strength-enhancing effect even that impressive? It definitely can't compare to ogre gauntlets or ogre rings. Furthermore, this ring isn't even crafted properly. It only has some simple patterns. The only notable thing is the smooth surface, but it's not beautiful or cool at all. It's even full of scratches. It's hard to tell if it's gold or brass. Honestly, no one would even bother picking it up if you threw it in the trash. Yet, you're asking for 5 gold coins? I suggest a different price. He flatly offered 1 gold coin. The boss couldn't do anything else and helplessly agreed. You can take it. Dorian winked at him and praised. Well done, Dorian. Wrath noted that the ring really did seem to hold some secret, but hadn't he acted like a different person just a moment ago? Raon gave a wry smile. Dorian was great at negotiating, but it seemed he still didn't have an eye for quality. While Raon was thinking that this was indeed a huge score, someone approached him, making him jump. Wait, you already paid for that ring? A young lady wearing a cat mask, accompanied by a bodyguard, walked up. Hearing that, Raon replied, Yes, I paid. She just stood there silently, looking at him with a stern gaze. A moment later, she spoke up. Sell it to me. No matter how high the price is, I'll pay you 10 times what you spent. Judging by your appearance, you must be an adventurer in desperate need of money. That should be enough. Dorian's jaw dropped. 10 times? The shop owner jumped up. I bought it for 50 silver coins. Is it really that valuable? Dorian urged him to sell. Young master, she wants to buy that cheap item for 10 times the price. Raon stared at the girl. This woman. He gripped the ring box tightly. She knew exactly how valuable this ring was, and from the way she spoke, it was clear she knew it was worth at least 100 gold coins. Raon flatly refused. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. The girl then made another offer. Then I'll pay 20 times, no, 30 times that price. He remained firm. I'm still not selling. She continued, you still won't accept even at 50 gold coins. I already said no. Raon turned to leave. Sorry, but I don't like selling my things. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell. The bodyguard spoke up. I don't know where you came from, but you better start behaving yourself. If you confront her, you're only asking for trouble. That remark made the girl startle. Do I have to pay attention just because of her status? I'm not used to that kind of stuff, so don't bother me anymore and just go, she said in an annoyed tone. Hey, who do you think you are? Acting so arrogant? Don't oppose me, and hand it over while I'm still being polite. He just glanced at her and replied, How unreasonable. Just because I don't want to sell this item. Are you planning to flaunt your noble status before I leave? Our business ends here. The young lady still sternly issued a threat. You don't know how terrifying this world can be. Think carefully about why people always have to bow down to others. Unless you want to die a miserable death one day on the road, forgotten and unknown. Raon still coldly walked away, showing no fear. If that's all, then I'll take my leave. The young lady was trembling with rage. Let's go to the auction house, right now. Those stalls are often frequented by people who just left the pawn shop. If he came here, there's a high chance he'll join the upcoming auction. She was very determined. I will definitely snatch away whatever he wants to buy, no matter the cost. Someone on the podium in the auction hall shouted, the chain for 70 gold coins. Congratulations to the winner of the auction. Just like that, items were auctioned off one by one. Next was the silver souvenir, then the fire scrolls. Okay, the next item. Raon sat quietly below, observing and waiting for his chance. There was still nothing that interested him. Has the black butterfly not appeared yet? Suddenly, the host above spoke, catching him off guard. Now, This item is a noble black butterfly that lives on magic stones. He flicked the red cloth, revealing a cage with a shimmering black butterfly inside the black butterfly. He introduced it. It's very popular as an ornament because of its faint, sparkling light. Of course, the downside is its short lifespan and the high cost of maintenance because it only eats magic stones, but nothing can compare to its beauty. He announced the start of the auction. Everyone started bidding: 2 gold coins, 5 gold coins, 7 gold coins. Raon also bid 13 gold coins. Someone below him gritted their teeth as they looked at him. Raon thought to himself, at such a high price, no one should bid higher. After all, 13 gold coins is way too expensive for a decorative butterfly. Suddenly, someone bid 50 gold coins. The auctioneer exclaimed, 50. We have reached the highest price in history. I don't think anyone will bid higher. The bidder was the young lady from earlier, which made Raon realize with a start. She smirked, finished the auction, and walked inside. Come on, let's go. Her attendant asked, did you only bid for the black butterfly? She responded, yes. That person wasn't interested in the other items at all, not to mention he bid higher than usual for that butterfly. The black butterfly is definitely what he wanted to buy. She left, dismissing him. I have nothing more to do with that useless guy. Raon just coldly watched, while Dorian was panicking. She's the same person from before. She didn't even want to hide her malice. What should we do now? She responded immediately. Right, he wasn't interested in any other items at all, not to mention he bid higher than usual for that butterfly. It was definitely what he wanted to buy. She left, spouting insults. I have nothing left to do with that useless guy. Raon Zieghart watched coldly, while Dorian was panicking. That was the same person from earlier. She didn't even try to hide her malice. What should we do now? It'll take some time before another one comes up for auction. Raon tries to think of another plan. Dorian, don't worry about that. Go out and find me some night ops gear. Dorian looks confused. Why do you suddenly need night ops gear? Raon pulls down his hood, his face darkening. I'm going to steal the butterfly she bought. Dorian panics. What? The best assassins on the continent all have unique skills. Their footsteps can be incredibly swift or silent, and even then, there are those who rely on raw strength. In my past life, my infiltration skills made me stand out among them. Raon stands behind the door, looking out. He thinks to himself that it was thanks to the technique he often used in battle, the Wraith Steps. But in this life, I've learned the Harmony Steps, so I thought I wouldn't need it anymore. And yet, here I am, having to use the Wraith Steps. 10 minutes earlier, in a room, Dorian speaks up. Young master, here is the cloak you requested. Raon praises him. Good work. You found such a good one in such a short time. Did you manage to find any info on that masked woman? Dorian scratches his head, hesitating. Well, about that, Raon starts questioning him. What's with that shy look? Dorian quickly advises him. Young master, maybe we should just let it go. That woman is Princess Jinnah of the Baka Kingdom. She's had an incredible talent for magic since she was a child, but her ability to sense magical items is truly exceptional. That's why King Baka dotes on her so much. Dorian adds helplessly. It's a real shame, but we should probably give up and move on to the next item. Raon continues. Wait, could she be a VIP at the black market? He smiles, unable to hide his excitement as he realizes the auction for items will likely continue, so she isn't just a regular participant. That VIP princess's items will surely be taken to her room. But while it's still here at the black market, wouldn't stealing it be the safest bet? Raon warns carefully. I'll be right back, Dorian. He then dashes out the door, ignoring Dorian's desperate attempts to stop him. Wait, young master. But he just replies, I'll be right back. Raon peeks from behind the door into the room. As expected, the princess's item hasn't been taken to her room yet. A guard sitting there playing cards while watching the princess's black butterfly mutters, Tsk, spending 50 gold coins on a butterfly like this rich people make no sense. Another one joins in. They probably have their reasons for spending that much. Stop thinking and just play your cards. He looks at the cage containing the black butterfly, guarded by the two of them, and calculates. There it is, the black butterfly. The guards are nearby, but they're distracted by their card game. Raon raises his hand, channeling his mana. As he does, the black butterfly seems to sense his energy. Its wings flutter. The black butterfly hates tight spaces, so it's forced to be kept in a birdcage. Currently, the butterfly is perched on a mana stone, because it loves to feed on pure mana. He realizes, if I just manifest an aura with purer mana than that stone, the butterfly will automatically leave the cage and come to me. He smiles, watching the black butterfly waiting on his hand. Exactly as planned. One of the guards feels something strange. The other asks, what are you doing? Focus on the game. It's your turn. Hurry up and draw. The other guard jumps up, shouting in panic, Hey, where did the butterfly go? The first one is confused. What do you mean? It just disappeared. While they are in a total frenzy, Raon has already made his escape. Damn it, hurry and find that butterfly. Dorian paces back and forth in the lobby, biting his nails with a terrified look on his face. If he gets caught, this will become a diplomatic issue with the Baka kingdom. My heart feels like it's about to burn up. Dorian pulls at his hair and yells. I should have stopped him. Raon slowly approaches from behind and asks, Dorian, what are you doing? He jumps and turns around. Young master, when did you get back? Raon replies calmly, just now. You look like you've seen a ghost. Dorian pauses. Wait a second, if you're back. Then, he opens his cloak and smiles slightly. Yeah, I succeeded. Dorian can't believe it and asks, really? Then, Jenna walks up from behind and speaks up. Oh my, we meet again. She crosses her arms arrogantly. How do you feel? Angry? Perhaps you've learned your lesson now. Even if you die and come back to life, you'll never beat me. If you give me that ring now, I'll give you the black butterfly. Before Gina can finish her sentence, Raon interrupts. This is your last chance. Raon retorts, are you deaf? I already told you I'm not selling. Jenna loses her composure, her eyes glaring sharply. It seems I've been too kind, so you don't understand, do you? If you want to leave the black market safely, suddenly, someone calls out, my lady. She turns and yells, what? Can't you see I'm talking? The man stammers, unable to get his words out. I'm sorry, it's just, he shouts, the black butterfly. It's gone. I think it was stolen. That stops Gina in her tracks. Raon takes the chance to tease her. Oh my, looks like you're in trouble now. Jenna glares angrily to the side. It's because of this guy. Seeing Raon's triumphant look, she guesses that he's mocking her. That smug smile seems to say that she lost a long time ago. Even though she doesn't know how he did it, she's certain he stole the black butterfly. Jenna begins to interrogate him. I thought you had some dignity, but you're just a thief. Do you know who I am? Raon looks at her with contempt. What? Is that something I'm supposed to know? Jenna slowly takes off her mask and lowers her voice. I am Jenna, princess of the Baka kingdom. Her face is stern and regal, and yet, you still dare to act arrogantly toward me? Her words are veiled with a threat. Her bodyguard steps forward, clenching his fists as if preparing to strike. I'll make sure you never steal again. As soon as he receives the order, the bodyguard throws a punch aimed straight at his face. Raon remains calm. Baka, princess, he prepares to counterattack. So what? His punch lands squarely on the bodyguard's face. The man falls to the ground unconscious, blood spilling from his mouth. Jenna tries to urge him on. What are you doing? He's just a thief. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Hey, wait. Jenna freezes. That voice rings out again. Is that you, Raon? The person steps closer. Jenna seems to recognize the voice. Zieghart approaches with a radiant face, his voice gentle and curious. Oh, you're here too, Jenna? Jenna turns, confused. Zieghart, do you know this guy? Zieghart replies, know him. Do you remember when I told you I met a real swordsman at Clan Zieghart? It's him. He emphasizes it, surprising Jenna. Raon Zieghart. Jenna finally begins to realize everything. If his surname is Clan Zieghart, then that means he's related to the Northern Demon King. Thinking back, they say the Demon King had blonde hair and red eyes. Could he be a direct descendant? Raon Zieghart spoke up, cold and sharp. What did you just call me? A disgusting thief? Jenna stammered in fear. That he questioned her coldly. I believe I've been as patient as I possibly could. What do you think? Should I consider this an insult from the Beka clan toward Clan Zieghart? He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. This is your last chance. I'll treat this as a reckless mistake by a princess if you apologize. Jenna trembled, trying to defend herself. I don't know who you are. Raon Zieghart's words only made her angrier, and she gritted her teeth. If you refuse, I will go tell everyone that your accusation of me being a thief and everything else you've done to disrespect me was just a conspiracy by the kingdom of Beka. Jenna hung her head low, that please, forgive me. Seeing this, Raon Zieghart turned to leave. I don't want to make a scene either. Let's just end it here. Jenna's eyes blazed with resentment as she heard his threat. If you don't want your kingdom destroyed, you better be more careful from now on. Zieghart asked awkwardly, did I come at a bad time? Raon Zieghart smiled and replied, of course not. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to clear my name. Zieghart continued, that's good then. He rubbed his head and gave an awkward laugh. If you're worried about Jenna, don't be. I'll definitely handle it. Raon Zieghart replied cheerfully. Great, thanks for taking care of that for me. Zieghart gripped his hot teacup and asked, but why did you come to Camelon? I'm here on a mission, but it's quite a long way from Clan Zieghart. Raon Zieghart replied, we're just passing through to buy some equipment while we're out for our graduation exams. Zieghart asked curiously, oh, you're on your exams? What kind of equipment? Raon Zieghart quickly answered, I'm looking for a sword. The one I'm using isn't bad, but I've had it for too long. Zieghart beamed. Then I can recommend a great place for you. He confided. There's a small shop in a corner on the west side of Camelin run by a talented blacksmith. I'd take you there myself, but I still have a mission to complete. Raon Zieghart thanked him. Thanks for the tip. Then Zieghart stood up to leave. Great. I'll be heading off now. Remember to visit me in Owen. Good luck. Raon Zieghart replied, Sure, I'll go after I finish my exams. Dorian sighed with relief. We got out of that one. I didn't think you'd act so fast. Raon Zieghart sat down gently and smiled. I had it all planned out. Of course, having Zieghard's help was a stroke of luck. Dorian stood up and suggested, Then, let's head straight to the forge. But Raon Zieghart shook his head. Not until tomorrow. I have some personal business to take care of tonight. That evening, Raon Zieghart sat alone in his room. He took out a flower and said, Black butterfly, it's your time to shine. The black butterfly couldn't digest mana, and even if it absorbed it, the indigo flower would never store it. The two had to meet to break their own curse. The dual-colored flower could only become a high-grade medicinal herb, possessing both fire and water energy only after absorbing the mana stored within the black butterfly. Raon Zieghart held the flower, ready to eat it, thinking to himself, Very few people know this secret. Even I only know because I trusted the protagonist's memories. The ice curse sequence disappeared. The capacity of your energy core and mana circuit has increased. Your energy has increased significantly. Your mental strength has increased. All your stats have increased. Status window. Name, Raon Zieghart. Title, Indomitable Soul. Status, Ice Curse, 4 sequences. Traits, 5-star Berserk, 3-star Fire Blade, 3-star Myriad Cultivation, 3-star Fire Resistance, 3-star Ice Aura, 4-star Water Resistance, 1-star Blood Curse, 1-star Invisible Strike, 1-star Indomitable Will. Strength, 72. Stamina, 66. Senses, 79. Agility, 73. Energy, 70. Berserk, 10. The next morning, Raon Zieghart said, Dorian, let's go to the forge. Dorian felt a strange sensation. What's going on? Raon Zieghart was radiating a mysterious golden energy. His aura had suddenly spiked overnight. What happened last night? Dorian hesitated. At first, he was just curious. Raon Zieghart was considered the disgrace of the family and was looked down upon by the main branch, as well as everyone else in the clan. But he chose to stay silent, endure, and focus on his training. However, after getting close to him, I realized something. He deserves the name Clan Zieghart more than anyone else in the 5th team. So even when the teams were split, the 5th team decided to follow him. He silently watched Raon Zieghart's back. If I could borrow his strength, maybe I could solve that issue with my own family. But he closed his eyes and calmed himself, trying to push the thought away. That's not why I follow him. Snap out of it, Dorian. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart called out, Dorian, why are you still standing there? He urged him. We need to get to the forge quickly, get the sword, and set out immediately. Move fast, the place is still quite far. Dorian smiled firmly, reassuring himself. I will follow him and become stronger. He hurried to catch up. As long as he was by his side, he could go anywhere. All right, I'm coming. Raon Zieghart reminded him with a scrutinizing look. Oh, and I'll be checking your sword posture constantly on the way to Habon Castle. I think there's a lot that needs fixing. Dorian managed a strained smile. I'm sure I'll be fine, right? The two arrived at a house. Raon Zieghart introduced himself. Excuse me, I'm here on Gray's recommendation. The blacksmith was so absorbed in his work he didn't even look up. Gray, the 3rd prince of Owen? Raon Zieghart replied, That's right. I came here believing that anyone recommended by him would be trustworthy. The blacksmith couldn't believe his ears. That brat recommended this place? No way. He was startled when he turned to look at Raon Zieghart. Huh. Even though this kid looks very young, his level is on par with Gree's. Although not perfect yet, this energy feels like a massive, sharp, and steady sword. The blacksmith seemed to see right through him and said bluntly, Unbelievable. Even though you're young, you're no joke. Your energy isn't like the 3rd prince's. Are you from the Clan Zieghart clan? Dorian whispered, confused. How did this blacksmith know, considering we haven't even said anything yet? Wrath, from behind, chimed in. True artists are like that. They can tell where their customers come from and what their potential is. Raon Zieghart thought, annoyed. You talk too much. The blacksmith shared bluntly. I've met many swordsmen, but I've never met anyone like you. Raon Zieghart replied gently. Apologies for the late introduction. I am Raon Zieghart. Dorian added, and I'm Dorian. The blacksmith said in a deep voice, I am Kubiris, an old man who can't die and continues to hold the hammer. Raon hesitated for a moment. Wait a second, Kubirus. Yes, he was the creator of many of the superior equipment found in and around Banka. His reputation spread across the entire continent. I never thought I'd find Kubirus Jaden in a remote forge like this. Kubirus asked in a serious tone. Then why did you come looking for me, kid? Raon quickly replied, I need a good sword to continue my journey. Kubirus asked further, So, you need me to forge a sword for you? He countered. That's not it. I'm not a swordsman yet, and I have someone who promised to forge my very first sword. Kubirus quickly asked, Is that person Vulcan? Raon seemed quite surprised. That's right. Kubirus crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Just as I thought. No wonder that old man said he wouldn't retire anymore. So he's making a sword for you? I can't take a swordsman that Vulcan has already claimed. Then he continued. Before you become a swordsman, you still need a temporary sword. Everything in this workshop is high quality. Just take whatever you like. Dorian asked happily, Mr. Kubirus, can I really take them? He replied cheerfully, Sure, I'm in a good mood. Pick one out. Dorian beamed. Thank you, sir. Dorian and he walked into the sword display room. Both were overwhelmed by the quality of the swords here. He truly lived up to his fame across the continent. Every sword here was incredibly exquisite. While holding one in his hand, Raon was drawn to something else. I'd be satisfied with any sword I pick. But he saw a red sword radiating a dark, gloomy aura. That one. Dorian was so dazzled by the swords here that he had to exclaim. The swords here are truly amazing. Everything is so good that I don't know what to choose. Kubirus heard this and felt very proud and smug. Of course, I'm the one who made them, kid. You can choose any sword you want. Suddenly, Kubirus' expression shifted, becoming tense. He hesitated and looked around. Wait, this energy. It turned out Raon was holding the red sword surrounded by dark energy. He seemed to be drifting into the sword's dark energy as if in a trance. Kubirus panicked and shouted loudly, Hey, put that down and grab any other sword nearby. The sword the kid is holding is a cursed sword. Dorian was confused. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Kubirus turned and urged him. You need to take that sword out of his hands before the demonic energy swallows him whole. He replied calmly, Sir, I don't think that's necessary. Kubirus was extremely surprised. What are you talking about? Then he looked back. Don't you see that dangerous energy? Raon still stood silently, staring at the sword. What is this? A massive amount of demonic energy is radiating out. But none of it is getting close to that kid? Yes. Wrath shouted disdainfully. You are just a lowly insect. How dare you approach my vessel? Wrath gritted his teeth in a threat. How dare you be so disrespectful? I will freeze you and crush you into dust. Raon didn't flinch at all and immediately brushed him off. Cut it out, Wrath screamed angrily at him. This thing dares to touch my stuff. Why should I stop? If it weren't for me, you would have been consumed by the demonic energy. He coldly denied it. I don't belong to you, and even without you, I wouldn't be consumed by the demonic energy. Are you okay? Kubirus approached to check on him. Are you all right? Raon replied calmly. I'm fine. Besides, this isn't an ordinary sword. What is this? Kubirus lowered his face and explained, I don't know if you'll believe me, but this is a cursed sword. He began to tell the story. In the south, there was a small village called Siren. It was a village where people believed in a type of tree that was born long ago. They relied on each other and lived a peaceful life. But one day, the white blood cult attacked Siren and wiped out half the village. The survivors were taken away, as they always do. In the end, there were no survivors left there. After I heard about the tragedy in Siren, I bought a branch of that tree to make this sword, trying to soothe the souls of the victims. That was a mistake. The moment the sword was completed, the hilt and blade, which were originally white, were dyed red. Instead of soothing the souls of the Siren villagers, their anger accumulated in the sword. No one could wield it, so I kept it in my storage. I truly don't understand how you're maintaining your sanity. Raon closed his eyes, sensing the strange things flashing through his mind. The memories of Siren were flowing into his mind through this sword. The injustice they suffered, as well as that anger. The helplessness and weariness they had to bear. They were truly slaughtered by the white blood cult in such a horrific way. He spoke in a serious tone. I still have many things I need to achieve. Raon looked at the sword and made a vow. This also means I don't have much time, and it's hard to avenge everyone. But if I encounter the white blood cult, I will never forgive them. He made an offer to the sword. Will you come with me? Kubirus was stunned to see that the demonic energy had retreated back into the sword. Did it just acknowledge that kid as its master? Raon lifted the sword and declared, this sword was made to soothe souls. From now on, you will be called the Spirit Blade while you're with me. Thank you for giving me such a good sword. Not just the Spirit Blade, but a regular sword to use as well. Raon looked at the two young men in front of him, the blacksmith crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. Don't worry about that. Having a rising star use my sword is the greatest honor for a blacksmith. Raon slung his backpack over his shoulder, his ruby eyes shining with joy and gratitude. If you ever come to the village, I will definitely welcome you properly. The blacksmith laughed heartily. All right, I hope you can pass your test safely. The sun stretched out, preparing to pull down the curtain of the night sky. The last rays of sunlight tried to burn themselves out, hoping to be brilliant for a few final minutes before passing the glittering crown to the stars. Clouds, shimmering in golden-orange hues, played happily above Raon and Dorian as the two turned and walked away. The wooden roofs seemed to watch with curiosity at every step taken by the owner of the spirit blade. Watching the backs of the young men gradually shrink into the distance, the blacksmith fell into deep thought, recalling the moment the spirit blade recognized Raon as its master, and thought to himself, I initially thought this kid only had talent, but he was actually able to wield that sword, even becoming its masterman and sword as one. That calm, cold face from earlier surfaced in the experienced blacksmith's mind, his eyebrows knit tightly on his weathered face. The blacksmith continued to sink into his thoughts about the golden hair bright as sunlight and those ruby eyes in his memory made him shudder. Nothing could top that. The name Zieghart would shake the world once again. Time flew by. After leaving Camelon and traveling north for several days, the scenery around Raon was blanketed in a layer of stark white snow. Each pine branch bowed, heavy under the weight of the snow it bore. Along the way, he and Dorian had lost count of how many times they encountered dried bloodstains on the snow and stone walls. Contrary to Raon's calm, hardened demeanor, Dorian remained shaken by the cruelty and terror of the things they saw on the road. After days of struggling through the freezing weather, the two finally set foot at Haven Castle, the place where Raon would take his trial. Looming beneath a vast, open sky, Haven Castle stood out against the gloomy, gray, snowy backdrop. Its design was ancient and massive. Skyscrapers of towers were built from giant stone blocks. The window frames were made of hand-forged, wrought iron. Black flags with gold trim, symbolizing the majesty and power of Haven Castle, fluttered in the wind, while the main building featured intricate patterns carved into the brickwork. It all sent a chill down their spines as they saw the massive black iron gate in the center of the castle. Standing beneath the castle, they looked like two tiny ants lost in the land of giants. Suddenly, a strange smell hit his nose, forcing Dorian to cover his mouth tightly, nearly vomiting right on the spot. What the hell is that smell? Ha! Conversely, Wrath appeared excitedly with a cunning smile. Ha ha! The smell of the battlefield brings me back to life. Raon looked at Dorian's pathetic state and sighed warily, his eyes clearly showing judgment for this weak companion. Dorian, we just arrived. Why are you already in such a state? We didn't even face any trouble on the way here. You're still panting. Dorian shook his moss-green hair and glared. Are you serious? It kept getting colder as we left Camelon, and you said I had to be more active because of the cold. So from morning till night, except when we were moving, you kept analyzing my swordsmanship. And on top of that, when it was your turn to keep watch, you wouldn't stop swinging your sword. That's why I never got a good night's sleep. And now you're saying I didn't face any difficulties? The more he spoke, the more resentful he felt. Remembering those sleep-deprived days and his own dark, panda-like circles under his eyes, Dorian shouted, his teeth-gritting, wide-eyed expression quite comical. With his fists shaking toward Raon, Dorian looked like an angry cat. Seeing that, Wrath couldn't help but chime in. Even the old man needs his rest. Training like this makes even me lose sleep. While his two companions were constantly complaining about their rigorous training schedule, Raon just kept a blank face. Clearly, it was like water off a duck's back, going in one ear and out the other, nothing sticking. As Dorian sat slumped, exhausted on the ground, and Raon remained stone-faced against the criticisms from Wrath, a voice rang out, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Are you two mercenaries? You're later than I thought. Raon turned around. Before him was a man with a cold appearance, his intimidating aura making others wary. Jet black hair and cold, gray eyes that revealed no emotion looked straight at him and Dorian, who still had no intention of getting off the ground. Seeing the meticulously crafted fur cloak the man wore, Raon privately thought he must hold a high position. Following that man were two soldiers who appeared to be of lower rank, wearing ordinary cloaks. Even so, all three wore weapons at their waists, neat and ready to fight at any moment. The man spoke, introducing himself. I am Tarion, Vice Commander of Haven Castle, and I am responsible for guiding you two during your stay here. The thick, imposing brows on his angular face only reinforced the fact that he was not someone to mess with. The Vice Commander of Haven Castle, Tarion Berdun. Raon thanked Tarion. As the Vice Commander raised an eyebrow, assessing Raon's green-haired companion, is that guy okay? Raon acted indifferent, waving his hand. It's just a normal reaction. You don't need to pay him too much mind. Looking at Dorian sprawled on the ground, Tarion clicked his tongue and told them to follow him. Doria's book hung limply in his hand as Raon strode after the long, straight legs of the vice commander, ignoring his companions whining to go home. The black iron gate slowly lowered, welcoming the two to a completely new journey in life. Stepping into the castle grounds, Raon couldn't stop his eyes from lingering on the thin, sickly figures, full of diseased bodies along the road. Children and women with bruised and scratched bodies. There was an old person with a white bandage covering their face, revealing only one eye. Such a tragic scene left Raon deep in thought. Seeing it firsthand made him realize things were even worse than he had imagined. These walls were proof of collapse and reconstruction. The weary expressions of the villagers, the smell of blood emanating from the walls, along with the heavy scent of death. It was just as Judiel had described in her letter. Recalling that girl with the neatly braided chestnut-brown hair, Raon sank into his own thoughts. She surely had never been here. But only for a short while, as he and Doria climbed the stairs with Vice Commander Tarion to go deeper into the castle. Behind them appeared a girl with wine-red hair tied in two tails reaching her waist. That was Yua, a worker at the Fog Branch Tavern. In her hands was a bag of bread and vegetables, her amber eyes widening in surprise at the old shopkeeper when she saw them. I've never seen those two faces. Who are they? Mercenaries. The old shopkeeper, with a hooked nose, wearing a woolen hat for warmth, seemed a bit hard of hearing. Carrying a sack on his shoulder, he urged her. Yua, what are you doing there? Yua, we need to get ready to open. Come right away. Yes, sir, Yua shouted back. After finishing, she quickly ran toward the tavern. The movement made Raon turn his head back. He had memorized that wine-red hair. For just a moment, then he quickly followed Tarion to the command room of Haven Castle. The command room was extremely warm, contrasting with the blizzard raging outside, slamming freezing gusts of wind against the window glass. With his back to the window, a brawny figure exuding power sat at a desk cluttered with documents. Stacks of papers opening and closing, and the sound of his fingers tapping showed his impatience. Right at that moment, he had led the two boys inside. Commander, I request to enter. The mercenaries you mentioned. Oh no, the students of Clan Zieghart have arrived. Stepping into the large, tiled room, Raon looked at the bearded man sitting behind the desk. Standing beside his desk was another man looked equally imposing, with a perfectly straight posture and a beard reaching past his chest. They both looked toward the three people standing at the door. The commander spoke in a sharp, stern tone. Welcome, students of Clan Zieghart. I am the commander of this fortress, Milan Bradon. Wrinkles etched the passage of time onto his face. His hair was silvered, and his eyes, cold as the winter sea, glowed with a sharp intensity as he looked at Raon Zieghart and Dorian. Beside him, Dorian was still taken aback by the commander's massive build. Raon Zieghart thought to himself. It seemed they knew they were from Clan Zieghart. And that man was indeed Milan Bradon, known as the Northern Giant, who had guarded Haven Fortress for the past 20 years. As if sensing the sharp aura radiating from Milan, Wrath quietly remarked, That gaze, it's been a long time since I've encountered a true warrior. That is the look of a warrior who has defended this place for decades. Ignoring the fact that Dorian was still trembling from cold and fear, the commander addressed them all. Everyone who knows of your status in this fortress is already here. Everything else is kept confidential, and I know why Limmer brought you here. He wants you to gain more experience before returning, but there is no such thing as training or guidance here. Leaning his hands on the table, Commander Milan continued with a serious expression. Decent teachers, hot, delicious meals, and comfortable places to sleep, those are things we don't have. All we have here are winds that cut to the bone and endless battles. So, if you two are expecting a comfortable experience, it's not too late to turn back. Doria frowned slightly, but quickly regained an eager, determined look. We can do it. We came here to become stronger. Gaiharon replied, his face as cold and emotionless as if the harsh conditions the commander had just listed were of no concern. Seeing the two young men react this way, the commander showed clear satisfaction with their attitude. Fine, but let's see how long you can last. From now on, your status will be equal to the regular soldiers, starting from the lowest rank. Turning to the man who had been standing silently by the table until now, the commander ordered, Charlie, assign these two kids to the 3rd Scouting Squad. Whether it's scouting or fighting, let them experience it all. For now, take them to their quarters. The man with the long beard reaching his chest nodded, accepted the order, and gestured for Dorian and the other to follow him before closing the door respectfully. We take our leave, Commander. Following behind, Dorian was still anxious, while Raon Zieghart kept that icy, unreadable expression on his face. Only Commander Milan and Vice Commander Tarion remained in the quiet room. The Vice Commander spoke first. I don't like them. What do you mean? The Commander asked. You heard him, sir. Dorian is shaking with fear, and Raon Zieghart is so relaxed, as if he's here for a vacation. They won't be of any help, they'll only cause trouble. Thinking of the strange blue light on the stone ring in his hand, Tarion couldn't help but frown. Looking at the floral bracelet on his wrist, he added, I cannot consider him a warrior. It would be better to send them back immediately. Seeing the scowl on Tarion's face, the commander chuckled. I understand your point, but appearances aren't everything. They have passed the rigorous training of Clan Zieghart. They are not as young as they look. Flipping through the scrolls on the table, Commander Millen spoke in an even tone. Before you judge, let's observe how they handle themselves. Just keep an eye on them for now. Hearing the commander say this, Tarion grunted in acknowledgement. Seeing he hadn't fully convinced Tarion, Commander Milan continued. Actually, I don't even know why they want me to send a report on these two kids every 2 weeks. Did Mr. Limmer send a letter, sir? Tarion's eyes flickered with interest. No, the head of Clan Zieghart himself requested it. The commander spoke while waiting for Tarion's reaction. From him personally, are you saying the Northern King himself requested it? Tarion's astonishment was exactly as the commander had predicted. He folded his arms and closed his eyes to rest while leaning back into his chair. Yes, he personally asked me to report all of their actions. This is the first time I've encountered such a case, and he specifically emphasized it, too. I truly don't know what he's after. The air fell silent as both remembered the noble, blonde-haired man. As for Raon Zieghart and Dorian, they had reached their quarters. There were no words to describe the pathetic, dilapidated state of the room. The smell of dampness and mold hit their noses, and rats and cockroaches scurried about in droves. They looked at the two intruders with tiny eyes for invading their territory. Dust and spider webs, seemingly accumulated over centuries, made them both cough and sneeze repeatedly. The bedding was stained with black liquid, unsure if it was oil or blood. The ceiling was leaking in one corner, dripping onto the floor, and the window rattled uncontrollably whenever a gust of wind blew through. This place was truly beyond description. Regardless, Raon Zieghart had to use the bathroom first. Taking care of necessities was the priority. When he returned from the bathroom, he was completely shocked by the 180-degree transformation into a flashy, luxurious room. The bedding had been completely replaced, the dust and spiderwebs were gone, and the floor and ceiling were so bright they could be used as mirrors. The window had also been repaired, and they had even hung gold curtains and laid down patterned rugs. Looking at his companion, who hadn't stopped tidying up, he felt grateful for the first time that Dorian was his companion. How did you find the time to clean all this? It was a dump just a moment ago. While you were in the bathroom, Dorian replied. Touching the gold curtain by the window, Raon Zieghart couldn't help but exclaim, Where did you even get all these things? Obviously, I had them prepared in my bag, Dorian said, holding up a bag that was only about the size of 2 handspans. He gulped while looking at the luxurious room that had been completely renovated. Raon Zieghart muttered, You surely didn't bring every color, did you? To his surprise, Dorian quickly took out a variety of curtains in blue, red, and gold from the seemingly tiny bag and asked which one he preferred. Faced with Dorian's cheerful demeanor, Raon Zieghart was still stunned. What on earth was that bag? Just as they were enjoying the newly decorated room, a shadow appeared at the door. Are you new guys done cleaning up? I'm Raiden, captain of the 3rd Scouting Squad. I know you just arrived, but get ready to leave. We just received a request for reconnaissance. The newcomer was a young man with dark brown, shoulder-length hair combed neatly. Raiden had fair skin, a refined face, and a gentle smile that looked quite friendly and confident. Wearing a white leather coat with a thick gray fur collar, the pale yellow light of the hallway added a sense of warmth as he appeared. At the same time, in a white fortress in the north with navy blue rooftops, the Northern King of Destruction, with his blonde hair and dignified appearance, frowned at the shadow of a person with long, rose-red hair. So, what wind brought you here? Rimmer, the young man with long, rose-red hair, with a stylish vest on, he put his hands on his hips and said in his signature mocking tone, I know everything, you know. Word is, you're secretly hosting a banquet to see how Raon is doing. Come to think of it, you really are worried about your grandson, huh? In stark contrast to Rimmer's cheerful face, Clan Zieghart was clearly scowling. He held his head in his hands, glanced at butler Rowan, and thought to himself, I heard Rowan has been hanging out with this gambler lately. He must have spilled the beans to him. That's exactly why I told them to keep it a secret. Butler Rowan could only offer an apologetic, bitter smile under his master's accusatory glare. The red-haired Rimmer wouldn't stop prattling unhappily. He found the twin-colored flower during the snow tiger hunt, made it bloom, and absorbed it. He struck a direct blow to the pride of that notoriously arrogant princess. Clicking his tongue and shaking his head in annoyance, Clan Zieghart said warily that his own disciple had become a thief and the reason for the neighboring princess's anger. And you call this fun? If you say he's a thief, I'll accept it. But the princess's failure isn't his fault. He only responded to the provocation she started. Rimmer didn't stop mocking the princess's failure, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall with a smug look. While toying with his bright red hair, Rimmer continued. Even until the secret banquet was held, they couldn't figure out how he stole the butterfly. Doesn't it make it even more fun once the news about him gets dug up? Rimmer's arrogance vanished instantly when the King of Destruction spoke. Unfortunately, there won't be a second time. I've ordered everyone to withdraw. Huh? What? Rimmer gasped. Aren't you curious about his next move? I even heard he was just gifted a sword by Kubirus. In a luxurious room adorned with precious wood and pure gold, Clan Zieghart crossed his arms, his brows still furrowed tightly. The reason I deployed them was to prevent any interference from family matters, so I've recalled them all. Seeing him looking tense, Rimmer guessed. Ah, so instead, you've chosen to receive updates from Haven Castle, haven't you? Clan Zieghart scowled and turned to Butler Rowan with a murderous glare. Rowan, you Butler Rowan startled, raising both hands in innocence. I didn't say anything this time. Seeing this, Rimmer smugly remarked, You're suspecting the wrong person. Isn't it obvious that you're in contact with Haven Castle? Instead of abusing your authority like this, would it kill you to just say, My grandson is the best? If things go smoothly, the misunderstandings with the Branch family will be resolved. That's good for you. Your relationship with Sylvia will improve too. So this is a win for everyone. Rimmer's voice died down as he saw the gloomy look on Clan Zieghart's face. He slowly stood up, smoke practically fuming from his head in anger. It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough for you. Seeing that he was truly furious, Rimmer decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Ah, I have somewhere to be, right. Ta-ta. I really must go. Goodbye, Lord Patriarch. The head of the family's face darkened, turning black with rage. He was determined not to let this prattling brat go. I must ensure this lesson leaves a lasting mark on you. His eyes flashed with a fiery determination and rage, fully intending to teach the guy a proper lesson to cure him of his gossiping habit. Not long after, Rimmer's piercing scream echoed throughout the entire castle. Perhaps it could still be heard 10 miles away. That is the consequence of being a busybody. While Rimmer was suffering through his education, at Haven Castle, Raon was making his way toward the Sterlin mountain range with the leader of the 3rd Scout Team, where they were tasked with scouting the situation. Majestic, snow-capped mountain ranges stretched to the horizon. The beautiful yet cruel desolation of nature was breathtaking. Under the biting cold of the blizzard, even though they were bundled up in thick, warm gear, they couldn't help but exclaim at the freezing temperature of this place. The 3rd Scout Team leader, Javen, whispered, Based on the number of monsters and the sheer amount of snow here, according to Haven Castle, this place is like a living hell. Father, the scenery is quite spectacular. At least it's beautiful. It is indeed beautiful, Raon agreed. Turning his head slightly, Javen said with anticipation, Then, before we begin this scouting mission, shall we have a little test? I need to see how much experience you boys have, don't I? Pointing at the horseshoe-shaped footprints as large as pot lids on the white snow, Javen asked, Where do you think these tracks came from? Dorian said in surprise, They're quite large. Could it be a frost yeti? After thinking for a moment, Raon raised a finger to his chin. It isn't a yeti. Yeti tracks have a human-like shape, and besides, they are much larger and deeper than these. Crouching down close to the snow, Raon continued his deduction before the admiring gaze of Javen and the curious look of Dorian. These tracks seem to belong to some kind of quadruped. I'm guessing it's a Kerry mountain goat. Javen crossed his arms with pleasant surprise. You guessed it with just one look. Well then, can you tell me when these tracks were made? Standing up from the snow, Raon replied softly. Looking at the ground where they stepped, the tracks haven't hardened much. So, it must have been from yesterday. If we head west, we might be able to catch it. Pointing to 3 deep, fresh claw marks on a nearby pine tree, Javen asked softly, What about these? Signs of a dire wolf, Raon answered. Dire wolves often leave their sharp, thick claw marks on trees and rocks to mark their territory. Gently touching the claw marks, Raon continued, But this dire wolf is already dead. Seeing Raon make such a confident claim, Javen was stunned. How do you know? Raon replied with an expressionless, cold face. Dire wolves tend to stay within the territory they've marked. These claw marks are too old, which means it has died. Watching Raon still deep in thought, Javen couldn't help but think to himself, What on earth is this damn kid? How does he know all of that? The 3rd Scout Team had a tradition of veterans bullying the rookies, but for the scouts from Haven Castle, it wasn't just about running errands or receiving a few punches. It was about breaking the rookies by showing them that the knowledge they learned from books couldn't be applied to reality at all, teaching them how dangerous this place was. Yet, that game had instead turned into a way to stimulate intellectual growth here. Javen still hadn't recovered from the shock. So much for the hazing tradition. Seeing he couldn't find any joy in it, Javen turned sharply toward Dorian, who was standing there looking blank. You? Go find out the origin of these traces right now. He held up a mysterious tree branch. Dorian pointed at himself and stammered, Why me? Quickly putting Dorian in a headlock with his iron-like arm, Javen patted Dorian's head and said gleefully, You idiot, you don't even know this. Ignoring Dorian's struggle to break free and his screams for help, Raon Zieghart ignored the situation and kept walking forward with a stoic expression. I'll just leave Dorian be and go check the surroundings for now. Thanks to his legendary senses, he could scan the entire area. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the landscape in a dreary white. Suddenly, the true spirit sword strapped to his waist vibrated violently, releasing bursts of blood-red spirit energy. Seeing this, he drew the sword to take a look. The true spirit sword was investigating the area on its own and reporting back to him through its spirit energy. In truth, it had been doing this ever since they arrived. It absorbed spirit energy from the monsters they killed and channeled it to him. Examining the true spirit sword closely, Raon Zieghart pondered. Thanks to this, I've managed to pick up a technique related to spirit energy. It's trying its best to help me that's actually pretty nice. Suddenly, wrath manifested out of thin air and shrieked in anger. What is that idiot doing? My legendary emperor's senses are clearly superior, so how dare you use such a piece of trash? Huh. Raon Zieghart had no choice but to try and soothe him. I value it because it's trying to help me, and thanks to it, I don't need to use your power. But wrath didn't seem to swallow his anger. The legendary senses only occupy a small fraction of my power, but they are still much better than that parasitic sword. I am the greatest emperor of the demon world. Seeing that no amount of coaxing worked, Raon Zieghart simply ignored the blue spark as it hovered along, nagging and calling him arrogant. When the damn blue spark showed no signs of shutting up, Raon Zieghart explained, Because this power comes from you, the one who's always looking for a chance to take over my body, I don't know what kind of side effects it might cause. Hearing this, Wrath arrogantly replied, Don't worry about such things, because the technique I'm about to teach you will utilize the cold energy you already possess. As an emperor, I will instruct you in the true method of utilizing cold energy, a method unlike any you've known before. Raon Zieghart felt a spark of interest. An unexpected reward, huh? He chose a flat rock, sat cross-legged, made a hand gesture, and began to meditate. Wrath introduced it smugly. The technique is called Glacia. It's impossible for an ordinary person to learn, as you can only master it when you possess pure cold energy. With your mediocre talent, it will take a long time of hard work to see results. Now, focus and relax. Raon Zieghart closed his eyes, connecting the cold energy in his body to the cold energy in the environment according to Wrath's instructions. Stay still. Look at my cold energy. What does it look like? Wrath asked. Your cold energy seems to have blended with the snow on the ground. Raon Zieghart replied with his eyes still shut tight. Wrath used his own spirit energy, creating brilliant blue sparks against the white snow. That's just the surface. It's not cold energy meeting snow. It's cold energy merging with cold energy. That is the very essence of this method, connecting cold energy with cold energy. Raon Zieghart opened his eyes slightly and thought to himself, This is really difficult. I'll probably be practicing this for a long time. Instead of trying to link them, I need to try and hold the image of that connection in my mind. Only then can I see things far away as if they were right in front of me. With his hands resting gently on his thighs, Raon Zieghart continued to follow Wrath's instructions and closed his eyes again. In reality, all the cold energy in this place had transformed into his vision, hearing, and touch. The sound of the wind and snow hissed softly over the treetops. Raon Zieghart could feel the world around him slowing down in sync with his breathing. No, I am the one slowing down. The image of himself in his mind seemed to stand up and walk across the thick white snow. His body felt heavy as his senses became absolutely sharp. I can see Dorian being bullied by Raven, and even the wolves hunting their prey. It's not just the people nearby, I can see exactly what everyone is doing. This is insane. Perhaps because it was his first time, the range he could see was still relatively short and hard to maintain. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart snapped his eyes open and bolted toward Raven as fast as he could. Captain, a mole shark is tunneling underground and it's about to hit us. Raven was still stunned by the urgent tone. A mole shark? A creature with the head of a shark and a massive, muscular lower body, with razor-sharp teeth and limbs webbed thicker than rubber? Raven frowned slightly. This is Sterlin monster territory. A water monster like that can't come here. And there haven't been any telltale tremors created by that species. Seeing the doubt on his captain's face, Raon Zieghart grew even more desperate. I'm serious. It's coming. Raven was still skeptical. How could that be? But before the captain could finish, a massive boom from the ground right behind him terrified all three of them. Snow erupted in columns meters high, followed by a creature far more terrifying than the avalanche of snow. A real-life mole shark lunged straight out of the snow, baring its razor-sharp teeth. And worse yet, a second mole shark followed immediately after. The two grotesque, massive creatures towered before them, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the delicious prey in front of them. The three of them stood before the land sharks, whose blood-red eyes were staring them down. Are they actually here? Raven reached for his sword, taking a defensive stance, his mind racing with tactics. I have to focus. It's just me and the rookie here. We have to get out of here to warn the rest of the squad. At that moment, Raven startled, slipping on the snow just as a massive shark lunged toward him. Damn it, why did my foot have to slip at the worst possible moment? A loud sound echoed. The land shark was sliced clean in half by a single precise sword strike. It was Raon Zieghart who had arrived to save him. He turned his back and said, I'll hold off the sharks, Captain Raven. You should go call the others. Raven's jaw dropped. Raon Zieghart continued, I know you can't trust me yet, but at least trust my sword. He spoke with a cool, heroic aura radiating from him. Raven quickly turned to grab a panicked Dorian. He shouted, Be careful, Raon Zieghart. Dodge them and stay alive until reinforcements arrive. Raon Zieghart turned toward the sharks. Now then, he thought, positioning his sword defensively. Let's get started. The sharks lunged like cats seeing fish, letting out deafening screeches as they charged in unison. Raon Zieghart glared at the monsters, leaping forward to decapitate one with a single strike. This is the Feral Fang sword. Then he thought to himself, the Feral Fang sword is more effective than I imagined. Normally, these are opponents that would require me to use aura, but now I can hold them off with swordplay alone. Raon Zieghart kept landing hits as if it were a piece of cake, his expression calm as he moved instantly, pondering the thing that allowed him to utilize his sword's full potential. Better, and what allowed him to predict the shark's movements was the fact that his icy energy had blended with the surrounding environment. Is this the power of Glacia? So, the way to properly use that source of power is Raon Zieghart leaped toward the last shark, immediately finding a way to sharpen his senses through real-life experience. I'm gradually adapting to both the Fang sword and Glacia. It feels like I could defeat an opponent at this level. After finishing off the sharks, Raon Zieghart sheathed his sword, thinking to himself that he was learning new things faster than he imagined. It was the right call to come to Havon Castle, where there are so many opportunities to gain experience. Just then, Raiden and several other swordsmen ran over. Raon Zieghart, are you still all right? I brought reinforcements. Let's retreat. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was stunned by the sight on the ground. He defeated the sharks all by himself. These are monsters that could cause casualties even if the whole team charged at them at once. Who on earth is this guy? Raiden looked at his calm expression and couldn't help but be skeptical. Raon Zieghart, however, had already seen through it. He must be speechless. After all, he hadn't trusted a newcomer and had nearly pushed everyone into danger. Raiden's expression was awkward, and he broke into a cold sweat. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. Although his pride was wounded, he himself was not. Raiden stepped forward and stiffly bowed. I apologize, and thanks to you, we survived. Raiden's expression was filled with self-reproach. Because I didn't trust you, a dangerous situation occurred. I won't use the excuse that I have more experience than you. Thank you. Raon Zieghart didn't expect this either. I didn't think he would apologize so quickly, he said, then stepped forward to pat Raiden on the shoulder. It's all right, Captain Raiden. I wouldn't have trusted a newcomer who just joined the team either. Raiden replied. Now I understand who you are. Raon Zieghart was immediately panicked. What do you mean? He thought to himself. Has he discovered that I'm a demon? Raiden was suddenly enthusiastic, his eyes shining as he shook Raon Zieghart's hand warmly. You are an angel sent from heaven to save us. Raon Zieghart stood stiffly, forcing a smile. What? No. Wait, he said, then turned to the other swordsman, raising his hands and shouting with great excitement. To celebrate our rookie's first mission, everyone head back and meet at the tavern. I'm treating everyone. They couldn't believe their ears. Our stingy captain is doing what? We have no reason to refuse free drinks. Let's go. Outside the tavern, laughter and chatter echoed out. You're being too kind, sir. Raiden replied immediately. Not at all. I'm telling the truth. He slashed them all down and came back to tell me to trust his sword. Another guy laughed and said, while taking a big gulp of ale, Hey, if he's that strong, why would he come to a place like this as a rookie? And if you look at him, he's not even 17 yet. How does that make any sense? Raiden replied instantly, Are you doubting my words and our rookie? This jerk. Over at Raon Zieghart's table, he chewed his food with a look of dissatisfaction. Is there a reason we need to eat it this way? Is something wrong? While Wrath was happily blathering on the side because he could taste the food, the combination of the creamy cheese and the sour pineapple was truly the peak of flavor. Dorian turned over and said with a laugh, "Young master, it seems your taste is quite unique." "Me?" Dorian explained. "I've tried pizza before, but I couldn't stomach it." Wrath angrily shouted, "What? You pig, you know nothing about flavor. How dare you?" Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart was chewing like it was a piece of paper. At this moment, someone approached their table. The rumors were true. The women said that the rookie boy in the scout team had a face that stood out even more than his swordsmanship. The person who spoke was a girl with wine-red hair. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yua." She held something that looked like a menu. "We also have other items on the menu. Would you like to take a look?" Raon Zieghart replied, "Sure, thanks." The blue demon essence beside him peeked in curiously. "Even though this place is remote, the menu is surprisingly rich," he said, then shouted loudly, "Wait, this king really wants to eat that mint chocolate ice cream." Raon Zieghart whispered back, "I really don't want to eat that." Hearing this, the girl named Yua immediately looked excited. "Perhaps you're interested in the mint chocolate ice cream?" "No, I'm just Raon." Zieghart didn't have time to finish before she added, "Our restaurant has the best version. The mint grown near Haven Castle has a fresher taste than anywhere else." Wrath immediately flared up, yelling at Raon Zieghart, "You ungrateful brat! This king even taught you secret techniques, and this is how you repay me." Raon Zieghart was flustered and quickly tried to smooth things over. "I understand. Calm down a bit. Why would a tavern have mint chocolate ice cream anyway?" "I'll have a mint chocolate ice cream." Before he could finish his sentence, another voice cut in. "Hey rookie, did you really defeat 6 sharks by yourself? The energy you give off isn't that strong." The person continued, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just wondering how you're so strong at such a young age. Either way, thank you. We all thank you." Raon Zieghart said awkwardly, "Thanks, but you guys are praising me too much." The swordsman laughed and said, "What do you mean? Someone with your level of skill will be promoted immediately. I just wanted to talk to you comfortably before that happens, so don't worry about it." Another guy added, "Exactly. When else would we get a chance to talk to you like this?" Dorian excitedly joined in. "That's right, Raon Zieghart, you really accomplished something huge." Raon Zieghart rested his chin on his hand, feeling awkward. He still wasn't used to being praised like this. A large, cool green bowl of ice cream was brought out. "Here is your mint chocolate ice cream." The demon essence immediately cheered. "Eat, eat quickly." Then he hissed with delight. The fresh, cool taste spread instantly, and before it became too sharp, the sweetness of the chocolate hit him immediately. "It's like this, king, both cold and sweet." Raon Zieghart chewed his spoon in resignation. Raon Zieghart whispered, "I feel like this when I use Glacia, but there isn't just one way to use it, right?" Wrath was immediately interested. "Have you discovered it? You guessed right." Then he explained, "Just like the training techniques humans use, Glacia isn't just for scouting. It is a method to use icy energy with maximum efficiency and power." Raon asked, "Can you use mana for both attacking and defending?" "Of course you can. It truly is an amazing skill. It heightens your senses and supports both offense and defense." Wrath replied, "Naturally, it's too easy for a king like me. For someone without talent like you might achieve something after a year of hard training." Raon turned around. "A year is too long. Do you think it'll be that easy? Just 1 year with this king by your side, guiding you?" Raon made a counter-offer. "So, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "A bet?" Wrath looked intrigued. Could he truly master Glacia in just 6 months? Raon said it with confidence. Wrath hesitated. 6 months, he thought. It seemed like he was wavering because he always lost before. Raon changed the terms. "Then what about 5 months? Don't you think that's worth a bet?" Wrath decided to go big, approaching him with interest. "Fine, you're on." A blue screen appeared. Wrath had accepted the bet. After a long, exhausting training session, the two friends decided to head back. "Dorian, let's go back to the dormitory." "All right, let's go." Before they could take a few steps, they were stopped. "Please wait a moment. There is something I want to give you too before you leave." Successfully making the two stop, Yua hesitantly held out a bag of cookies. "I noticed you seemed to really like the pineapple pizza earlier. So, I used the remaining pineapple to make some cookies. Would you like to try them?" Seeing the contents, Wrath was incredibly excited. "Well done, pineapple girl." Seeing how sincere she was, Raon smiled and accepted them. "Thank you, Yua." Yua was overjoyed to be thanked. "I hope you like them." Before he left, she didn't forget to remind him, "If you want more, just come by." Once everything was settled, the two waved goodbye and left. "See you later." Just then, in a corner of the forest, a group from the castle was running for their lives with all their might. One of them gritted their teeth and told themselves, "This is an emergency. I have to get back and report this to Commander Milan immediately." As it turned out, behind them, a group of frost wolves had gathered and were chasing them. All the frost wolves were converging in one place. That evening, At the command center, Raon awkwardly announced something. We have been ordered to eliminate the Frost Wolves. Upon hearing this order, Dorian felt like life was no longer worth living. So soon, we only just finished our first mission yesterday. Witnessing that reaction, Raon could only feel helpless. I know it's exhausting to get a new mission right after finishing the last one, but this is a decision from higher up. There's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Dorian fell into undisguised despair. Why? Before this order, the second scouting party had found a pack of frost wolves near underground tunnel number 4. Listening to the report, Mylan couldn't help but ponder. Not only that, the scout added, there are about 30 of them, and there might be more appearing. I think it would be better if we wipe them out first. Milan did not disagree with this opinion. Tunnel number 4 was not far from number 5. True. Seeing that, he agreed, Tarion suggested. So, we are planning to handle the wolves before heading out for the investigation. Why were those land sharks near dungeon number 5? Hearing this, Milan thought for a moment and requested, I have a bad feeling about this. You go with them, Deputy Commander. Tarion did not hesitate to reply. Yes, sir. Seeing that he agreed, the commander pointed to the map and gave a specific strategy. Lead the attack team and the wolf mercenaries. Eliminate all the wolves and investigate the surrounding area of the northern sea before coming back. And the scouting team. Before Milan could finish, Tarion suggested, I will lead the third scouting team to go with them. This idea made the commander very curious. Why? Tarion explained slowly. We received news that he handled those land sharks alone on his first mission. Not stopping there, Tarion dropped another shocking piece of information. This move was completely unexpected by Raon, who was standing behind, as he heard that the speed of completion was very fast and he hadn't even been injured. If that's true, I think he should take on this mission. And I also want to see that extraordinary skill for myself. Although surprised, he had to admit the truth. Fine. That kid said he would fight anywhere, so just take him with you. Back in the present, Raon finished announcing, gave a few more instructions, and left. All right, hurry up and get ready for bed. He then slammed the door shut, leaving the two boys confused and bewildered. After a moment of silence, Dorian clutched his face and shouted in despair. We're done for. We just barely survived the first mission. I didn't expect to have to go on the next mission without any rest like this. Raon stood nearby watching the scene, too tired to even speak as Dorian continued his wailing. With teary eyes, he tremblingly asked Raon to confirm. Young master, do you think it's true that using a sword against frost wolves is useless? To that question, he replied honestly, it is true. Mentioning this issue reminded Raon of some information he knew about those creatures. Frost wolves have thick, tough skin because they live in cold climates. They say that if you don't use a sword imbued with mana, you can't cut through them. And above all, frost wolves have extremely strong regenerative abilities, just like other wolves. Receiving that confirmation, Dorian tremblingly crawled under his blanket. We're doomed. I'll definitely die on this mission. Should I write a will? Unable to watch this reaction any longer, Raon sat on the bed next to him to give some perfunctory comfort. Don't be afraid, Dorian. If you use your speed, you'll be able to defeat the wolves. These words obviously didn't help Dorian at all. Even if you say that, I'm still terrified. At this point, Raon thought for a moment and spoke up. There's another way. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Dorian immediately asked, what is it? Realizing he wasn't crying anymore, Raon picked up his sword and suggested, yes, there is another way to not be afraid when facing frost wolves. If you spar with me, the frost wolves will look just like any other monster. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he demanded seriously, now, shall we go train? Faced with these words, Dorian froze stiff, not daring to cry anymore. Now that he thought about it, frost wolves were actually super weak. Sleep well. This flip-flopping, faster than a pancake, made Wrath quite confused. He really was a strange guy. And just like that, on the second day, in front of the main gate of Haven Castle, Tarion held the list and read it out loud. Now, we will begin the roll call. Raon asked his weary roommate, are you okay, Dorian? Now I think anything is better than sparring with you. Good. The two were chatting happily when suddenly a voice came from behind. Hello there. Are you Raon, right? Before the two of them could even respond, the other person took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Beto, captain of the Wolf Mercenaries. After the introduction, he flashed a bright, phony smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. My teammates have been talking nonstop about how much they want to spar with you. Just when it seemed like things were settling down, Beto looked at Raon and offered a very rehearsed-sounding compliment. I never expected you to be a member of the scouting team. Even though he held out his hand, Raon couldn't be bothered to respond. I'm happy to meet you too, I guess, Raon replied, though after a moment of hesitation, he reached out and shook his hand. It was a pleasure working with you today as well. Same here. After a quick handshake, Beto didn't look back as he turned away. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to check on my team. Just stopping by to say hello. As soon as he vanished, Wrath appeared out of nowhere, grumbling. I don't like that guy. Go pluck his eyes out. This reaction left Raon puzzled. What? Seriously? Without stopping there, it warned him not to trust anyone with snake-like eyes. Afraid you won't believe me? Wrath started analyzing. In my experience, guys like him are always the type to stab you in the back. 80% of the time, they're exactly like that. Hearing this, Raon quickly countered, noting that there was still a 20% chance he was wrong. Even so, he took the words to heart and reevaluated Beto. I'll keep this in mind. I did have a strange feeling when I looked into his eyes. After mulling it over, he concluded it was best to keep an eye on that guy while they were here. Just then, someone else approached. Yua, one of the knights, appeared carrying a mysterious box. Sorry I'm late. I've finished preparing all the food you requested. When they saw who it was, the soldiers cheered. Oh, Yua. Two of the men walked over, chatting warmly and patting her head. How do you manage to look even cuter every time we meet? On top of that, you're a great cook, too. You're the pride of Haven Castle. Yua beamed at the praise. Raon, watching them chat and laugh from behind, thought to himself, Yua, is it? She's clearly loved by all the knights. I guess she's like the mascot of this place. As he stood there silently, Yua spoke up. Ah, young master. She carefully took out a mysterious pouch and handed it to Raon. This is dried beef that Grandpa and I made together. It's delicious, so please take it. Being given a gift out of the blue, Raon was confused. Why are you giving this to me? When asked, Yua answered honestly, because this is your first expedition. Next time, you'll have to buy some. Hearing that, he smiled gently and patted her head. I think it will be delicious. The girl smiled brightly, making a promise. If you like it, make sure to come support us again next time. Once roll call was finished, Tarion made an announcement. All right, everyone, if you're ready, line up. We'll do a quick briefing before we head out. After gathering everyone, he summarized the situation. We have two objectives today. First, eradicate the ice rats. And second, patrol the area between the Stellan Mountains and the Northern Sea. Our goal is to ensure no one gets hurt. At those words, Wrath pursed its lips and fell into a serious thought. Seeing this reaction, Raon was confused. What is it? You look unusually serious right now. It didn't answer, just stared silently at the snow-covered mountains in the distance. The energy radiating from that mountain, it's not strong, but I can feel it. Watching for a moment, the demon monarch speculated. Could it be him? Despite the doubt in his heart, he brushed it off outwardly. It's nothing. After the briefing, Tarion announced their departure, and the group began to move. They hadn't gone far before Raon's party faced their first ordeal. Hey, scouts, take these bags before we start. After tossing a pile of gear, the others turned away arrogantly. If you lose even one, prepare yourself. Right, treat them like your own lovers. Oh wait, maybe you guys wouldn't know that feeling since you don't have anyone. This arrogant attitude left Raon both annoyed and puzzled. Captain Raiden, why does the assault team ask the scouts to carry their bags? At this question, Raiden froze. Is this your first time on a mission with them? After a moment of thought, Raiden looked at the group, chatting loudly and tried to explain. They say they need to conserve their strength for battle since they're the core warriors. Ever since they started saying that, they've been pulling this stunt every single time. Looking at the group and then at the mountain of luggage, he let out a sigh. It's annoying, but we have no choice. As scouts, we don't have the rank or the strength, so we just have to shut up and follow orders. This resigned attitude left Raon speechless. Putting that aside, Raiden saw the Dorian group laughing and chatting and sighed in relief. But it's better than last time. Last time, after the battle ended, they made us carry all their gear. Oh, how does that bag fit everything? Just hand all your stuff to me. They even dumped the cleanup of the site onto us. After a moment, Raiden advised Raon, who was standing beside him. It's unfair, but try not to resist. It'll make your life easier here, kid. In this place, strength and rank are absolute. Raon heard him, and while he didn't show any reaction on the surface, he felt deeply disgusted inside. It's truly ridiculous. Thinking about it, he recalled what the scouting team had to do, which made it feel even more unjust. During the combat preparation, we're the ones, risking our lives to go on patrol. Patrolling means we're the first ones to hit traps or encounter enemies, yet we're treated like this. No longer keeping his thoughts to himself, Raon spoke his mind. I thought there would be camaraderie on the front lines, but it seems that's not the case. Hearing these harsh truths, Raiden felt helpless. At least, not with the assault team. Despite his helplessness, Raiden offered a plausible theory. It seems like it all stems from their captain, Idik. That guy seems to think this kind of situation is normal. Hearing that name, Raon looked over to observe him. That must be Idik, and all these toxic traditions originate from him. Discovering the root of the problem, Raon made a quick decision. In that case, I just need to crush that guy. The group continued their journey, but what happened next left Tarion stunned. What is going on? Looking at the empty cave in front of him, Tarion couldn't hide his irritation. Based on the intelligence, there should have been ice rats here. Raon was completely caught off guard by this. That's impossible. After observing for a moment, he turned to ask for confirmation. Raon, are you sure about what you saw? Although slightly flustered, Raiden stood his ground. Yes, I'm sure. I saw 13 ice rats gathered at the edge of the forest. As the two were talking, Idik, who was behind them, voiced his dissatisfaction. That's why I said don't let the scout team go alone. At least one swordsman should have gone with them. Every time they go on a scouting mission. Raiden was backed into a corner, but he still tried to refute it. But I definitely saw them. To keep the atmosphere from becoming even more tense, Tarion suggested moving on. Let's talk later. Everyone, spread out and look for clues about the ice rats. Expand your senses to the limit and scout the area. Understood. The group then split up to search everywhere. Watching his teammates still trying to search, Raon felt puzzled. It had already been several hours, yet they hadn't found a single trace. They were experienced and seasoned soldiers, too. After observing for a while, Raon looked toward the forest and began to speculate. Even if the ice bears left fewer tracks than usual, they shouldn't have left absolutely no traces at all. Could there be someone behind this? This won't do. Thinking this, he proactively stepped forward to ask for Tarion's opinion. Vice Commander, may I take a look? Tarion looked at Raon with skepticism. Seeing that Tarion doubted him, Raon stated his purpose directly. Yes, I want to confirm a few things. Before Tarion could say anything, IDQ suddenly appeared and began to criticize him harshly. Hey, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Go help set up camp or something. The sun is about to set. Do you want to embarrass yourself like those guys over there? Not wanting him to continue, Tarion cut him off. That's enough. IDQ. Let the kid try, just this once. This compromise did not sit well with IDQ. Vice Commander, do you really trust this clueless kid? He's wasting everyone's time. Regardless, Raon didn't care and immediately got to work, reaching out to touch the ground. He closed his eyes to feel it more clearly. After a moment, Raon opened his eyes. This strange behavior obviously annoyed IDQ. What are you staring at? If you can't do it, stop wasting time and get up. Ignoring those words, Raon calmly declared, I found them. Hearing this, he was surprised. What? Seeing IDQ's doubtful attitude, Raon clarified, they are near the Ice Valley, located northeast of Mount Stellan. As soon as these words were spoken, he lost his temper for some reason. You brat, do you think this mission is a joke? Can you really pinpoint their exact location? Facing those rebukes, he calmly asserted, yes, I'm sure. Is there a problem? This confident attitude left IDQ speechless. After a moment of silence, he shouted at Raon again. We're in a situation like this, and you think joking around is fun? Can you take responsibility for your words? Raon remained as calm as ever. I'm not stupid enough to joke around when the situation is this critical. Tarion, standing nearby, de-escalated the situation. IDQ, calm down. You're getting too emotional. He then asked Raon more gently. Raon, how exactly did you find the bears? He slowly explained, this is a method I learned from someone who crosses forests and mountains like walking through their own backyard by expanding their energy location area. Waiting just for this moment, the loudmouth IDQ chimed in again. Energy location? Do you even know how far the Ice Valley is from here? And just based on that, you're sure. Tarion, did you hear that? Do you really believe what this brat is saying? At those words, Tarion was slightly shaken. He was right. At that distance, an explanation based on energy location wasn't convincing enough, especially for a rookie who hadn't even finished a year of actual combat. He thought so, but when he observed the person in front of him, he hesitated. Those red eyes, they seemed capable of seeing through everything. Just looking at them was enough to make anyone believe him. With what the boy said, Tarion remembered someone. Besides, in the Ziphi kingdom, there was only one person who crossed forests and mountains like they were walking through their own backyard. The Sword Saint, Luda. If he learned from that person, maybe it was reliable. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Beto stepped in from behind. Hearing more, I'm starting to get interested. He then asked, Raon, how long will it take to get there from here? Raon answered honestly. About 30 minutes to reach the target area and another 10 minutes to find a suitable position. This answer left Beto slightly stunned. So, he had already envisioned the spot where they could ambush them. After calming down, he chuckled and said, fair enough, Raon. Vice Commander, there are still 2 hours until sunset, so it seems there's enough time. Let's go and check it out. This unexpected support made IDQ unable to accept it. Unable to suppress his anger, he shouted, Beto, don't tell me you're siding with him too. Did this rookie bribe you or something? Ignoring his frustration, Tarion shouted orders to the whole group. Everyone, prepare to move. We are crossing Mount Stellan. At this point, he couldn't say anything more. The vice commander knew IDQ still didn't agree, so he gave a fatal reason. If it gets dark, the monsters could attack, which would be much more dangerous. If Raon is right, this is our chance to prevent this threat. Seeing him still refusing to admit it, Raon stepped forward. Is it still not convincing enough? Not beating around the bush, he proposed. Then how about this? Let's make a bet. That way, no matter the outcome, there will be no regrets. Hearing this, IDQ became interested. A bet? What do you want to bet? Waiting for this moment, he smiled confidently and set his conditions. If I find the bears, from now on, the attack team must speak politely to the scouting team. And you guys won't just dump all the work on us, you'll carry our gear and help us with our tasks too. Witnessing that confident look, he calmly countered. And if you guess wrong, if you're going to play, don't fear the rain, Raon declared bluntly. Then I will do whatever you want. Obviously, IDQ was very satisfied with this answer and accepted immediately. Fine, I accept the bet. You should prepare yourself to lose. After this, you won't be so talkative anymore. Seeing that he finally agreed, Tarion shouted the order. All right, let's move to the Ice Valley. The group continued on, completely unaware they were being watched. The hooded figure looked at them continuing on and felt quite annoyed. Why were they still climbing? The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. This wasn't part of the plan. Looking at the soldiers walking at the very back, the hooded figure analyzed. These bastards are going around to find an easy place to ambush the bears. They clearly know exactly where the bears are. Thinking of this, he remembered what he had prepared. He gritted his teeth, but he had erased all the tracks. How did they still know the bears were hidden in the valley? In this situation, even an experienced scout shouldn't be able to find them. As he finished speaking, the hooded figure remembered the monsters he had hidden. At this rate, they would encounter the ice bears sooner than expected. This would become a major problem. Then he thought of Haven Castle. He needed to delay them a bit longer so the plan could be completed. The more he thought, the more troubled he felt, but it was too late to move the bears now. What should he do? But in that very moment, an idea flashed through the hooded figure's mind. Wait, actually, this might be even better. By this time, the group had arrived. Looking at the scene before him, IDQ was stunned. How can this be? It turned out there was a whole horde of monsters gathered below. They're actually here. Watching the ice trolls wandering all over the place, he couldn't accept the reality of the situation. No way how could that kid possibly have spotted these trolls from that distance? While IDQ was still standing there in silence, Raon walked up to remind him of their bet. You haven't forgotten our little wager, have you? This startled him. Before IDQ could even reply, Raon bluntly declared, after this battle, the assault team will be doing all the grunt work. You're the captain, so I expect you won't go back on your word. Such arrogant words infuriated him. You brat. Before things could escalate further, Tarion stepped in to stop them. Enough. Suddenly being cut off, IDQ had to grit his teeth and hold back his frustration, even though he wasn't happy about it. Tarion added, it's hard to believe, but thanks to Raon's senses, we were actually able to find the trolls. Now, there's work to be done. To keep the two from clashing again, Tarion gave the order. All teams, prepare for combat, aim and load your weapons. Once everyone was ready, he swung his sword down, signaling them to open fire. A rain of arrows poured down, claiming the lives of the ice trolls one by one. While the monsters were still reeling, Tarion led the group in a preemptive strike. Their movements are restricted now. Don't give them a chance to recover. Beto lunged forward, slicing through an ice troll before shouting information to the rest of the group. If we give them time to rest, they'll regenerate. Aim for their necks and hearts. IDQ set aside his earlier annoyance and fought with fervor. Don't let a single one survive. As they fought, the group maintained their defense on the left flank, keeping their formation tight. Watching everything from above, Raon sighed in admiration. Seeing them move as one, they're definitely pros. Using that formation is incredibly effective for suppressing the ice trolls. Observing for a while, his attention was drawn to Beto, who was fighting fiercely on one side. Wait, this guy Beto, he fights completely differently when he's serious. Just a moment ago, he had been calm, but now, there was a strange glint in his eyes. This strange sensation I'm feeling, could it be the bloodlust he's radiating? While he was still lost in thought, Dorian appeared from out of nowhere and shouted, Raon, why are you just standing there? He looked at Raon, who was standing perfectly still, and felt completely baffled. Usually, you'd be the first one to dive right in. Why are you so calm today? Faced with his roommate's confusion, Raon slowly explained, our mission is to protect the scouts, so we should stay here. After a brief pause, Raon added with a meaningful look, I have my own opponent to deal with. These words left Dorian even more confused. What? The group continued to wipe out the trolls, not forgetting to call out to the others. Scouts, don't get too close. Stay back and provide support. Though he said support, Raon charged into the fray as well. Sword bearers, stand in front and block the trolls, and those with crossbows, keep them distracted. Seeing the number of monsters dwindling, he couldn't hide his excitement. The battle was going smoother than ever before. Watching the trolls fall one by one, Raon analyzed the situation. We were able to overwhelm them from the start thanks to the ambush. The trolls haven't had time to recover and are still in disarray. Looking at the carnage, he thought back to the person who started it all. All of this is thanks to that rookie, Raon. Thinking about that, Raon suddenly snapped back to reality. When we get back, I should buy him something. However, just then, a chilling sensation made him fear for his life, and he whipped his head around. This feeling, behind Raon, two more trolls had appeared. Looking at their equipment, he froze in terror. An ice troll warrior and an ice troll mage, seeing Raon motionless, they lunged at him. Why are they? While he stood there stunned, they attacked, and Raon could only stand there, unable to move. I can't dodge it. However, by some stroke of luck, just as they were about to strike, Beto rushed in with a slash, and Tarian pulled Raon backward. After that, he urged him to focus. Raon, snap out of it, or you'll lose your life. Only then did Raon come back to his senses and tighten his grip on his sword. Right, I understand. Beto blocked the troll's attack but couldn't help but exclaim, damn it. It looks like this warrior is on a whole different level. The moment he finished speaking, an explosion occurred right in front of them. But luckily, they all managed to dodge it. Looking at the source of the attack, Tarian gritted his teeth in frustration. This mage is using magic to support them from a high vantage point. If I have to be distracted by that while fighting, this is going to be difficult. Realizing this, he shouted a warning to everyone. All teams, do not lower your guard. Not stopping there, Tarian continued to issue orders. IDU and the assault team deal with the warrior Beto is fighting. Scouting team, distract the mage. Is that clear? Seeing the situation, Raon also gave orders to his team. Scouting team, did you hear that? Reload your crossbows, and before they could even get into position, they were interrupted by ice arrows. Following that command, countless ice arrows materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at Raon's group. Before they could react, Raon lunged from behind and shattered the ice arrows with his blade. After doing so, he glared angrily at the cloaked figure. So, you finally decided to show yourself. This strange attitude from Raon left Raon confused. Raon, what just happened? Ignoring everyone's bewilderment, the man in the black cloak laughed as he saw his attack blocked. He slowly stepped forward. A mere brat managed to block my magic. He walked up beside the two trolls and praised them sincerely. And a vice commander who understands the situation and comes up with a solid strategy. You two are both quite impressive. Seeing the third party appear, Tarian immediately went on high alert. I was wondering why the trolls were acting so strangely, so it was you, scumbags. Looking at the person before him, he spat out a name with venom. Eden. It turned out that the person before him was indeed the Blue Phantom, Eden. Upon having his identity revealed, he didn't falter in the slightest, instead summoning a dark, icy magic circle. No need to be so angry. Immediately, the entire group felt something abnormal and watched with dread as Eden laughed sinisterly. I won't let any of you leave here alive. Beneath the feet of the group, a dark mist suddenly erupted from nowhere, causing even the most elite soldiers to collapse. I suddenly felt a chill so intense that my body couldn't move. The soldiers' struggle filled E with a sinister joy for our glorious resurrection plan. Hearing this, Tarian glared at him with pure hatred. Unfazed by such a look, E confidently declared, Today, I will take your lives. Consider it done. He unleashed his power, shouting, Die. However, Raon Zieghart lunged forward once again, delivering a fatal strike to E. Having his plan ruined once more, E couldn't accept the truth. What? How are you able to move under my curse? Faced with such confusion, Raon Zieghart calmly explained, You have no idea. My entire life, I've had to endure a curse far stronger and colder than this. As soon as he finished, he nimbly unleashed his sword technique, creating deep and shallow wounds all over E. Struck by the full force of the attack, E collapsed. Raon Zieghart landed looking incredibly cool, having relied on his immunity to those curses. He sheathed his sword, stood up, and looked at E with a blunt remark. That will significantly weaken your melee combat abilities. As E fell, everyone returned to their normal state. The curse was broken. How could you break a curse that even the vice commander couldn't handle and finish off the blue shadow? Before an answer could be given, Tarian cut them off. We are still in the middle of a battle. Deal with the remaining monsters before they revive. Everyone finally refocused on the current situation. Yes, sir. After handling them, Tarian began to question E. You must be disappointed, right? After all, you couldn't even finish off a single person. After his mockery, he got straight to the point. Now tell me, why did you ambush us? And I will be merciful and end your life with as little pain as possible." These words made he burst into laughter. Mercy? Even in such a dangerous situation, he wasn't afraid. "I don't need such things. Actually, you should just kill me quickly." E's indifference left everyone baffled. What? He then revealed his own plan. "My goal from the very beginning was to split up the forces of Haven Castle." At that very moment, a soldier shouted in panic, "Look there, Haven Castle." As everyone turned their attention toward where he pointed, E finished his sentence. "Since you've come all this way, let me give you a gift. Thanks to your pathetic mercy, Haven Castle will fall in this battle." Immediately after those words, a loud explosion rang out, leaving Tyrion stunned. Finally managing to suppress the troublemaker, Tyrion began to interrogate him. "Why did you say we should have just killed you?" Asked like that, the man laughed with contempt and confidently declared, "Thanks to your foolish mercy, Haven Castle will collapse in this battle." Fearing he wouldn't believe it, he smiled meaningfully and added, "Even if you don't want to, you'll see it soon enough." Tyrion couldn't understand such confidence. "What did you say?" While he was still dazed, one of the soldiers shouted in a panic, "Commander Tyrion, look behind us." He quickly turned his head. Far in the distance, just as the man said, a large fire had erupted, and smoke was rising from Haven Castle. Witnessing that scene, Tyrion couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Not only him, but Raon had a similar reaction. But Haven Castle is an impregnable fortress. At that panic reaction, the man laughed like a madman. "The original plan was to use you to lure Milan out here, but things didn't go according to plan. So, as a backup, before you even arrived, without beating around the bush, he dropped a bombshell. I used a spell to unleash an army of monsters into Haven Castle." Having said that, he smiled with pride. "They must be tearing Haven Castle apart from the inside right now." Tyrion couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth, swung his arm, and struck the man with all his might, successfully silencing him. He grabbed the man by the collar and shouted, then declared confidently, "Stop talking nonsense. Haven Castle won't fall just because a few monsters got inside." Hearing this, Raon Zieghart behind him was also very confident. "Tyrion is right. Even the elite army of Haven Castle is here. Commander Milan is still inside the castle. You can't destroy Haven Castle with mere low-level monsters." Hearing something, the man laughed loudly and said something cryptic, as if there were only low-level monsters there. As soon as he spoke, the ground began to shake, putting the soldiers on high alert. Not just the common soldiers, but even the captains immediately entered a combat stance. The ground shook violently. Could this be an earthquake? Raon Zieghart, who was confident at first, began to panic slightly after feeling the earth tremble. "This is not a normal earthquake. No way." Seeing the group in total disarray, the man laughed triumphantly and continued to threaten them. "Did you really think E was so poorly prepared? You've just been dancing in the palm of my hand. The only thing you can do now is watch the collapse of Haven Castle from afar." These words were like pouring fuel onto the fire of anger already burning within Tyrion. Seeing that stunned look on their faces, the masked man was extremely satisfied. "You arrogant fools, you will fall into despair." At that moment, Tyrion, consumed by rage, struck him down in one blow, sending him to his afterlife. Seeing the commander lost in deep thought, the captains under his command whispered softly, "Vice Commander Tyrion." Only then did he give orders to the units. Unable to bear it any longer, Tyrion turned back and seriously ordered the group to return to Haven Castle immediately. At that same moment, at the castle, the fire was growing larger and larger. In that situation, panicked voices rang out everywhere. Prioritize evacuating the citizens. Milan, the person shouting those orders, was doing his utmost, yelling to command those around him. "First squad, extinguish the fire. Second squad, block the monsters." Right in the midst of the crisis, Tyrion and his group arrived. "Commander, the scouting units have returned." Seeing his appearance, Milan was satisfied. "Good job, Tyrion." After the praise, he quickly turned serious and asked for information. "We are currently being ambushed by a swarm of monsters. Did you find anything unusual during your scouting?" Asked that, Tyrion replied calmly, "We did have something to report, which is why we had to return immediately." Without further ado, he stated exactly what he knew. This ambush was caused by E. Toward this bombshell of information, Milan didn't seem too surprised. As expected, something was wrong. "I see, so it was E." Seeing him so calm, Tyrion pondered for a moment and then offered his own hypothesis. "We have already finished off that blue shadow." "Got it. So it was caused by Yi." Seeing him so calm, Raon pondered for a moment longer before reaching his own conclusion. "We finished off that Lam Lin, the one who summoned the ice ghouls, but after hearing what he said and feeling this earthquake, it seems their plan involves more than just ghouls. Something's not right." Upon hearing this, Milan reflected for a moment before remarking bluntly, "They had nothing to gain by targeting Haven Castle like this. Tarian agreed, but one detail weighed on his mind. Forgive me, we still haven't determined their ultimate goal. However, due to their interference, the monster tide will arrive sooner than expected. These words successfully made Milan's eyes widen in shock. Naturally, things didn't end there. He added a few more details. The trails of the frost and the monsters were collected by them. And that earthquake earlier, there's a high chance they are creating a monster wave aimed at this place. This information sent the soldiers present into a panic. After a moment of silence, everyone began to fall into despair. Inside the castle, it was already chaotic due to the frost, and now there's a monster wave on top of that. We're doomed. We're all going to die. Raon, the only one keeping a clear head, quietly observed and assessed the situation. Since things were taking a turn for the worse and the warriors were losing their composure, a battle like this would be extremely difficult. Just as things were spiraling, Milan shouted loudly, "Everyone, calm down." Successfully silencing everyone, he angrily scolded them. "How dare you get scared so quickly?" Finished with that, Milan tried to compose himself, slowly analyzing the situation for his subordinates to understand. Have we ever lost to a monster wave before? This is Haven Castle, the iron fortress guarding the continent from afar. If we fall, what do you think will happen? At this point, he tried to suppress the explosion of emotion in his heart and spoke calmly. The people on the continent, our families and friends, who is going to protect them. Pausing for a moment, Milan gripped his sword tightly and declared with confidence, "We can do this. We've done it before, and we will do it now, too." Straightening himself up and lifting his sword not for himself, but for those he loved. At this, the soldier's determination erupted. "We will follow your orders, sir." Witnessing the drastic change in the people around him, Raon couldn't help but look at Milan in amazement. Incredible. He completely boosted the warrior's morale with just a few sentences. Thinking of this, he carefully observed the man. This is the real-world experience of the master of Haven Castle. Having successfully raised the morale of his troops, he then left with Kale to discuss other matters. Except for the teams ordered to protect the civilians and clear the site, the remaining teams follow me to the castle walls. Kale, you support the teams in the rear. Upon receiving this order, Kale was extremely confused. "Commander, what if you take both of us to the walls instead?" This suggestion surprised Milan slightly. "Kale, are you serious?" Fearing he might not understand, he analyzed it. "The front lines will have to face the monster wave, no matter how talented you kids are. If you make one mistake, you'll lose your lives." Knowing the worry in his heart, Kale slowly revealed a piece of shocking information. "I understand your concern, Commander. However, Raon defeated Lan Ning in one blow." This information was clearly something Milan hadn't anticipated. He thought the matter would stop there, but Kale brought up a few other strange things he had sensed. Anon returned from this expedition without a single scratch. Even though the two of them left a bad impression at first, there is no reason to underestimate their skills, so please trust me this time. After talking for a while, Milan was completely convinced. "I will give you to your orders." Suddenly being singled out, he felt a bit dazed. Not making him wait long, he spoke bluntly, "Go up to the castle walls and protect Haven with us." Even though everything happened quite suddenly, Raon understood. "I will accept your orders." Once the forces were gathered, Milan quickly led the group to the walls, asking about the situation. "How are the scouts reporting the enemy movements? Have you seen anything new?" Being asked like that, the man turned around in fear to report. "Commander, the scale is massive, a monster wave." Faced with this fearful appearance, he quickly stepped forward to examine the situation. "What made you answer like that?" The moment he saw the scene before him, Milan was immediately terrified. These two captains behind him were also doubting their reality with what they saw. IDQ. "Have you ever seen a monster wave like this before?" "No. This is also my first time seeing one." Zieghart also walked over to watch, immediately remembering what his teacher had said. "And Raon, you will go to the northern part of Haven Castle, an endless battlefield where you will have to fight monsters from the North Sea and Slin Mountain every day." They said it was a hellish battlefield because he would never have the chance to put his sword down. Looking at the scene in front of him, he remembered the words he had carved into his heart. "Others will face difficulties, but you will have it a bit harder." Milan asked, "What is the scale of this monster wave?" Someone replied, "We have only identified about 1,000 so far, but looking at the numbers approaching like this, there must be tens of thousands. This is also my first time seeing this many monsters." Raon thought with a tense expression, "That's right. I can't even use my senses to detect them." These monsters were targeting Haven Castle. Milan then turned to him and asked, "Raon, do you know about monster waves?" He replied, "Yes, I know a little. During the process of stopping these monster waves, there will always be countless casualties. The reason there are always so many reconnaissance missions and preparations is precisely to get ready for these waves and to reduce casualties a little bit. The castle walls can be destroyed and rebuilt, and the castle gates as well, but the dead cannot return, he sternly instructed. So, please protect as many warriors as you can. This is your mission. Raon had a determined expression. I understand. The roars were getting closer by the second. Milan exclaimed, It seems we don't have time to talk anymore. Then he turned to his subordinates and said, Everyone, pick up your swords. I understand that everyone is afraid of the scale of this wave. His voice was full of heroism, but this is a challenge that anyone who has been trained at Haven Castle can overcome. We will endure and conquer it, as always. And when it's over, we will raise our glasses and celebrate. Warriors with shields and spears go to the front of the walls. Archers stand above. Milan shouted the order. Fire. The black-bodied, massive monsters rumbled forward. At this very moment, a rain of arrows poured down from the sky. The arrows pierced their flesh, making blood spray in a terrifying manner. Their bodies fell, piling up on top of each other, accompanied by roars of pain. Someone observing the situation through binoculars shouted, Wait, look over there. Elite orcs are running this way. The elite orcs, looking stronger than the ones before, were swarming in. Sounds of panic rang out. Damn it, they're aiming for the gates. Stop them quickly. Arrows, the arrows aren't working. Suddenly, a burst of power like thunder erupted in the air. That surge of power struck the elite orcs. That was an attack from Milan. He shouted, Do not be afraid. Maintain formation. I will protect the castle gates. Someone hurriedly turned back, loudly raising morale. Everyone, gather around. General Milan is with us. They're climbing the walls. Stop them. Absolutely, do not let them climb over. As soon as they reach the top, use your aura to knock them down. But right at that moment, an elite orc crawled up over the castle wall. Once they reached the top, use your aura to knock them back. But just then, an elite orc climbed over the ramparts. A soldier collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. Oh, the ORCs are here. Help, help. Raon quickly appeared, slashing the orc across the belly, causing a gruesome spray of blood. The monster slumped to the ground. Raon asked the soldier, Are you hurt? The man stared back in confusion. No, thank you. Raon looked around anxiously. This was truly hell on earth. Even though it felt like he killed hundreds, it barely seemed to make a dent in their numbers. Below the walls, a sea of black orcs swarmed like ants, and a shout rang out, Everyone, brace yourselves for the earthquake. Skeletons are falling on the right side of the castle. Raon furrowed his brows. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. Raon didn't have a second to think, forcing himself to the ground to dodge the impact. Do they even have suicide bombers? Are the soldiers okay? Suddenly, a scream made him jump. The soldiers who had been lying on the ground were now crying out in agonizing pain. My leg, my arm, where's my arm? Had they been caught in the blast and fallen from the wall? Guy Heron, panicked, quickly spoke up to reassure them. Please, hang in there, I will. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, making him freeze. Was this an aura message? It was General Milan. Milan continued, Protect the walls that haven't fallen yet. If you focus on small things, the big picture will crumble. You have to endure. Raon looked down at the poor soldiers below in distress. That was the correct decision. If they abandoned the wall to save the wounded, the entire defensive line would surely collapse. However, the tragic sight burned into his eyes. They were trying to crawl on the ground, stifling their screams. Raon gritted his teeth. It was such a hard choice. I'm not just a soldier. He gripped his sword hilt tightly. My duty is to save the soldiers of Haven Castle from death. With that thought, he decided to leap from the wall. Raon landed heavily on the ground. Wrath appeared, grimacing as he asked, You've really lost it, haven't you? Did you even think this through before jumping? Do you think you can defend the castle while protecting the soldiers down here? Raon stared straight ahead. It'll be difficult, yes, but I will push myself to the limit and try. Wrath looked at him with an exasperated expression. He couldn't believe Raon would make such an emotional decision. Now, the only thing facing you is death. Raon stretched his hand out to grip his sword firmly in emotional decision. Indeed. Yeah, that's true. Even though the right thing to do right now would be to run in this life, I've decided not to live as an assassin, but as a swordsman. With that, he began to release his power. Raon's eyes were resolute. Before I fall, not a single monster will cross my path. I will endure, and I will survive this hell. Raon sprang from the ground, charging at an elite orc. The massive creature gritted its teeth and charged back. The battle raged on without a single moment of rest. Slash, and slash again, that's all I did, swinging my sword relentlessly. The skin on my hands tore, submerged in blood. I drained my aura to the very last drop. The only sensation left in my hands was the feeling of my blade cutting through flesh. The only thing within my vision was the deep red of blood. A while later, Raon's fierce face was covered in gore. A small figure charged into a crowd of massive elite orcs and was quickly surrounded. And as time passed, in the blood-soaked night, the moon that had just risen began to wane. Just as the first light of dawn began to appear, ending the battle, Raon stood amidst the pile of elite orc corpses, soaked in blood. He let out a weary sigh. There were no monsters left in front of him. At that very moment, a dark orb displayed an image of Raon, and a hand with sharp, pointed claws reached out to touch it. Heh. Raon, the figure, chuckled. The person wore a mask covering the upper half of their face, sporting a sinister grin. My original goal was to destroy Heaven Castle and claim the Incarnation's body, but in the end, I've harvested an unexpected gift. Those two sharp-clawed hands manipulated the orb, showing Raon. The scene shifted. Raon was sleeping, then bolted upright. He looked around, bewildered. What happened? I remember the wall collapsing, and I held out until the gates opened. Just then, a voice called out, making him turn in surprise. Raon, he exclaimed at the sight of her. When Ayua saw him sitting up, her eyes welled up with tears. He finally woke up. A moment later, Dorian sat beside Raon's bed and recounted. We were really worried because you wouldn't wake up. You didn't show any reaction for 3 whole days, no matter what we did. We thought you wouldn't make it. Raon smiled sheepishly. Sorry for making you all worry, and thank you for taking care of me. Dorian immediately interjected. The one you should thank isn't me, it's Ayua. He was incredibly surprised. Ayua? Dorian continued. Yua stayed by your side, looking after you every single day until the tide ended. She was truly worried sick about you. Even though she had to work at the tavern, she must have been so busy. Just then, Ayua walked in with food. Raon, I've made some porridge for you. You're still recovering, so I made sure everything is soft and easy to eat. Eat slowly. It's still hot. Raon looked down at the appetizing bowl of steaming porridge. After a moment of contemplation, he called out, Yua. She replied, Yes. Raon gave a gentle smile. Thank you for coming to take care of me every day. Upon hearing that, she happily replied, Oh, my. Taking care of a regular customer after a battle is just basic business etiquette. Once you're fully recovered, you better stop by the tavern to help me boost my sales. Raon pulled back the blanket and stepped off the bed. Now that you mention it, let's eat at the Frost Branch tonight. I've been eating bland stuff for too long. I'm craving something really greasy. Dorian agreed but made sure to add a reminder. But first, we have to let everyone know you're safe and sound. Raon looked at him, confused. Show them? Who are them? Dorian chuckled, opening the door. Who else? The people waiting for you to wake up. Raon was speechless. How can you act like none of this is a big deal? A moment later, a loud cheer erupted. The hero of Haven Fortress has woken up. Raon's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? The soldiers surrounding Raon expressed their concern with genuine joy. You're finally awake, Raon. Thanks to you, Haven Fortress was kept safe. I was so worried when I heard you might never wake up. Raon, thank you for saving my comrades. When you rushed in like that, I thought you were insane, but you were absolutely incredible. Tonight, drinks are on me. I'll never forget this debt of gratitude. Guy Heron looked slightly overwhelmed by this enthusiastic display of gratitude. Just then, Millen stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. I'm glad you're safe, Raon, he exclaimed, surprised. Commander, the wave, this one wasn't like any before. It came earlier than expected and on a much larger scale. Normally, we would have suffered heavy losses, but you didn't hesitate to leap off the ramparts without a single thought for your own safety. Thanks to your determination and courage, not a single person was sacrificed in this wave. It's all because you stood on the front lines to protect everyone. Milan placed a hand over his heart, looking at Raon with deep respect. You came here as a mercenary, but every one of us is incredibly grateful to you. On behalf of Havun Fortress, I offer you my deepest gratitude. Tarion Berdun also spoke up, and then Idik had something to say that left him confused. Idik wants to talk to me? Idik suddenly said, Raon, I've been wrong about you this whole time. I thought you were just a rookie. Even after seeing your strength, I still looked down on you. The look on his face showed he had realized his mistake. Seeing him standing on the wall to protect his comrades, that was the image of a true swordsman, the noble and resilient ideal that every swordsman among us strives for. Then, Idik bowed deeply to Raon. I sincerely apologize for how I acted before. Then Millen announced, Everyone, you've all worked hard holding back the wave. To celebrate this unprecedented achievement, we will hold a festival. There will be food and drinks at the Frost Branch. And for the next 3 days, you can eat, drink, and party to your heart's content. The soldiers cheered in delight. Commander, did you prepare all of this? Haha, this is the first time I've seen something like this since coming to Haven Fortress. Come on, everyone, head to the Frost Branch. For the next 3 days, party like you've been brought back from the dead. With that, the whole group ran off excitedly. Wait for me. You guys are just going to leave me? Raon smiled as he watched them go. Milan turned back to instruct him. Raon, you should come along too. I'll catch up after I finish the meeting with the officers. Vice Commander and team captains, follow me. Dorian turned back to call the young master. Why are you still standing there like a statue? We need to go save a spot and start drinking. The sky today was incredibly clear. Just then, Milan crossed his arms and asked with a serious expression, You aren't just going to praise Raon and leave it at that, are you? Tyrion Berdon replied with a laugh. Of course not. We must give him a gift worthy of his service and a reward that fits. Raon has saved countless lives. Milan suddenly spoke up. I'm thinking of giving him something even more precious than gold, leaving everyone a bit confused. Something more precious than gold, he continued. I intend to give him the white soul armor of Haven, which left everyone astonished. Are you planning to give him the frost sword, the symbol of the city? Are you appointing Raon as the next lord of Haven Castle? Seeing his flustered look, Milan replied, Don't talk nonsense. That sword is just a symbol, not a holy relic. Raon will receive something else. Tyrion laughed awkwardly. Aha, the thing I want to give him is this. Milan brought out a chest, leaving everyone puzzled. He opened the lid. That's right, this armor was forged from the magic stones of King Or. It is called the White Soul Armor, the treasure of Haven Fortress. The White Soul Armor is an inner armor that can be worn beneath regular clothing. It is said to be even more valuable than the Frost Sword, the city's symbol. But considering what Raon has done, this is the very least we can do to repay him. He risked his life to save others. I can only be at peace if I can at least protect him with this. Tyrion immediately agreed. I agree. This will be the perfect gift, Tyrion added. Considering how many lives Raon saved, nothing is ever enough. Iddik suddenly spoke up. Commander, I have a question. Go ahead, Iddik. He asked directly. Raon isn't just a regular mercenary, is he? The swordsmanship he uses isn't ordinary. No matter how talented someone is, a simple mercenary couldn't reach that level. I've realized for a long time that he isn't an ordinary person, but I think it's time you told us the truth. Milan immediately refused to answer. I'm sorry, but there are reasons I cannot tell you everything. However, I promise you, that child is always sincere toward everyone here. One day, when the time is right, he will reveal his identity himself. He is not someone stained by darkness, so don't worry. Now, let's enjoy the festival together. Let's celebrate the emergence of a hero. Very quickly, the season changed to winter. Snowflakes gathered on the roofs, the branches, and the ground, covering everything in white. Raon sat in a quiet spot, looking into the distance. It had been 10 months since he first set foot in Haven Fortress, a period of time that felt both long and short. A lot had happened in those 10 months, and he had achieved many milestones. He had learned how to control his aura thanks to the Legion's sword received from Ronan, and he had survived a monster wave right at Haven Fortress, a place many called a living hell. Over the half year since the wave, he had also learned a new way to utilize Glacier. Thanks to all of that, the people of Haven Fortress had become his trusted comrades. Perhaps because he had successfully blocked the monster wave, people started calling him by a new nickname. He had no idea that stories of the heroic battle had already spread across the continent. Shifting the scene to the northwest, the Levni Desert, Burin, after hearing some information, exclaimed in shock. The hero of Haven Fortress stood nearby, leaning against a wall. That's right. They say he fought until dawn to protect the wounded. People call him the hero of Haven Fortress or the Sword Demon. They say he's a blonde swordsman around your age. To have such an impressive title at such a young age, Burin gritted his teeth, showing excitement. That guy, Raon, he's getting stronger every day. The bespectacled man saw that expression and smiled, sitting down next to Burin. Burin, is he the person you want to surpass? He replied, Yeah, that's right. The bespectacled man wondered, Then why do you look happy? Shouldn't you be angry or sad that the person you want to catch up to is getting even stronger? Burin explained nonchalantly. Actually, I'm happy. It's worth so much more catching up to that guy when he's this strong. The stronger he gets, the stronger I can become. His expression was filled with excitement and joy. Wearing glasses, he smirked upon hearing that. You too, I'm so jealous. I really am. Ha ha ha. Burin quickly denied it. Close. No way. He's just a rival. Scene shifts to the northwest of the desert continent. After hearing the news, Martha was startled and blurted out, What? A blonde swordsman who's being called the hero of Haven Fortress? A man with dark skin confirmed? That's right. They say they held off the monster wave thanks to him. I thought you'd want to know since you've always been curious about things there. Martha thought, I figured he'd get stronger. But just how much more powerful is he going to get? That guy. The dark-skinned man encouraged him. Rumors are always exaggerated. I don't know who he is, but I'm sure you're stronger than him now. The pile of monsters behind them was the proof. They were sitting amidst a mass of monster carcasses. Martha immediately denied it. No, he's a true genius. That's still not enough, which left the dark-skinned man deep in thought. Martha clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. I can feel he's still growing stronger even at this very moment. He smiled and said, I'm curious too. Who is he that makes you so agitated? Her eyes looked into the distance. He's the person who saved my life, and at the same time, a rival I must defeat. Scene shifts to the sturgeon forest inside the base. Everyone was discussing Raon Zieghart's achievements. I know there were reinforcements on the wall at the time, but how could just one person jump into the battlefield to protect all the wounded? The short-haired one looked skeptical. I'm sure it's just a rumor. How could a kid do all that? The one with hair tied up asked doubtfully. Raon Zieghart, didn't you say he was your friend? What do you think? Raon Zieghart smiled and affirmed, I'm sure the rumors are true. He is completely capable of doing those things. The short-haired one was curious. Hey, Raon Zieghart, just how strong is he? I feel like he must be weaker than you. Raon Zieghart replied, No, he's stronger than me, both physically and mentally. The people around him exclaimed, What? Are you kidding? They couldn't believe it, saying, There's no way anyone is stronger than you. That's right. You crossed this forest in only 6 hours, while even veteran hunters take 8. Just then, a girl sitting on a tree branch spoke up. You turn into a different person whenever you mention his name. Is he some kind of rival to you? Did you come here to get stronger than him? Raon Zieghart immediately denied it. I didn't come here to get stronger than him. The girl laughed. Is that so? Raon Zieghart continued. I want to become strong enough to stand by his side, so I won't be a burden, so I can help him. Scene shifts to him. He was still sitting, watching the snow. 10 months had passed since I first arrived at Haven Fortress. All right, the more I use it, the clearer Glacia's senses become. What a ridiculous skill. Now I can see further even with my eyes closed. It's no wonder Wrath was furious when I received this skill. Wrath appeared with a grumpy, petulant face. How can this be? Raon Zieghart glanced at Wrath, but recently he had been unusually quiet, always looking toward the peak of Mount Sterlin. I have to trick him into betting something so I can get something out of him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Raon Zieghart hummed. Raon Zieghart was startled and replied, Huh. Wrath glanced over. It's been a while, hasn't it? He wondered. You've been silent for too long. What's the bet? It asserted. It's simple. The test of that pointy-eared guy is to survive here for a year, right? He confirmed. Yeah, I have less than 2 months left. Wrath continued. All right, then let's bet on that. I bet you won't survive the remaining 2 months. Raon Zieghart frowned, suspicious. Are you serious? It bared its teeth in annoyance. Of course. Why are you looking at me with such suspicious eyes? He explained. You've survived up until now a few times already. Wrath pouted, looking down at him. Is this guy an idiot? There are only 2 months left until graduation, and once that's over, there will be less risk when Eden attacks. After the death of the Blue Spirit, Owen's forces were deployed here. If Eden had any sense, they wouldn't dare attack again. All I have to do now is train and go back. Raon Zieghart calculated. There was no reason not to accept this bet. Then he agreed. All right, you're on. Wrath heard that and wore a sinister, please smile. That's a wise decision. A month had passed since I accepted the bet with the Wraith, and now there was only 1 month left until the test ended. Despite the Wraith's strange warnings, the peace at Haven Fortress remained the same. The Wraith still occasionally shouted toward Mount Sterlin, calling someone a lazybones. Things seemed quite different from what it had thought. Random pondered, bored. Then that works in my favor. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew toward him. Looking at the pitch-black crows, Raon was confused. A flock of crows? Why are there so many? Could it be that monsters have appeared somewhere? Suddenly, he bowed his head, constantly questioning. What else is it? Out of curiosity, Raon quickly moved closer to examine it. Looking at the tiny corpse under his feet, he was even more confused. A frog? Raon's eyes were filled with worry. Why are there frogs here? This area is too cold for frogs to survive before summer comes. Suddenly, his attention was drawn in another direction. There, the last few drops of water were trickling down. It seemed like something was rushing forward, making the ground shake. Everyone around screamed in fear. An earthquake. What's happening? One person had seen it all clearly. The monster wave had arrived. That voice just finished, and the faces of Raon and Milan Redun turned pale. Both Tarian Burdun and Raiden were no exception upon hearing the announcement. The monsters are here. A few soldiers discussed anxiously. What is going on? This isn't the season for a monster wave. Everyone, hurry up and get to the walls. Raiden turned to speak to him. Ran, get ready. We have to go together. He hurriedly replied, Yes, let's go. Ran sped up while listening to Raiden's reminder. We'll try to notify the others on the way. There's no time to wait. They quickly left, but no one noticed the frog's corpse lying nearby. The soldiers were submerged in the stench of blood from the monsters. They kept shouting, "There's more on this side. I need backup here. Damn it, the scale is just like the last one. They've broken through the perimeter. I need backup." Seeing the chaotic situation, Tarion Baradun was extremely worried. "General, is Eden behind this too? Otherwise, something like this doesn't make any sense." Hearing him say that, Ranon silently denied it. "No, this is different from back then. I don't feel any killing intent or madness from these monsters. It's more like they are trying to run away from something dangerous enough to kill them." Suddenly, Ranon was startled when he heard the voice. "There are more on this side too." "I told you to leave this place," Wrath said smugly. "This is your fate for not listening to my warning." Ranon looked confused. "What do you mean? Tell me about it." Wrath hovered around him casually. "It's too late. You had a chance while it was still dormant, but it's already noticed everyone here. It won't stop until it wipes this castle off the face of the earth and kills every single one of you." Suddenly, it hinted at a solution, but if you offer a proper sacrifice, things might change. Ranon was quite bewildered. A sacrifice? What exactly is coming here? Wrath glided into his arms. "See for yourself. I'm under no obligation to tell you these things." Ranon headed toward Milan Bryden and called out to General Milan. Ranon was somewhat unsettled. "Why do you need me in such a critical situation?" Then, Milan Bryden paused upon hearing the question. "If we can't defeat the enemy, do you have a plan?" Ranon was also stunned. The way he asked didn't sound like he was just curious. Then he replied calmly, "Of course, we will fight. If we can't defend this castle, countless innocent lives will pay the price. Even if it means we have to sacrifice ourselves, I must find enough time for the people to evacuate." His hand gripped his sword tightly. That was the very reason Haven Castle existed. At that moment, a monster was rushing toward him from behind, but Ranon was completely unaware. "That's right. I still don't know what I'm facing, so I can't tell everyone to retreat just yet." Suddenly, the sword in his hand swung up. He thought he needed to focus on stopping the wave of monsters. As the moon rose high, the atmosphere grew even more ominous. Suddenly, a man screamed. "These monsters are different." While they were stunned, he pushed them back, using bows and crossbows to shoot down the flying monsters. Something made Ranon's combat movements come to a halt. Seeing the wild deer running away in fear, he became even more anxious. Even the animals are fleeing? Just like the crows earlier. I remember the previous wave wasn't like this. Sensing something was wrong, Milan Braden hurriedly gave the order. "Tarion, send a small squad to evacuate the people." He looked confused. "Sir?" He didn't answer but urged them on. "Include the people outside the castle. Hurry, there's no time left." Though confused, Tarion Baradun decided to obey. "Understood." His voice resonated beside Ranon. "Can you hear me? If there's any danger, you need to run." His expression was blank. It was a message through the general's aura. He immediately asked, "General, what do you mean?" He hurriedly explained, "I understand what you meant earlier. You see things much further than I do. Your future can go much further. Keep your life for that future of yours." Ranon gritted his teeth, listening to his instructions. "Your efforts at Haven Castle will not be forgotten." He recalled the happy times at Haven Castle and felt unwilling to run away and let these people die. "Yeah." Ranon swung his sword, his eyes filled with determination. "No, that won't happen. I won't run away alone." Suddenly, the space around him shifted, and darkness began to shroud everything. Ranon realized something strange. Wait. In front of him, a crow stood with glowing red eyes. Before Ranon could understand what was about to happen, it dawned on him. More than 12 hours had passed. Why hadn't the sun risen yet? The castle grounds were now covered in darkness and bizarre monsters. At that moment, a monstrous figure lamented. "So cold, so boring. I'm sick of this." He stepped forward. "But since I've woken up, I have no choice. I have to wipe everything out." As the voice faded, the ground began to tremble, yet that body remained standing firm. Seeing this, Ranon's face turned deathly pale. Wrath appeared once again, speaking to him with contempt, finally realized it. "You really are a fool." Before that being, the horde of monsters had nearly submitted. Wrath continued, "It's too late now. Let me tell you, the name of that lazy one is Sloth, the successor." He revealed further. "He is a demon king, on the same level as me." The demon king's red eyes flashed. He was also known as the Sloth Monarch. In front of them, a massive, two-horned creature stood in the darkness. That lazy thing was none other than the Sloth Monarch. The hand holding Milan's sword trembled with fear. "What is that?" He furrowed his brows, staring at him, sweat pouring down in astonishment. How could a creature like that exist? Beside him, Ranon also looked on in confusion, his body covered in blood, lost in thought. "Even for Milan, you've reached the level of a master?" So does the presence of a demon king make you panic like this? No. Perhaps it's because he has reached such a high level that he can feel the difference between himself and his opponent more clearly. Wrath beside him smiled and flew over to remind Ranon. Although it's not as much as in the demon realm, it seems he has gathered quite a lot of energy. For Lazybones, who only knows how to sleep, this isn't bad at all. He also furrowed his brows, whispering to it in confusion. Why is he here? He turned to the blue speck. Aren't you the only demon king to appear in the human realm? Wrath shrugged, closing his eyes in disdain. Even if I told you, it wouldn't be of any use. With your level, it'll be a long time before you understand. He stared at Sloth, who was walking through the darkness below. So why is he here? He muttered. The reason is actually quite simple. Then he recalled the wars that had occurred over the past few years, from minor skirmishes to the attacks by those masked figures. Adding in the scouting missions after the monster waves ended, countless disruptions and interference had spread throughout every path. Up to the mountain peak, aggressive Orsees ran with weapons in their hands. Because of that, Sloth, who was sleeping peacefully on the mountain peak, had awakened. His gaze was filled with rage. Before that, he had only been half asleep, but this time, he had fully awakened. Wrath said to him, and he stared back with wide eyes in surprise. This is the perfect time for me to tell you an interesting story. Following that, he thought back to the gloomy demon realm, a land overflowing with endless violence and desire. Anyone daring to sleep openly in that world is essentially begging to be killed. But somehow, Sloth kept sleeping like that. How do you think he became a demon king? Wrath recalled the battle of Sloth against those who disturbed him, facing piles of corpses. He was still clutching a demon by the neck because he slaughtered anyone who bothered him without mercy. He attacked frantically. If you said anything to him or attacked him, Sloth remained unharmed. Everywhere he passed, he left behind corpses and rivers of blood. He would kill anyone who dared to wake him for thousands of years. Sloth's eyes were filled with drowsy confusion. His body continued to emit an aura of pure rage. In the end, he had become the demon king of the demon realm. Raon received this information and glared at Wrath, his eyes full of suspicion. Wait, does that mean he confirmed it? That's right. Then, Wrath let out a wicked, excited laugh. That guy came here just to wipe out anyone who dares to disturb his sleep. Hearing that, Raon couldn't help but cover his face and curse. Damn it, isn't there any way to stop him? He told you there's no way, didn't he? Wrath then thought of his own true form, with powers of snow and white flowers that lured butterflies. If someone like me or your grandfather were here, maybe he'd avoid a fight. But there's no one here. Raon looked skeptical. I thought he'd kill anyone who woke him up. The image of Raon's mighty grandfather flashed through his mind. He added that there are only two outcomes, win or lose. But if the battle drags on, he won't be able to sleep, and he hates that even more. Raon frowned in annoyance. That guy is a total maniac. Sleep is the only thing that drives his actions. Wrath's voice continued to urge him on. You only have two choices now. Either give me your body so I can stop him, or keep suffering and die. Raon looked at the soldiers collapsing on the ground in agony. Other than those two ways, there's no way for you and these humans to survive. Hearing this, Raon froze, torn by hesitation. I have to make a decision. If I do nothing, he'll start slaughtering everyone here. But if Wrath forcibly takes over my body, before I die, humanity will face the worst-case scenario with two demon kings appearing. Finally, he frowned and looked up at Wrath, making his decision. If that's the case, I'll give my body to Wrath on the condition that he eliminates Sloth. Now, hurry up, Wrath, take it. Beside him, Millen looked at Raon, singing. Raon looked at him, confused. The commander's face remained calm as he spoke slowly. I truly thank you. Raon widened his eyes, puzzled. What? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Millen looked at him, and the atmosphere grew silent. Dune listened closely to him. Since you arrived, everything in Haven has changed for the better. Your back, which I saw during our last crusade, still makes me feel like I can rely on you. This time, it's my turn to be a role model for the others. Saying this, Millen raised his hand, and a massive surge of power erupted. Beside him, Raon realized what was happening and shouted urgently, Commander, you should be exhausted. Your aura, but Millen persisted in releasing his energy. I've lived long enough to achieve what I needed. He looked at Raon, leaving the young man stunned. But you are different. You are the one who can achieve greater things in the future. Your era has yet to come. Raon had his own thoughts about the old man's actions. Even in this desperate situation, he still hasn't given up. Could it be that he intends to use his own death too? Immediately after, Raon gripped his sword tightly and raised it, energy surging from his body. It's pathetic for me to even think about giving up. His eyes were filled with determination as he stood side by side with Millen. You can't shoulder this alone, sir. I will fight with you. The two of them stood at the front with powerful energy, then he turned to warn those behind him. Everyone, evacuate the castle immediately. That's an order from the commander. They looked at him, feeling skeptical. Raon. Tyrion slammed his sword into the ground respectfully. We can't leave you two behind. We will fight alongside you to the death. Seeing this, Millen glared at them and reminded them while energy continued to pour out of him. Tyrion, do you think you can fight when you can't even stand on your own 2 feet? At least try to save one more life. He emphasized, isn't that our purpose? Tyrion's face darkened, teeth grinding, unable to refute him. Finally, Tyrion turned and spoke to the knights. All units, abandon the walls and open the south gate. The more we waste time here, the more of a burden we become to those two. Sweat poured down Tyrion's face, his eyes wide as he shouted urgently, making the most of every moment that Raon and the commander had bought to save even one more life. The crowd quickly followed Tyrion. He kept looking back regretfully. Commander, Zieghart, Raon, you both must stay safe. Please, you have to survive. Above them, Wrath watched and sighed. The sight of weaklings struggling so pointlessly to survive is actually bringing tears to my eyes. But it's over now. Raon gripped his sword, watching them. Wrath announced, he has arrived. They looked down at the city gate. Sloth was standing there, surrounded by a murderous aura, staring intently at the gate. He grumbled incoherently, radiating a furious aura. I'm so tired and cold because of all of you. He gritted his teeth in fury. And now I have to come all the way here. A wave of killing intent struck the defenders above. Raon gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his sword as a flicker of panic crossed his mind. What is this energy? He hasn't even used his full power, yet he's already this overwhelming. Wrath continued whispering in his ear, tempting him. Raon squeezed his eyes shut in stubborn resistance. I told you, you only have 2 choices. If you want to stop him, hurry up and give me your body. He struggled to open one eye, drowning in his own thoughts. No, I can't trust Wrath yet. Even if things are desperate, it's not completely over. If I piece together all the information I have so far, I might find a solution. The image of Sloth appeared in his mind. Raon looked back at Wrath. Cold, sleepy, equal power, simple, troublesome timing. Raon pressed his lips together as power continued to surge. Above him, Wrath grinned smugly, looking down at him. Have you finally decided? Now, give me your body. Raon cut him off. Wrath, let's make one more bet. Wrath was startled and lunged in front of him, questioning him, while Raon directed his energy toward the figure below the wall. What? You're talking about betting again? Raon looked at him and proposed, I will accept your rage, so give me the power to face him. Wrath flew around him and scoffed, useless. Even if you fight him, nothing will change. And this bet offers no benefit to me. Raon frowned and threatened. What if I refuse to give you my body, even if I die? Hearing this, Wrath gritted his teeth, seemingly unsettled. His body then released even more energy as he tried to hold his ground. There, you've been watching me, don't you get it yet? Just like how you don't lie, I don't spout empty words either. If you refuse, both of us will die here, and if my plan doesn't work, I promise to hand over my body to you immediately. Wrath could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then he looked toward Millen, who was lying on the ground unconscious from exhaustion. Finally, he shouted with determination, Answer me, yes or no. He also gritted his teeth in fear. Finally unable to take it anymore, he quickly slipped into his body, his mouth still shouting in dissatisfaction. Answer me, yes or no. Down below, Sloth also raised his head in suspicion. This energy above his body stood on the high ramparts looking down at him. Wrath, inside his body, cursed. How dare a piece of trash like you cause trouble in the castle of the dead? This body faintly emanates the energy of the King of Wrath. This is the domain of the King of Wrath, he added, causing him to widen his eyes in a panic. And I am his vessel. Wrath shouted at him from behind in dissatisfaction. What vessel? Why did you become the vessel of Wrath? What kind of act are you putting on right now? Raon's eyes flickered with hesitation. What do you think? Let's consider this punishment for daring to toy with me. Below, Sloth looked up at Raon, suspicious. He stared down at him, and I'll make even that guy over there stunned. Beside him, Wrath lost his cool and shouted again. What the hell is this? Why are you my vessel? He approached and poked his head in dissatisfaction. And why are you calling this pathetic castle my domain? Raon pursed his lips and messaged him. I haven't finished yet, so keep quiet. Down below, Sloth also looked toward him with some suspicion. Are you really the vessel of Wrath? He stared down at him, affirming. Yes, and right now, the King of Wrath is expressing his fury because you dared to enter his territory. He shouted in a panic while he stood there, calm. Stop spouting nonsense. Why are you suddenly saying things you've never said before? Then Raon pursed his lips, his brow furrowed in thought. That's right, get mad, Wrath. After all, your anger is useless anyway. Below, the power of Alan. transferred towards Sloth, making him clench his fists in suspicion. What he is feeling is the rage you transferred into me through the bet. He shouted in his heart. That rage was radiating from this very body. Sloth's eyes became calmer, wrath. High above the castle, his expression remained serious as he announced, while Wrath looked down in fear. As the vessel, I will convey his words most truthfully, engrave them in your heart. Saying that, Raon also raised his head and took a deep breath. Next, he held his sword and shouted angrily. To his surprise, "Dare to step into my territory? Seeking death, are you? If you don't retreat right now, I will make sure you never sleep again. You lazy bastard." Hearing that, Wrath also shouted in dissatisfaction. "Are you crazy? When did I ever say such things?" Sloth raised his hand to his chin, hesitant. I'm not allowed to sleep anymore." Seeing that he was still silent and lost in thought, while he calmly assessed, I took a gamble, but it seems to be working. Then, he suddenly trembled and shouted, "Oh, King of Wrath, please don't do that." Sloth also raised his head to look in suspicion. He reached out his hand into the air, pretending to act. "Please restrain yourself. You cannot take action right now. You cannot descend at this moment." Beside him, Wrath saw his actions and couldn't help but get angry. "You bastard! What are you trying to do? What kind of trick are you pulling?" He stood on the high wall and continued to talk to himself. "That power is not meant to be used for a guy like Sloth. You should use it to conquer this entire continent instead." He was confused and suspicious. "What is this now?" Below, Sloth glared in a panic. "Wait." He looked at Raon's Lily of the Valley bracelet. That wreath must belong to the King of Wrath. Immediately after, he also looked at the bracelet, trying to persuade, "You want revenge because he dared to touch your subordinate. Even if you have to stalk him for the rest of his life to keep him from sleeping? No. Even if it is you." The space became silent. Wrath and Sloth both looked at him suspiciously. Then he was stunned, looking at him as he repeated, "Wrath will follow me and not let me sleep. And while not letting me sleep, he's forcing me to fight." Sloth thought about his true form and sank into deep thought. "If I keep fighting against Wrath, I will never be able to sleep again. A mere human has the aura of Wrath, has the wreath, and even knows what I hate the most." Sloth bit his lip and muttered, "He really is the vessel of Wrath." Above, Wrath floated helplessly in the void. His eyes rolled back, while he was still staring down at him intensely. "I've constructed a troublesome scenario based on what Wrath said to me, and I also showed him that wreath. Now everything is going exactly as I planned." Seeing the space go quiet, he kept his head held high, looking down at him to remind him, "I will introduce myself once again. I am the vessel of Wrath, the one who will soon become the flesh for him to descend." He added, "And I also know exactly why you came here. Your sleep must have been disturbed by the wave." Sloth looked at him, unable to say anything. The high castle was filled with cracks. Behind him, corpses were piled up, blood and killing intent blended all around, Raon announced. "But unfortunately, you chose the wrong enemy. The one behind this is the E organization. They use the monsters as pawns. We are just protecting the castle from the wave that E caused. Furthermore, we don't know where those bastards from E are at all." He still raised his head calmly and slowly. "So you're saying you're not involved? If that's true, I have no reason to fight with Wrath." Then Sloth turned his head, planning to leave. "I'm going. I need to go back and sleep." He also watched his back, seizing the opportunity. His aura was weakening slightly. At this very moment, above, he was still trying to shout in helplessness and worry. "O King of Wrath, you need to restrain yourself. You cannot appear right now." Sloth also glanced back with some suspicion. Above, Wrath shouted helplessly in his ear, "How much more do you want to force it, you crazy lunatic?" The ring on Raon's hand glowed. He ignored him and shouted at the ring, "You want to say something? All right. I'll relay the message immediately. Please wait a moment." Then he quickly lowered his hand, stood on the castle, and shouted, "Sloth, how could you think of leaving like that after touching my subordinate?" Below, Sloth also fell for the trick and looked up. "Wrath, I didn't know you were here." He still shouted, interrupting him, "Shut up. If you're just going to make excuses. If I hadn't arrived in time, does that mean you would have killed my subordinate?" Raon's voice was steely as he declared, as a demon. "You surely understand, don't you? Life for life." Below, Sloth was still slowly justifying himself. "No, I haven't," but he cut him off. "Don't argue with me." Then he stared down at him, questioning. "Because the monsters you let escape, my subordinates had to die. And yet, you still blame the innocent ones who woke you up?" He lifted his head to look at him, unable to retort. He added more, making Wrath, who was standing nearby, look on in suspicion. "But taking your life as compensation still isn't enough. So, as a noble king of the demon realm, I will grant you one chance. Make your choice." Raon Zieghart placed a hand on his chest, glaring at Sloth, threatening him in a way that made even Wrath's eyes widen in alarm. "Are you going to give up the sleep you love most? Give your power to this vessel." The entity next to him glared at him, shouting in pure fury. "You bastard! So this was your plan from the very beginning. You're a devil in human skin." Seeing this, Sloth calmly pointed a finger at him and muttered, "You want me to choose between my sleep and my power? Easy." Wrath screamed in despair. "No, you have to kill him." Sloth's finger began to trace a magic circle, and he kept trying to shout, trying to stop it. "You've been tricked by a human, or worse, the entire demon race. You could kill him with just a flick of your hand. Please, stop it right now." He saw this and watched in panic. Wrath screamed in frustration, while his body began to receive a source of dark energy. No. It began to sink deep into his body, leaving Raon Zieghart watching in astonishment. Above, the system frame displayed a notification. He reached out to try and feel the current of energy flowing into him. "A portion of Sloth's power has been injected into your soul and body. The skill will be activated once the adaptation is complete." Is this the aura of Sloth? Beside him, the Imperial essence collapsed to the ground, crying silently, his whole body trembling in helplessness. "So this is where I die. I think I'm going to die from the stress." Right after that, Sloth turned his head to leave. "Then I'll be leaving now. I'm so sleepy. I want to go to my bed." Suddenly, he called out to Sloth, "Hold it right there." His face darkened. "Ah!" His eyes, filled with murderous intent and impatience, roared, "What is it now?" Raon Zieghart felt that sudden burst of fury and was slightly startled. The killing intent was incredible. He put his hand inside his coat, trying to steady himself. If he provoked him even a little more, even though he was Wrath, he would kill him. He calmly made his offer. "I have something I want to give you." He threw a bundle toward him, and Sloth caught it with his hand. "Take it. This is something you'll need." Then, he opened the cloth bundle to reveal a bright red magic stone inside. This is the mana core of the Goblin King. He could feel the flow of energy from the stone. "It's so warm. With this, I can sleep forever." Then he made his proposal, while Sloth stood there holding the stone, looking bewildered. "I'll give you this. So, no matter what happens here in the future, don't ever come back down. And if any wave breaks out, make sure to control it well and keep it in check." Then, he lifted his head, hesitating slightly. That's not hard. But was this also the will of Wrath? Raon Zieghart looked down at him, feeling a bit guilty as he explained, "No, this is a deal I personally proposed to you, so that you never set foot in this place ever again." Having said that, he pointed a finger at him again, with a calm expression on his face, concluding, "Compared to the value of this mana core, that price is still too cheap." Then, suddenly, a current of dark energy appeared on the bank, and he stared at it in confusion. What is that?" The black smoke gathered into a bracelet with a deep red flower. "Don't worry, this is just a bonus gift." Sloth calmly put the stone away. "One day, it will help you." Raon looked on suspiciously. "But why a flower of oblivion?" He explained, "It was made to suit your master's taste." Having said that, he turned to leave. "So, I'll be leaving before your master bothers me again." On the ramparts, he bit his lip, watching the figures back. His eyes were filled with such exhaustion he felt like fainting, but his mind kept repeating to himself, "You cannot fall." In front of him, the back of Sloth faded away. He couldn't collapse until Sloth had completely vanished and the sun had risen once again. He absolutely could not collapse now. Then he turned his head to look behind him. Thinking it over, it really was dangerous. Wrath lay flattened on the ground, cursing helplessly. "Zieghart, you bastard." Then he looked around at the knights who had died in battle. If he hadn't had information about Sloth, or if Wrath hadn't accepted that bet, or if anyone in the castle had still been awake, he would never have been able to carry out this plan. A desperate night that felt like it would never end finally passed. The sun began to rise over the top of the mansion. Raon Zieghart stood there, watching the sunlight shine upon him. As the silhouette of the Demon King dissolved into the darkness, the indomitable darkness faded away, the sun began to rise, and the nightmare of that night had ended just like that. Afterward, Milan also held his head as he slowly woke up. He supported his chin and looked around. Other knights were also vaguely standing up. Above, the sun was shining at dawn. "It looks like I survived." He looked down at his hand, which had let go of his sword, and fell into thought. I still clearly remember that terrifying wave of energy that felt like it could destroy everything. Memories of Sloth's wrath flooded back, the energy of a transcendent being who had reached an unparalleled realm. Milan gritted his teeth, realizing with some fear it was enough to make me remember the King of Destruction from the north. How could I have survived? Nearby, Tarion approached and shouted, "Commander, you're still alive." He stood up at the same time. "Tarion, how are the others?" He looked toward the group and noticed something surprising. "Yes, everyone is." He saw the look on his face and wondered, "What are you so surprised about?" Milan turned his gaze toward Tyrion and was also startled. Raon Zieghart was standing in front of them, his hand still gripping his sword, pointed toward the sky. A fragmented call, Raon Zieghart. His face was filled with exhaustion, but he smiled and turned to look at them. I kept my promise. Tyrion's eyes widened in shock, remembering Milan and how he had tried to hold out when they were attacked. Did he really stop that monster? Even the commander was beaten into unconsciousness. How could he have held out until the end? His body swayed, his mouth still muttering. I'm glad everyone as Milan ran over. Raon Zieghart, beside Tyrion, still hadn't recovered. He closed his eyes and fainted. He held him, comforting him. The battle is over now. Let us praise this hero. Afterward, the town was gradually being repaired. Milan crossed his arms, worried. Raon Zieghart still hasn't woken up. Opposite him, a subordinate reported on the state of his coma. Not yet, sir. He's still sleeping. He looks healthy enough. But the battle has been over for 3 days now. He looked at Tyrion and the captain of the patrol and concluded, his body must be completely exhausted. It will surely take some time to recover. Only then did Tyrion look at him, questioning, but who on earth is he? The moment I felt that energy, everything after that just went blank. Milan spoke softly, but it left the two of them staring in astonishment. He's a demon. That dark, brutal aura, there's no doubt it's demonic energy. To have such a powerful surge of energy, he could very well be the Demon King. No one can defeat the Demon King, unless it's someone like the Northern Destroyer King. They cast suspicious glances toward the sword resting on its rack. Then how could Raon do it? We didn't suffer any casualties. This is truly. The captain of the patrol unit looked down, voicing his doubt. Do you think he struck a deal with the Demon King? Tyrion looked over, stunned. A deal? They thought about Raon shaking hands with the Demon King. But even if Raon was a genius, there was no way he could beat the Demon King. That leaves only the possibility of a deal. This is just my opinion. But I suspect he chose to sell both his soul and his body to save everyone. Milan reached up, rubbing his chin as he muttered, I remember hearing him say the word deal while I was unconscious. Tyrion looked skeptical. So he really sacrificed himself to save us? The patrol captain then made a suggestion. Please, tell us more about Raon. I know he isn't just an ordinary mercenary, but I don't think you can hide his true identity much longer. Hearing this, he made up his mind. You're right, it's reasonable for me to tell you now. He remembered Raon in his formal attire. Raon carried the bloodline of the Zieghart clan. The patrol captain nodded in agreement. Exactly. A talented 16-year-old coming from the 6 kings and 5 demons makes perfect sense. Tyrion felt a bit uneasy. I knew he wasn't normal, but if he's from Zieghart, then this makes sense. Milan looked out the window. Raon has sacrificed himself so many times to save us. We owe him a great debt, so we need to make up for what he has lost. Finally, he crossed his arms and made his decision. From now on, we shall support him. Elsewhere, Raon opened his eyes and woke up in bed. He tilted his head, recognizing his familiar surroundings. I'm in the infirmary of the Haven Castle. Oh, Raon sat up. If I manage to wake up, then everything must be fine. Suddenly, he saw someone with their head resting on the table, asleep. Yua was slumped over the desk, with a towel and a basin of water beside her. He widened his eyes in confusion. What is Yua doing here? He noticed the basin and the towel. She was taking care of me while I was sleeping, he sighed, and she even fell asleep right there. Even though she didn't know when I'd wake up, she still did all this for me. He looked at the palms of his hands, realizing that his physical condition wasn't what he had expected at all. I thought I'd be a wreck from being lazy. Raon clenched his fist. But I feel strangely refreshed. It feels like my senses are sharper than before. What's going on? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making his eyes widen in surprise. Is it strange that your body feels so light? Wrath flew over, full of anger, and challenged him. The problem is in your head, not your body, you cunning, cowardly rat. He looked up at him, waving his hand with a smile. Thanks, Wrath. You saved me. Wrath glared at him with pure fury. Are you mocking me right now? Do you want to die? Wrath circled him, complaining, while Raon watched his silhouette. Tricking both demon kings like this, you really are the first person to do that. Surely, Kale is the most foolish demon king to ever exist. Finally, he shouted in confusion. How did your soul level increase just by holding out for a few minutes? Against a brat like that? Raon looked at him in disbelief. My soul level? System windows appeared one after another. Your soul level has increased due to the battle with a transcendent entity. 10,000 Flames technique has reached 4 stars. Cold Chi and Glacia have reached 4 stars. You have endured the harassment of Wrath. All stats plus B. Water element resistance increased. Stamina +2. Senses +2. Agility +2. You have gambled with Wrath for the 6th time. All stats +5. Strength +2. Mana +2, stamina +2. You have received a new title, the King's Appeaser, a title given to those who make a king's heart soften, not by strength, but by other means. Effect: increases the trust and favorability of the opponent when interacting with someone stronger or of higher status. Raon scanned the system window, smiling as he understood. Because I passed out, I couldn't check. But I didn't expect the rewards to be this good. His eyes popped wide when he saw one stat. Wait, the system window says the sloth characteristic has been created. Stats will increase while sleeping. Recovery speed of stamina and aura while sleeping will be greatly enhanced. Wrath approached, shouting in disbelief. What? You increase your stats just by sleeping? Raon's eyes widened at the system window. Then, he realized with great joy. So that's why I feel so refreshed. This is no different than training for 24 hours straight. He exclaimed excitedly. Haha, this is even better than I thought. Wrath flew away quickly in dissatisfaction. That lazy, stupid human, I should have just killed him. Suddenly, he looked at Raon suspiciously. Just how much have your stats increased? Raon looked over calmly and replied, probably an extra 11. Wrath looked at him, stunned. Then, Wrath lost his patience and shouted, are you teasing me? Are you looking at the system? Because you're getting angry, it's increasing again. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered. Raon. Raden approached, looking worried. You're finally awake. Yua also stood up awkwardly and walked toward the bed. Raon, are you all right? Raon smiled at them. You guys are worrying too much about me. Suddenly, he smiled. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Raon asked, confused. Forgot what? Then, Raiden announced something that left him stunned. The general wants to see you as soon as you wake up. At the mansion, he bowed respectfully to the general. The general replied, good. It seems you have fully recovered, hasn't he? Millen sat in the main chair, arms crossed, looking at him. Tarion and the patrol captain stood beside him. I have met many geniuses in my time, but I have never seen anyone progress as fast as you. You will surpass me soon. Raon looked at them modestly. No, I was just lucky. He widened his eyes. The general looked at him calmly. No need to be humble. I am truly sorry for calling you here the moment you woke up. Suddenly, he questioned him. But how on earth did you handle that monster? Raon felt a bit flustered. Here it comes. He remained silent, looking at them, lost in thought. These people don't know much about the Demon King. If they think I have a connection to the Demon King, they will definitely kick me out. I need to come up with a way. Seeing him stay silent, Milan spoke up. But you don't need to answer. He widened his eyes in surprise. How come? Then, he closed his eyes and crossed his arms, seemingly understanding. We know that the Demon King is incredibly powerful, so you must have made some kind of deal to drive him away. As for the conditions he set for leaving, we believe you put both your body and soul on the line as collateral to save everyone. Raon Zieghart stood still, not refuting it. The captain of the patrol unit also realized it. It seems we were right. Tarion, standing beside him, scolded him. Making a deal with the Demon King to save us, you really Raon Zieghart was still stunned. Why didn't things go the way I thought? Beside him, the essence of the Emperor shouted in frustration. You idiots. It was he who gave up his soul, not Raon Zieghart. He muttered to himself in annoyance. Too loud, it kept screaming. Demon King, what would we even do with your soul and body? Immediately after, Millen stood up, placing his hands on the table. Because you sacrificed yourself to save us, we must do something for you in return. Suddenly, they all stood up, looking toward him, hands over their hearts with smiles. I would like to express my deepest respect for what you have done for us, and for all the sacrifices you have made. Finally, he made an announcement that left Raon Zieghart stunned. Haven Castle will stand by your side. Raon Zieghart sighed. He just smiled at their words. If you need anything, just let us know. Soon after, he spoke up. In that case, I have a favor to ask. Millen smiled as he looked at him. Go ahead. He smiled, placing his hand over his heart. Please spar with me before I return home. Time flowed until 1 week before the graduation ceremony at the mansion. The sunlight was pouring down. The gate was guarded. He stood before the door, thanks to the effects of laziness. He had grown accustomed to his body becoming stronger and had gained a profound understanding of new techniques. And today, as he left Haven Castle, Raon Zieghart's eyes were filled with determination. In front of him, Milan was standing on the training floor. He gauged that his physical condition was at its peak. Above, the crowd watched his back as he stepped onto the ring, cheering him on. You can do it. Raon Zieghart, you have to defeat the commander before you leave. We believe in you. Opposite him, the man looked at him with a smile. Are you ready? He smiled back and replied, Yes, I was prepared the moment you were waiting. Immediately after, he took off his coat, holding his sword with excitement. Then we don't need to waste any more time. At the very least, this won't be boring. Saying that, he quickly stomped on the ground and sprang forward. His sword pointed toward the ground, and energy quickly radiated all around. Milan looked at him with an excited smile. Let's begin. Raon Zieghart gritted his teeth, looking at the murderous intent rushing toward him with excitement. So, this is the master of Heaven Castle. This amount of aura is truly terrifying. He muttered, then, here I come, as he yelled and swung his sword. Milan quickly raised his sword to block his strike. He looked at him and smiled. Down below, the two quickly attacked one another. In the stands, everyone watched in amazement. I can feel the tremors even from all the way up here. Above, the patrol captain was breaking into a cold sweat. Tyrion frowned, looking down. This is insane. Even if he is a genius, he's only an expert. How is he even able to fight the general like that? His growth rate and achievements are unlike anyone else's. Beside him, they looked toward the match with a serious expression. I agree. At that level, he is only one small step away from becoming a master. When he first arrived here, he was weaker than me. It's truly ridiculous. Below, Milan attacked while giving advice. Your strength and speed are great, but they lack sharpness. It's still not good enough. Even though this is just a practice match, you didn't really think. You could defeat me like this, did you? He smiled and swung his sword to block the attacks. Of course not. I've only just begun. Next, he swung his sword, sending waves of sword energy through the air toward Milan with the Berserk Fang technique. He slashed, but Milan gently stepped back and dodged it. He looked at the man's flank, his eyes widening as he shouted to himself, an opening. Then, he frowned and pulled back his fist. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch, but immediately his body froze in shock. Milan's hand blocked his fist, leaving him bewildered. No way, he blocked it. Then, Milan swept his arm, knocking him back. He steadied himself on the ground, looking up with doubt. I thought attacking the opening with everything I had would give me a chance, but he blocked it and even countered. Even though he knew the man was stronger, it looked like he wasn't even struggling. Milan looked at his expression and spoke, making him even more surprised. You look quite surprised. He knelt on one knee before him, acknowledging it. Indeed, it feels like you can predict all of my moves. Above all, you continuously use aura and sword energy, but you don't look tired at all. Hearing this, Milan smiled confidently and placed a hand over his energy core. The difference lies in this, my intermediate energy core. The intermediate core opens once you reach the master level, allowing you to utilize a powerful source of energy while consuming only a small amount of aura. Everyone carries the flame of an energy core in their lower abdomen. You are at the highest level of the expert rank, but you haven't reached the master level yet. Finally, he concluded, you cannot defeat me. Raon Zieghart looked at Milan in shock. He had heard about it before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't expect it to provide such a massive advantage. In front of him, Milan held his sword with serious intent. This is the power of a master. Suddenly, he smiled. Milan looked at him with suspicion. Why are you smiling? He quickly gripped his sword, his hand condensing sword energy, looking at the man calmly. Because I can finally see the path ahead. And so, I'm happy that there is still so much I have yet to achieve. Seeing this, Milan frowned, realizing that he still wanted to keep going, even though he had hit a wall. Immediately, he tightened his grip on his sword, and a stream of energy quickly covered the blade. Then let me show you what you have yet to achieve. He stared at him with determination. My full power. Right after, a wave of sword energy surged toward him. Raon Zieghart's eyes widened in surprise as he braced himself against the attack. The technique I'm about to show you is called Frost Dragon Slash, the one that once brought down an ice dragon along with the ice horn sword. Milan approached calmly. I still haven't used my full strength, but this is the first time I've used this on a student. A massive source of energy appeared before him, gathering on the tip of his sword. Try not to die. People here have seen your abilities and agree that this aura could slice through anything. Facing this head-on would be a fool's errand. It's better to dodge and counterattack. Then, he closed his eyes, but he thought about how he'd evade the attack just like he always did. His eyes were full of determination, his hand gripped his sword, and he looked up. If he kept dodging, his presence here would be pointless. This was the perfect chance to test his strength. Across from him, Milan smiled at him with a hint of suspicion. Is that all you've got? What's the name of that skill? Meanwhile, Raon remained lost in his own thoughts. The results of his training at Heaven Castle, combined with the memories of the 10,000 flame technique after his battle with Sloth. He looked at him and explained, this is the strongest skill I can show you for now. Commander, this is the Dragon Breath technique of the 10 fire arts. Their two energy auras are clashing head-on. He announced to Milan, I call this the Dragon's Breath. Right after, he stomped his foot on the ground. All right then, let's see. Will your dragon win, or my blade? He also planted his feet firmly. Finally, they lunged at each other with their swords. An explosion erupted, sending smoke everywhere. The people in the stands could barely see what was happening below. Tyrion covered his face with some difficulty. How could there be such a terrifying shockwave? Is he going head-to-head with the commander? His face was filled with uncertainty as he muttered, trying to peer down. Who won? The smoke below the arena quickly thinned out. Milan and Raon glided past each other. He let out a sharp breath, then turned around to stand respectfully before him, bowing his head. Thank you for giving me the chance to learn. I have lost, Commander. The crowd in the stands cheered. Ah, the commander won. Well done, Raon. You almost took him down. How is that even possible? That was amazing. Milan was still smiling at him with an inscrutable look. He smiled back at him, while the cheering from above never ceased. Zieghарт's son, Raon, you're the best. Finally, he could only look at him, smiling with a sigh. What a strange young man. I thought I could overpower you just by using my aura. He closed his eyes, recalling their final exchange. I even had to use my protective energy. My decision to support his journey. He watched him waving to everyone. Perhaps it was the most correct decision I have ever made. The next day, at the city gate, Raon and the others stood before him with regret. It's time for you to leave already. I've gotten used to having you here. It's such a shame. Beside him, the long-haired man also praised. You did very well. Meanwhile, he was packing his gear with Dorian standing to the side. He smiled toward Commander Milan. Thank you for everything. He smiled and replied, Of course, you must take care of your health. Beside them, Tyrion looked at him with deep affection. Come back whenever you miss us. You are always welcome here. The long-haired man smiled. I hope we meet again. Suddenly, Raon looked toward the patrol captain behind them. Right after that, he smiled and teased, You won't bully the patrol team just because I'm gone, right? He waved his hands, looking a bit flustered. Of course not. That will never happen again. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, then calmly extended it toward him with a smile. I was just joking. I know you wouldn't do that. It was an honor to fight alongside you. I hope the next time we meet, both of us will be even stronger. He shook his hand in return, to the surprise of everyone around them. Yes, I will become stronger so I can support you better. Shortly after, Raon and Dorian departed. He kept looking back and waving to those who were still lingering at the gate. Don't forget that we are always behind you. Take care of yourself. See you again. Thank you for everything. The two headed out of the city gate. The snow was still thick under their feet. Dorian pulled out a map, looking at it while muttering, Let's go now. We just need to head straight forward from here. He added, If we keep going without stopping, we should arrive before the graduation ceremony. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making them both look over. Wait, he smiled as he looked at her. Yua, I was sad that you weren't there to see me off, but I'm so happy I got to see you before leaving. She was hunched over, panting, with a parcel in her hand. She held it out toward him. I was late because I was preparing this for your trip. Dorian noticed it. Oh, the pineapple girl. Beside them, Wrath's eyes lit up with anticipation. Pineapple pizza. You even have pineapple pizza. He also took it, smiling happily. Thank you, Yua. I love it. Suddenly, her face turned bright red. She clasped her hands together, looking at him hesitantly. I have a favor to ask. Can I? He smiled very gently. Seeing that, she froze, just staring at him. After that, she didn't have enough courage. Never mind, I can't say it right now. Raon looked at her, confused. Why? She smiled through his bewilderment and explained. I'll tell you later. Seeing that, he was a little suspicious, then smiled gently in agreement. All right, don't forget it. Finally, the two turned and walked away under Yua's gaze. Dorian turned his head and waved. Take care. Yua, see you again. She stood there silently, watching the two. Yua's face was flushed red as she muttered to herself, I'll tell you one day. On the other side, the two were still cheerful. She whispered in her heart, One day, I will ask to go with you on the path you have chosen in life. A year had passed since the graduation exam began at training dojo number 5. Inside a certain garden, crowds of people headed toward the training hall. The students had accumulated much experience and many achievements. Dojo number 5, which used to be deserted, with students chatting boisterously in the campus, was now starting to become crowded again with students who had changed. At one desk, someone asked skeptically, Don't you think we've become much stronger over the past year? The person beside them replied, Yeah, at this rate, I could reach the expert level soon. They didn't notice a red-haired person watching them from afar. Another female student also approached, curious. I wonder how strong the others are now. They noticed him and called out, Instructor Rimmer. The curious students surrounded him, wondering, is young Master Raon here? Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. I'm worried that something might have happened to him. Rimmer could only stand up, scratching his head awkwardly. They had known Raon for a long time, hadn't they? He comforted them. Do you think he's the type of person who gets kidnapped easily? Stop worrying about nothing. Just prepare for the graduation ceremony. He's definitely fine. The group smiled and followed his lead. That's true, isn't it? Then, Rimmer sat back down in his chair and urged, yeah, now get going. The students turned to leave. Thank you, teacher. We'll be going now. Left alone, he tried to maintain a smile, but it was forced. Then, Rimmer began to cry like a rainstorm, gloomily lamenting, Save me, Lovin. Seeing that, Lovin was also flustered, not knowing what to do. Good heavens, there's nothing I can do either. His eyes looked down at Rimmer, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his legs and wailing miserably. But Raon and Dorian still haven't returned. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. Raon should have returned a month ago. That evening, the two stood on a cliff. Lovin calmly looked back. Why don't you try sneaking a letter through like you always do? But Rimmer continued to cry out mournfully, raising his hands to the sky. I want to, but I can't. He recalled the guards who had stopped him, because the Heavenly Sword Squad is guarding the secret meeting place, and the path I could sneak into has been completely blocked. They even set traps on the ceiling. Before him, Lovin also looked helpless, hands on his hips. I really want to tell you everything I know, but because of you, I haven't received any information about the young master at all. Rimmer still looked up with a bit of skepticism. Huh? Still like that? He sighed helplessly. True, the Patriarch said the information regarding the young master is top secret. Rowan added more about Glenn. Recently, he hasn't even said anything to me. Hearing that, he became even more agitated and shouted, Are you serious? If you care about your grandson that much, why don't you show your affection directly? What's the point of acting like this? T. Sanders sighed. Finally, Rimmer jumped down the cliff in frustration. So annoying. Rowan behind him also watched in shock. Wait, where are you going? Yet he was still determined and bolted away. I'm going to ask the Patriarch directly. On the mountain trail, he kept running, his hands still waving back at Loken. He wouldn't kill me just over this. I'll report back what he says. Behind him, he could only sigh helplessly. Rowan's gaze was fixed toward the mansion, and then a powerful surge of energy erupted from it, leaving him speechless and holding his head. Dark night outside the mansion window, the central training hall, Karun sat with his arms crossed, staring with suspicion. Raon might be dead already. Opposite him, the butler stood with his hands clasped, respectfully reporting more. He should have returned a month ago, so we sent a team to look for him. But there was a sudden surge that prevented them from approaching Haven Castle. The wave has been blocked, but since we haven't been able to contact Raon and his group, we assume he is either severely injured or dead. The other man added, Instructor Rimmer is so worried that he even went to see the Patriarch himself about this. Hearing this, Karun also crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Good. He was always a thorn in my side. I'm glad he's gone without me having to lift a finger. The butler reported further, but I heard he protected Haven Castle against the Blue Spirit, so I'm wondering if they were the ones who attacked him. He also smiled and confirmed, that's possible. Surely he was a thorn in their side too. On the table was a file that Karun was examining. However, he wasn't sure if he was dead yet. If he returns tonight, it won't matter even if he did survive. Unlike regular exams, Rimmer's graduation exam evaluates the student's annual progress and uses it to decide whether they can be officially promoted to swordmasters. The students all receive the evaluation paper, and this process can last anywhere from a few days to over a week. Thinking of this, he concluded that tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, so even if he returns tonight, he won't be eligible. Only then did the butler understand. I see. In his chair, Karun still sat with his arms crossed smugly and ordered. Regardless, it will be interesting to see the look of disappointment on his face when he finds out he failed. Report to me immediately if there's any new news. The man turned to leave. Yes, sir. The room returned to silence. He leaned back in his chair happily, crossing his arms and laughing with delight. I kept wondering how to deal with him, but it seems this is his limit. He tilted his head as if expecting something interesting. You're not bad as a source of entertainment. Bright sunlight appeared in the blue sky. At the 5th training hall, the graduation ceremony was taking place. The students were wearing uniforms, talking and laughing. Sylvia looked worried. Where's Raon? Today is his graduation day. If they proceed without him, that means. The maid beside her reassured her. My lady, they won't hold the graduation ceremony without a representative. So, please don't worry. The students were cheering joyfully. The day we graduate has finally come. It's finally here. When I was sent on that mission, I actually thought I was going to die there. Now I feel like even an ogre wouldn't be my match. Suddenly, Clope appeared and called out to the two students. Hey, it's almost time for the graduation. Why are you still standing here chatting? the friend exclaimed. Huh. Clope reminded them seriously. Stop slacking off. Go back to your positions. The two of them quickly turned away. Got it. He looked after them and sighed. I really don't know when they'll ever grow up. Someone else walked up and said, I thought you had changed a bit, but it seems you're just as rigid as before. Clope frowned and looked back. Look at yourself. Your sharp tongue doesn't seem to be getting any better. Rosaline walked up confidently. Who cares if it's sharp or not? It doesn't matter. Clope was speechless. That attitude might be acceptable during training, but after graduation, it won't be that easy anymore. Especially when you're out in the field, you're always looking for trouble. Rosalind said nonchalantly, every time, just beating them down is enough. Who else would dare to say anything then, right, Clope? We'll see how long you can be that confident. Regardless, he looked toward the gate with an expectant gaze. I wonder why he's not here yet. The ceremony is about to start. Could he have really been ambushed by them? Raon Zieghart appeared behind the two of them and asserted that he would definitely return. There's no way Raon would lose to those people. Rosalind looked annoyed. Humph, how would you know? It would be better if he didn't come back at all. That way I would be the representative, teacher. Raon Zieghart frowned and raised her voice. He will definitely return. Don't say such irresponsible things. Rosalind also turned back and yelled. It's too late. If he were coming back, he would have been here long ago. Clope held his forehead helplessly. Ah, get a grip, you too. As the atmosphere grew tense, a loud announcement sounded. The graduation ceremony is about to begin. All graduating students, return to your positions immediately. A person walked down the staircase, accompanied by introductions. The eternal son of the North, the master of the North. That person sat down in the highest seat. Patriarch Glenn was entering. Welcome, Patriarch. Rimmer smiled awkwardly, feeling troubled. Patriarch, there are still 2 students who haven't returned. Could you wait a little longer? But the Patriarch immediately refused. No, even if we didn't set a specific return date, they were informed that the graduation ceremony would be in February, so if they haven't returned by now, it means they are not qualified to graduate. Surely you wouldn't. Were you really planning to cancel the graduation ceremony just because they hadn't returned yet? Chief Instructor Rimmer remained silent, unable to respond. Then, he turned back to address the trainees. In that case, let's proceed with the graduation ceremony. The ceremony will be presided over by the Patriarch and all the clan elders. Now, we will conduct a final roll call before the ceremony begins. A total of 43 trainees, 41 present and 2 absent. The trainees were worried about Raon. Is Raon really not coming back? Or are we really starting like this? Immediately after, the announcement continued, roll call complete. We will now begin the graduation ceremony. Close the gate. The gate began to close slowly. Raon Zieghart watched the gate close with a worried and regretful expression. Martha and Burns stared ahead, tense. The gate was still slowly closing when, suddenly, some force caused it to stop. The trainees began looking at each other in confusion. Wait, why did the gate stop? Isn't this the first time the gate has stopped while closing? Is there a problem? Just then, a person with distinct golden hair walked in. It was none other than Raon. He spoke up. I didn't mean to attract this much attention. Rimmer sighed in relief. If you were going to be late, don't be this late, you brat. Still, he is truly the best at making others worry. Raon cheerfully introduced himself. Raon Zieghart is present. I've returned. But he was surprised by everyone's excitement. Raon Zieghart. Raon explained. I'm sorry, I returned a little later than expected. Raon Zieghart exclaimed, I was waiting for you, Raon. Buren was confused. What do you mean? Martha continued. You almost failed, you idiot. Aren't you the representative? Why are you so late? Everyone was wondering. Dorian stood behind them, smiling to himself. Hey, I'm here too, you know. Rimmer had to speak up. Anyway, I'm glad you're back, Raon. Raon, I apologize to the chief instructor, he reminded him. Go back to your position now. Everyone is waiting for you. Since you're the representative, come to the front. While they were happy, a shout suddenly rang out. Stop. Raon looked at the source of the shout and saw Clan Zieghart looking down with a scowl. He addressed the Patriarch. The other trainees returned and proved their skills a month ago. But Raon only just returned. Since we haven't confirmed that he completed his mission yet, I don't think he should graduate right now. Others agreed with this opinion. That may be true, but the decision on whether he passes the graduation ceremony will be based on what he has demonstrated over the past year. However, Raon Zieghart, who just returned, hasn't proven anything yet. Clan Zieghart looked down smugly. I'm sure he doesn't intend to make everyone here wait until he proves himself, right? Raon stepped out. Rimmer looked down and asked with a smile, Patriarch, as the owner of the training grounds, I can prove his strength right here. Can I? Before Raon could even respond, both sides immediately lunged into combat. Raon easily blocked Rimmer's attack. Martha was stunned. Well, what? No way. Isn't his ability only at the expert level? Rimmer laughed heartily while fighting. Swordsmen speak to each other with their swords. Raon erupted with his power to counterattack. Rimmer confidently replied, "That's it." The two forces collided, sending them both flying into the air. Those streaks of power in the air began to explode brilliantly like beautiful fireworks. Sylvia and her attendant saw this scene, their expressions lighting up. Karanzi gritted his teeth, thinking, even if Rimmer's body is injured, this is not a blow a trainee should be able to block. What on earth happened recently? He was spiteful, while others were intently watching the brilliant fireworks show in the air between the two. Facing Karanzie's annoyance and frustration, Raon asked, "This should certainly be enough as proof, right?" "Right, master of the training grounds." His expression was so confident it made his opponent feel mocked. He had no choice but to begrudgingly return to his original seat. Rimmer smiled broadly and said, "My lord, I think that is enough qualification. Can we begin the graduation ceremony now?" The patriarch scolded him playfully. "You truly have no shame. Look at how you've ruined the training grounds. I will ask about Raon after the ceremony ends." Then, he ordered Chief Instructor Rimmer to proceed with the graduation for the 5th Training Hall. Now, Representative Raon Zieghart stepped forward. 5th Training Hall, a total of 43 trainees, all 43 present, not a single person absent. We will now begin the graduation ceremony for the 5th Training Hall. Pitch black night engulfed the magnificent castle. The scene inside was more chaotic than ever. People were rushing to slaughter each other. Sharp, lethal weapons pierced through the weak. Raon calmly walked through that scene of carnage. He entered the deeper parts of the castle. Raon loyally knelt to offer his greetings. "Raon has arrived per your summons." Deus sat on his chair, lazily turning to look at him. "Ah, Raon, you've arrived." He knelt respectfully to hear the man speak. "I truly apologize for calling you here so urgently right after your mission ended. It is no trouble at all. Please give your orders whenever you need to." Raon bowed his head, listening gloomily to Deus. "That you say so makes me very appreciative. That hypocritical face still makes me feel as nauseated as ever." Raon didn't just judge this man by his appearance and the way he exploited his reputation. Heavenly Sword Saint Derus Robert, one of the 6 kings, that noble title represented a sword saint gifted by the heavens. People lauded that title to praise his countless charitable acts. He understood the true nature of the man. Deus had secretly ordered everyone to slaughter each other, but his true nature was that of a devil who specialized in kidnapping and brainwashing orphans, then turning them into human killing machines in dark underground dungeons. He had to bow his head before his sinister nature. There was a time he believed this man was a good person, even willing to sacrifice his life for him. The manipulation power he had placed on him was accidentally neutralized, but thanks to a lucky chance to escape death during a mission, he had broken free from that true brainwashing, only to realize the real face and the cruel, sadistic acts he had hidden for so long. Ever since then, he had begun to secretly plan his escape from Deus. Deus sat casually, assigning the next mission to Raon. The target destination this time is the Aelan territory. There's classified intel that a high-grade magic stone mine is hidden beneath that land. Lord Aelan will surely discover it soon enough. He's been wavering, so I want you to eliminate him as soon as possible. As for the method, as always, I'll leave that to your discretion. This isn't as simple as just assassinating Lord Aelan, Raon thought to himself. That old man wants to manipulate things to grab even more power. It's not just about taking his life. He also wants to find a way to seize the entire magic stone mine beneath the land. But since I don't have a counterplan yet, I have no choice but to accept. Understood. I'll report back as soon as it's done. Good. I trust you'll do an excellent job this time. He turned and left the gloomy room. I'll leave it to you, then. Dirirat watched Raon leave without a word, feeling deflated. He quietly looked out the window at the warm sunlight hitting the small village outside. What was that? The tavern owner was surprised by his questions. You're asking what kind of person Lord Aelan is? He looked at Raon with curiosity while wiping a glass. What's wrong? Are you not from around here? Yeah, I'm new to this area. It's a long story, not worth the breath. In the eyes of the locals, Aelan always appeared kind and deeply concerned for everyone around him. Whenever there's a drought, he opens the granaries to save the starving, and he frequently cuts taxes in half for the people. He truly is the model of a noble, always devoted to this territory. Raon let his hair hang low, listening as the people around them chatted about the man. That's right, the boss is spot on. Is there anyone here who hasn't received the Lord's grace? A man drinking beer nearby chimed in. Exactly. Everyone's benefited at least once. Even for mercenaries like us, life feels a lot easier. The work is clear, and the pay is generous. The tavern owner turned his back to him to keep cleaning and said, Right. Whenever we mercenaries take a job, he even sends troops to support us to make sure we wipe out the monsters. and the number of times he's leased out farmland is countless. Raon left the tavern and wandered down the bustling street. It's hard to find a second person as kind as our Lord in this world. He heard a conversation between two people on the street. If it weren't for him, we'd be struggling so much. We're truly grateful. Living here is such a blessing. Raon walked past the endless praises for Aelin. Hearing people sing the Lord's praises everywhere he went, he was clearly loved by the people. Raon thought about the man and questioned himself. A lord who knows how to love his people. He frowned in annoyance. So what? Raon had spent his life trampling over others just to survive. I was kidnapped when I was so young. I don't even remember my own name. I've lived my whole life like a murderer. He had tried to run after so much had happened. After escaping the brainwashing, he had almost finished preparing to trick that old scumbag and flee. Ever since he broke his chains, Raon had been searching for an exit. The chance he'd been waiting for was finally within reach. Elon now seemed like his biggest obstacle. He couldn't let his entire plan be ruined because of some corrupt lord. Raon clenched his fist and told himself, besides, what if he's just as rotten as Derus? Who knows if Lord Ilan is? Secretly kidnapping children to train as assassins? Yeah, he's probably just. Suddenly, a small voice cut through Raon's train of thought. Big brother, a little girl clutching a teddy rabbit approached him. You look so pale. Are you not feeling well? He let out a startled gasp. Her father saw his daughter and rushed over. Honey, what are you doing? You disappeared and scared your mother half to death. The little girl said sweetly, I just saw this big brother looking sick, so I asked if he was okay. The father bowed and hugged his daughter, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Raon. Forgive us. She must take after my wife. She's a bit of a busybody. I am not, the little girl protested angrily. He really does look worried. He looked at the happy family of 3 in front of him. If you're really having some trouble, our family would be happy to help if it's within our power. Raon was surprised by their openness. Feel free to tell us. He turned away awkwardly, leaving them confused. I'm fine. Please, don't worry about it. Raon furrowed his brows, trying to stay focused, and recalled the tavern owner's words. Hey, if you're a drifter, would you like to settle down here? That man had said similar things to the family just now. Ilan was always willing to take in those who had nowhere else to go. You'll surely find a good life, start a family, and live happily here. I guarantee it. Raon was stunned by his words. I don't know why you're here, but it's bound to be better here. Those words seemed to be challenging him from a different perspective. So, stop wearing that sad face. Start a new life here, as if I'd ever get a chance like that. In his mind, only the memories of those days remained. Being an assassin, these hands had already been stained by so many lives. Raon had soaked in a torrential downpour after committing acts of no return. Surely, some of them were innocent. Besides, even if he escaped from Zieghart, he would only spend the rest of his life in hiding. Raon sank into his dark past. It chained him to his regret. As someone who had lived like this, he felt that he no longer had the right to be happy. What makes me worthy of such a bright future? Raon stood frozen at those thoughts. When night fell once more over the castle, hooded figures in black were gathered, discussing their plan. Before we officially begin, I'll repeat your mission one last time. Raon was one of them. We will poison the wells to kill everyone in the territory, then assassinate the Lord and frame it as a disease outbreak. When that happens, Lord Derus Robert will appear as a savior to rescue this place. The others nodded at his command. Go and poison all the civilian wells, then return immediately. Raon said coldly, As for Lord Ilan, I will take care of him myself. After infiltrating the castle, he found a secluded spot to observe his surroundings. I've got all the intel on that lord in the palm of my hand. After watching him for a few days, I know he lost his wife and only has one son left. There isn't a single knight stationed in the city. Raon quietly headed for his room. Taking him out would be as easy as crushing a puppy. Nothing is going to stop us from finishing this mission. He hid behind the pillar, watching the man sitting on the recliner. Let's make this quick and get back. There's no need to beat yourself up over anything. That guy is definitely just as rotten as Derus Robert. Raon stuck his weapon into the solution and whispered to himself that it was okay. He just needed to finish this mission to escape the clutches of Desert. He aimed carefully at his target and lunged forward, determined to eliminate him at any cost. Raon pressed his weapon against the throat of Ilan, who had to be destroyed. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. A stranger who wasn't Ilan turned around and asked him who he was. Ilan calmly comforted the child in his arms. Son, cover your eyes for a moment. Even though he was terrified and trembling, he still pleaded with him. Did you come here to take my life? Fine, go ahead and do it, but I beg of you. Ilan hugged his child tightly and desperately begged him to spare the boy. Raon froze at the sight. Damn it, he was going soft again. Just because he felt guilty, he hadn't even noticed the breathing in the study when he broke in. The child in his arms also began to sense the danger looming over both their lives. He had to wipe them out completely. Not just this man, but the child had also seen his face. Raon tightened his grip on his weapon. Regardless, this man was definitely a villain, just as wicked and evil as Desert. He raised his weapon and lunged again, determined to end it right here. Suddenly, his own hand held back the arm that was about to commit murder. Memories flickered one by one. Zieghart, our lord, you can tell just by looking at him. He always helps the people whenever we face hardship. This is the first time I've met a lord like him, so different from those old men who just rot away in the castle. You should settle down here too, young man. I'm sure you'll find happiness. Raon was stunned by those memories. Aelin spoke up, breaking his trance. Please, I beg you. He knelt down and pleaded with Raon to spare the child's life. He gritted his teeth at those words as a wave of tremors washed over him. Raon pulled him up and pressed the weapon back against his throat. Aelin was knocked back against a chair but continued to beg. I beg you. You can kill me however you like. But please, spare the child. He was stunned to realize he had no wounds at all. You're not dying yet. Get up, Raon repeated. This isn't the type of poison that acts immediately. Don't worry, just get up. Is there any secret exit to leave the castle? Aelin timidly guided Raon. Behind that wall, behind the territory, there's a path that leads to a sea cave. Good, all right, he calmly told him. Hurry and carry the child to the sea cave. Aelin, holding his child, asked in shock, From now on, I'll stage a fake death for you too. Raon poured alcohol over the house. If you want to save the boy, move now. Wait at that cave, and I'll bring the antidote. Aelin hurried away with his child. Understood. I get it. A thought flashed through his mind. He struck a small flame. If he used the corpses of the guards to create dummies, he could create a distraction. The tiny flame fell onto the cold floor, and thanks to the alcohol, it immediately engulfed the house in a sea of flames. People nearby panicked when they saw the mansion burning. Wait, what's that? The mansion is on fire. They screamed and rushed toward the building. Damn, Lord Aelin, why is there a fire all of a sudden? Hurry and call for help. Raon stood on high ground, watching the mansion burn to ash. Why did you set the fire? He didn't answer the questions of the person beside him. Isn't that too much attention? Wouldn't it have been better to just follow the original plan? Zieghart looked straight into his eyes. This is the most terrifying part of Deus's brainwashing. He watched the person before him intently. Even though they were brainwashed, the victims never knew it and always believed they were making the most sensible decisions. It is because of this trait that the brainwashed never realize the truth. Ronner, the book is glowing red because of these things. These are the secret martial arts manuals and artifacts I took from Elin's office. I wanted to present them to him. Raon held them up and calmly said, but if these precious items suddenly disappeared, it would raise suspicion. So I burned the mansion to hide it, and if we blame it on Elin's curse, we can avoid suspicion from the superstitious people. So that's it, I understand. He commanded, then you guys take the artifacts back to the Robert mansion. I'll check one last time to make sure there are no mistakes. Then I'll head back. Raon headed toward the cave where Aelin and his son were hiding. You actually came, he said seriously. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. You might want to go home right now, but you absolutely must not. If you do, both you and I will lose our lives. He made a throat-slitting gesture to show the death looming over the father and son, a death more miserable than anyone else's. He hugged his child tightly in fear. So, at the very least, hide here for 1 week. You must be wondering who ordered me to kill you, right? That. He looked toward the distant village. From now on, a plague will break out in your territory, and before long, someone will come to save the land from it. That person is the one who sent me here. Aelin stood up, listening to every word he said. When you find out his identity, you will understand yourself that you cannot confront him and must escape from him at all costs. I understand. 1 week later, I will leave and listen for news from other territories. Raon reached out his hand. Good, now take this. What is this? In his hand was a vial of antidote, and Aelin carefully accepted it. This is the antidote for the poison injected into you. It won't take effect now. Drink it in 1 week. Yes, I understand. Raon turned to leave. Then I'm going. Wait. Aelin suddenly called out. He asked anxiously, if you save me, will you get into trouble? Raon replied indifferently, are you worried about the person who came to kill you now? He covered his head and left the two father and son behind. I also want to ask you one thing. Why, even when facing death, did you still plead to save your son? Don't humans always value themselves the most? Aelin stroked his child. In this world, there are always things more important than one's own life. I only realized that after the child was born. He suddenly asked back, does every parent think the same way as you? Perhaps there are others, but most feel the same. Upon hearing the answer, he looked at the distant scene in front of him. Raon remembered the days when he was just a little child. He laughed at himself. So that's how it is. This time, he walked away decisively. Thank you for answering my question. He looked at his child and said, we finally survived. Come, let's hurry to a safe place. Staying here is too dangerous. Effie Lam was looking after his son when, suddenly, someone appeared behind him with a knife. My son, you're hungry, aren't you? His son lunged at him with a knife without hesitation. Do you want to eat something? A shrill scream echoed through the air. Effie Lam, drenched in blood, collapsed, and the antidote vial in his hand tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, at the house where Raon was staying, he looked out the window at the scenery. Tonight was the night. Raon whispered to himself, thanks to Master Effie Lan, the fog in his mind had finally cleared. He could no longer stay in this place, this land of demons. He lost himself in thought, determined to escape this place and find a new path for himself. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Lord Raon, Lord Derus is summoning you. Raon turned away from the window. All right, I'm coming right now. A bag piled high with belongings sat in the corner of the room. The new mission had come sooner than he expected, but that was all the better. Everything for his escape was already prepared. Once he reached the mission site and made his getaway, there would be no more problems. Raon made a bold decision. Tonight he would escape this hell, and from now on he would live a life of freedom. He went to meet Derus Robert. He had arrived as summoned. Derus did not turn around, instead saying, all right, you've arrived, have you? He slowly turned to face him. You've worked hard this time as well. Raon was horrified by the sight. Spiderwebs had been enveloping him before he even realized it. The moment he faced Derus and prepared to kneel, he felt it. Raon quickly knelt, realizing that today he would lose his life at the hands of this man. Back to reality, Raon was currently sitting deep in thought on a chair. He rubbed his tired shoulders and looked outside. Did I just doze off for a moment to be dreaming about my past life even now? How strange. Diane hesitated before speaking. Vice Captain, we have finished preparations for departure. All right, let's head out immediately. He looked up at the sky. It's time to reach the first mission site for our Gale squad. The wind whistled through the tree branches as a fierce monster lunged forward. Juna and Martha combined their dual blades to strike, taking down the monster in a heartbeat. The two stood with their backs to the fallen beast. Juna said dismissively, I was the one who swung my sword at it first. Don't be ridiculous. It's clear I was the one who took the initiative. A voice rang out, cutting their argument short. It seems everyone has acquired weapons they are truly satisfied with. Raon approached and said, both your techniques and your spiritual energy have become much sharper. This coordination is creating power far beyond what it was before. Runan and Martha responded excitedly. Of course, it has to be completely different from those trashy swords we were handed out before graduation. This is a precious sword personally forged by the masters at the blacksmith village. It feels very solid in the hand. The resonance between the titanium aura and the sword bestowed by our superiors is truly magnificent. He still offered critiques that dampened their excitement. Even so, you both still have a few shortcomings that need to be corrected immediately. Runan's spiritual energy flow is still too thin, lacking that bone-chilling coldness. It needs more tempering. And Martha, you are putting too much force into your arms. If you don't break that bad habit, you'll find yourself in danger during stamina-draining battles. Raon turned to look at Buen, who looked back at him shyly. Buen, you are no exception either. Buen was surprised by Raon's remark about him. In his consciousness, hesitation still lingered. He had not yet been able to unleash the essence of the cold wind he had mastered in the Lane Desert. Raon kept speaking. That is the reason why your strikes lose their precision and become clumsy. Cast aside the hesitation in your mind and focus all your spiritual energy into it. He bowed his head apologetically. You're right, I'm sorry. Raon looked at him and said nothing more. He turned around and said, all right, let's continue on our way. In front of the magnificent mansion, a few months ago, after passing the graduation exam to become official swordsman, we attended the unit joining ceremony immediately afterward. The ceremony was a gathering point for the leaders of the Heavy Martial Hall, the True Martial Hall, the Xuan Wu Hall, along with the leaders of various other factions in the family. This was also an opportunity for the recruits to showcase their strength to decide which faction they would join. Influential figures appeared one after another. For that reason, any ordinary graduate would crave a spot in those prestigious places. However, those of us who came out of the 5th apprentice class had different thoughts. The stern figure sat in the highest seat, because right at that ceremony, head instructor Jim, happily looking at the sumptuous feast, solemnly announced the establishment of a completely new organization, the Gale Squad. This was a good opportunity. A brand new armed force meant there would be countless chances to earn merit, a place to reap both glory and honor. It was a tempting invitation, more valuable than any kind of rare treasure or high-class equipment. Promising faces gradually appeared, drawn by that appeal. Most of the members of Class 5 decided to sign up for the Gale Squad, led by Jim. However, a voice rang out as the next person. Buen stepped forward. Buen asked, Raon, The Gale squad is great, but I will join the heavy martial hall. He turned his head to look at him, smiling. Because my only goal from the beginning has always been my father. Bu Jiang also began to walk. Even if the paths we take diverge, the destination will not change. Let's work together to become even stronger. Cheers erupted. Any leader who wants to recruit Buan, please raise your hand. Arms were raised one after another without stopping. He was surprised by this welcome. What? He stood opposite his father and was shocked when his father did not raise his hand, causing the resounding cheers around them to slowly fade. If there was no one else intending to recruit him. Derus crossed his arms and looked at him sternly, offering no reaction. Wayne was shaken to his core. Father, why would you do this? Wayne had been rejected by his own biological father. Those around them all told Raon that the emotional wound Wayne suffered at the joining ceremony that day still simmered throughout. The time we were tailoring uniforms for the Gale squad, Zieghart looked at the blacksmith working diligently. Even during the time, other members were busy searching for or forging their own weapons. In the end, he joined the Gale squad with a soul that could not yet escape the shadow of his trauma. Without waiting for Buan to recover from his misery, tasks forced him to work. Right after, before Buan could even steady his spirit, the Gale squad had received its first major duty and departed immediately. Juna whispered in his ear, "Usually that arrogant guy is always making a fuss. It feels so empty with him being this quiet. If it were any other time, he would have jumped up and started a fight by now. Why is he being so quiet today?" Raon lowered his gaze and started walking. Buan isn't in a state where a few comforting words could make him feel better. His entire philosophy of life has been completely shattered. After all, this can only be solved by him standing back up on his own. Buang found the path he wanted to take in a fleeting moment, and we can only stand on the sidelines and watch. Jim watched him without a word. The teacher had also fallen into silence. Jim sighed and chatted casually with Glenn. I didn't expect Tazon wouldn't choose Buan either, especially when the kid's strength, willpower, and mindset have all matured so incredibly much. Glenn asked Han, "How is Buan doing right now?" He's isolating himself. Buan has cut himself off from the outside world. The kid longed to join the Zhongwu temple, only to be rejected. Now, his spirit has completely collapsed. I don't even know how to handle this. Glenn looked at Jim. Kun never liked children with their own distinct personalities. He only wants them to grow up like absolutely loyal chess pieces, but that child achieved independence of thought too early. He emphasized, Kazan was too heavily influenced by the period when I was still controlled by my inner demons. The two stood on the cliff talking, but the right to choose subordinates is a privilege of every leader. Even I shouldn't interfere with that. What do you mean? He turned to look at Jim. Aren't you the one responsible for guiding him? Don't ask me about that. The teacher was startled. Me? Jim was quite flustered. In Boying's situation, he would perform much better in the Gale Corps anyway. No, but I'm not a babysitter, am I? He looked sternly at the teacher and shouted a threat. Jim, feeling intimidated, snapped into a rigid stance. I will do my utmost to help Boying heal this pain. The teacher held his head in exhaustion. Being a great teacher is so incredibly difficult. Returning to the present, Jim spoke to Raon. And hey, Raon, you went to the trouble of forging a new sword. When are you finally going to draw it? He clenched his fist at Jim's words. Old man Vokon put so much effort into creating a legendary sword for you, yet not only do you not use it, you even use magic to hide its form. Martha also turned her head to look. It's just that I haven't found the right time to draw the sword yet. Besides, everyone is managing just fine on their own. Fine, but there will definitely come a time when you're forced to draw it. The group around them announced, All right, everyone has worked hard. We've arrived. In front of them was a bustling city. This land is Gaon. Jim turned and gave instructions. I'll repeat this one more time. Our mission is to track down the missing persons. We need to gather clues and crack the case in this place where mysterious disappearances frequently occur. Everyone listened intently, as this was the Corps' first field trip. I hope everyone will give it their all. They replied in unison. Understood. The teacher continued. Then, let's head inside. But something caught Jim's attention. People from afar were approaching. Morel, why are you here? Mozo asked in surprise. Swordmaster Jim, you're the one who needs to explain why you're here. The leader of the Salaman Magic Corps of Baka, Morel Kazun. Raon was shocked by his appearance. He is Morel Kazun? I've heard of him. The leader of the Salaman Magic Corps, the man known as the Flame Serpent. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing his attention. What? Why are you here? Raon asked out of curiosity. She was Chaina. She looked startled and guilty. Princess of the Baka Kingdom, Chaina. Raon looked at Chaina calmly. The arrogant brat I ran into at the Camel June auction. It's definitely her. She was furious when he said that. Hey, change the way you address me right now. I heard that loud and clear. Chaina spoke up, incredibly frustrated. Just a scammer and you dare to insult me. Do you have a death wish? Raon asked back, confused. Insult? What did I say to insult you? She immediately accused him. You pretended to be someone with the direct bloodline of the Scarlet Hat House, didn't you? Raon immediately refuted her claims. I have never personally claimed to be of the direct line. Chaina tried to find an excuse. That's because you intentionally created an atmosphere that made people misunderstand. Raon replied, leaving Chaina unable to argue back. If you were fooled by a feeling when I didn't say a single lie, isn't that the fault of a fool who believes anything? She was so angry she couldn't speak. She was absolutely livid. Just then, a voice rang out behind him. Shut your mouth right now. You are not allowed to be disrespectful to the princess anymore. The person who arrived was In, daring to mock Princess Chaina of the noble Baka kingdom. You think you have 9 lives? I am Inu, disciple of Lord Mozo. If you're smart, you'll kneel down, apologize, and pay your respects to the princess immediately. Martha looked at him coldly. This guy Cao Lu Yu is really putting on a show. Who the hell do you think you are? Princess Chaina's side spoke up first, but these brats were getting pushier the more they were ignored. The people on Raon's side wouldn't stay quiet and immediately retorted. Is your mouth itching, so you just spit out whatever you want? The person on the other side pointed at Raon's group. Indeed, those sword masters from the frozen region are useless. Must be so cold that your brains are frozen too. You don't even know basic etiquette. How ignorant. Raon's side wouldn't back down either. You weaklings that break if you're touched. Talking big? He shouted angrily. What? What did you say? Jim, standing behind the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim. So much energy. I guess that's what youth is like. Mozo, standing nearby, spoke up. Looks like the hat side came here to find the missing people too. The teacher heard that and stayed silent. Seeing Jim say nothing, he continued, then let's get straight to the point to save time. Leave the search to us. You guys should head back to avoid wasting your effort. This mission is way out of the league of the brats you brought along. Jim finally spoke up. Brats? In my eyes, they aren't any different from you guys. Mozo was startled to hear him say that. He replied, all right, let's settle it this way. Mozo told Jim, since the tension between the kids is already high, let's have them duel. The loser must submit to the winner, and whether to stay or leave will be decided by the winner. The teacher heard that and glanced at Raon behind him. A duel? Is this really okay? Raon thought as he heard Jim say that. That's some terrible acting. The teacher faked a smile and said to him, that's right. We traveled all the way here for a field trip. If we have to leave without even drawing our swords, that's unacceptable. So Raon, you go represent us. Raon was so annoyed he couldn't even speak. That annoying jerk, Jim. Just then, Inu walked over to them. Sir Captain, please let me handle this duel. Hearing those insults aimed at the princess and the Baka kingdom, I can't just sit by and do nothing. He was incredibly determined about this fight. I'll make you realize the true power of Baka's magic. Moto immediately agreed. Fine. Inu, I trust in your abilities. He walked up in front of Kale and introduced himself. My name is Inu, he said proudly, showing off his strengths. A combat mage of Baka and a disciple of the flame snake, Moto. For the humiliation you've caused the princess before he could even finish, Raon cut him off. You talk too much. He brought up the real purpose of this duel. The goal of this match is to win the right to lead the search for the missing people. And you, do you even know what that princess of yours did from the very beginning? Why are you acting so high and mighty? Stunned by his words, Inu was left speechless. That. Finally, he snapped and shouted in anger. Even so, it's an undeniable fact that you insulted the princess. State your name. I'll make you taste the greatness of Baka's magic, something your sword will never be able to touch. Raon spoke up, asking for Do Huan's help. Do Huan, could you get me what I need right now? He replied immediately. Understood. Vice Captain, are you referring to that? Everyone gasped, shouting, what is that? Another person was just as surprised. How could something like that suddenly come out of that bag? Kale held a staff in his hand. What kind of absurdly huge staff was that? Raon introduced himself. I am Raon Miru, and from now on, I'll use this staff to beat you into a pulp. Inu stared at him in shock. Raon looked at Inu coldly. Prepare to get beaten up today. The people on Princess Chaina's side couldn't believe what they were seeing. No way. Inu had been defeated so easily. They couldn't believe it, shouting. Inu was knocked out in just one hit. Seeing that, Moto realized that the guy had concentrated his aura into the staff and swung it down. He thought to himself, the larger and denser the weapon, the harder it is to channel aura. Even though many aura masters use swords, that's why it's extremely rare to see a master use a blunt weapon. Moto couldn't believe he was actually capable of that. How could that guy channel aura into that massive staff? Kale looked down at the staff at Inu. Is your name really Inu? You were bragging this whole time. but it turns out you're nothing special." Suddenly, Chenna screamed. "You lowly coward!" She pointed at Kale in a rage. "How dare you strike while someone is still casting enhancement magic? You shameless wretch. This match doesn't count." Raon calmly explained. "If we were on a battlefield, would you spout such nonsense there too?" Chenna was taken aback. What did you say?" He repeated it clearly for her. "I'm asking you, even if a sword were at your throat, would you tell the enemy to stop just because you weren't finished preparing?" Chenna still wanted to justify it. "But this is a duel," Raon continued. "Once a mage begins their spell, that's the signal that the fight has started. If you're going to keep nitpicking like that, then the real coward here is in you." The people around them agreed with Raon. Gossiped about by everyone, she hung her head in total humiliation. "He's right, the vice captain isn't wrong at all. The princess of Baka is truly too stubborn. This time, I really can't side with the princess, but I never expected Baka to be so completely overwhelmed here in this territory." Chenna trembled and whispered, "I don't accept this. Baka will never lose to Kale." She pointed at him, slandering him. "You must have used some dirty trick, right? Otherwise, how could you defeat our Baka warrior?" Chenna wouldn't accept the result of the previous match. That guy charged out on his own from the start anyway. He doesn't represent Baka. The true representative of Baka is me. This match is invalid. Completely invalid. Raon walked up to her and gave a cold warning. "That's quite enough of your tantrums." He made it clear to Chenna. "Even if you scream until you lose your voice, this bet cannot be cancelled." Both sides agreed to this willingly, and now you want to stand there and deny it. If you're not satisfied, then step out here and duel me yourself. Therefore, I now declare this as the vice captain of the Henatu's territory's Super Rock Brigade. Raon won't back down. Even if you are a princess, if you cross the line again, I will consider it an insult to Henatus, and I will draw my sword for real." Chenna looked at him in sheer terror. She collapsed to her knees. What kind of monster is this guy? Chenna trembled, remembering Raon's eyes from just moments ago. What is this terrifying killing intent? She was trembling so hard she couldn't control her tears, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. A hand reached out to cast a spell in front of Chenna. Moto stepped in to support her and stopped Kale. "That's enough." He explained to Kale that since she was raised as the precious treasure of the kingdom, she just didn't understand how the world worked yet. But Kale didn't care about that. Why should we bother sympathizing with that? Moto knew his side was in the wrong, so he apologized immediately. "You have a point. I apologize on her behalf." Moto helped Chenna away. "We'll take our leave now." As agreed, the Baka side will withdraw from this case. Raon spoke up, stopping them. "Where do you think you're going?" He was confused. "I'm just turning around, planning to head back to the kingdom." Kale then said to Moto, "I haven't even mentioned the reward for the winner yet, have I?" He looked at him, confused. Didn't the loser have to withdraw? Raon reiterated Moto's words. "The condition of this duel was, as you yourself said, Sir Moto, that the loser must obey the winner, remember?" He handed him the contract. "This is the signed contract." Raon smiled. "It stipulates that until this mission ends, the Baka side will serve as servants to our Super Rock Brigade." Jim appeared behind Moto, laughing. "Our vice captain has always been very clear when it comes to calculating gains and losses. What can you do? Since you are the defeated party, he can't do anything but accept that." Oktid hesitated, looking at them. "Does that mean Henatus and Baka won't be carrying out the mission together?" The mayor of Povan City, Oktid, happily pointed to Moto. "Yes, we and Henatus will take primary responsibility for this mission, and the Baka team will play the role of servants for us." He understood. "I see, I understand." Oktid told them, "Before we begin, I have one request. Please conduct this search for the missing people as secretly as possible." He explained his request. The economy of Povan City depends entirely on trade. If rumors about the disappearances spread, Kovan will be finished. Raon asked, "How serious is the scale of these disappearances that you'd say that?" Mayor Ogit answered his question, saying that over 100 people had vanished without a trace in just 2 weeks. He continued to tell them. Among them were even many knights who had reached the level of sword experts. After hearing Mayor Ogit explain the ins and outs of the situation, the Whirlwind team split into smaller groups to take action. They decided that investigating separately across Kovan City would be more efficient. At this moment, Dadian walked beside Raon and asked, "Young master, why are we looking in this dark alleyway? This isn't even the area we were assigned to search. Everyone else is focusing their investigation on crowded places like the plaza or the marketplace. What kind of useful information could we possibly gather in an alley like this?" He explained to him. "Leave those locations to Runan Sullian, Martha, and Buwan. They can handle it. If we drag the whole pack along from the start, we'd attract way too much attention." Hearing that, he realized, what you say makes sense, sir. Afterward, he patrolled while lost in thought. Furthermore, to find this kind of information, one has to look down at the streets, not up at the high places. According to the mayor, the number of missing people recently is estimated to be in the hundreds. Among them are many who have reached the level of advanced sword experts, and the strange thing is that not even a single gold coin was stolen. That means only the people disappeared without leaving any traces behind. If that is the case, it is very likely that the white blood family is involved in this matter. Suddenly, Dodian spoke up, but not bringing mages from Baka makes me feel a bit worried. If we had their support, it would be much more reassuring. Are you okay, young master? You knocked out Mozo's disciple, and you caused the princess to end up in that state. Will they even want to work with us anymore? Hearing him bring that up made Raon suddenly remember. Now that he mentions it, how are Inu and the princess doing? He replied, they are currently resting in the medical ward. The princess's case is probably because she was terrified by the young master's aura, so she is still bedridden. Hearing that, he asked further, is the guard duty tightened? Dodian heard that even though no one is directly guarding them, they have set up a very strong sensory magic. As long as someone approaches, a warning signal will immediately sound. But why are you asking about that, sir? Raon heard that and said expressionlessly, it's nothing. I'm just asking to be prepared. Seeing him worried about the princess made Dodian extremely curious. Come on, don't keep it a secret. Tell me what's going on over there. Young master, we've been walking for a while, and the scenery ahead made Dodian confused. A casino? Why have we come here? Raon explained. To be able to operate a business on this scale right in an alley, there must be a very powerful backer. It is highly likely that there is an organization behind them, or they have colluded with the mayor himself. Moreover, a casino is a place where all kinds of unsavory characters gather, so the information must be very rich. That made him hesitate. But even so, we can't just collar everyone in the casino to interrogate them, right? Before he could finish, he strode into the casino, leaving him behind. Wait, young master, he stammered, calling after him. Wait for me, sir. In the manager's office, upon hearing Raon's status, he asked unpleasantly, you say you're from City Hall? He calmly replied, exactly. We receive reports that illegal funds are flowing through this place. May we check the books for a moment? Hearing that made Dodian fearfully ask, young master, what's the situation? Why are you suddenly doing this? Entering like this, seeing him being so arrogant made the manager angrily snap. How can you just barge in here and impersonate City Hall officials like that? Don't spout nonsense. What proof do you have of money laundering? He retorted. Without evidence, you dare to barge into someone else's business and cause chaos? You think this is annoying? Once we receive a report, we have to investigate because it is our responsibility. Seeing that he wouldn't leave, the manager said coldly, I hope you'll forgive me if I pretend not to know anything when it's most necessary. Do you know where you are? This place is protected by the Thieves' Guild. Take care of them. But immediately, his men were taken care of by Raon in a heartbeat, to the point where the manager was also beaten black and blue. Afterward, he asked him, so what if it's the Thieves' Guild? Seeing the scene before him, Dodian couldn't help but praise him. Only at times like this do I see that my young master is truly very formidable. At this moment, Raon was interrogating the casino owner. In short, even among your subordinates, many have gone missing, right? After being given a harsh lesson by Raon, he fearfully replied, yes, that's right. The number of missing people is very high. Hearing that, he asked further, what were the circumstances when they disappeared? The man replied, to be honest, we don't really know. They were just walking together on the road when they suddenly vanished without a trace. We couldn't tell who it was when they were kidnapped, or how. It's not just tourists or passers-by. There are many cases where entire families vanished into the night without leaving a single trace. It's as if they never existed in the first place. Hearing things that hadn't been reported made him wonder. I have never heard the City Hall mention these things. He immediately explained, those high and mighty officials don't care about these disappearances. Maybe it's because no matter how many times we report it, the mayor never hears about it, which is why we become so sensitive. Someone in the middle must have blocked the reports from reaching the top. He felt it was truly strange that the task was only assigned after hundreds of people had already gone missing. There is every reason to suspect that there is a traitor inside City Hall. Suddenly, he remembered one thing and said, finally, there is one common point. According to some, every time someone around them disappeared, they felt goosebumps and a very strange, eerie sensation. After finishing his questioning, the two of them left. Stepping out of the casino, Dodian asked Raon, young master, could it be that you provoked the casino owner just to force this situation? He quickly replied, that's right. One way or another, we have to find the Thieves' Guild to get more information. Because the people at the bottom of the social ladder are the ones who know the most about these kinds of things. This made Dodian worried. But will the Thieves' Guild even accept the commission? You already beat the casino representative, they protect that badly, though. He didn't seem to care, simply stating, "Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we get there." Hearing that, the boy could only hope he wasn't planning on taking on all of them at once. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Hearing that, the boy realized, "Is that a woman?" Seeing that, Raon grabbed his arm and pulled him along, moving incredibly fast. "Run, Dohan." Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he followed. "Yes, young master." Two thugs in the alley were ganging up on a girl. "Let's finish this quickly and keep moving." Saren screamed, "No!" The other thug was furious. "Can't you just stay still?" She was gagged and couldn't call for help. "Damn it. Where does this girl get this much strength?" He told his accomplice that no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. As soon as he finished his sentence, a foot landed right on his head. He was kicked hard by Raon and couldn't fight back. Dohan went over to the girl to comfort her. "It's okay now." Saren replied, trembling. "Yes," he frowned, looking at the guy lying on the ground. "It's not them." Raon thought to himself, aside from the Owl family, they were just street thugs with a little training. These guys couldn't possibly be behind this disappearance. She was extremely grateful to them. "Thank you so much for saving my life." She looked up at them. "If not for you two, I thought I was done for." The boy was mesmerized by her beauty, thinking, "It's not like I lost anything anyway." She stood up, showing gratitude to Raon. "The swordsman saved me too, didn't you?" She looked extremely troubled. "How can I ever repay this debt?" Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Looking at Saren, Raon felt something incredibly strange. "What is this? What is this feeling? I feel an urge to pull that girl into my arms and comfort her right now. I want to pat her head and tell her she's suffered enough." Was this really his own thought? He silently rebuked himself in his mind. No, absolutely not. Someone who lived a past life as an assassin like me would never think about comforting someone before thoroughly assessing the situation. She continued, "Thanks to you, I kept my life." "So you really did come all the way here, didn't you?" "Thank you so much," he said softly. "Because you were an imposter." Raon felt a sharp pain in his stomach. "Damn it," she asked, confused. "What on earth is happening?" "Just a moment ago, he was clearly under the influence of my enchantment spell. I'm absolutely certain of that." She seemed very surprised. How could he have broken free? Saren was still thinking. He must be carrying an artifact that dispels spells. She noticed the sword in Raon's hand. Her expression suddenly changed. It was that sword. Saren was furious. The evil aura from that sword had blocked her enchantment. He looked at the sword in his hand. Indeed. If the soul-suppressing sword hadn't neutralized the spell in time, the one lying on the ground right now would be him. Raon thought silently. The White Blood sect massacred the entire Sai village. Did the grudges of the villagers accumulated on this soul-suppressing sword suppress this bastard's spell? He smiled, noting, "Seeing that white blood aura earlier, you're definitely from the White Blood sect. It's a pity for you." "You guessed right, this sword has the ability to neutralize your spells." Saren's expression turned increasingly ugly. She began to counterattack. "Even if I don't know where you got it, don't get cocky and think you've already won." In a short moment, her power increased significantly. Raon was surprised. This ability to use blood energy to regenerate your status in the sect must be at least an archbishop, right? Saren asked coldly, knowing that you still dare to stand there and act high and mighty with me. He couldn't just stand by anymore. She lunged to attack. Her voice was filled with hatred. "I'll send you to the afterlife right now." A loud explosion echoed, and the scene became chaotic. Raon and Saren clashed for a long time. In his heart, he knew clearly, since the enchantment was useless. You want to use brute force to decide the winner? He continued to evaluate Saren. Even if her martial arts are weaker than her spellcasting, this strength is truly worthy of an archbishop. Raon had no choice but to increase his power, a simple yet powerful technique. Saren coldly mocked him. "You brat, still wet behind the ears. Are you planning to just run away forever?" "Where did that arrogance from before go?" Raon suddenly asked, feeling guilty. The next second, he appeared right in front of her. "Fine, I'll stay and fight." His attack was too fast for Saren to react. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You bastard." The next scene left her stunned. Raon raised his sword high. "I'm sick of your tricks." He slashed straight across her body. Because of the intense pain, she screamed in despair. Raon continued to judge her. "I already suspected the White Blood sect was the mastermind behind this." She clutched her body and collapsed. Raon had foreseen it. He spoke his mind. "Only beasts who specialize in kidnapping children and the elderly fit the nature of you. White Blood sect members. You attacked me thinking you could easily take my blood, right?" His tone was mocking. "But unfortunately, you won't even have a chance to touch a single drop of my blood." Saren looked at Raon with hatred. "You little rat," she declared loudly. "I'll tear you to pieces." But before she could do that, she realized something was wrong. Saren asked angrily, "Damn it, What are you doing? Let go. I haven't finished you off yet. She was on the verge of going crazy. Damn it, my name is Saren. Remember it. I'll definitely take your life. Raon watched her reaction. Raon was very surprised. Saren kept cursing. The day I personally send you to hell isn't far off. Just then, Reimer stepped forward. What's wrong? Did she run away? He sighed. A pity. She probably caught the scent of the captain and ran off that quickly. You little brat, you've got a sharp tongue, don't you? Actually, whether I'm here or not doesn't really matter anymore. His face revealed a smile. The one from before her skill was actually quite high among the archbishops. Yet, you still managed to overwhelm him. It seems this quest for the sword helped you break through to a new level of power. Raon Zieghart quickly walked over and asked, Young master, were you injured anywhere during the fight just now? He shook his head and replied, I'm fine. It's nothing serious. Remembering something, he reported further, Commander, just as you observed, the white blood cult is indeed the mastermind behind these disappearances. Raon nodded in agreement. Right, after that clash earlier, it's become crystal clear. What a shame. If we could have captured him alive, we would have tracked down their base. Truly a pity, the master sighed, though it's tough, since those fanatics absolutely won't open their mouths during interrogation. Raon nodded. Exactly, and that's why the location of their main headquarters remains a mystery to this day. Raon turned his head to look at them. Well, the main headquarters isn't certain yet, he smiled and explained. But perhaps the location of the white blood cult's branch in Cohen is about to be exposed. The scene shifted to another part of the town. Raon Zieghart announced, Everyone is here, so I will brief you on the current situation. As some of you may already know, the white blood cult is the true culprit behind the kidnappings. Everyone listened in silence as he continued. The archbishop I fought earlier managed to escape, but he was heavily wounded and couldn't have gone far. We will begin the pursuit immediately. Whispers broke out among the crowd. The white blood cult again? So the five evils really are involved in this. That's right. If even talented swordsmen are being kidnapped, this isn't just a regular case. Noticing something was wrong, Ji-on froze in his tracks. He was quite surprised by Martha's reaction. Suddenly, Jap appeared right beside him. Look at why that girl is acting so strangely. Her gaze wasn't just angry. It was filled with deep-seated hatred. He thought to himself, I've always wondered why she craved power so much. So it turns out she has a blood feud with the white blood cult. Just then, Modu stepped forward. I don't mean to rain on your parade, but they definitely won't be coming back. Even if the white blood cult is the most arrogant and insane of the five evils, they wouldn't be stupid enough to show their faces after being sniffed out by both the Hath and the Baka. He calmly replied, Lord Modu, about that. Suddenly, a man rushed in, shouting, It's a disaster. A total disaster. He said anxiously, Princess Chai Na has disappeared from the infirmary. The expressions of everyone present changed instantly. What? The princess? That's unbelievable. It makes no sense. The protective barrier didn't even trigger an alert. The artifact was left right there on the bed where the princess was lying. Damn it! Everyone rushed forward to offer help. Lord Modu, please, stay calm. His reaction was extremely intense. How can you tell me to stay calm in this situation? If something happens to the princess, not only us, but the rich Hath house will also be implicated. Raon Zieghart suddenly reassured him. Don't worry too much, Lord Modu. Where is the princess right now? His face became strangely calm. I have the location of the fleeing archbishop in the palm of my hand, just like I know where the princess is. Inside the building, Xi Lin screamed in fury as she looked at the wounds on her body. This is terrible. I'm going to lose my mind. Why won't this pain just let me go? Shortly after, she turned her head and snapped. Da-dee, do something already. He replied, Control yourself. Your screaming is far too piercing. This man was the officer in charge of the white blood cult's Kovan branch. Da-da-dian continued to scold her. Why are you calling for me? If you had finished him off from the start, I wouldn't have to endure this pain. He recounted that the mad sword Jim M had officially entered the fray. If we linger here, we will surely be cornered. His gaze became complex. That malevolent energy is truly toxic. Daigo voiced his speculation. It is neutralizing your self-regeneration and blocking the healing process. It will take quite some time to cleanse it completely. Hearing this, Sinan screamed again. That's exactly why I said we had to kill that guy to end this pain. He turned to leave, adding, that evil energy is radiating from his very sword. Even if you kill that swordsman, it won't disappear. Xi Lin was about to lose it. So you're telling me I have to just grit my teeth and endure this forever? Daigon, did you have a plan beforehand? We haven't just been sitting around waiting. While she was distracted by the battle, he suddenly asked, The plan here is complete. What did you say? He announced. Upon receiving word that the Baka princess was in the infirmary, I use a teleportation technique to kidnap her. Once the princess goes missing, the king of Baka will surely fly into a rage. He might even spark a war with the house that sent the princess to Sa. Dajigan didn't forget to add, if you understand, then stay silent and wait reverently. The apostles are preparing to visit this place soon. Xe Lin was very surprised. For what reason are the apostles coming here? She prepared to leave the area. I heard the 7th and 10th apostles are coming to oversee the training. She cursed repeatedly. Why does that old grump have to show up at a time like this? Damn it, nothing ever goes smoothly. Raon Zieghart suddenly advised, if you don't want to get caught, stop blabbering and focus on guarding the princess carefully. He slipped out of the area. After all, when he arrives, all the trouble here will be sorted out anyway. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Xe Lin was furious. How miserable. Why did I end up in such a pathetic situation? That brat from the rich Hath house, she cursed. Next time we meet, I swear I'll rip him apart. A sudden explosion rang out, and Jion's familiar voice appeared. So, this is where you were hiding? He smiled, looking around. Is this the headquarters of the White Blood cult's Kovan branch? Sinan lunged at him the moment she saw him. You bastard from the Hath house. He didn't show the slightest fear and retorted, it's obvious you're no match for me. Xe Lin's physical condition worsened even more. Raon Zieghart judged her coldly, a self-proclaimed archbishop falling for the same trick twice, rushing in like a moth to a flame without any plan to deal with me and the spirit-cleansing sword. You're far too sloppy. She collapsed to the ground in pain, her voice trembling. Let me ask you one thing. How did you know we were hiding here? Raon Zieghart was unfazed. That, he told her calmly. When we were fighting, I secretly pinned a thread of my aura to your clothes. Looking at how pathetic you are, I guess the pain in your arm was so severe that you didn't even notice. He turned and continued. If you had changed your outfit, I probably would have lost the trail. Luckily, I stormed in before you could do that. I really should thank you. Raon Zieghart didn't seem to care about Xe Lin anymore. Finding this place was all thanks to you. She slumped to the ground as he walked slowly toward Che Na, who was being held captive. She angrily rebuked him. What is this? Did you wake up because of the noise from the fight? Why are you just standing there staring? Hurry up and untie me. Raon Zieghart questioned her. Why should I do that? Her face changed instantly. What the hell are you talking about? He looked at her with a judgmental gaze. Why would I save someone who has always tried to trample on me? I only came here to witness your end. China coldly retorted, do you think the kingdom of Ba Ka will sit idly by if something happens to me? Not to mention, the rich Hath is a close ally of Ba Ka. He didn't seem to care. Aren't you just allies on paper, while in reality, you fight like cats and dogs? Even you and that Y-like person are both the same. Raon Zieghart turned and walked out of the place. But this actually works out perfectly. If you die now, we can pin all the blame on the White Blood cult, so farewell. Channa pleaded in a hurry. Wait please, just a moment. She shouted in a panic. I promise I will never lay a finger on you again. I won't even dare to step on your shadow. Please, save me. He looked at her with suspicious eyes. Are you capable of taking responsibility for the words you just uttered? Channa nodded quickly. Yes, I swear I'll take full responsibility. Please, get me out of this hellhole. Raon walked up to Channa. All right then. Do you recognize what this is? He announced slowly. This is a special contract crafted with magic. It clearly states that you will never defy my will and must unconditionally fulfill 8 requests from me. In his hand was the special contract, produced with magical power. Anyone who violates the terms will pay a heavy price. He continued, I'm sure you know full well what the consequences will be if you dare to go against the contents of this document. Raon revealed an expectant smile. If you want to keep your life, hurry up and sign it right now. As soon as he saw him, Runan Solian recounted the whole story. Raon, all hostages have been successfully rescued. Team 2 and the Salaman mages are escorting them to safety. He nodded in praise. Well done. How is the situation with the others? Everyone was meeting in the hallway on the ground floor of the White Blood cult's Coven branch. After rescuing Channa, she briefly described the situation. Boyne is leading Team 3 to intercept the remnants of the White Blood cult, trying to escape. She continued to analyze deep inside. In the opposite direction, Martha immediately stopped. The commander is currently facing the officers who specialize in teleportation magic all by himself. That's fine. At this rate, everything will go smoothly. Thinking for a moment, he glanced toward Cha. Junan, take Princess Chanan to evacuate with Team 2 and the hostages. Dujan, hurry and regroup with Boyne to support the interception efforts. She felt surprised. Raon, aren't you coming with us? He shook his head and announced, from now on, I will coordinate with Martha to sweep up the remaining ones. He thought to himself, actually, cleaning up the remnants is one thing, But what worries me more is Martha's state of mind. Even if Buen tried to stop her, Raon guessed that Martha was surely falling into a state of frenzy right now, no longer seeing anything around her. On this side, Martha was quite unexpected. She swung her sword, taking down all her opponents, yet the feeling only made her more furious than ever. Why can't all of you stop a single swordswoman? At this rate, we're all going to lose our lives. Everyone argued constantly. Stop maintaining the sword formation. Focus all our strength on supporting the team leader. Take advantage of the leader clearing the path to strike at the white blood cult's openings. Damn it. But the team leader is moving too fast. We can't keep up. Martha only had one thought in her mind: to annihilate the white blood cult, definitely not letting a single one escape from here. Her gaze became determined. She had to wipe them all out. She told herself, as a team leader, I know I shouldn't act so recklessly. The safety of the team members. I also clearly understand that I must put the common mission first. Martha remembered, but when facing those despicable white blood cult members, her heart was filled only with hatred. I have absolutely no intention of stopping this sword. She took down every enemy in the area, absolutely never. In just a short time, Martha had dealt with all of them. She muttered to herself, still not enough. This doesn't even make a dent yet. Those cowardly white blood cult rats, where are they hiding? The atmosphere there suddenly changed, making Martha jump. A magic circle made of blood appeared before her eyes. Martha quickly stepped back. It was a blood-summoning ritual. Could this be? A voice suddenly echoed. A human? The 10th apostle coldly questioned. Have these pests actually dared to storm all the way here? He was known as the great commander of the white blood cult, the 10th apostle. Dajian was extremely surprised. A sword aura? Didn't your core get destroyed? Yet you can still keep up with my space teleportation technique? Raon smiled and replied, rumors are often wrong. He continued to warn, I have a mountain of questions to ask you, but even if I did, you don't look like you're going to spill anything, so it's best to end this right now. Suddenly, Dadian warned, you should have arrived a little earlier. Raon was surprised. What do you mean? The old man smiled smugly. 2 people are coming here today. His voice was extremely certain. The moment the apostles descend, you won't survive either. The 10th apostle looked at Martha before him. Are they sending children now? She seemed to realize something about the bastard. Back when she was a child, on that day, he had set fire to her village, slaughtered half the villagers, and kidnapped the rest. She had seen this man, the disciple of the white blood cult's leader. Martha was even more hateful. The one who took my mother away. She immediately attacked the 10th apostle with her sword, but before she could even touch him, her expression changed. The 10th apostle easily blocked her with his hand. Martha couldn't believe her eyes. My sword aura-infused technique pushed to its absolute limit, yet he's blocking it as if he's just playing with a child. She suddenly felt terrified that she might die. He was preparing to strike when something suddenly intervened. Fireballs quickly protected Martha from him. Raon reminded her, don't rush in so emotionally. He stepped into the area. You can't take him alone. Raon gently caught Martha. This isn't just your battle. She was still very stubborn. Let me go. I have to destroy that bastard. Her face was filled with nothing but hatred. You 10th apostle, you bastard. What did you do to my mother? What happened to the people in the village of Gaiharng? The man calmly retorted, I can't even remember where that insignificant village of Gaiharng is. The 10th apostle didn't seem to care at all. I don't know where that place is, but those who were brought to the main headquarters are 9 out of 10 dead. That mother you've been screaming about has probably already become feed for the beasts. His tone turned malicious. For trashy insects like you, that's already a great honor. Martha couldn't keep her cool anymore. The brute, Raon Zieghart, sternly warned her. You are no match for him, but she wouldn't listen. Let go. I will kill that bastard myself, no matter who he is. He suddenly sneered. You aren't even worthy of being my opponent. Her expression changed. What? The space around them suddenly shook, and immediately after, Jim M. attacked with his sword. He suddenly spoke up. You're right. Raon Zieghart. A smile appeared on his face. This guy will be mine. The 10th apostle raised his hand high into the air. The radiant sword of the Sich Hat House. I wanted to kill you even before you came here. He created a terrifying explosion. Watching the 2 of them fight, Raon Zieghart thought for a long time. Understanding clearly in his heart, the speed of these 2 is terrifying. Even using my mind's eye, it's very hard for my eyes to follow his movements. Is this a battle between those who have transcended the master level? Suddenly, the 7th apostle asked, Is this the time for you to be distracted? He quickly used the pure blood arts to attack him. The man's face showed a bit of surprise. You can see through the exact trajectory of my sword. It seems you know about the pure blood arts of our white blood sect. Raon Zieghart was surprised and thought, is that bastard also a master? He coldly asked, Who are you? The man introduced himself. I am the 7th apostle, the youngest person to become an apostle of the white blood sect. In other words, he was indeed the seventh apostle of the white blood sect. He continued to judge, "I thought this training mission would be boring, but thanks to you, things are starting to get interesting." The seventh apostle picked up his sword to attack again. "Let's see how well a little fish like you can struggle." This time it was a technique from the pure blood arts, the blood training sword. With no other choice, Raon Zieghart could only dodge. He secretly thought to himself, "He's too fast. This isn't a speed I can catch with the naked eye. If not for my mind's eye, I would have fallen long ago." He was also caught off guard. Furthermore, does this power make his sword energy strike this hard? The seventh apostle remarked in surprise. "You blocked that attack?" He felt very excited. "You bastard. You're not just an ordinary little fish, are you? Ordinary experts facing me would lose their lives in just one hit." After thinking for a moment, he decided, "Fine, let's see if you can block the next move." Raon Zieghart had to be even more vigilant. Did he finally decide to use it? It was the symbol of the masters and a skill only for those who had surpassed that ultimate realm barrier. The technique he used was the destructive sword energy. The seventh apostle didn't forget to declare, "I don't show this to just anyone, so consider it an honor." Using sword energy consumes quite a bit of internal energy. His power completely erupted. He smiled and reminded him, "Kid, since you forced me to use this, I have a request." The seventh apostle struck directly. "Don't die after just this one move." The situation became increasingly difficult, making Raon Zieghart feel uneasy. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack just in time. The force was so great that the entire building exploded. The seventh apostle landed gently on the ground, and he commented in surprise, "Honestly, I didn't think you could endure that hit." Looking at Raon Zieghart, he asked, "Who the hell are you, anyway?" "But that's fine too." His tone held a bit of contempt. "It seems your life ends here." He was temporarily resting on the ground. The seventh apostle walked up to Raon Zieghart. "It looks like this is the end." He thought to himself, "That guy blocked the sword energy, just with his sword. Normally, both person and sword should have been shattered into 100 pieces." He immediately guessed, "It seems that sword is no ordinary object. Is it thanks to that sword that you were able to barely withstand my hits?" Raon Zieghart gripped the sword tightly. "Who knows?" He thought to himself, "That's right." He tried to calm himself down. "It's the heaven-moving sword, forged from Guy. If this sword didn't amplify my sword energy, then the internal injuries from that last hit would definitely have been much worse." Raon Zieghart understood clearly that this was the sword energy of a master with overwhelming killing intent, not only terrifyingly powerful, but also perfect without a single flaw. "If I face him head-on, I'll definitely die." He asked himself, "What should I do?" Seeing Martha rush in to attack took him by surprise. Martha, Raon Zieghart felt a bit helpless. Damn it, that kind of sneak attack won't work on a master. More than anything, he was puzzled. Why is she acting so recklessly? Raon Zieghart realized her eyes were actually clearer than usual. That action was definitely not out of impulse. As if he had discovered something, his expression suddenly changed. "Martha, could it be?" The seventh apostle turned his head to look at Martha. Almost forgot there was another tiny fry left. He attacked directly. "Die and get out of my sight," she retorted coldly. "It'll be a long time before I die that easily." The bastard Martha used all of her strength to perform the flow of the Tai Sun slash sword technique. It was the first time the seventh apostle had encountered this, which surprised him. What? Taking advantage of his distraction, Raon Zieghart rushed to attack. This time he used a sword technique, Falling Sun, making it impossible for him to pay attention. Seeing that he still didn't react surprised him. Raon Zieghart wondered to himself, the sword only grazed his edge. Did he even twist his body to dodge the fatal blow? The seventh apostle silently looked at the wound on his hand for a long time. He found it hard to believe. "I'm wounded? By trashy insects like you?" His voice carried fury. "I won't allow this to happen. No, he absolutely would not forgive this." The seventh apostle declared directly, "I will crush all of your bones into dust." His power was too terrible, causing Raon Zieghart and Martha to struggle. He had no choice but to try to defend himself, and both of their bodies were thrown backward. Raon Zieghart wondered to himself, his power has clearly increased compared to before, so he was holding back until now. He turned his head to the side. "Martha, are you okay?" Without him knowing when, the seventh apostle had appeared right before his eyes. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Raon hurriedly put his hands up to defend himself, but he couldn't hold his ground against him. His entire body pushed violently backward. He walked up to Raon. "To think I'd be injured by a bunch of nobodies like you. Still, to think you're still alive after a hit like that?" The seventh apostle suddenly announced, "I was just playing around until now, but I've changed my mind." He raised his sword high. "I'll send you off in the most agonizing way possible, and then I'll condense your blood to drink." The tone of his voice grew increasingly unhinged. "Now, die." Raon still refused to give up. "No, I've got a long life ahead of me. There's no way I'm dying at the hands of someone like you. He stepped forward, facing him. You're the one who's going to die here. No matter who the opponent was, he would never back down. Using the Great Harmony steps, Raon appeared behind him out of nowhere. The seventh apostle turned around, confused. What kind of footwork is this? When did he move behind me? While he was still thinking, Raon lunged forward, unleashing the 10 Fire Dragon Strike technique. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly. So, you finally played all your cards. Huh, what a pathetic flame this is. Every time the seventh apostle attacked, Raon would vanish. He turned back to taunt him. Do you really think those cheap sneak attacks would work? In his heart, he thought, that flashy flame is obviously just a decoy to set up a sneak attack from behind. Do you think I wouldn't see through such a shallow trick? Perhaps the seventh apostle believed he was the winner. Your sword energy can be easily nullified with the blood purification technique. His expression suddenly changed, and he questioned himself. There's not a shred of sword energy in that blade. Raon gritted his teeth in desperation. I knew full well that a sneak attack like this would be seen through, and that you'd use the blood purification technique to counter it. He knew it in his heart, but this blade was capable of cutting through even the white blood cult's blood purification technique. The energy erupting from the soul suppression sword was the true move. With the power of the soul suppression sword, even the apostle's blood purification technique would be shattered to pieces. While he was distracted, Raon poured all his strength into the attack. The move he used was the Raon family's secret sword style. First form, Raon rushed past the seventh apostle's body with his sword. On the other side, Jim was facing the 10th apostle. He remarked unexpectedly, that power really does wash away the useless reputation surrounding you. Jim laughed as he replied, the nature of rumors is nothing but wind blowing through the clouds. Why would I be shaken by such groundless gossip? Seems like the 10th apostle's time is also coming to an end, isn't it? The 10th apostle felt there was nothing funny about it. Once something has spread throughout the world, it could never be complete nonsense. It seems you found your own path outside of orthodox martial arts to overcome adversity. Jim was in a very good mood. What is the truth behind all of this? The 10th apostle didn't want to waste any more time. Whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. While you were pinned to one spot by a fatal wound, readying your weapon for battle, I had already taken a giant step forward. His spear slammed into the ground, and with it, the 10th apostle's power exploded. Jim was caught off guard. This situation is beyond my expectations. I've never been one for these brute force brawls. Jim thought to himself, maybe this mission will be my last. This time, Jim decided to use the Sword Realm technique. As they both faced off against one another, it was clear this would be a terrifying battle. The 10th apostle glared at Jim as if he could devour him alive, but Jim didn't seem afraid at all. Elsewhere, Raon had successfully dealt damage to the 7th apostle. He clutched his body in surprise, his voice trembling. You bastard. What can a mere superficial wound like that do to me? The 7th apostle's body began to sag. He realized with despair that his body's regenerative speed was slowing down. Those two mistimed strikes. The strange energy hidden within the technique was neutralizing his ability to recover. He was deeply curious what was the origin of that sword. Exactly. Raon turned his head suddenly. He managed to dodge the strike to his heart. He really is a monster. He lives up to the reputation of someone who has touched the Aura Master realm. Raon gripped his sword tightly. The enemy was exhausted now. One more hit and he would fall. Raon decided to lunge in. I'll end this fight with one final blow. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy appeared from the sky. With no other choice, Raon leaped to the side to dodge. He stared blankly at what had just happened. The 10th apostle declared angrily, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. He felt extremely annoyed. Even for a top-tier swordsman, how could he possibly take down an Aura Master? The 7th apostle was about to explain, Senior brother, I can still hold on and keep fighting. The 10th apostle turned back to question him. Stop making a scene. You've already suffered a crushing defeat in this fight. If I hadn't stepped in when I did, you'd be a corpse by now. With your body in such a ruined state, what else could you possibly do? After thinking for a moment, he declared, We'll count today as a loss. We'll settle the score another day. Martha blocked both of them. Do you think you can just turn around and run away that easily? You scumbags. She wouldn't let it go. I will end your lives on this very soil today. Even Raon nodded in agreement. That kid is right. Who gave you permission to just leave as you please? Jim stepped right up beside him, agreeing. Did anyone say we were going to let you walk away? Jim placed a hand on his shoulder. I want to stop them too. Raon looked surprised, hearing that. Captain Zieghart continued to advise him. If we fought to the death, we might still be able to manage. But we have too many other things to worry about and protect behind us. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Raon, I trust you understand the bigger picture right now. Raon had to admit it. That's right, I know it myself. But knowing is one thing. He suddenly asked, Do you pieces of trash even have the right to open your mouths and talk about brotherhood? The 10th apostle was shocked. What did you just say? Raon shouted out everything they had done, destroying entire families, massacring the villages where people lived, drinking their blood, gnawing on their bones, yet you monsters have the nerve to talk about brotherhood. His tone grew even angrier. I'm asking you, do you even really understand what those two words, brotherhood, mean? The 7th apostle retorted, turning those weaklings into supplements for us is the greatest blessing they could ever receive. We, the white blood cult, have saved those people from a wretched life that was as worthless as weeds. Raon loudly roared, shut your mouth. So what does that make a loser who was defeated by someone you consider worthless? He placed his hand on Martha's shoulder. I swear right here and now, he said, his voice trembling with rage. The 10th apostle, the sole survivor of the village, you don't even bother to remember the name of, will one day take your life with his own hands. Raon declared, I will definitely make that happen. Martha's face suddenly flushed red. The 10th apostle suddenly asked him, what is your name? He introduced himself coldly, Raon Zieghart. The apostle nodded and remarked, interesting. Who would have thought the Zieghart family could still produce such outstanding talent? After saying that, he turned and left the area, Raon Zieghart and the survivor of the nameless village. The 10th apostle, along with the 7th apostle, vanished from the scene. I will wait impatiently for the day we face each other again. Raon suddenly asked, did they really retreat? Martha turned to look at him. Raon's body swayed, making her deeply worried. She hurriedly supported him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Martha called out, Raon, wake up. Jim smiled and suggested, just let him rest. It seems he's reached his limit. To fight to that extent and still stay on his feet is a rare miracle indeed. He silently thought to himself, what a formidable youth. Not only did he stand firm, but he also defeated a master-level expert. Furthermore, the aura he projected when facing the 10th apostle earlier. He suddenly recalled that the boy's bearing looked exactly like the patriarch when he was young. It seemed Raon was just like his father. Thinking of this, he chuckled. It seemed his initial decision was not a mistake at all. Jim looked at his face and whispered, I will bet the rest of my life on you, Raon. The next morning inside the barracks, everyone was discussing anxiously. Has the vice captain really not woken up yet? That's right, it's already been 3 days. He's been unconscious in the villa the whole time. It's so surprising. He usually recovers and wakes up so quickly. This proved that the battle against the master-level expert had completely exhausted the vice captain. Martha sat silently, listening, hoping he would wake up soon. She had to admit he was truly an existence that left others in awe. She remembered Raon's actions, with only the physique of a sword expert. Managing to take down the 7th apostle was already a miracle. Yet, he still stood tall facing the 7th apostle even while carrying severe injuries. Although she knew full well that continuing the fight would surely lead to defeat, Martha suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Not only that, he had become a solid pillar of support for her, which allowed her to stand firm and strong in front of that man. A discomfort grew in her heart. This was also what helped clear away all the resentment she had suppressed for so long. She clenched her fist, grateful to him. Raon, Martha could only pray to the gods. Please, open your eyes soon. Suddenly, news of Raon spread to everyone. He's awake. Everyone looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Why is Dadian shouting like that? He recounted. The young master, no. The vice captain Dadian's voice turned joyful. He's conscious and has opened his eyes. Inside the room, Raon began his address. To the entire Gale squad, you have all put in great effort during this journey. I have fully grasped the situation through Busen's report. Although this was a tough challenge beyond our expectations, everyone performed excellently and returned safely without any serious injuries. His tone was calm and steady. However, we must not be complacent or rest on our laurels after this first mission. When we achieve success, it is even more of a time to seriously reflect and learn from our shortcomings. He turned his head to look in one direction. First of all, Team 2. Raon gave an impartial assessment. You all carried out your duty to evacuate the hostages and hold the formation exactly as planned very well. However, during the process, there was a lapse in failing to strictly control certain individuals. In the future, keep a firmer grip on the number of hostages and manage them more carefully. He didn't overlook a single thing. As for Team 3, even though you didn't have much time to train together, you executed the Gale formation flawlessly. Team 3 managed to minimize casualties thanks to your leadership. Buzzin, you've worked hard. Buzzin replied in surprise, thank you, Vice Captain. Raon turned his head to look at Martha and finally, Team 1. She was a bit flustered. Yes, no. I mean, understood. This time, he sternly criticized, you all were the ones who performed the worst during this mission. A leader let rage cloud her judgment and acted impulsively, leading the other members to follow blindly. If that situation hadn't been an ambush but a direct confrontation, someone would certainly have lost their life. Raon spoke his mind. I know you have a deep blood feud with the white blood cult, but this is a collective mission, and you were acting as the team leader. You should have prioritized the safety of your members and the hostages above your own personal grudges. Team leader of Team 1, do you understand what I just said? Martha bowed her head in admission. It was all my mistake. I sincerely apologize for my recklessness. Raon seemed to recall something. You mentioned the village earlier, right? After thinking for a moment, he decided our Gale squad is a unified team. Of course, we cannot make your personal revenge the duty of everyone. However, we will surely encounter the white blood cult many more times in the future. He continued his announcement. Therefore, when the time is right and you are mentally prepared, share the entire story with us. Martha nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. Raon encouraged her. Regardless, it was thanks to you holding off the seventh apostle that we were able to turn the tide and win. She looked up at him in surprise. Wait, really? He looked very satisfied. Overall, there were still quite a few mistakes, but I applaud your bravery and lack of hesitation when facing an Aura Master. The members were shocked. Team leader, did you really attack a master-level expert? That sounds so cool. Martha hurriedly explained. No way. I was just doing my best to slow him down. Raon Zieghart called out. All right, that's it for the debriefing. He reminded everyone, focus on resting and recovering your strength until we pull out. But as everyone was heading back to their rooms, Raon Zieghart called out to Buane. He turned around, looking puzzled. Yes, Vice Captain, he asked curiously. I know this past while has been really rough, but thank you for giving it your all. A warm smile spread across his face. The truth is, the Tempest Order really needs you, or to be more precise, I really need someone like you. Raon Zieghart didn't forget to tell him to get some good rest. Buane suddenly thought of Kazun. I have no use for people who are both foolish and weak. Raon Zieghart was completely different from him. I truly need you by my side, Buane. He felt a sudden wave of emotion. Buane Gaiharn turned and walked away. As time passed, the very first expedition of the Tempest Order in Kovan officially came to an end. The story picks up after the kingdom of Baka's forces have left, just as Raon had calculated. We immediately went to find Mayor Outwit to settle the payment for our mission. Things didn't exactly end perfectly, and since the Typhoon Squad was newly established, our need for equipment and supplies was immense. I sincerely apologize, Mayor Outwit, but we had to clean out your budget. It didn't stop there. As soon as we set foot back at the family estate, we headed straight to the Patriarch's Hall to report the situation, without even a moment to rest. Raon and everyone else knelt before him. I spoke on behalf of all my brothers in the squad. I reported everything, detailing exactly what had happened. Raon placed his hand over his chest. That concludes my report. Glenn nodded and commented, securing victory in the market share race against Baka, successfully destroying the white blood sex branch in Kovan, and taking down the seventh apostle, a master of the Aegea family, you say. Gaiharn sounded surprised, though his demeanor seemed a bit too detached. Japa, standing right next to him, replied, that goes without saying. What more could you expect from such minor achievements? To the four kings and those old geezers, these trifles aren't even worth considering. Raon quickly reminded him. Tone down that arrogance. Unexpectedly, he praised us. You all did very well, and he seemed quite pleased. For a group of swordsmen on their first mission, pressure is inevitable, but you have all proven yourselves to be exceptionally capable. In particular, forcing the kingdom of Baka into a supporting role is highly commendable. Furthermore, facing an Aegea master directly and managing to keep every single member alive is a truly praiseworthy feat. Everyone laughed in surprise. Is this for real? The Patriarch himself is actually praising us, Glenn continued. Because of that, the time from here on out will be the true core challenge, he reminded everyone. Those who don't know your reputation will continue to look down on you and try to pick fights just as before. And those who have heard the rumors will constantly try to test you to verify your true strength. Therefore, the most essential thing the Typhoon Squad needs right now is unity and absolute combat power. Saying this, Glenn snapped his fingers. In terms of unity, you have had a long time training together since Training Ground, number 5, so you are certainly not inferior to any other squad. However, in terms of combat power, you are truly still very green and weak. The space around them suddenly shifted. The team members looked at each other in shock. The Hall of Enlightenment, they couldn't believe they had the chance to see it with their own eyes. It was a legendary treasure they had only ever heard rumors about. It felt just like a dream. Glenn told them, this is the well-deserved reward for outperforming the kingdom of Baka and wiping out the white blood sect during your maiden mission. When you place your hands on the archive, a martial arts manual will automatically appear. Each member should choose one for themselves. Raon reminded them, I will be the last one to receive mine, so feel free to go ahead. Raon nodded in understanding. Thank you. Vice Leader, He explained that the Hall of Enlightenment would automatically sense what each person craved and lacked. Based on that, it would judge and select the most suitable martial arts manual for each individual. Everyone had their rewards in their hands. Glenn smiled. Consider this a solid foundation to continue and improve your abilities. Diane looked at his reward, a martial arts manual specializing in storage. He called out, "The last one is Raon. Step forward." Raon was surprised. "Is it my turn already?" He reached out. What he lacked and needed most right now was footwork. Even though he had mastered the flower's steps, it hadn't reached its maximum potential, so he needed to find another footwork technique to support it. The space suddenly changed. Raon wondered to himself, confused. Wait, what's happening all of a sudden? The Hall of Enlightenment began making strange noises. Zieghart was inwardly terrified. The hall was crying. It remained motionless. Not a single book fell. He looked at his empty hands, bewildered. What was happening? Why didn't any secret technique fall from the archive? Suddenly, Glenn's voice rang out. "It seems there isn't a martial art in this place suitable for you at this moment." He snapped his fingers and continued. "It appears you were not accepted by the archive. Let's stop here for now." The young men around them whispered in astonishment. "The Hall of Enlightenment is closing. Did the vice leader really not receive anything?" Glenn stood up and spoke. "The entire Typhoon squad, you may withdraw." Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. Patriarch Zieghart. Martha stepped forward, clutching her manual. "Our lives on this trip were saved entirely by Vice Leader Raon," she pleaded earnestly. "Because of that, I beg you to reward Raon just like the others. Even if I have to return my own footwork manual, I beg you to grant Raon a worthy reward, please." He tilted his head silently, looking at Martha. She bit her lip sadly, not daring to look Glenn in the eye. He spoke, breaking the tension. "You are misunderstanding something quite severe." Martha asked, confused. "What do you mean?" Glenn calmly explained. "The fact that no book fell from the archive does not mean he will leave empty-handed. The vice leader of the Typhoon Squad will receive his reward in a different way later, so there is no need to worry." She awkwardly knelt to apologize. "Sincere thanks, Patriarch. Please forgive my rude behavior just now." He turned away and commanded, "Good that you understand. You may leave." Dunan stepped forward, surprised. "Martha, that look doesn't suit you at all." Martha snapped back. "Shut your mouth." Raon said seriously, "All members of the Typhoon Squad, salute the Patriarch." Everyone bowed in unison. "Thank you, sir, for rewarding our Typhoon Squad." After everyone left, he smiled and said, "I never expected that one day I would hear such a defense of Raon from Martha herself." Raon happily added, "Not to mention the generosity of young Master Raon. Even though he got nothing himself, he still sincerely congratulated his comrades." Witnessing that scene, who would have ever thought the Tempest Squad was just a newly formed team? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "And just who do you think is responsible for all this success?" Jim stroked his hair smugly. "Who else could it be but the Tempest Squad leader, Jim? It's because I've been such a solid pillar of support for them that everything's running so smoothly." Glenn offered a reluctant word of comfort. Fine. You've worked hard." He immediately burst into a laugh. Jim then turned serious, getting straight to the point. "But you know better than anyone that the kids handled this mission entirely on their own, to survive against the 10th Apostle at such a young age. You know full well that can't just be chalked up to luck." He lowered his voice and continued, "And while I haven't been able to measure his exact strength yet, that 10th Apostle broke through the second barrier and entered the Grandmaster realm. I really should have finished him off the first time we crossed paths. At that time, it wasn't just the white blood cult leader. The fallen heaven and the heavenly demon were both there, so I was helpless to act." Jim suddenly changed the subject. "But then again, only a grandfather would be so devoted to his grandson, right?" Glenn frowned, confused. "What are you rambling about now?" He didn't hesitate to expose what had just happened. "About that book that nearly fell out of the Enlightenment archives. It was blocked by the clan head's invisible energy, wasn't it?" Jim looked intrigued. "That's because you wanted to teach him yourself, rather than letting him learn from a book, right? If Raon finds out about this, it'll be hilarious." Glenn complained coldly, "You're getting on my nerves." Jim cheered up and spread his hands out. "Since I'm bothering you, I'll take my leave. Before I go, could you grant me a small reward?" Glenn closed his eyes, weary. "Naturally, I already intended to reward you." The man behind him pulled out a large bag. "I've already prepared a sack for the gold coins." "Thank you, clan head," Jim exclaimed excitedly. "That's wonderful." "My deepest thanks to you." Glenn spoke indifferently. "However, first we need to clearly distinguish between merit and crime." He looked puzzled. "What crime could I possibly have committed?" Glenn held up a paper with 2 lines written on it. "Raon has defeated the 7th Apostle." Glenn stood up, his anger flaring. "Just 2 lines? You go into a life-or-death battle against an apostle, and you send back a report consisting of only 2 lines." Jim froze and stammered. that was because the situation was urgent, so I had to send a quick report. Glenn narrowed his eyes and growled. What did you say? Scene change. Evening at your residence. Raon was training when he suddenly stopped. He called out in surprise, Clan Head. Raon immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Clan Head. Is there something so important that you would come to this villa yourself? Glenn replied coldly. It's late at night. Don't make a scene. Keep quiet. It seems you are training. Perfect timing. He gave an abrupt order. Get ready. Raon asked, bewildered. Prepare for what? Glenn explained briefly. I declared it earlier, didn't I? I will reward you in a different way. Raon was secretly surprised, and he personally visited the villa at this hour just for that. He really was a man whose actions were impossible to predict. He asked, The tie steps technique I taught you, what level have you reached? He stammered in response, I have only reached the initial stage, sir. Glenn frowned, I am disappointed. The first step of the tie steps is profound, it's true, but if you settle for that level, you will never progress. Raon's face turned sad, I sincerely apologize. He suddenly continued, that makes it even better. I will teach you the next stage of the tie steps instead of giving you a new martial art. He gasped in shock, pardon? Glenn smiled as he looked at Raon. I will not accept any refusals or complaints. This is the price for your laziness in training the tie steps, so don't blame me. He felt a surge of excitement deep in his heart. How could I be dissatisfied with this? Receiving personal instruction on an ancient movement technique like the tie steps is the most wonderful reward for me right now. Raon answered firmly, I humbly thank you, Clan Head. A powerful surge of spiritual energy began to radiate from Glenn's body. Very well, let's begin. Watch closely. A gust of wind suddenly rose from the villa. At the same time, at the White Blood cult headquarters, inside a magnificent room, a woman's voice echoed. Is that so? She sat reclining on a long chair and asked again. The seventh apostle was defeated by a child from the Zieghart clan. The 10th apostle knelt on one knee and replied respectfully, Yes, cult leader. He is truly a genius who commands awe. He continued his report with a stern face, not content with defeating the 7th apostle. Even when his body was completely exhausted, he still dared to challenge me. Furthermore, one of the swords he possesses carries a demonic aura, forged from absolute hatred toward our cult. If we continue to leave him be, that boy will likely become an immeasurable threat to our cult. The woman curled her lips with interest. To that extent, is it? It was the leader of the White Blood cult. She flashed a cunning smile. But no matter how you explain it, to be defeated by a mere sword user is a disgrace, to lose the offering and tarnish the reputation of the White Blood cult. Her eyes flashed red as she posed the question. Should we just end the 7th apostle's life right here? The 10th apostle shuddered and broke into a cold sweat at the cult leader's words. She continued, Having said that, if I ended his life just because of one defeat, that would be a bit heavy-handed. After all, I've spent so much effort raising him to this point. The cult leader slowly stood up and gave an order. If the 7th child fails again next time, capture that boy named Raon and bring him to me. He asked, confused, You mean to capture him alive? She immediately answered, Of course, because I will take him as my own disciple. The cult leader could not hide her excitement. The most outstanding genius of the Zieghart clan, submitting to the White Blood cult, aren't you curious to see just how far that child can go? She turned her back to the room and said, On the day the child completely accepts the White Blood cult, she paused for a moment, then slowly continued. I am truly eager to see how the old man's face will twist in agony. Meanwhile, on Raon's side, he gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward quickly. Raon frowned, thinking to himself, It's still not quite ripe. He braced himself, thinking deeply in his heart. Only when my inner strength from the fire circle leveled up and my cultivation realm improved did I truly understand at that time. I couldn't even accurately grasp a tiny fraction of the tie steps that Glenn displayed. Raon sank into deep thought. The tie steps were something that if you just called it a stroke of luck to inherit, it would be a massive understatement. It is truly a legendary technique meant to go down in history. So, while those movements were still vividly etched in his mind, he broke into a sweat and jumped up, knowing he absolutely must not force his body to perform them again. Time passed quickly. From the dead of night, the sun had already begun to peek over the horizon. A woman leaned against a tree, watching Raon's training. She crossed her arms and muttered, It's been 3 days since the patriarch personally taught him the tie steps. Has that kid really been training like a madman for days without closing his eyes even once? She whispered in admiration. His persistence was truly praiseworthy. That woman was none other than the Heavenly Sword Captain, Cheryl. 3 days ago, Cheryl had asked in surprise, Raon, you want me to go and monitor that child? Glenn had immediately replied, That's right. Aren't you curious about him too, which is why you've been following him quietly? In any case, The Heavenly Sword Squad is relatively free for the time being. She looked at his back and said, "My responsibility, along with the Heavenly Sword Squad, is to protect the Patriarch. When there are no special missions, following the Patriarch is my duty." Glenn closed his eyes, reminiscing. "Your dedication remains as unwavering as ever." He ordered Cheryl to continue observing him until his training session concluded, and he returned. It seemed that once that kid set his mind on something, he wouldn't care about anything else around him. Finishing the memory, she looked at his silhouette as he trained diligently and spoke to herself. After all, fully mastering the Taihei steps was a matter for a very distant future. Cheryl sighed and muttered, "The Patriarch's Taihei steps is a martial art that absolutely cannot be imitated recklessly. It's no different than a holy grail filled with lethal poison. Even for those with outstanding natural talent, most people who are mesmerized by its appearance will waste their entire lives chasing an ideal beyond their reach." She thought dismissively that while his effort was commendable, this was a martial art too profound for him to grasp at this moment. Just as she finished the thought, Cheryl stood stunned. Raon's feet seemed to be covered in a layer of misty light. She felt as if she could see Glenn's silhouette emanating from his figure. Cheryl widened her eyes in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Was she dreaming? She kept her eyes glued to Raon's broad back. For a brief moment, she felt like she had seen the Patriarch's own shadow manifested within his footwork. Even though the gap was still immense, he was clearly walking on the same path. Cheryl broke into a cold sweat, thinking, could the rumors all this time not have been entirely absurd? She couldn't help but feel terrified. Had he actually mastered the Taihei steps in such a short amount of time? He suddenly asked, "Is the food at the villa to your liking?" Duha replied with a satisfied smile, "Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Plus, everyone at the villa is so incredibly hospitable." Raon looked at her happily. "That's good to hear. Honestly, I never thought you would decide to come to Zieghart to live." He welcomed her once more. "A warm welcome to you to Zieghart." Duha beamed as she replied, "I also feel incredibly happy to be reunited with you, Raon." She reminisced and recounted. "Not long after you and Sir Raon left, I had a conversation with my grandfather. I longed to step out into the world with confidence, just like you, and I wanted to become someone valuable to others." As she spoke, Duha couldn't contain her joy. "Luckily, thanks to my grandfather happily granting his permission, I immediately sent a letter to Zieghart expressing my desire to train and grow where you are," she continued. "Not long after, people from Zieghart came to pick me up, and I had the opportunity to have an audience with the Patriarch." Duha smiled, looking at her pastry as she recalled the past. The Patriarch, after listening to my story, advised that it would be better for me to stay at the villa. "Honestly, I really wanted to show off my cool side to surprise you." Raon twitched his lips and asked, "I heard you're taking a vocal class from Rowan. Is everything going well?" She replied excitedly, "Yes. Every time I listen to the lecture, I feel like the knowledge is soaking deep into my ears. My singing ability has also improved much more than before." Duha stood up and ran forward. "I will definitely sing for you to hear, Raon." He replied happily, "All right then, let's hear a piece and see how you do." "Yes." She stopped at a certain distance and announced, "Then, if you'll excuse me, I shall begin." Duha started to sing, her whole body swaying to the rhythm. Raon suddenly froze when he heard that voice. What was this strange feeling? He realized his heart was pounding violently while listening to that melody. It felt as if the scorching heat and the intense sounds of a battlefield were echoing in his ears, making him instantly want to draw his sword and charge the ramparts to fight the enemy. Suddenly, someone approached. There is divine power dwelling in Lady Duha's voice. Roan stood next to Raon and didn't hold back his praise. She herself still isn't aware of it, but her voice contains the power of a siren. Her singing possesses a power that can grasp and completely manipulate the minds of thousands. He asked in surprise, "Sir Rowan." He looked at Duha and continued, "Her innate talent has even caught the attention of Eden. If she were to fall into Eden's hands, she would become a terrifying guardian. That is precisely why Zieghart decided to step in and protect her." Raon broke into a sweat, thinking, even though I realized from the start that she wasn't an ordinary person, the ability to see through Duha's true potential and understand the very root of it, that is an ability to judge talent that is truly beyond comprehension. He stared at Rowan, lost in thought. He had suspected for a while that the younger Rowan must have been an incredibly exceptional assassin. Being an assassin, it was only natural that he would be a master expert in sound. But what about teaching Duha such cruel secret techniques? Raon suddenly asked. "About that, Sir Rowan, are you truly only teaching her singing techniques?" He smiled and replied, "I would never teach her those cruel secret techniques, so you can rest assured." He responded awkwardly, "I understand." Suddenly, Se-Yun's voice rang out. "Hey, kid." Raon called out in surprise. "Captain of the Heavenly Sword," she said coldly, "I have something to discuss with you. Follow me for a moment." Se-yoon crossed his arms and offered a proposal. How about you take on a job with me? He asked suspiciously. If it's a job, are you talking about a mission? She immediately replied, exactly. It's a security mission. Raon couldn't help but ask doubtfully. But if it's just an escort, isn't the Heavenly Sword unit's strength more than enough? Last time, Glenn had suggested, for this trip, make sure to bring Raon along too. Se-yoon couldn't help but be surprised. Raon. He replied grimly, that's right. That kid is currently standing right at the threshold of a breakthrough. Glenn explained, even though he broke the shackles by defeating a master, he still hasn't found his core motivation. If you let that child see your sword technique with his own eyes, then Raon will officially enter the trajectory of a master. She broke into a cold sweat and stammered, I understand your intentions, my lord. Glenn looked at Se-yoon's expression and asked, what's wrong? Do you still have questions? She wondered why he was showing such special concern for that child to this extent. Se-yoon recounted what he had witnessed. I secretly observed that kid diligently practicing the Tai Hoa steps. Now I fully understand why you ordered him to be monitored. Both his determination and his innate talent prove that he is on a completely superior level. She voiced what she was still wondering about. But this is the first time I've seen you personally mentor someone so closely like this. He shouted in embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense. Glenn reluctantly offered an explanation. The birth of the youngest master on the continent is something that brings glory to the entire clan's power. As the family head, sponsoring him is a perfectly natural thing to do. Returning to reality, Se-yoon said annoyedly, the ultimate goal of the Heavenly Sword unit is to protect the family and the family head. Therefore, the Heavenly Sword unit is an elite force with limited numbers. Moreover, 3/4 of them are currently executing missions outside. Because of that, the number of personnel that can be mobilized at this moment is not high. She turned toward him and asked, now, what is your decision? Raon analyzed internally. If it's a mission to the point that the Heavenly Sword captain must personally act, it's definitely not an ordinary affair. If a mistake happens, it might cost me my life, or the reputation I built up for so long will completely vanish into thin air. However, Se-yoon is a super expert who has stepped into the realm of a Grand Master. He is a sword master who has skillfully fused all kinds of supreme martial arts. The opportunity to see the blade of someone with such profound strength with my own eyes at close range is extremely rare. He recalled that according to what he had been pointed out, he himself was currently in a limbo state between the boundary of a master and an expert. Perhaps thanks to this mission, I will be able to break through that boundary. Raon placed his hand on his chest and gave his answer. All right, I will participate in this trip. Se-yoon said with satisfaction. Very good. Then before the departure in 2 days, the members of the Gale Corps, including you, establish a 6-person squad, including the team leader. He asked hesitantly, Captain of the Heavenly Sword, may I know who the target to be protected is? She tilted her body, looked at Raon, and replied, the escort target this time is the daughter of the Raon family. Se-yoon explained briefly, our responsibility is to protect the safety of that family's youngest daughter. To enter the country of Leva, which is currently engulfed in the flames of war, he said in shock. If it's the NA family, isn't it? She continued coldly, just as you think. Not in terms of military force, but in the field of pure artifact crafting, they are a family with equal prestige to the Baka, a renowned family in the world of artifact manufacturing. Immediately after that, Raon acted. After receiving the mission from the head of the Heavenly Sword unit, I went back to the Gale Corps to screen personnel. The team leaders listed include Raon, Solian, Buen, and Martha. Next is Raon and Jen, who pointed at himself in confusion. What? Me? He thought to himself. And the last name called was Ren. Although when he first joined, he often slacked off. But lately, he has improved by leaps and bounds, so I decided to give him a chance. Raon looked helplessly at his expression. Even though he looked like he was about to cry, I believe that one day he will understand the value of this opportunity. Right after finalizing the list, we immediately joined forces with the Heavenly Sword unit, and the journey officially began. Se-yoon tilted his head and looked at him. The sky is starting to get dark. We should set up camp before night falls. Raon immediately replied, Understood, Captain. He turned to look at the group and assigned tasks. All right, everyone, start setting up the camp. Wen and Diane took care of the tents. Jun and Jen went to gather dry firewood. Raon glanced at Martha and continued, And Martha, come take care of dinner with me. She resisted in shock. Wait a minute, why do I have to take on the cooking? He said coldly. In this place, besides you, who else can cook something fit for human consumption? Raon suddenly asked, Do you two want to taste Renan Solian's cooking skills? Martha looked at the pot of pitch-black food cooked by Renan Solian and fell into silence. She crossed her arms in frustration. What a pain. I got it. He walked towards Diane. Diane, before you go, Remember to take the pots and the prepped food out here for me? He replied happily, yes, Vice Captain. Martha suddenly furrowed her brow and said, come to think of it. She looked at the empty plot of land and said, where did those heavenly sword guys disappear to? We can set up our own sleeping area. But Boyan continued in surprise, strange, I didn't see them blink an eye. Diane, carrying the pot, asked suspiciously, exactly. I thought they would work with us. I don't know where they went. At night, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Thought I'd rest for a bit, then come help. But you guys have already finished everything, huh? He asked indifferently. You're quick with those movements. You must have gone on many field missions, right? That guy is the vice captain of the Heavenly Sword Unit, Econ. The people behind Econ said in a mocking tone, but it looks like this tent is a bit crooked. You can tell at a glance that the stake inside was driven in the wrong direction. If you lay it out so shoddily, you'll be shivering with cold at night. They mocked. They didn't even bother to dig a proper drainage ditch around it. A moment later, Raon's voice rang out. Dinner's ready. Please join me for a meal. Jap floated next to him. Even though your skills aren't quite there yet, it looks decent enough. It's true what they say, everything tastes good when you're starving. He said quietly in agreement, you're spot on. This girl's cooking is actually way better than I expected. Not far away, the Heavenly Sword Squad kept loudly criticizing them. What kind of food is this? I don't even know how to describe this weird taste. It's so dry and tasteless. How are we supposed to deal with being thirsty later? Martha yelled back in anger. Those guys couldn't even help out, yet they still had the nerve to demand so much. Raon held up his hand to stop her. We're terribly sorry. We'll be sure to prepare more carefully next time. Hearing that, the group replied reluctantly. We're counting on you. Our squad has very picky tastes. They turned and walked away immediately after. That settled then. We have to go scout the perimeter, so you're in charge of cleaning up and keeping watch tonight. The first few years as rookie knights are always the toughest. Just hang in there and try to get through it. He responded instantly, yes, I understand. Martha frowned, clearly annoyed. It was obvious those guys were just treating them like errand boys. Boyang said soothingly, trying to defuse the situation. They're knights of the Heavenly Sword Squad, the Lord's own personal guards. They must have a reason for acting like this. Look, they were scouting even before they ate. She turned to him, her eyes blazing with anger. Scouting my foot. What exactly is there to scout in this area? Don't you see they're just looking for excuses to make our lives miserable? Raon stood up coldly. All right, that's enough. Go wash the dishes and get some rest. I'll handle the night watch by myself tonight. Everyone's worked hard enough today. They were stunned. The vice captain is going to pull guard duty all by himself until morning, he explained calmly. I have a few things to think about, so don't worry about me. Just go get some sleep in the tent. Martha crossed her arms and frowned. If you stay awake all night watching the camp, you won't have any energy for the mission tomorrow. You don't need to baby us like this. Just split it into two-person shifts for 2 hours each. That'll be fine. Raon leaned toward her and refused. No, I told you, I'm genuinely fine. She shouted fiercely. Well, we aren't. As night fell, the campfire blazed bright. Martha looked at him and asked, so, are you just planning to keep swallowing your pride like this forever? The Heavenly Sword Squad is clearly trying to make things difficult for us on purpose. Zieghart teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Weren't you the most excited one when you heard we'd be traveling with the Heavenly Sword Squad? Every emotion was written all over your face. She shouted back, embarrassed. How was I supposed to predict they'd be such a bunch of petty, low-life jerks? Martha looked away. I can't believe the Lord's own personal guard would act so small-minded. He smiled and added, to be honest, I was a bit surprised too, since they're so different from what I imagined. She snapped, stop standing there with that smirk on your face. Say something. Why are you just sitting there silently taking it like you usually do? If you aren't going to speak up, I will. Raon cut Martha off. Let's go practice swordsmanship, Martha, she asked, confused. What? He smiled at her. Instead of sitting there idly while on watch, isn't that just a waste of time? She stood up, complaining, we're already this exhausted and you still want to train. You really are a workout freak. Raon glanced at her and said, I'll teach you a few sword techniques while we train. Get up already, she grumbled. So annoying, fine. I get it. Just keep your mouth shut. Nearby, Se-Yoon stood behind a tree, silently listening to their conversation. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in one place. The Heavenly Sword Squad stood in the corner complaining. At night, they had been hiding behind bushes watching his group train. Ekon rubbed his neck warily. Captain, I can't keep acting this role anymore, he reported, sweating, even though I tried. To find every excuse to pick on them as you ordered. Those kids are so diligent and perfect that trying to give them a hard time feels more like a punishment for me. Not to mention, those kids are using every spare second to sharpen their swordsmanship. Econ couldn't help but wonder, Why on earth do we have to keep making life difficult for such commendable kids? She sat in silence, recalling her conversation with Glenn. From what I heard from the Lord, it seems Raon tends to be overly arrogant about his personal strength and often uses his fists to solve problems. Se-yoon had come up with a plan. That's why I instructed Ekon and the members to intentionally make things difficult, with the goal of provoking Raon and the Typhoon Squad. She calculated silently. If they intend to use their fists to retaliate, I will use overwhelming power to suppress them and show them the clear gap in our skill levels, teaching them a lesson they'll never forget so they can shed their arrogance. Se-yoon bowed her head, secretly skeptical. I never expected that at his age, he would possess such incredible composure. She finally spoke up. All right, stop the nitpicking. From tomorrow, the Heavenly Sword Squad will share the workload equally. He smiled with relief. Yes, Captain. Ekon suddenly asked, but where are you going, Captain? Se-yoon explained, I'm going to go see those kids for a moment. I don't even need to look to know they're back at their training. She walked toward Raon's group and continued, I need to make up for the baseless criticism they've had to endure. Raon looked at Se-yoon in disbelief. You want to teach us swordsmanship? What does this mean? She said nonchalantly. Why do you look so surprised? I've been watching you train during your night shifts. Se-yoon continued. From now until we reach the Raon estate, I will teach you more sword techniques, because these skills might just save your lives during this mission. Someone asked hesitantly. Thank you, milady. But what is the reason you want to teach us swordsmanship? She turned her gaze toward Raon and replied, I just couldn't stand watching you struggle while you've already been training all night. He gave a forced smile and thought to himself, just as he had suspected, things are never as simple as they appear. Raon analyzed it internally. The Heavenly Sword Squad is the Lord's loyal guard force. They would never lower themselves to such petty games unless there was a valid reason. This was definitely a test to see how we would react and handle ourselves. He felt satisfied. Enduring silently and completing our duties perfectly was truly the right move. They all bowed respectfully. We sincerely thank you for your guidance. CDO suddenly spoke up. I happened to catch you all practicing. It seems you're studying heavy sword techniques, aren't you? Yes. Raon replied, then asked in surprise, Exactly. How did you notice that? She immediately summoned a sword. All right, let's get down to business then. Shidieu coldly pointed her sword forward. Instead of explaining with words, letting their bodies experience it directly would help them realize it faster. An oppressive power radiated from her. Duen suddenly broke out in a heavy sweat. Ren's eyes widened in horror. It felt as if the very space around them was being crushed. Shidieu said coldly, The first lesson I will teach you today. She paused for a moment. Her eyes became sharp as she continued, is the heavy sword. With heaven-shaking charisma, Shidieu pointed her sword at her opponents. The essence of a heavy sword isn't simply pouring aura into the weapon to increase destructive power. Her voice sounded deeply serious. When you reach the peak, the heavy sword is about using your own pressure to impose your will upon space, turning the entire surrounding area into a territory under your own control. And to master a heavy sword like that, the deciding factor is Yidieu tilted her head slightly, is the power of the mind's eye. Holding only a wooden sword that began to glow, she taught the students, you must manipulate the heavy sword while clearly simulating in your mind that this space is being crushed by its weight. Saying that, she channeled a relatively normal amount of mana into the sword. I have just channeled the weight equivalent to a piece of wood into this sword. Shidiu's eyes swept over the three students, and she asked sternly, what would happen if I poured the weight of a giant boulder into it? A surge of power emitted from the sword, making it impossible for the three of them to stand steady. Dodian immediately clutched his chest, unable to breathe. Ren stumbled repeatedly, unable to hold his ground anymore. Even the resilient Raon had to fall to his knees before this force. Though he poured all his aura into resisting, it felt like the bones throughout his body were about to shatter. He looked up, trying to gaze at Saidio's face. She hadn't even used her sword energy yet, and the pressure was already this terrifying. If she actually fought with all her might, how horrific would it be? This was the power of a heavy sword grandmaster. After seeing them experience enough pain, she eased her hold. Perhaps that's enough of an experience for you, right? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. The warm-up ends here. After sheathed her sword, she instructed them seriously. The more detailed the image in your mind's eye, the more powerful it will be. If you want to reach higher realms, always spend time training your mind's eye every day. Once you understand the essence of the heavy sword, you can completely use spatial pressure to suppress and defeat even longsword-style swordsmen. Before leaving, CDO glanced back and warned, Today's lesson ends here. We will continue tomorrow. The three bowed respectfully to her. Thank you, Senior, for the teaching. Dodian let out a weary sigh. Thanks to experiencing it directly, I understood it much faster. Jenin did not deny this. That's right, Even though it was incredibly difficult, I understood the deep meaning she wanted to convey. But Matha still felt terrified just recalling the experience. Truly, this power is far beyond what I could imagine. They all nodded in agreement. Just a demonstration, and the pressure was already this overwhelming. Truly, the level of a grandmaster is on a completely different plane. Jap, standing nearby, sneered at them. Only this much and you're already wide-eyed with your jaws dropped. How weak. Just by focusing on training the mind's eye a little, even nobodies could do this. He raised his hand and muttered, "So that's what the mind's eye is?" Raon began to sink into his own thoughts, reflecting on it. Not just him, but Jen, Jim, and Desert all place special importance on the mind's eye. Improving martial arts techniques is necessary, but perhaps when stepping onto higher levels of cultivation, practicing the mind's eye is what decides everything. He tightened his face, deep in thought about the sword aura that suppressed even the soul that Shidio had just demonstrated. The more he thought about it, the more determined Raon became. If he could understand it and make it his own unique technique, maybe he could break through the wall to reach the Grandmaster level. The bright sunlight illuminated the entire forest. Below the hall, the butler placed his hand on his chest with a bright smile. "It is an honor to welcome the swordsmen from the Zieghart clan. We have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Welcome everyone to the Raon clan estate." The swordsmen quickly rushed into the grounds. The assets of one clan are so vast that they take up 14% of this entire city. Now, allow me to guide you inside the mansion. Hearing the reputation of this clan, just based on their exclusive crafting techniques, they are already on par with the Baka kingdom. It seems those rumors were entirely true and not exaggerated at all. After receiving them from outside, he walked inside and bowed respectfully to Michael. "Master, I have escorted the distinguished guests from Zieghart to their destination." She nodded slightly in response. "Everyone has worked hard. Quickly invite the guests into the meeting room." Shidio sat to her right and smiled in greeting. "It's been a long time, Master Michael." She also nodded, praising her. "Seeing the Heavenly Sword Captain still healthy, I am truly very glad. Furthermore, this time, not only the Heavenly Sword Squad but also the Gale Corps, those who bravely survived the battle against the White Blood sect, are present. This makes me feel very reassured." But they hadn't chatted for long before Shidio cut in. "All right, since we don't have much time, let's get straight to the main point." Michael also nodded in agreement. "Yes, that would be even better." Her eyes revealed clear signs of anxiety. "I have a daughter I hold very dear named Enya. She is the youngest in the family, showered with love by everyone, so her personality is very lively and she showed great talent early on. So it's no exaggeration to call her the greatest masterpiece I've ever created. I even considered handing over the position of clan master to her." Mentioning the past, Michael began to sigh. But since the middle of last year, her health suddenly took a turn for the worse. At first, she said her knuckles hurt and throbbed as if thousands of red-hot needles were stabbing them. I invited many famous physicians to treat her, but they all shook their heads, saying her body showed no abnormal signs. But just 1 month later, the pain began to spread to her entire hand. As time went on, the pain spread even further. And right now, she is suffering from excruciating pain all over her body. It's far more intense than it was in the beginning. She wrings her hands together, her face showing pure agony, a mother desperate to help her child, but feeling completely helpless. Even after searching for countless skilled healers and even begging for help from the most renowned high priests, it's all been for nothing. The pain just keeps getting worse. Now, she refuses any medical intervention at all and just wants to end her life. With that, she looks straight at Kale, filled with desperation. That's why I've decided to gamble on one last hope, seeking out the saint. Raon, sitting opposite, begins to pick up on the new information. A saint. Could this mission actually have a connection to Fezzik? Ever since receiving the saint's blessing as a child, Raon hasn't had a chance to express his gratitude, and it has always weighed on his heart. Maybe this journey will give him a chance to meet the saint again. She rubs her teacup, pouring out her heart. However, as you all know, that saint always puts the patient's life above all else. He is not the type of person who would show himself just because we send an invitation. This time, Michael wants to request the help of the knights. Because of that, I want to ask you all to escort my daughter to the saint's dwelling. That is why I have to humbly beg for your assistance. After hearing the truth of the story, Kale considers it seriously. All right, if the situation has escalated like this, we should set out immediately. But Michael sighs and holds him back. I am truly sorry, but would you be willing to postpone the departure for a few days? She has one request. I received news that the famous healer Tomo is currently staying in a nearby village, so I want to ask him to examine her and provide a final diagnosis before we set off. Raon recognizes the man being mentioned. It has been so long since he last heard that filthy, disgusting name. The healer who serves the Robert TM family. He is a man who possesses such fearsome power that he earned a trusted position beside Dirt. He is also the one who specializes in carrying out Desert's cruel orders to make prestigious families fall into debt or even assassinating family heads to force them into submission under the Robert family. He lowers his head, thinking there's no way Dirt would do this without a motive. For Tomo to arrive in this region without any reason, there must be some dark conspiracy hidden behind this. Just then, Raon suddenly makes a suggestion. May I ask if I could go in to see your daughter for a moment? You want to meet Enya personally? He nods. I need to understand her current physical condition so I can determine the necessary actions in case something unexpected happens during the journey. But she is still fearful, for the problem is that her mental state is currently extremely sensitive and unstable. She refuses to let anyone check her pulse, and she even adamantly rejects anyone just taking a look at her body. Kale immediately speaks up to reassure her. But my lady, the points made by the vice captain of the Wales Wind Brigade are entirely reasonable. We have to evaluate the situation directly to build a foolproof plan. Raon also adds a word to put her at ease. We promise we will just stand by and observe from the outside. That will be enough. Please, my lady, grant this request. Michael thinks for a moment. If it's limited to that, she eventually agrees to the plea. Very well, I will arrange for you all to see Enya. Raon starts to get up to follow her. Thank you so much for agreeing, my lady. She puts a hand to her heart and sighs. To be honest, I am incredibly worried. But as they reach the hallway, Michael whispers into his ear. But if it's you, I think it will be just fine. She leads him near Enya's sick room. But again, if it's you, I think it will be just fine. Before that, Michael still warns him carefully. Please be careful. Don't let her get too agitated. He approaches and observes her. The condition is truly severe. Her hands are swollen and bright red, looking like shards of glass melting in a furnace. Not only that, but the life force within her body is fading to an alarming degree. She suddenly wakes up. At that very moment, Michael quickly explains, Enya, don't be afraid. These people are, but upon seeing Raon, her face blushes slightly as she compliments him. He's ridiculously handsome.